the first awakening sequence with the campus bell. It has sparked extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and the earth. The awakening sequence of the campus bell, Control Sorcerer 035. And I awaken as the Plague Doctor of sequence 001. Yet, we are still ridiculed by our classmates, who deem us as worthless. Merely because the Control Mage possesses the ability to exert endless dominion. However, it can only unleash control magic of level 3 or lower. The prerequisite for entering the instance is to possess at least level 5 of destructive magic. The Plague Doctor that I have awakened is a version from the previous 10 generations. Not only can it analyze all plague viruses, it is even capable of freely disseminating previously analyzed viruses. However, as the standards of human hygiene have improved, all pathogenic agents of epidemics have been thoroughly analyzed, rendering them incapable of further transmission. However, what no one knows is that I can harmoniously collaborate with the flaw in the beauty's extraordinary talent. At this very moment, a headache begins to plague me. I never anticipated that the sequence of employment tasks would spark an epidemic destined to be etched in history. Then, glancing at Sumumu, who was continually wiping away her tears, I inquired, "What is your innate talent?" Upon hearing this, Sumumu replied, "Any characteristic that enhances control effects can be augmented. And the quantity can be increased. However, my employment task involves stringent control over more than 1,000 units. I believe I may be unable to proceed along this path." Upon hearing the enhancement of effects, a bold idea suddenly emerged in my mind. One's expertise lies in pathological analysis, elucidating the modes and pathways of pathogen transmission, and subsequently appropriating this knowledge for personal benefit. However, at present, there exists no pathogen of plague that can be analyzed. Common ailments such as diarrhea, when examined, yield nothing of value. However, the control effects are typically in a negative state. If I allow Sumumu to enhance, I will analyze it thereafter. Repeatedly, time and again. Even the most minor affliction can evolve into a terrifying plague. Upon this reflection, the gaze I cast upon Sumumu transformed. At that moment, Sumumu, feeling the intensity of my gaze, became anxious and swiftly raised her hand to shield her chest, taking a step back. I possess a bold notion. If feasible, our two ceremonies could transpire concurrently. Cooperate appropriately completing certain instances at that time is certainly not out of the question. Upon hearing these words, Sumumun's eyes instantly brightened, as if she had glimpsed the dawn. "Then I shall heed your advice," she declared. Subsequently, I took Sumumu's hand and strolled towards the exit of the school, intending to gather a few items. With a sudden grasp of her hand, Sumumu's face flushed slightly. She offered no resistance and was effortlessly led away from the school by me. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the school's equipment storage room, holding the Epsom salt I had purchased from the veterinary pharmacy, for the principal had taken in a small kitten here. It was brought by the principal from a copy, indulging in laziness like an ordinary cat. Its sole advantage lies in its ability to comprehend human speech, while possessing remarkable physical prowess. Due to his qualifications, within the confines of the school, every student is obliged to address him as senior. At this moment, Sumumu gazed at her senior lying on the ground, exposing his belly, and inquired with curiosity, "Are you planning to administer medicine to him?" It is not merely an analysis of the capability of diarrhea, rather, this ability acts upon the recipient. Should the dissection be successful within the confines of the instance, one might indeed fulfill the ritual. Classmate Chen, we have yet to establish a career sequence. Engaging solely in dungeon runs may not be the most prudent course of action. There is nothing particularly unfavorable. Trust me, first exert your control to enhance. I am in the process of analysis. This can be considered as poisoning. This is not good, I am unwell. Understanding the senior, even ailments such as diarrhea can be effectively treated by me. Current circumstances resemble leading a well-behaved student astray. Sumumu is left in a state of bewilderment by my persuasion. Subsequently, the Epsom salt was dissolved in water and administered to the senior. However, after a span of several minutes, the senior exhibited no discernible reaction. Indeed, the degree of salt removal remains insufficient. Sumumu, your control effect is unparalleled. How many times can it be enhanced? The maximum seems to be 8-fold. Upon hearing this, my heart was suddenly filled with astonishment. If multiplied by 8, and repeated 3 more times, the power escalates to 512 times. After 4 repetitions, it reaches 4,096 times, and after 5 repetitions, it culminates at 32,768 times. One can only imagine the overwhelming intensity that would ensue. Upon this realization, I addressed Sumumu directly, stating that one could effortlessly engage with the senior to maximize control enhancement. However, Sumu's little face was filled with astonishment. After a moment of hesitation, La Man ultimately unleashed the most profound enhancement towards his senior. In the next moment, the senior lying on the ground, begging for a touch, suddenly jolted. Then, I embraced him and confined him within a cage. At this moment, Sumumu expressed her concern, suggesting, "Shall we switch to a different animal? Our senior seems rather pitiful." Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trivialities. It is merely a laxative and cannot perish from it, let it be said. I reluctantly employed pathological analysis of gastrointestinal motility while observing my senior frantically darting about within the confines of the cage. A period of time will lead to accelerated gastrointestinal peristalsis, swiftly expelling excess moisture and impurities from the body. After undergoing pathological analysis, gastrointestinal motility has transformed into a personal skill. Subsequently, I raised my hand towards my senior, unleashing the meticulously analyzed eightfold enhanced peristalsis of my gastrointestinal tract. "Chen Yao, do you possess any skills? Aren't you still yet to commence your professional journey?" At this moment, Suma was leaning in closely, her petite face nearly touching mine as she gazed at the senior confined within the cage before us. I could even catch a whiff of the milky fragrance that lingered around him. "Do not be anxious, your innate talent is inherent. Simply continue to employ control enhancement on your senior." After a moment of hesitation, Sumumu ultimately chose to obey and resumed unleashing her extraordinary abilities. After being released from the reinforcement, the senior's body began to tremble. The waist gently arches. The hind legs bend in a crouch. The posterior shifts downward, as if preparing for a substantial release. "Sumumu, I will speak later. You must be swift in your release. If we can accumulate it 5 times, and heal the senior in the shortest possible time, it would indeed be acceptable." Sumumu nodded in affirmation, subsequently fixating her attention entirely on the senior before her. Pathological analysis at 64 times magnification reveals accelerated gastrointestinal peristalsis. Within an exceedingly brief span of time, this will result in enhanced intestinal motility, facilitating the expeditious expulsion of excess moisture and impurities from the body. Upon the completion of the pathological analysis, I immediately harnessed my abilities. In the next moment, the senior's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably, a peculiar scent wafting forth. Sumumu raised her hand. A surge in talent manifested. Pathological analysis magnified 512 times. The gastrointestinal tract surged with rapid peristalsis. In a remarkably brief period, rapid gastrointestinal motility will ensue, swiftly expelling excess moisture and impurities from the body, accompanied by dehydration and a pronounced sense of weakness, yielding adverse effects. At this moment, the senior in the cage began to wail incessantly, the sorrowful cries of a cat echoing relentlessly. Pathological analysis at 4,096 times magnification reveals a rare and insidious plague. This affliction is exceptionally uncommon and specifically targets animal species. Its origins can be traced back to a severe manifestation of diarrhea. This plague is transmitted through the air, characterized by its remarkably high contagiousness and rapid proliferation. Strong control of dehydration effects. Prolonged infection in animals results in immobility. Weaken resistance. Infect all aberrations of the beasts. Negative states will increase 100-fold. The restoration of resistance cannot occur naturally. At this moment, the analysis of the plague has finally been concluded. However, I suddenly realized that there has been no medical intervention thus far, leaving us without any means of treatment at present. If this plague were to spread, it would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history. However, I too would be branded as a figure of peril. At this moment, the senior lay feebly on the ground, his entire body teetering on the brink of dehydration. Upon witnessing this scene, Sumumu expressed her concern, addressing her senior, "Is he all right?" She then turned to Chen Yao, "Would you like to step in and provide some treatment?" "Senior, please wait for me to change my profession. I will be able to heal. However, at present, I have not yet made the transition." Upon hearing my words, Sumumu gazed at me for an extended moment. Her small eyes seemed to brim with indignation. We had clearly agreed earlier that she would treat our senior. Through repeated reinforcement, I have acquired a rather extraordinary skill. With this skill combined with your innate talent, we can harness the potential of some minor instances to fulfill our ritual. However, Sumumu remained silent, as she had never heard of it before. Two individuals from the employment sequence embarked on an assault on the instance. Your ritual consists of a forceful accumulation of 1,000 units. What I require is the dissemination of a plague. I must swiftly enter the instance and complete the ritual in order to return and heal my senior. At this moment, Sumumu's gaze softened. Do not deceive me any further. You have just deceived me. You possess the ability to heal our senior. I truly possess the ability to heal, however, I have yet to secure an official position. Under my persuasive influence, Sumumu can only choose to place her trust in me. Then it shall be just the two of us entering the dungeon, and we have yet to take up our positions. Is this not a tad extravagant? Those newcomers who have successfully completed the novice dungeon only need to lend a hand. All right then. Sumumu has been utterly bewildered by the deception. He is so easily swayed that he seems to heed my every word. There are two ways to enter the dungeon. In instances where the number of participants is fewer than 3, one may directly access the dungeon using an awakening card. However, teams exceeding 3 members require the assistance of specialized apparatuses within the urban area. At that moment, Sumumu presented me with the awakening card. Which dungeon shall we choose? I overlapped my awakening card with his, and upon doing so, each card revealed the information of the other. Thus, our team was formed. I shall make a casual selection. Let us expedite the completion of the ceremony. After all, we may exit from the dungeons that have already been conquered at any time. At this moment, my gaze lingered on the infernal difficulty of the novice orc dungeon. The elevated challenge may indeed yield some concealed records. Furthermore, the creatures within are entirely of the beastly variety, and the newly acquired skills correspond perfectly. At that moment, a dialogue box materialized before both Sumumu and me. The hero, hailing from another realm, has yet to embark upon the path of employment. You have chosen to confront the hellish difficulty of the Ancient Wars dungeon with your mortal form. Triggered hidden dungeon conditions. Dungeon difficulty elevated to S-level hell. And unable to leave the dungeon voluntarily. Dungeon title, Orcs Never Be Slaves. At this moment, my heart swells with joy. I never anticipated triggering a special condition that would grant me access to a hidden quest. This turn of events assures my success. However, Sumumu wore a puzzled expression. Wasn't it agreed that the ritual for the simple dungeon would take place? Chen Yao, you have deceived me once more. However, on the other side, the largest professional organizer union in Jiangbei City unexpectedly received a notification indicating that a hidden copy had been activated. The hidden copy of the president has been activated. The individuals who triggered it are Chen Yao and Sumumu. Upon seeing the name Sumumu, the monitor was suddenly struck with a moment of clarity. Isn't this the daughter of the president? In the next moment, Su Yuntian hurried over in a state of urgency. President, your daughter has triggered a hidden quest with a young man. As long as the hidden dungeon remains inaccessible, there is no need to fret. Once the dungeon concludes, the conditions for unlocking it will manifest, allowing for the arrangement of individuals to undertake its challenges. At this moment, Su Yuntian wore a radiant smile. However, after a brief interval, he seemed to become aware of something, and his smile abruptly froze. What did you just say? My daughter is with a boy. A hellishly challenging dungeon. Or perhaps an even more concealed level beyond. Within the instance, Sumumu began to feel a sense of unease. Instinctively, her hand grasped my sleeve. What is happening? Are you deceiving me again? Did you not say that ordinary instances would hold a ceremony? However, I refrained from answering her. Instead, I diverted the conversation by asking, take a look, is your ceremony progress not undergoing some changes? Just as Sumumu was about to become angry, she looked down and realized that she needed to exert strict control over 1,000 units, which were now experiencing an explosive surge in a tiered manner. In the next moment, a resplendent golden light emanated from Sumumu. The ritual had truly succeeded. I felt that it was all worthwhile. At that moment, Sumumu was almost bursting with joy, her entire being radiating in extraordinary happiness. I never anticipated that the contagion of this epidemic would spread so swiftly. The completion of Su Mumu's ritual signifies that the plague has indeed commenced its transmission. It won't be long before I can heal myself. Sequence 001, Plague Doctor. However, I do wish that I could secure a position in the sequence following the completion of the dungeon, so that I would have ample time to tidy up the mess. Now that Su Mumu has completed the inauguration ceremony, the strategy for clearing this dungeon will revolve around him as the central figure. After the employment sequence, you should be able to see your panel. Tell me about the spells you currently possess. Su Mumu nodded with excitement, and then began to examine the panel. Lightning crackled as poisonous vines entwined, ensnaring the spells of paralysis and hypnosis. Quite commendable. From the outset, there are 4 skills imbued with negative control. Next, let us observe the practical effects of these abilities. From the very beginning, I have never concurred with sequence 35. The control mage is a feudal sequence. As long as one skillfully combines control abilities with other elements, one can create an explosive effect. Those teams that merely rely on brute force are utterly oblivious to the invaluable nature of control mages. The next moment, I turned to Su Mumu and said, "Let's go." There is an explosive rabbit, perfectly suited for a test. The appearance of the explosive rabbit is indistinguishable from that of an ordinary hare. However, upon provocation, it possesses a certain probability of detonating. How should I unleash my abilities? Facing the wild creatures for the first time, the timid Sumu became anxious. In that moment, all the knowledge acquired in class slipped from his mind. At this moment, I stepped forward and gently clasped Su Mumu's soft little hand, my gaze unwavering, fixated intently upon my prey. In the recesses of my mind, I articulate skills in anticipation of affirmation. Are you truly paying attention? Ah, I am listening, fixated upon the words, as Su Mumu swiftly repeated the previous statement. At that moment, the explosive rabbit's eyes glimmered with a faint crimson light, as it dashed forward with wild abandon towards Su Mumu. Although Su Mumu's fingers trembled with nervousness, he successfully unleashed his skill. A beam of dark purple light shot forth from his fingertips, swiftly soaring toward the oncoming explosion. In the next moment, an explosion erupted, causing limbs to flail suddenly. A face skidded across the ground, leaving behind a deep gash. Su Mumu gazed upon the explosion rabbit, now ensnared by the paralysis spell. I possess no offensive magic. We must resort to manual means to defeat this explosive creature. You can utilize toxic vines entwined with lightning, continuously releasing toxins with each click. However, upon hearing this, Su Mumu cast me an exasperated glance. The damage inflicted by these 2 skills is a critical aspect of forced control. The health of an explosive rabbit stands at 1,000 points. Gradually whittling it down, how long must this endure? At this moment, Su Mumu's spirits began to wane. Am I truly this inept? I possess only control, devoid of any damage. Am I utterly useless? At that moment, I gently patted Su Mumu's little head. Not every skill possesses its own distinctive characteristics. The hallmark of control lies in its ability to inflict a modicum of damage, all while being executed by your own hand. These 2 aspects are sufficient to overshadow other sorcerers. Subsequently, I bent down, confronting the scene of the explosion that unleashed the plague. In the following moment, the rabbit convulsed swiftly, its body still ensnared in a state of numbness, as it instinctively tightened its abdomen. At that moment, I turned to Su Mumu and said, "Now, let us encircle ourselves with lightning." As Su Mumu obediently employed a ring enveloped in lightning, a circular manifestation infused with electric energy, she compressed the explosive rabbit into a fine powder. To her astonishment, what was expected to inflict a modest amount of damage instead erupted into an astounding figure of 9,999. Upon witnessing this outcome, I was not taken aback, for I am acutely aware that the plague inherently carries adverse effects. Su Mumu possesses a talent for enhanced control, which aptly falls within the realm of manipulation. An enhancement effect of 4,096 times, coupled with the inherent 100-fold increase in negative effects from the plague longgather, ensures that even a skill possessing merely a slight forced damage output will yield significant impact. Under such multiplication, one can strike down terrifying and astonishing wild beasts with a staggering power of 409, which they simply cannot withstand, leading to an instant demise. However, at this moment, Su Mumu remains utterly bewildered, pondering how this feat was accomplished. Subsequently, I recounted the earlier analysis to Su Mumu. However, the sequence of numbers only deepened her confusion. Observing the plague that has begun to spread around me, I can't help but smile faintly. The unique advantage of this affliction lies in its selective nature, affecting only the beasts. Neither I nor Sumumu shall be affected in any way. Let us embark on this journey, for with your explosive power, this hellish dungeon shall fall before us with utter devastation. Subsequently, the two of us continued to explore this area, and along the way, we serendipitously dispatched 3 explosive rabbits. After experiencing the explosive damage of 9,999, Sumumu's little face flushed with excitement. Because such a degree of damage value is unattainable, even for a series of mages specializing in explosive damage. At this moment, Sumumu has come to realize that the soul sequence he is employed in is not as worthless as Teacher Li had suggested. On the contrary, with my collaboration, it is possible to unleash terrifying explosive damage, even surpassing certain spells of level 6 and above. The sequence is still personalized. Teacher Li does not possess knowledge of everything. Every sequence holds developmental potential. Come and recite with me. Mumu halted his steps, perplexed, and inquired, "What are you reciting?" 30 years in the east of the river. Do not underestimate a girl in her impoverished state. Remember this phrase as you look back. And share it with Teacher Li. Although this may not be ideal, I shall heed your words and give it a try. Chen Yao, you are truly remarkable. How do you possess such extensive knowledge? At that moment, I intentionally leaned in closer to meet Sumumu's gaze. During class, it is essential to listen attentively and take notes diligently. One must always engage in independent contemplation regarding any matter. Subsequently, I extended the index finger of my right hand and gently tapped my temple. Upon hearing this, Sumumu suddenly comprehended, exclaiming, "Oh, so there is a personal line of thought." There is no need for you to ponder. Simply heed my words. Shall we make a wager? Sumumu inquired with interest, "What shall we wager?" If I could guide you through this dungeon successfully, would you consider being my girlfriend? I gazed at the foolish Sumumu for a while, captivated by her beauty and kind-heartedness, easily swayed by others. Her innocence and obedience only served to amplify her charm. Moreover, the synergy of our talents holds great potential. Whether my role as a plague doctor can be elevated rests solely upon him. Thus, I must shamelessly persuade him to become my wife. Upon hearing the wager, Sumumu's heart raced instantly. She then turned and quickened her pace, walking ahead without uttering a word in response to me. I too quietly followed behind, thinking to myself that the fact this girl did not reject me was already a significant achievement. At this moment, although we find ourselves within a dungeon of hellish difficulty, the strategy we employ, coordinated by Sumumu, allows us to advance with remarkable ease. As I ventured further, the peculiar scent that assailed my senses grew increasingly potent. Before long, a vast expanse of plain unfolded before my eyes. As I gazed into the distance, I was taken aback to see a formidable assembly of orcish legions gathered ahead. These orcs are adorned with sinewy green muscles, brandishing terrifyingly massive iron implements while continuously roaring. Their footsteps resonate, causing the ground to tremble incessantly, as if the tide converges from both sides towards the center. Upon witnessing this scene, Sumumu's recently bolstered confidence swiftly diminished by more than half. As I cast my gaze outward, I was astounded to behold a multitude of orc warriors, numbering in the tens of thousands. Our current position, remarkably, lies at the very heart of this triad of orc forces. There are far too many monsters here. Perhaps we should seek refuge until the dungeon concludes. This instance is beyond our capacity to conquer. In the next moment, I gently tapped Sumumu's little head with my index finger. What do you mean by such discouraging words? I have stated that you need only follow my lead. My responsibility lies with the task at hand, so your duty is simply to fulfill your role. Luan, with a hint of uncertainty, responded. You did not dedicate yourself to your studies during class. This dungeon has already been conquered 40 years ago. Even the hidden infernal dungeon retains its original narrative. This is a war among the orc tribes. Following the conclusion of the triadic conflict, a final king shall emerge to lead the orcs towards rejuvenation. It can be described as a chaotic struggle. As Sumu rubbed his forehead, gazing upon the approaching horde of formidable beasts, a flicker of indecision stirred within his heart. Upon witnessing his demeanor, I gently reassured him to allow this group of orcs to frolic a little longer. Meanwhile, a virulent green plague infiltrated the atmosphere, spreading with an alarming rapidity. A few minutes later, I extended my index finger and pointed forward. Speak to Sumumu, advising her to harness her mental strength. direct her towards that path, and utilize the most expansive poisonous vines to ensnare and control. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the formidable horde of orcs on the left side slowed its march. At the forefront of the group, the orc suddenly clutched its abdomen, emitting a low growl from its mouth. The orc that followed unexpectedly collided directly into it. At this moment, the insidious plague takes effect, and all the orcs begin to emit anguished cries. Meanwhile, Sumumu unleashed the poisonous vines to ensnare her foes. In the next moment, the ground before her began to writhe, as countless green tendrils adorned with barbs ensnared the feet of the orc warriors. The damage value of 99,999 suddenly materialized before Sumumu's eyes. The bodies of the orcs that came into contact with the poisonous vines swiftly decayed, ultimately reducing them to mere bones, marking their demise. At this moment, a radiant glow emanated from Sumumu. As she beheld the scene of instantaneous destruction before her, her astonished eyes began to constrict. I have reached level 3. I have ascended to level 3. A regular participant can ascend to level 10 within a month. Today, you have feasted on experience points, making the journey to level 10 a mere formality. At this moment, I have yet to complete the ritual, and I find myself indifferent to these experience points, for Sumumu is truly a grand treasure. He is capable of augmenting any fundamental pathology with the gift of plague, thereby enhancing his prowess, which significantly benefits him. In this pursuit, there shall be no second individual to be found. Thus, it is imperative to persuade this young lady to become one's spouse. Continue to use it as is. There is no need to concern yourself with the rest. When time permits, direct 2 toxins towards those 2 sides as well. Control the vines. Upon hearing this, Sumumu nodded slightly, and then began to cast her skills without any cost. At this moment, I gaze up at the sky, murmuring my concerns about the outside world. My ritual must be halfway completed, just as I had surmised. At this moment in Jiangbei City, a plague is unfolding that is destined to be recorded in history. Though it may not be particularly perilous, it is sufficient to evoke a profound sense of despair. This is the plague that I have unleashed. The scene begins with a pet shop surrounding the school. Particularly the largest pet shop in Jiangbei City, which is especially tragic. All pets began to wail pitifully, their cries echoing with a sense of despair, accompanied by signs of dehydration. Time has cast a lasting shadow on those who once embraced the joy of pet ownership.
The anguished cries and frantic movements of dehydrated pets shattered their owners' illusions of companionship. A foul stench mingled with chaotic turmoil, leaving no one safe from the impending calamity. Inside an elevator, a young boy clutched his beloved husky. This exuberant creature, always in need of exercise, would wreak havoc at home if not taken for a walk. As they entered the elevator, the boy noticed his husky suddenly crouching low. This familiar posture indicated it was about to mark its territory. He tugged on the leash. The husky trembled, seemingly suppressing its urge. The boy admonished, "We're almost at the first floor here." "Not here. Do you hear me? Stand up." With another pull, the husky shook even more violently. The boy's ominous premonition intensified. "Hiya! Stand up! Stand up!" In the next moment, a spray erupted. The husky stumbled and collapsed within the elevator, its belly churning uncontrollably. Its intestines thrashed wildly, unable to contain the deluge. Terrified, the boy frantically pressed the button to open the elevator doors, crying out in desperation. In the cramped confines, he could scarcely avoid the cascading spray. Struggling to shield himself with his hands, turning his back and shouting, "Stop it! Stop it here! Please, I beg you!" Simultaneously, this bizarre incident swiftly spread from the first high school in Jiangbei City. The contagion unfolded with alarming rapidity. Above, the sky darkened with flocks of birds, creating an apocalyptic scene, their cries echoing in unison. Shadows loomed as the avian chorus wailed. In alleys, homes, malls, and hospitals, animals began to howl at the heavens. Even fish in aquariums flipped belly up, succumbing to the rising pollution levels. The cacophony sent tremors through Jiangbei City, instilling a sense of dread among its inhabitants, as if some horrific calamity were imminent. This catastrophic spectacle stirred unrest among the city's elite. Animals have an uncanny ability to sense impending disasters long before humans do. Such terrifying scenes threw Jiangbei City into turmoil. At this moment, influential figures in Jiangbei convened. In just 3 to 4 minutes, they gathered to discuss the unfolding disaster. Within the tallest building, A middle-aged man clad in a suit gazed solemnly at the sky. The oppressive darkness resembled an end-of-days scenario. Have we determined the cause? Is it an earthquake? Or have monsters from the realm of fantasy breached our reality? Or perhaps foreign agents are at play? Everyone awaited answers. Time is of the essence. And if this is indeed a natural disaster, no, this is undoubtedly a calamity. No one could orchestrate such an outrageous catastrophe, and their thoughts did not linger on human culpability. If the natural disaster had been addressed even a second sooner, these sequencers could have saved thousands of lives. The secretary furrowed her brow, reporting with evident distress. No, this is too peculiar. The instance shows no abnormalities, and the latest strategy group is functioning normally without any monsters materializing in reality, unlike a natural disaster. What else could it be? Who could possibly create such a scenario? A high sequence? Nonsense. Continue searching for answers. Thud, thud. White avian excrement exploded against the glass in front of the middle-aged man, splattering in chaotic patterns. Soon, an increasing deluge of bird droppings began to fall from the sky. In an instant, Jiangbei City was engulfed in a terrifying downpour. The man's expression darkened as he beheld the scene before him. What on earth is happening? At a loss, everyone could only watch as the glass was gradually coated in white. Passers-by on the streets and vehicles parked outside were suffering immensely. This day, finally etched into history. The day of fatal diarrhea plague, intestinal disease, hard controlling over 1 million people within the city. Among those gathered at the meeting, Principal Liu of Jiangbei No. One high school had a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, his fingers slightly lifting from the table before slowly descending. After a moment's hesitation, he opted for silence. For today, during the awakening ceremony at the high school, 2 unique level sequencers had emerged. The Mage of Sequence 035, a controlling mage, and the Doctor of Sequence 001. The Plague Doctor. Perhaps it truly is a man-made disaster. Within the instance, due to the rapid spread of the plague, the howls of thousands of orc warriors began to echo. In an instant, all the orc legions from 3 directions fell into a state of paralysis. The sound of gurgling filled the instance. A strange odor assaulted the nostrils. Orcs are notoriously unhygienic, and a foul stench was to be expected. Su Mumu wrinkled her brow slightly, her delicate nose twitching. It was unbearable. Yet, she continued to release her toxic vine control to spawn monsters. However, her excessive summoning had drawn the attention of the orc commanders. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 orc factions sensed the unusual condition of their bodies. Sacrifice! Human sacrifice! Roar! 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 The 3 orc leaders simultaneously bellowed, their bodies erupting in a crimson glow. Goodness, their hatred is fully charged. Despite their rapidly churning intestines, the 3 orc leaders managed to force their bodies into a locked state. Orcish blood boiled. 3 beams of red light surged toward them from 3 directions. Chen Yao furrowed his brow. The only challenge now was the creatures that possessed immunity to the plague's skills or physical attributes. Su Mumu cast her control skills. But the orcs, driven by their berserk rage, were completely immune to control. The Hidden Hell instance was indeed no simple matter. The powerful control damage failed to affect the orc leaders. As the leaders' advance could not be halted, Su Mumu hurriedly turned in a panic. Chen Yao, we must flee. The formidable leader class orc charged forward, yet Chen Yao remained remarkably composed. No need to rush. I have a plan. Hold on tight. Huh? Just do as I say. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mumu complied, swiftly drawing closer to him. She clung to him like an octopus, her head pressed firmly against his chest. Chen Yao was tempted to voice his thoughts, particularly about the unconventional manner of her embrace, with her legs intertwined around his waist, effectively locking them together. He opened his mouth, but the enticing fragrance enveloping him compelled him to swallow his words. Never mind, he thought. Though this closeness is somewhat excessive, it certainly provides stability. A radiant golden light erupted from Chen Yao. He had undergone a class change. The ritual was complete. He had truly achieved something worthy of being inscribed in the annals of history. Do not panic, he sighed. The early completion of the ritual indicated that the real world had descended into chaos due to the plague, intestinal disorder. Chen Yao could easily envision the state of pets within the cities and birds in the air under the weight of this epidemic, forcing me to abandon my humanity. However, the only option now was to expedite the completion of the dungeon. Dr. Sequence 001, the Plague Doctor, had officially assumed his role. He glanced at his newfound abilities and understood why the Plague Doctor was a beacon of strength in chaotic times. As the Sequence 001 Plague Doctor, he had acquired 4 skills. 1. Plague Attire. Active clad in a heavy black robe and donned with a beaked mask, the Plague Doctor moves undetected amidst the epidemic, embodying its very essence. 2. Reversal Healing. Active by analyzing the pathological plague, he can expend considerable magical energy to perform reversal healing, yielding an equivalent amount of restoration. 3. Plague Extraction. Passive mastery of each plague grants an increase in all attributes or unique method. 4. Mystical Elixir. Passive with maximum proficiency in potion making and mysticism. He can concoct special mystical elixirs utilizing the plagues. Chen Yao raised his hand, brushing his fingers across his cheek. The plague in the surrounding air transformed into a tangible substance, coalescing upon his form. Skill, Plague Attire. The heavy black robe enveloped him, and a beaked mask adorned his face. His garments had been replaced with attire reminiscent of a medieval plague doctor, albeit imbued with an even greater air of mystery. Chen Yao wrapped his left arm around Su Mumu's waist, drawing her closer, while his right hand swept the black cloak behind him, enveloping both her and himself in its shadow. Chapter 7. The horrific plague at 32768 magnification, the 3 orc chieftains charged forth, their axes swinging in unison. Su Mumu, in a state of panic, tightly closed her eyes, gripping Chen Yao's clothing with all her might, her legs entwined around him like the tentacles of an octopus. Squeezing even tighter, overwhelmed by anxiety, she could only hear the sound of her own breathing as the world around them succumbed to a deathly silence. The axes of the 3 chieftains swept across Chen Yao's form. To their astonishment, there was no expected carnage, no severing of flesh. The axes passed through as if cleaving through smoke, and Chen Yao's body transformed into black mist, gradually dissolving into the plague. Only the 3 bewildered orc chieftains remained, stunned in their tracks. Human sacrifice! They roared in fury. Amidst the cacophony of their enraged howls, Chen Yao, with Su Mumu in tow, found themselves a kilometer away, gazing back at the wrathful chieftains. The skill known as Plague Garb allowed him to manifest anywhere within the confines of his plague. Under this skill, Chen Yao contemplated the possibility of deciphering a plague with no tangible effect, yet an exceptionally high transmission rate. This would grant him the freedom to traverse within the plague, moving without hindrance and with virtually no cooldown. Noticing the surroundings had quieted, Su Mumu cautiously opened one-eyed a peek around. To her surprise, she found herself nestled against Chen Yao, her waist embraced by him. Her head held high as she gazed with wide eyes, speaking in a hushed tone. Did we survive? What do you think? Can you let me down? As she attempted to release her grip, Chen Yao's left hand firmly held her waist, preventing her from descending away from his abdomen. Su Mumu observed that Chen Yao had donned an unusual medieval plague Dr. S attire. Your outfit looks rather interesting. Chen Yao finally released her, allowing Su Mumu to stand. He cast his gaze toward the distant, enraged orc chieftains and remarked, "These 3 chieftain-level orcs present a significant challenge. They are impervious to control." He extended his left hand and gently clenched it. The plague surrounding Su Mumu erupted into healing particles, merging with her form. Her exhaustion dissipated, and her nearly depleted magical energy was instantly replenished. The skill plague, intestinal disorder, corresponded to a reversal treatment that eradicated negative states and restored substantial magical energy and vitality, while simultaneously replenishing a small amount of health over time. This served as one of his healing methods. Each plague was associated with a unique treatment mechanism. The more terrifying the plague, the greater the damage dealt by its reversal treatment. Otherwise, being a doctor without a healing skill would indeed be a most disheartening predicament. In a certain sense, plague, intestinal disorder, could be considered a formidable ailment. What should we do? Does that mean my skills are utterly useless? Do not fret. When we escaped their control, it was evident that the 3 orc chieftains had entered a skill state, and skills invariably come with cooldown periods. In this initial dungeon, it is unlikely that a creature with complete immunity to control exists. However, there remains a need for a means to counteract the adverse effects of immune control. What means? Chen Yao did not speak, but directed his focus into the surrounding air, performing the plague extraction. Extraction, plague, intestinal disease. All attributes enhanced. 10 points. At this moment, Chen Yao's status was as follows. Name, Chen Yao Path, Doctor Sequence, 001 Plague, Doctor Rank. First tier, level 10 constitutes the first tier. Each tier requires the completion of corresponding ceremonial rites. Level, 1 life, 810, normal, 10, speed, 310, normal, 10, magic, 8010, normal, 10 skills, plague attire, reverse healing, plague extraction, mysterious elixir talent, pathological analysis, mastery of plague, intestinal disease. Chen Yao observed that under the spread of his plague, the robust orcs merely lost their ability to move without succumbing to complete dehydration. Their formidable constitution mitigated some of the detrimental effects of the plague, intestinal disease. These orcs indeed possessed great strength. As food, they could not withstand the 5th activation of Su Mumu's talent, which magnified by a factor of 32, 768. And Chen Yao could only imagine the horror of such a transformation. Now, with this group of orcs being sufficiently strong, Chen Yao's thoughts began to flourish. He envisioned enhancing the plague, intestinal disease by an additional 8-fold within this instance, reaching a staggering multiplier of 32, 768. He yearned to explore the nature of the plague under such an extraordinary amplification. The orc chief was merely immune to control. The skill could not remain active indefinitely, and the plague status still lingered upon him. Hold on tight. I will take you to one of the orc chiefs. Once there, immediately utilize your talent and observe if any extraordinary effects manifest. He deliberately avoided ordinary orcs, for he believed that under a multiplier of 32, 768, the plague's metamorphosis would likely exceed what a mere mortal could endure. Good. The plague attire was undeniably effective. The movement speed within the plague's vicinity surged dramatically, akin to teleportation. Su Mumu nodded, obedient as ever, clinging to Chen Yao like an octopus. She held on too tightly, savoring the fragrance emanating from Su Mumu. Chen Yao adjusted his thoughts and continued to conceal himself within the black cloak as he delved once more into the plague. Just as the orc chief prepared to depart and return to his ranks, Chen Yao's figure reappeared behind one of the orc chiefs. Sensing something amiss, the orc chief turned, raising his axe imbued with power to strike. Following Chen Yao's prior instructions, as soon as he appeared, Su Mumu promptly applied her talent to the orc chief. This time, the release of the talent caused the orc chief's movements to freeze as a multitude of green, red, and yellow bubbles rapidly swelled upon his skin. Subsequently, the flesh of the orc chief began to twist, as though wax figures were melting under intense heat. The vitality and flesh within him dissipated at a terrifying speed, coalescing into the sky. In an instant, the life force of the orc chieftain was completely drained, leaving nothing but a heap of bones. This melting occurred in the mere span of 3 breaths, even before Chen Yao could fully execute his pathological analysis. Could he endure this? Alas, an ominous premonition emerged within Chen Yao. A foul, crimson wind surged forth from the center of the orc chieftain. He had underestimated the magnitude, which had escalated by a staggering 32, 768 times. This had far surpassed the threshold of a mere plague. Instantly, the surrounding tens of thousands of orcs were transformed into a deluge of blood. The contagion spread within moments. The grass began to wither as a terrifying aura of death enveloped them. The pathological analysis was abruptly interrupted. Both Chen Yao and Su Mumu were engulfed in a frenzied glow of ascending light. After several instances, Chen Yao reached level 10. Beyond level 4, the experience points had nearly multiplied tenfold, propelling countless orcs directly to level 10. However, Chen Yao had no time to contemplate his physical transformation. He immediately shielded Su Mu with his cloak. Dungeon cleared. S-grade clearance. Achieved special dungeon accomplishment. The Butcher. The Butcher. Clear the dungeon within 1 day, and ensure no monsters remain alive within the dungeon prior to clearance. In the next moment, the two exited the dungeon and returned to the real world. Chen Yao did not immediately check the rewards he had obtained. Instead, he swiftly employed reverse healing on both Su Mu and himself, fearing that even a trace of that apocalyptic plague might infiltrate the real world. A green light of healing enveloped them both. Chen Yao was overwhelmed with trepidation. He hastily grasped Su Mu's hand, inquiring if she felt any unusual sensations. Su Mu, do you feel anything abnormal? Chen Yao removed the plague attire, watching as the garb of the plague doctor dissipated into black mist. And no, nothing seems off, Su Mu replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. The concern in his tone made her heart race. She was still bewildered by the sudden crimson wind that had swept through, leading to their clearance. What had just transpired? How had they cleared the dungeon so abruptly? With a serious expression, Chen Yao spoke. This matter must not be mentioned again. If anyone asks how we cleared the dungeon, I shall respond, and you will remain silent. Su Mu nodded in agreement. In that fleeting moment within the dungeon, she had felt as though she were on the brink of death. It was only Chen Yao's embrace that had pulled her from that harrowing sensation. Chapter 8. The fourth limit. Chen Yao had come to realize that the coefficient increase of 768 times was utterly terrifying. The plague, when elevated to a new level, possessed a cataclysmic existence. Moreover, under the staggering coefficient of 768, the fourth limit was the pinnacle of Su Mu's innate talent. Any further escalation would result in an upheaval of cosmic proportions. Fortunately, this time, the mutated plague did not target humanity. Had even a trace of it been directed at people, their survival would have been utterly impossible. Chen Yao understood that the synergy of his talent with Su Mu's could result in a fission-like reaction. To his astonishment, it could even trigger a nuclear fission. The orc leader fell instantaneously, and within a radius of several kilometers, all orcs were annihilated. The speed of transmission and the mortality rate had reached their zenith. This death toll was akin to the devastation wrought by a nuclear bomb. Chen Yao felt a sense of relief at that moment while dealing with the ingredients. He had only utilized the fourth enhancement of Su Mu's control talent. Out of conscience, he had refrained from allowing Su Mu to proceed to the fifth level. Had he done so, the entire Jiangbei city would have faced dire consequences. Wait, he had changed his class. With the ritual complete, it appeared he had orchestrated a plague that would be recorded in history. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yao was overwhelmed by the foul stench that pervaded the air. Casting a glance at the disastrous scene around him, he quickly urged Su Mu to retreat to a warehouse that had yet to be affected. Once they were safe, Chen Yao calmed himself and pulled out his phone to check the latest news. Jiangbei City animal catastrophe. Plague transmission confirmed to be unrelated to humans. Please be cautious of your surroundings. Thousands of tons of animal waste generated within an hour. Sows wailing, moral decay, or source of the plague remains unidentified. The post concerning the animal plague in Jiangbei had garnered a staggering 999 replies. Chen Yao took a deep breath. The devastation was truly horrific. Indeed, this was a plague that would be etched in history. While the impact was significant, it had not yet spiraled into madness. There still remained a chance for redemption. He prayed that his current magical energy would suffice to reverse the treatment. Even if the efficacy were diminished, he aimed to eradicate the plague entirely. His time to clear the challenge was brief, and the area affected should not extend too far. Something grave has occurred. Chen Yao, when we left for the dungeon, it seems a plague erupted outside. All animals are experiencing severe diarrhea. Diarrhea? As Su Mu uttered those final 3 words, a realization dawned upon her. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, gazing intently at Chen Yao, as if she had seen through something. Chen Yao offered a wry smile, anticipating what Su Mu was about to convey. It's not just me, it's us. We are in this together. We? You stack the buffs, I unleash them. The credit is split evenly. I've said it before, I initiate, you wreak havoc. Our synergy is flawless. What we do now that chaos reigns outside, I'll take care of the aftermath. With a resigned gesture, Chen Yao raised his hand, releasing his magical energy to cast reverse release. In an instant, the entire Jiangbei city was enveloped in a terrifying green light of healing. The most conspicuous transformation was, lying in the pigsty, the despondent pig, a mere ingredient, rapidly regained its vitality beneath a green glow. Aside from shedding a significant amount of fat and appearing emaciated, it bore little resemblance to its former self. The streets were awash with floating green particles, causing another upheaval in the city of Jiangbei. The city's authorities had summoned over 100 doctors from the priesthood of Sequence 0354, renowned for their area-wide dispelling abilities, preparing to execute a comprehensive plague eradication throughout Jiangbei. However, as they assembled, the overwhelming green luminescence enveloped the entire city. The premier healing spell nearly spanned the urban expanse. In that moment, the 100 priests of Sequence 0354, upon raising their hands, were bewildered by the terrifying scope of the healing magic. Neither advancing nor retreating seemed feasible. They exchanged glances, ultimately turning their gaze towards the prominent figures of Jiangbei. A healing spell of such vast range? It must have been activated by a high-ranking practitioner from the top 10 in the doctor pathway to resolve the crisis in Jiangbei. Yet had it truly been resolved? The costly priestly team had accomplished nothing. Principal Liu, standing aside, observed the radiant healing light and felt the green particles enter his being. His vitality surged, magical energy replenished, and fatigue dissipated. The multiplicity of healing effects was remarkable. Moreover, as Principal Liu squinted, he realized that the plague had vanished. The citywide outbreak had been countered by a student from his institution, an awakened doctor of Sequence 001, the plague doctor, combined with the expansive healing spell that dispelled the contagion. Connecting the dots, Principal Liu surmised the situation and suggested aloud to the other high-ranking officials of Jiangbei. The ability to resolve this matter provided us with reassurance, and the individual who intervened during our gathering of priests clearly intended to downplay the incident. Currently, the city had suffered no substantial losses. I believe maintaining cleanliness is paramount. The priestly team still holds value, as they can mitigate the breeding effects of waste. Furthermore, I propose we employ a high-reward investigation into the sources of the plague, thus concluding this incident and temporarily sealing the case. Upon hearing Principal Liu's words, everyone nodded in agreement. They were all busy, and truly investigating the origins of the plague would require immense manpower and resources, a thankless endeavor. Principal Liu was correct. At that moment, Su Yuntian was the first to voice his agreement. He had received news that his daughter and a boy named Chen Yao had successfully navigated a hidden dungeon, leaving him no time to linger. He needed to discover which impudent lad dared to court his daughter. The crowd buzzed with chatter. This plague had not inflicted significant property damage, merely unsettling the emotions and morale of the populace and the priests invited to manage the waste. The treatment has seemingly devolved into mere fecal management. It appears that the doctor pathway, particularly the psychological counselors of Sequence 362, will be inundated with requests during this period. 100 or so clergymen exchanged glances, each wearing a pained expression as they scrutinized one another. If those of higher sequence had spoken up sooner, none of these individuals would have been reduced to jesters. Su Yuntian greeted Principal Liu. Principal Liu, where are you headed? Back to number 1 high school. What a coincidence. My daughter is still at No. 1 high school and hasn't returned home yet. I was planning to pick her up. Shall we go together? Principal Liu raised an eyebrow, chuckling heartily. It's not on my way. I'm rather pressed for time. How could it not be on your way? I'm pressed for time as well. It would be more convenient to handle some matters together. The two old foxes exchanged glances, and a subtle shift occurred in their expressions. All right. If President Su insists on going together, then let us proceed. Chapter 9. The frantic dance of Chen Yao after releasing the reversal treatment within the school. Chen Yao was besieged by a throbbing headache, the agony of drained magical energy rendering him utterly powerless. His pallid visage slumped to the ground, and he collapsed directly into Su Mumu's embrace. Gently, Su Mumu laid Chen Yao down, and they both seated themselves on the floor. Lacking strength, Chen Yao was carelessly maneuvered, his head cradled by Su Mumu's delicate hands, resting upon her fair and supple thighs, a makeshift pillow of sorts, while others might clutch robust thighs. His reliance was upon those long and graceful. Su Mumu gazed down at Chen Yao's wan face, concern etching her features as she inquired, "Chen Yao, what troubles you? Have you exhausted your magic dealing with the aftermath? You should rest for a bit. Once you've regained your strength, take a look at the spoils from this dungeon run and share your findings with me." "All right," he murmured. "The most significant reward is the achievement title, Butcher. For every unit slain, one permanently gains 1 attribute point, capping at 10 points. This title alone is worth at least 100 million, not to mention the 10 attribute points it confers." Sumumushuk Chen Yao excitedly. "Please, don't jostle me. I feel dizzy. My level has reached 10, and I've also acquired a bracelet. Bracelet. Cloud increases magical recovery speed by 1 point per minute. Base magic increased by 5 points. Such items are exceedingly rare, with a minimal chance of acquisition from clearing dungeons. Equipment that enhances base attributes is already exorbitantly priced, especially when it comes with skills. This is worth a considerable sum." Chen Yao murmured to himself. "By the way, your magic is depleted, and this equipment is perfectly suited for you." Upon examining her newly acquired bracelet, Su Mumu hastily retrieved it and, without a second thought, adorned Chen Yao's wrist with it. Even though this bracelet could fetch millions on the market, she unhesitatingly placed it on him. Leaning closer to Chen Yao's face, her eyes sparkling with concern, she inquired, "Are you feeling any better?" The pallor of his lips heightened her anxiety. "Not bad. In fact, I'm feeling much improved. I merely wish to rest a bit longer. We both share the Butcher title, and our levels have both reached 10. Achieving level 10 would typically require approximately half a year of team grinding to accomplish. As for equipment, I did not acquire any." What Chen Yao did not disclose was that at the moment his pathological analysis was interrupted, he had already employed his skill, Plague Extraction. However, in that fleeting moment of Plague Extraction, he did not gain any attribute enhancements, but did acquire a peculiar affliction, High-Temperature Toxin, a mystical potion, a foundational material of a special element blend. Simultaneously, due to the interruption of the pathological analysis, he had inadvertently obtained a grotesque plague known as Plague, Incomplete Combustion. The Plague, Incomplete Combustion, transmitted through blood. Upon infection, the body temperature rises, enhancing physical attributes to their peak within 10 minutes. Failure to relieve the condition within this time leads to a state of weakness, and after 10 minutes, an uncontrollable frenzy ensues, resulting in the loss of sanity. 15 minutes later, bodily fluids will be completely evaporated, culminating in death after 20 minutes. The transmission of the plague, incomplete combustion, is solely through blood. It can only be released by oneself or through the bodily fluids of other organisms. Moreover, due to its incomplete nature, the restrictions on beasts have vanished. Initially, it acts as a stimulant, but after 10 minutes, it becomes a chronic poison, exhibiting a highly dualistic nature. Chen Yao's assessment: transmission rate, 1 star. Infectivity, 2 stars. Lethality, 3 stars. Overall, it is rated inferior to the plague, intestinal disease. In Chen Yao's view, the plague, intestinal disease, possesses a transmission rate of 10 stars, infectivity of 5 stars, and lethality of 0 stars. The restrictions on beasts can be both a blessing and a curse. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the transmission speed is strongest with the plague, intestinal disease. At this moment, Chen Yao's profile is as follows. Name: Chen Yao. Occupation: Doctor. Rank: 001 Plague Doctor level. First rank: 10 levels constitute of first rank, with each rank requiring the completion of corresponding rituals. Grade: Level 10 Health, 1810, Average Person, 10, Speed, 910, Average Person, 10, Magic Power, 210, Average Person, 10 Skills, Plague Attire, Reverse Healing, Plague Extraction, Mystical Elixir Talent, Pathological Analysis. Mastered Plagues: the Plague, Intestinal Disease, the Plague, Incomplete Combustion. Suddenly, Su Mumu pinched her back and whispered, "Chen Yao, wake up. We need to finish this dungeon. It's exhausting." "No, it seems my dad is here. My father-in-law has arrived." Chen Yao sat up abruptly as the warehouse door swung open, revealing Su Yuntian and Principal Lu at the entrance. Su Yuntian's face was ashen, discovering his daughter in the warehouse with a scruffy-haired boy who was reclining on her lap. Internally, he screamed 100 times, wanting to tear that boy apart. Principal Lu couldn't suppress a smirk, glancing sideways at Su Yuntian's expression. This scene, Su Yuntian, I could feast on it for a lifetime. Mumu, come here. Su Mumu instinctively started to move, but halted upon glancing at Chen Yao. Chen Yao, drenched in sweat, thought, what are you looking at? This is pushing me into the fire pit. Su Yuntian was notoriously protective of his daughter, having been separated from her mother at a young age. He always sought to provide Su Mumu with ample paternal love. The previous year, a scruffy-haired boy publicly confessed to Su Mumu, causing her to cry. Su Yuntian dragged that boy to the school gate and beat him to a pulp, resulting in the boy being admitted to the ICU. He paid compensation, and no one dared to speak against him. His iron fists instilled fear in everyone. Nobody dared to provoke Su Mumu, especially when witnessing Su Yuntian's utterly darkened expression. Chen Yao understood that the moment he had just enjoyed, resting his head on Su Mumu's lap, had likely been witnessed in its entirety by her father. If he did not take action, he might find himself in grave peril. Contemplating how to address his future father-in-law, Chen Yao quickly devised a strategy in his mind. Hello, father-in-law. My name is Chen Yao. The moment these words escaped his lips, not only did Su Mumu's face flush crimson, but Su Yuntian's countenance also turned beet red. Fueled by fury, the veins on his temples throbbed, and his fists crackled ominously. You better repeat that. Su Yuntian extended his hand, only to be seized by Principal Lu. Chairman Su, we are at school. The last incident you caused had significant repercussions, and you promised me there would be no further assaults on my students. Chen Yao had calculated correctly. With Principal Lu present at the school, Su Yuntian was unlikely to act recklessly. Lu Wei, release my hand. Dad, Chen Yao interjected once more. Father-in-law, Mumu, come over here. And you insolent brat, do not call me father-in-law. Mumu, do not approach, stand behind me. You scoundrel, I will tear you apart. Mumu is what you call her. He is my student. Su Yuntian, do not go too far. The scene descended into chaos. Lu Wei was a 4th-tier warrior of Pathway Sequence 065, a Radiant Warrior, while Su Yuntian was also a 4th-tier warrior of Sequence 059, a Soar Knight. Neither sequence ranked within the top 50, yet both were formidable, placing them in a similar realm of strength. Su Yuntian, I understand your anger, but please listen to what these two children have to say before reacting. Why should I listen? Father-in-law, please hear me out. Mumu and I are sincerely in love. Chen Yao quickly added, confident that with Principal Lu present, Su Yuntian would not dare to escalate the situation. Damn it, I will slay you. Su Yuntian, Chairman Su. Chen, perhaps you should say less. Chen Yao pulled Su Mumu behind him and revealed his most significant bargaining chip. Mumu and I completed the Hidden Hell dungeon in just 1 hour. You must be joking. Principal Lu exclaimed in shock. Repeat that. What did you conquer? Su Yuntian's fury slightly subsided, though his eyes remained bloodshot, resembling an enraged bull. Chapter 10. The Cursed Plague, Weakness and Powerlessness. The completion of hidden dungeons is an exceedingly rare occurrence, and to achieve it within an hour is an even more extraordinary feat, a rarity among rarities. The value of this information, coupled with the potential of the two individuals who accomplished it, is immeasurable. Su Yuntian felt a throbbing headache from his frustration, and only then did he remember the purpose of his arrival. What did you just say? 1 hour. You completed the hidden dungeon. Principal Lu raised his voice, reiterating the statement. After speaking, he cast a sideways glance at Su Yuntian, who stood beside him. Upon hearing Principal Lu's emphatic repetition, Su Yuntian's anger subsided slightly. The warmth of his irritation, however, was not easily quelled. He closed his eyes, attempting to suppress his rising blood pressure. I came here for this matter. Let us discuss the entry conditions and strategies. No way. Su Yuntian's previously suppressed rage surged once more. This dungeon was brought to her by me, so don't even think about extracting anything from Mumu. President Su, if you wish to learn about this hidden dungeon, you must present some conditions. The familiarity with which he referred to Mumu, even more intimate than his own address, grated on Su Yuntian. Gritting his teeth, he enunciated each word with deliberate intensity. "What do you want? Your daughter." At that moment, Su Yuntian erupted in fury, his figure flashing with indignation. Principal Lu swiftly restrained him with one hand, controlling him effectively. "Lu Wei, you old fool, let me go." Principal Lu had not anticipated that Chen Yao would be so formidable. Not a single word failed to provoke Su Yuntian, leading one to question whether there was some enmity between them. Observing the subdued Su Yuntian, Chen Yao smiled and raised his hand, donning a beaked mask, a black robe, and a brown garment. With a flourish of his cloak, he and Su Mu vanished into the plague. They re-emerged at the opposite end of the equipment room. As he beheld the familiar yet strange attire, Principal Lu felt a slight ache in his head as long-dormant memories resurfaced. For a moment, he was lost in thought, his lips forming a word that no one else could hear. But soon, Principal Lu regained his composure. Teleportation. This was the immediate thought that crossed the minds of both Principal Lu and Su Yuntian. Chen Yao raised his hand, reversing the plague that permeated the equipment room into a healing spell. The radiance of healing infused the bodies of all present. The localized healing, compared to the previous widespread affliction, was even more terrifying in its efficacy. Energy was restored, fatigue dissipated, magical power replenished, accompanied by a calming effect. The magnitude of this restorative ability brightened Su Yuntian's vision, while a subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Principal Lu's mouth. A sense of pride that had never before surfaced welling up within him. It felt as though he were reuniting with an old friend long absent. His heart raced with excitement. "It's you." Su Yuntian's simmering anger was quelled. The sensation of healing before him was strikingly familiar. The healing spell, believed by all to be the domain of high-ranking sequences, was astonishingly being wielded by this reckless young man. The ability to wield city-wide healing spells undoubtedly marks one as a paragon of the Doctor pathway. Furthermore, the possession of an instantaneous teleportation skill serves as a life-saving boon. Having encountered numerous professionals, Su Yuntian instantly grasped that this individual sequence must be remarkably advanced and formidable. In that moment, Su Yuntian pondered why Lu Wei had been persistently following him. This child's awakening sequence was extraordinary. What sequence had Principal Lu awakened? As the head of the institution, it was implausible for him to be unaware of the sequence this child had awakened today. Suppressing the corners of his mouth that threatened to curl into a smile, Principal Lu cleared his throat and spoke. "With over 300 graduates today, how could I possibly remember every sequence? However, by sheer coincidence, I do recall this young man's sequence." Chen Yao flicked his hand, causing his plague doctor attire to dissipate, and directed his gaze toward Principal Lu. "Let us proceed." Principal Lu bellowed the name of his sequence, the first sequence of the Doctor pathway, Plague Doctor. With a sly grin, he winked at Chen Yao and proclaimed, "The Doctor pathway, sequence 002, Mystic." A mystic? It seemed to be an unprecedented sequence, though one could be relieved that it was not the infamous sequence 001. What did he mean by not that beast of 001? As a plague doctor, Chen Yao had not provoked anyone, yet he was met with such disparagement. This insight into the plague doctor's reputation was enlightening. Su Mu cast a furtive glance at Chen Yao, suppressing a smile that threatened to escape. She was aware that Chen Yao's sequence was 001 plague doctor, but upon hearing her father's remark, she could hardly contain herself. The mystic was indeed an admirable profession. The capability to cast expansive healing spells undoubtedly positioned one as a crucial strategic asset within a team of 100. Moreover, mystic potions were rare commodities in the market. President Su, these two children must be exhausted after emerging from the dungeon. Allow them to rest in my office. You may leave. I wish to converse with classmate Chen Yao. Mumu, let us retire to Principal Lu's office for a moment. Su Mumu glanced at Chen Yao, and upon receiving a nod from him, she approached. The sight of this interaction made her father's hands tense with suppressed frustration. After Su Mumu and Su Yuntian departed, only Chen Yao and Principal Lu remained in the quiet warehouse. Taking a deep breath, Principal Lu quelled his inner excitement. Aren't you curious why I chose to conceal your sequence from you? Without awaiting Chen Yao's response, he continued, initially, it was of little consequence. But your attire always evokes memories of someone from my past. As the first sequence of the Doctor pathway, the Plague Doctor wields not only immense power, but also the potential to unleash catastrophe or wield devastation akin to a nuclear bomb. Chen Yao met Principal Lu's fervent gaze. Principal, do you not possess any more flattering adjectives? Are you unaware of the number of individuals in this city who harbor animosity towards the Plague Doctor? Could it be that the previous generation unleashed a plague that resulted in numerous deaths? Were the Plague Doctors of that era even more detestable than oneself? Indeed, those who traverse through the pestilence in this age are regarded as a malignancy. 30 years ago, Plague Doctors were undoubtedly the beacons of the world. Alas, times have changed. When a blind person regains their sight, what is the first thing they do? Do they simply gaze upon the world? No, they discard their cane. Such is the fate of the obsolete Plague Doctors. Therefore, do not reveal the matters concerning your sequence 001. I shall amend your records, and I possess methods to ensure that others remain silent regarding your sequence. Chen Yao was bewildered as to why Principal Lu would undertake such actions. In the next moment, Principal Lu adopted a different demeanor, casting a glance around before fixing his gaze upon Chen Yao. I have done so much for you. Could you assist me with a small favor? My health deteriorates daily, beset with numerous ailments. Principal, what are you saying? As a physician, my path is to save lives. This ailment is rather difficult to articulate, and other sequence doctors are utterly incapable of treating it. Upon hearing this, Chen Yao finally understood that preserving his own sequence was rooted in this reason. However, he was curious as to what ailment would require a Plague Doctor for treatment. Principal, allow me to examine you. No, I shall tell you directly. Before Principal Lu could continue, Chen Yao raised his hand and initiated a pathological analysis. Pathological analysis. Weakness, cursed plague. After reaching the age of 40, one experiences sudden weakness during physical activity, rendering the body incapable of prolonged exertion, be it combat or otherwise. Solution: none. None? This was the first time Chen Yao encountered a plague with no solution. Perhaps it was due to his insufficient rank. What do you see? Principal, your condition is quite peculiar. This is no mere ailment. It is termed weakness. Ah, that's it. In my youth, I was a bulwark against 100-man teams. Now, as a top 100 bright warrior in the sequence, I can barely sustain combat for half an hour. In my 50s, I have been relegated to a third-rate position as a principal. Do you know how tormenting that is? It is not merely emotional. Is the suffering from weakness not painful? Principal Lu's aged face flushed slightly as he opened his mouth, pausing for a few seconds before speaking. Indeed, those chosen to be in the Plague Doctor sequence possess a certain arrogance. This ailment belongs to the realm of pestilence, providing both analytical material for oneself and a means to assist the principal, killing two birds with one stone. Principal, treatment is feasible. However, I wish to prescribe a potent remedy to eradicate it entirely. I cannot disclose to the principal that this curse is currently unsolvable. I must stall him, awaiting the moment my rank is sufficient to resolve it once and for all. I shall later have Su Mumu administer some enhancements. Chen Yao glanced at Principal Lu. The warrior path. The bright warrior of sequence 065 should be quite resilient. I wonder if he can withstand Su Mumu's 4 enhancements of the plague. Principal Lu felt a shiver, sensing that Chen Yao's gaze was somewhat unsettling. It seems like a famished man, having gone a long time without sustenance, is gazing upon a banquet of delectable dishes. Surely not. I'm already in my 40s. How can my tastes be so indulgent? Chapter 11. Surely, you do not wish for others to uncover the matters at hand, do you? What kind of potent remedy is required for this? It necessitates time. However, these are trivial matters. Principal, your constitution is currently untroubled, but I have but one condition. Speak. Assist me in pursuing Su Mumu. Principal Lu was taken aback. He could scarcely believe that an 18-year-old youth would address him, an esteemed elder, in such a manner, while all regarded him as the principal. Chen Yao did not perceive him as merely that. Assist him in courting a girl? How old was he? Are you truly asking me to help you in your romantic endeavors? Principal, you are overthinking this. I simply wish for your assistance in managing her father. Principal Lu sighed, astonished at the leaps of thought exhibited by the youth. His old bones nearly could not keep pace. To provoke Su Yuntian to such fury and emerge unscathed. You are indeed a remarkable individual. Principal Lu raised his thumb in commendation. Leave this matter to me. I will facilitate your entry into the internship team under the school's auspices. Su Yuntian cannot intervene, as this is a formal procedure. However, after 6 months, I will be powerless to assist, for after all, her father is the president of the professional guild, and future developments will rest entirely with them. 6 months is ample time. By then, I shall have ascended to the 3rd tier, and her father will no longer pose a threat to me. Such bold words. Principal Lu was astonished. What did it mean to reach the 3rd tier in 6 months? And what did it imply to be rendered powerless? Youngsters certainly possess a penchant for fanciful musings. Might you enlighten me regarding the events within the instance? Any awakened individual who has yet to secure a professional position and chooses the hellish difficulty of the Orc War can trigger a hidden instance. As for how to navigate it, Principal, it is perhaps better you remain unaware. This exploit must not be disclosed, for it is tailored exclusively for him and Su Mu. In revealing it would yield no informational value. Principal Lu paused. He had encountered these conditions before, yet the peculiar combination was baffling. What does it mean to be an unappointed awakened being who chooses to engage in the hellish difficulty of the Orc War? Is this truly a choice within human capacity? Lu Wei increasingly perceived that this student of his was indeed extraordinary. To make such a choice is, in itself, quite remarkable. Perhaps this is what enabled him to become a plague doctor. After a brief exchange, Chen Yao and Principal Lu made their way toward the office. At that moment, within the office, the sound of Su Yuntian's exasperated voice resonated. Originally, he had assumed that relying on his fatherly role would compel his dear daughter to divulge all the information regarding the hidden instance. However, Su Yuntian was sorely mistaken. After much effort in persuasion, Su Mu remained resolutely silent. I am your father. You cannot withhold this from me. What is so remarkable about that scoundrel? Father, Chen Yao is a genuinely nice person, not the scoundrel you describe. You do not understand him at all. Moreover, please cease speaking of him. I have promised Chen Yao that I would not reveal anything about the instance. Su Mu crossed her arms, turning her body away and presenting her back to Su Yuntian. In an unfortunate turn of events, when she awakened as the sole sequence-controlling mage, no one, save for Chen Yao, approached her to offer even a few words of encouragement. Ultimately, it was Chen Yao who guided her through the chaos of dungeons, assisting her in her class transition. Thus, she would never dare to speak of it. Su Yuntian felt a tightening in his chest, akin to watching a prize cabbage he had nurtured being ravaged by a pig. Mu, you are aware that I parted ways with your mother early on. Raising you alone has not been an easy endeavor. You must keep your wits about you. Your father has experienced far more than you can fathom. Be vigilant of that scoundrel. At that moment, the door swung open. Chen Yao, emboldened by Principal Lu's assurance, entered with confidence. Upon seeing Chen Yao, Su Yuntian's anger surged, prompting him to rise abruptly. President Su, I will discuss the dungeon matters with you in detail later. Additionally, I intend for these 2 children to join the school's internship team for the dungeon expedition. Su Yuntian was discontent. Absolutely not. Mu cannot team up with this boy. Dad, why are you like this? President Su, such matters depend on the student's willingness, and the school's internship arrangements are formal. This is an essential path for anyone graduating from school and cannot be overlooked. Su Yuntian scoffed. His daughter was obedient. As long as she was unwilling, no one could compel her. Daughter, express your thoughts. No one can force you, not even Principal Lu. If you do not wish to team up with this boy, just say so, do not be afraid. Dad, I want to team up with Chen Yao. In that moment, Su Yuntian felt as though his joints had seized, leaving him rigid and immobile, as if a fishbone had lodged in his throat. He struggled to speak, words caught in his throat. In that instant, as a father, he felt as though the sky had fallen. Chen Yao seized the opportunity to interject, President Su, rest assured, I will take good care of Su Mu. Damn it, Su Yuntian thought, wishing he could punch Chen Yao for speaking such words in his presence. How outrageous! Chen Yao understood that Su Yuntian was overly protective of his daughter. It was impossible to satisfy him, so he opted for a more straightforward approach to provoke him further. He could secure his own peace by deceiving Su Mumu. Mumu, would you like to team up with me? I am capable of doing so. Su Yuntian's temples throbbed, but he found himself powerless, forced to concede. The internship is acceptable, but I will arrange for guild members to assist you from behind. Additionally, I will assign a teacher to guide the two of you. That is fine. I will personally lead the team for this internship dungeon, Principal Lu replied with a smile. He also shared with Su Yuntian the strategies for the hidden dungeon that he had previously discussed with Chen Yao. The acquisition of information regarding the hidden dungeon somewhat alleviated Su Yuntian's mood. After a few exchanges, Chen Yao prepared to leave, scheduling the internship dungeon for 3 days hence. The treatment concerning Principal Lu is, of course, arranged within the confines of the copy. 3 days later, Su Mumu will meet. Regardless of Su Yuntian's anger or otherwise, Chen Yao turned and left the principal's office. After exiting the office, Chen Yao swiftly returned to his rental apartment. Upon his return, rather than resting, Chen Yao made his way to the kitchen. He was eager to experiment with the skill of mysterious potion, especially since Principal Lu publicly identified himself as a mystic. It was imperative for a plague doctor possessing the skill of mysterious potion to concoct at least 1 or 2 varieties. The most expensive potion on the market, the powerful restorative elixir, costs 3 million for a single vial. Its primary function is to restore the user to full vitality instantly when on the brink of death. The materials required for this potion are exorbitantly priced, far beyond Chen Yao's means. There are also attack-type mystic potions, but generally, the materials are comparably costly. In the kitchen, Chen Yao retrieved 2 bowls. Given the simplicity of his circumstances, he could not afford extravagant equipment like test tubes or alcohol burners. He was prepared to craft the potion by hand. His foremost desire was to experiment with the combination of high-temperature toxin extracted from the plague and plague, incomplete combustion, which he had analyzed pathologically. The 2 elements, at least on a literal level, seemed to complement each other perfectly. How to merge them posed a challenge. Plague, incomplete combustion spreads through the blood. Hence the potion must contain blood as a medium. Chen Yao glanced at his fingers, contemplated for half a second, and ultimately decided it was wiser to purchase a chicken from the market, as drawing his own blood would be unbearably painful. Once he secured the means for blood transmission, he would also need some cooling materials. Chen Yao checked his phone, discovering that only 30,000 remained in his work-study card. Lacking funds, his first thought was a Principal Lu. It seemed reasonable to request some financial assistance for an investment. Without hesitation, Chen Yao took out his phone and dialed Principal Lu's number. As soon as the call connected, he spoke. Principal, I trust you wouldn't want your matters known to others. Would you? Chapter 12. The hidden side effects of the frenzy elixir. On the other end of the line, a voice filled with curses echoed, and once it subsided, Chen Yao resumed his lamentations. Principal, as you know, the study of mysticism is exceedingly costly. It is not unreasonable to request a modest fee for the appointment to concoct some potions, is it? Upon hearing the mention of mysterious potions, Principal Lu's demeanor shifted markedly. Those who could ascend to the rank of plague doctors were not to be trifled with. Yet, their skills were undeniably extraordinary. If a small sum could grant access to a new potion, it would indeed be a worthwhile investment. After a brief pause for contemplation, the affluent Principal Lu spoke decisively. I shall transfer 10 million to you, but for every 3 bottles of the mysterious potion you produce, you must provide me with 1. Chen Yao glanced at the ingredients he intended to use for the potion. The combination of plague, incomplete combustion, and high-temperature toxin hardly seemed fit for a legitimate potion. Nevertheless, since the principal desired it, he acquiesced, as he merely wished to experiment with the fusion of plague and medicinal elements, regardless of the outcome being merely experimental. With the call concluded, it was not long before the funds from Principal Lu arrived. The 10 million was transferred without hesitation, and Chen Yao couldn't help but marvel at the principal's wealth, undoubtedly accrued over the years in his position. With this 10 million, Chen Yao procured essential test tubes and equipment for his mysterious potions, spending less than 1 million on materials. The remaining 9 million he decided to keep for himself, knowing he would need funds to pursue Su Mumu later. After all, the potions were only experimental. Every bit saved was prudent. Money could be conserved, but it was essential to have some. In acquiring materials, Chen Yao relied on the passive effects of his skills in mysticism and potion crafting, purchasing materials that corresponded to the accelerated fusion process. To initiate the fusion of plague, incomplete combustion, he required blood, with blood vines being the highest grade mystical material, needed to counteract the toxins present in the high-temperature poison. Various animal livers served as the ideal components. As he spoke, Chen Yao added blood vines into the experimental cup, followed by several mystical animal livers. Finally, he introduced the elements of high-temperature toxin and plague, incomplete combustion. Once these components were infused using his professional capabilities, the liquid within the beaker began to churn vigorously, shifting from green to red, and ultimately to a transparent hue. Frenzy Elixir. Upon consumption, the user will enter a state of immunity to toxins and frenzy for 10 minutes, with a strength increase of 300%. Hidden, after 10 minutes, there is a 90% chance of a toxic and frenzy outbreak, causing the consumer to mistakenly believe they are a unique animal. The hidden properties of the potion could only be perceived by the creator, provided their mysticism skill had reached its maximum potential. Fortuitously, Chen Yao's passive skill in mysticism was indeed at its peak. This hidden characteristic, known simply as the side effects unseen by any other user aside from the creator, would undoubtedly drive any ordinary professional player to madness upon witnessing the initial attributes. The attributes are exceedingly formidable. Is this potion truly so deceptive? It even harbors hidden properties. The inclusion of the livers from hyenas, parrots, dogs, and mongooses is solely to dispel the side effects of plague, incomplete combustion. While the side effects have been eradicated, an entirely peculiar phenomenon has emerged. Will this not lead to trouble for Principal Lu? Should I subtly inform him otherwise? This enigmatic elixir would indeed serve well for others. After all, the enhanced version is of no use to him. Once consumed, one would gallop ahead with unparalleled speed. However, should he revert to howling like a hyena, that would be. Chen Yao dared not ponder further. A total of 30 vials of this mysterious potion were produced. It was not Chen Yao's intention to create so many, but its inexpensiveness compelled him. Primarily, it was the two esoteric elements of plague, incomplete combustion and high-temperature toxins that drove the production. The other ingredients were merely common and inexpensive. The following day, Chen Yao retained only 10 vials of the berserk potion for himself. In truth, giving all to Principal Lu would be of little consequence, as such concoctions are hardly beneficial. Unexpectedly, Chen Yao found that in just one day, he had developed a new mysterious potion. "May I see it?" he inquired. Chen Yao handed the berserk potion to Principal Lu, who, upon observing its extraordinary effects, nearly exclaimed in disbelief. "A 300% increase in just 10 minutes? Is this your creation?" Principal Lu gasped at the sight of the potion. "No way. A 300% enhancement. The finest potions on the market only offer a maximum boost of 100%, although yours is limited to 10 minutes. The magnitude of the enhancement is astounding. This 10 million is incredibly well spent." As he spoke, Principal Lu opened a vial, preparing to indulge. This reckless act startled Chen Yao. The potion crafted by the plague doctor, and he dares to drink it. Chen Yao promptly seized Principal Lu's hand, preventing this foolhardy endeavor. Should he drink it and embarrass himself, Chen Yao feared he might have to return the 10 million. "Principal Lu, your body has numerous deficiencies. You cannot consume this berserk potion at present. Moreover, it is exceedingly rare. Until your health is fully restored, it would be prudent to keep it for yourself. Indeed, to waste such a fine potion in a single gulp is truly a loss. There are 20 vials in total, and the financial aspect is secondary. You know that potion making is an expensive pursuit. Money is not an issue. I have saved quite a bit over the years. I will transfer another 10 million to you so that you may research it properly. In a few days, the internship dungeons will open, and you can also practice your skills. We can discuss the potions further upon your return from the dungeons." Principal Lu regarded the berserk potion in his hand with immense satisfaction. This potion, once sold, would undoubtedly be revolutionary. He resolved to utilize these 20 vials judiciously. The intricacies of human relationships are of utmost importance at this moment. If he were to gift these 20 vials, he might even enhance his prospect for promotion. The way he gazed at Chen Yao was akin to viewing a harbinger of fortune. As Chen Yao departed, he remained apprehensive, reminding Principal Liu that the efficacy of the potion was still unverified, given that it had not undergone clinical trials. These 20 vials were merely samples. He urged Liu not to distribute them indiscriminately. Once your health is restored, we shall conduct further tests together. All right, Principal Liu responded eagerly, yet inwardly mused. After so many years in his position, he could discern the quality of a potion with a mere sip. The revolutionary elixir promised a staggering 300% increase in strength. Any potential side effects seemed insignificant in the face of such enhancement. The potency-boosting potion, which promised a 100% increase for a duration of 30 minutes, was priced at 6 million. Principal Liu contemplated how he could provide Chen Yao with a mysterious potion that far surpassed market offerings for a mere 10 million, a veritable windfall. He felt fortunate for his discerning eye. Sometimes, making a choice is more consequential than sheer effort. Indeed, it had been wise to assist Chen Yao in concealing his dread-inducing identity as the plague doctor of the 001 sequence. Chen Yao's intention was simply to elicit more gold coins from Principal Liu. It was not that the mysticism was exorbitantly costly, but rather that his own finances were woefully inadequate. Regardless, since these were hidden attributes, any adverse effects that manifested upon consumption bore no relation to his potion, as the side effects were concealed. However, while Principal Liu reveled in excitement, Chen Yao felt a pang of conscience and chose to depart alone. After leaving, he gazed at his account, which had received an additional 50 million. He inhaled deeply, realizing they had overcompensated. The 20 vials of the potion, despite their side effects, had proven truly valuable. This realization caused a slight ache in his conscience. Indeed, without a moral compass, one could amass greater wealth. Chapter 13. Sequence 049. The Eternal Guardian. The time for the school instance had swiftly arrived. Chen Yao arrived punctually at the school. This particular internship instance was led by Principal Liu. Alongside Chen Yao and Su Mumu, there were a total of 21 graduates from the same year participating in the internship instance. Chen Yao stood alone to the side, while the remaining 19 clearly formed a close-knit group. He relished the solitude. In truth, Chen Yao had already reached level 10, and any subsequent experience points would be stored. Every 10 levels necessitated a focused ritual to ascend to the next tier of the sequence. The ceremony could only be conducted after completing at least 3 instances. No one had ever managed to clear the hell-level hidden instance as effortlessly as Su Mumu and Chen Yao, achieving level 10 after just 1 instance. Previously, he had been preoccupied with the concoction of mysterious potions. Now, he recalled that he needed to check on his level 10 ascension ritual, complete the doctor's ascent, and perform 100 wilderness surgeries. Surgery. Chen Yao gazed at his ascension ritual in silence. His sequence 001 ability, Plague Doctor, always felt so abstract, which left him somewhat disheartened. Upon confirming his ritual, Chen Yao received a second innate ability. Wilderness Surgery, passive when performing wilderness surgery. All negative states on the target can be cleared, completely restoring their physical condition and granting an increase in immunity status. A remarkably potent healing passive. Chen Yao felt that the surgical knife he wielded was indeed invaluable. Whether for a minor cold or an injury, a vigorous wilderness surgery would restore anyone to full health. Su Mumu also entered through the school gates and immediately spotted Chen Yao, swiftly making her way over to him. Leaning in close, she whispered, "Chen Yao, my dad has agreed to let us be together for now." Though her voice was soft, those nearby could certainly hear it. The 19 others seemed to trigger some switch, their eyes collectively fixating on Chen Yao. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Yao took Su Mumu's hand and led her to a quieter corner. "Now that I've reached level 10, what is your Tier 2 Ascension ritual? Aren't you curious about how I convinced my dad to let us be together?" Chen Yao was indeed intrigued. "How did you manage that?" Quite simply, my level 10 ascension task was something even my father could not contend with, but I knew you could. Ascension Ritual. Complete 100 instances of control praise, sincere admiration. The second tier talent acquired was passive continuous release, allowing multiple controls to be instantaneously released on the same target within a short time frame. Chen Yao initially thought his own ritual was already outrageous. Su Mumu's ritual, however, involved control praise, requiring the subject to express admiration. What a peculiar demand. Where was one to find 1,000 submissives to control? As Chen Yao pondered, an idea struck him. I have a solution. Upon hearing this, Su Mumu's large eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. I told you that you could handle it, which is why my father agreed to let me be with you. A sudden voice interrupted. A pale, emaciated man, resembling a slender bamboo stalk, stood beside Su Mumu. Mr. Chun, allow me to introduce myself. My name is... He coughed violently before completing his sentence, the intensity of the cough causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He is assigned by my father to monitor us. Miss, this is not surveillance. I have been tasked to accompany you to prevent any unforeseen incidents. I am Li Su, a warrior of sequence 0049, third tier, an eternal guardian. He coughed again. Chen Yao observed that this individual, named Li Su, seemed on the verge of expelling his own lungs. He performed a pathological analysis on Li Su. White lung, skill side effect. Each time a sequence ability is utilized, the symptoms of white lung will intensify. It appeared that his future father-in-law intentionally arranged for this man to accompany him. I can help treat your ailment. There's no need. Li Su raised a hand in refusal, forcing a grim smile as he waved it off. I understand you are a doctor, but the more severe my condition, the higher my sequence ability. Thus, I deliberately maintain this state. When I am healthy, my sequence ability is no different from that of an ordinary person. He coughed once more. Well, if it becomes unbearable, I can assist you. Thank you. This middle-aged man, appearing particularly frail at around 40, inexplicably instilled a sense of reassurance in Chen Yao. Perhaps it was the passive effect of his sequence. Principal Lu glanced around at everyone. Is everyone here? This internship dungeon is quite simple. I will be leading the team along with Teacher's son, and there will be no unexpected occurrences. This dungeon is merely to familiarize you with team combat within the scenario. Beside Principal Lu stood a knowledgeable woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a teacher's dress. Teacher's son adjusted her glasses, a gentle smile gracing her face as she addressed everyone. Today marks my second time leading an internship dungeon. Students, please assist one another throughout the experience. Now, everyone, follow me to the special dungeon within the school. Unlike the previous instances where two individuals could enter directly through the awakening card, this time is a team-based scenario. When the group exceeds 20 individuals, entry will require a special dungeon device. A unique portal appeared, emanating a deep blue hue with a swirling glow at its center. Chen Yao, Su Mumu, and the uncle Li Su stood to one side, with 19 others gathered nearby. Teacher's son was the first to enter the instance, and the crowd began to orderly proceed into the peculiar teleportation device. Chen Yao stepped forward, and Su Mumu immediately followed suit. Lastly, Li Su stepped in, while Principal Lu approached with intent to enter the instance. Just as Principal Lu was about to lift his foot, his head collided with the teleportation device. The originally deep blue portal suddenly flickered with purple hues before exploding. In the next instant, the deep blue vortex of the portal twisted into an abyssal black. Principal Lu, who had been momentarily set back, fixated his gaze on the portal that had unexpectedly transformed before him, his eyes narrowing fiercely. He raised his hand, and a golden apparatus instantly adorned him. Following that, he delivered a powerful punch to the black portal. At the moment of contact, a flash of lightning erupted. A ghostly black skull howled at the portal. Principal Lu was jolted back half a step, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized the increasingly dark teleportation array, which gradually eased his frown. A murmuring arose. Doctors, he has come to see you. Special instance, 9 Netherland, mass grave. Upon entering the instance, a bone-chilling cold enveloped them. Everyone involuntarily shivered twice. A special instance? The moment Chen Yao heard the prompt, he sensed something was amiss. Wasn't this supposed to be an internship instance? A special instance designated for the internship? Glancing back, he noted that Principal Liu, a member of the Warrior Tier 4 Sequence 065 of the Light Sequence, had not followed. Chen Yao reached out, grasping Su Mumu's hand and pulling her back slightly. Su Mumu turned her head, puzzled. Something felt off. Chapter 14. The Plague of Undeath Miss. This instance is not for novices. Li Su's pallid visage took on a grave demeanor. The surrounding atmosphere and the pressure it exerted were far from those of an ordinary instance. At this moment, anyone could sense that something was amiss. The air was thick with a palpable anxiety that spread like a contagion. The crimson moon hung ominously in the night sky, and the howling winds were laced with an eerie chill. The biting cold brushed against their faces, leaving everyone with an inexplicable shiver. In the distance, shattered tombstones loomed, standing sentinel in the gloom. This was hardly a training instance. Which training instance possessed such a sinister aura? Are you feeling anxious? Chen Yao noted that Su Mumu's grip on his hand had tightened. A little, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Do not worry. Just hold on to me when the time comes. She hesitated, suppressing whatever she intended to say next. Chen Yao surveyed their surroundings, shrouded in dimness and dread. Devoid of monsters, yet surrounded by a multitude of gravestones. A more terrifying presence lurked in the shadows. To ensure their safety, he raised his hand to unleash the pestilence, intestinal plague. This affliction specifically targeted beasts, with the ability to spread rapidly through the air given sufficient time. The intestinal plague could engulf the entire instance. The sense of impending doom grew more intense. A low rumble reverberated through the ground. Skeleton soldiers, glowing with a sinister red light, erupted from the earth beneath the tombstones. Each skeleton radiated an eerie crimson glow, startling Chen Yao. He felt that something was amiss. Even in a hellish hidden instance, the creatures should not exceed the first tier. Yet, these ominous figures, glowing with red light, clearly surpassed Tier 3, reaching at least Tier 4 in strength. If even the minor foes were Tier 4, the difficulty of this instance was unmistakable. Chen Yao pondered whether Principal Liu had any ulterior motives, yet he had not entered the instance himself. What had gone awry? Apart from the accompanying second-tier teacher's son, the strongest among them was only Li Su, a warrior ranked within the top 50 of the Eternal Guardians. Teacher's son halted, her face paling as she surveyed the unfamiliar environment. Students, we must leave this place. Teacher, there are too many skeletons, and they're glowing red. I'm scared, teacher. Everyone huddled together, trembling as they brandished their weapons. The fact that they had not succumbed to fear was a small mercy. Chen Yao reflected on his foresight, having released the plague at the earliest opportunity. If necessary, they could retreat once the instance concluded, taking Su Mumu with him. After all, he could only afflict one person with the pestilence garb. It was impossible to ensnare 20 individuals. He cast a glance at Li Su, the lung disease specter standing beside him. Perhaps he could afflict one more person, but the rest would have to fend for themselves. A group of pure novices, embarking on their first instance, found themselves engulfed by a sense of despair as they faced a Tier 4 challenge. The skeletons clawing their way out of the earth had encircled them all. The group of students was so devoid of fighting spirit that they could barely muster the desire to engage. Li Su coughed twice. Ahem. Miss, please stand back. In that moment, Li Su chose to step forward. His frail steps echoed on the ground as he moved slowly, placing his right hand over his chest, eyes closed, silently reciting a prayer. Yet, with each step he took, he captured the attention of those around him, drawing all the students' gazes. In the next instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from everyone, manifesting as ethereal golden shields that enveloped their hearts. Do not be afraid. Everyone. Li Su coughed more violently now, standing at the forefront with a weak voice. I have bestowed protection upon all. These fourth-tier minions cannot breach our defenses. Chen Yao raised an eyebrow. The Eternal Guardian, ranked within the top 50, was astonishingly powerful, capable of unleashing protective skills for all. Chen Yao continued to observe. There must be a reason for our abrupt arrival in this cursed ground, this graveyard. It could only be that someone was targeting us. And, in Chen Yao's view, The only likely candidates were himself and Su Mumu. The principal had concealed the identity of Sequence 001, the plague doctor, fabricating the persona of a Sequence 002 mystic. However, it seemed implausible that the mystic's identity would be involved in such a significant alteration of the dungeon. The only other possibility lay with Su Mumu, whose status as a mage was not particularly noteworthy, except for the fact that her father was the president of the professional association in Jiangbei City. Perhaps there were other underlying motives at play. Teacher, the damage from these creatures is indeed ineffective against us. Some students, initially tense and prepared for battle, were astonished to discover that the skeletal monster's attacks were nullified by the golden light, leading them to relax instantly. Li Su's coughing escalated in frequency. Chen Yao furrowed his brow, realizing that the sequence ability was converting damage into a debilitating side effect, subsequently enhancing certain attributes through health deterioration. Chen Yao had already surmised the nature of Li Su's skill transformation. The students, now reassured of their safety, began to unleash their full potential, following Teacher Sun's commands to engage the monsters. The teamwork of the 19 was remarkably harmonious. Li Su positioned himself in front of Su Mumu and Chen Yao, his frail fists relentlessly striking the encroaching skeletal soldiers. Each blow appeared feeble, yet was surprisingly effective. However, Chen Yao discerned that these were merely ordinary fourth-tier skeleton soldiers. And should they encounter even a single elite fourth-tier creature, their entire group would undoubtedly face annihilation. Of course, what Chen Yao perceived, Li Su also recognized. Hence, he chose this moment to step forward, knowing that his only role was to buy sufficient time until the dungeon concluded. Chen Yao crouched down, observing the shattered remains of a skeleton. The fragments continued to tremble, and those skeletal shards that Chen Yao had not collected began to reassemble into a complete skeleton soldier. Chen Yao's brow furrowed deeply. They cannot be killed. There exists but one possibility. These skeletal soldiers, scarcely more than mere monsters, are but creatures controlled by necromancers. A necromancer is manipulating these skeletal beings. Teacher Sun shouted amidst the crowd, yet his voice bore little weight. Against the fourth-tier skeletal soldiers, even with Li Su's formidable defenses, their feeble attacks could scarcely dismantle a handful of skeletal foes, let alone escape. Their rank was far too elevated. Chen Yao gazed at the fragment of skeletal bone in his hand, observing the black liquid swirling within its crevices. He began to ponder. The methods of necromantic control should bear some resemblance to a plague, possessing a nature of contagion. Within their vicinity, the skeletal soldiers are destroyed and subsequently reborn. Pure magical energy alone cannot sustain such a vast horde of skeletons. It must be intertwined with something else. Only pathogens possess both contagion and control. This was merely his hypothesis. He had no prior knowledge of the necromancer profession. This was a secret of the necromancer's craft, and Chen Yao could not be certain he would glean anything of value. Nevertheless, he resolved to test his conjecture. Chen Yao directed his attention toward the black liquid, attempting a pathological analysis. Success. Pathological analysis. Necromantic pathogen. Necromantic pathogen. A bacterium exclusive to necromancers, requiring only a minimal amount of magical energy to attach itself to skeletons, effectively enabling control and combat capability. Indeed, it proved effective. Undoubtedly, death and plague are the most harmonious realms for a plague doctor to traverse. No wonder it is the talent of Sequence 001 that allows such analysis. Following the completion of the pathological analysis, he could now apply reverse healing to directly dispel these skeletal soldiers. Chen Yao, unhurried, placed the bone before Su Mumu. Startled, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Try using your talent to enhance control." According to Chen Yao's hypothesis, this controlling necromantic pathogen could, in a sense, be classified as a form of control. Obediently, Su Mumu attempted to enhance control over the skeletal figure in Chen Yao's hand. The skeleton exhibited no significant transformation. Ineffective, he had miscalculated. The necromantic pathogen could not be influenced by Su Mumu's control enhancement. It could be considered a plague, but not a negative control effect. Chen Yao raised his hand and grasped. Reverse healing. The plague, intestinal malady that had already permeated the surroundings instantaneously transformed into a radiance of healing. And in that moment, the necromantic pathogens within the skeletal soldiers were also subject to reverse healing. As the skeletal soldiers who had just risen disintegrated in an instant, their bones radiated a verdant glow of healing. At that moment, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. How did the skeletal soldiers suddenly begin to heal? Chapter 15. The Death Bacteria, Ultra Advanced. The mindset of the necromancer lurking in the shadows bore a striking resemblance to that of the students, both equally bewildered. Why were his skeletons capable of healing? The necromancer's face, resembling that of a desiccated corpse, clearly mirrored his confusion. As a fourth-tier, Lord-level creature, the necromancer's frail physique limited his attack patterns. He could only retreat into the darkness, summoning minions to combat his foes. He could not comprehend why, in an instant, all of his skeletal soldiers had lost communication, accompanied by a healing effect. By the graveyard, Chen Yao deftly employed the necromantic bacteria acquired through pathological analysis on the scattered bones of the fallen skeleton soldiers. Eager to take control of these skeletal warriors, he reasoned that since the necromancer could manipulate them through the necromantic bacteria, perhaps he could do the same. The air was thick with plague, enteritis, which, while airborne, served as an ideal medium for transmitting the necromantic bacteria. With ease, Chen Yao utilized his own plague attributes to spread the necromantic bacteria, allowing it to adhere to the disassembled skeletal soldiers. He successfully re-established control over these fourth-tier skeletons. However, lacking the necromancer's lineage, Chen Yao could only issue vague commands, permitting them to act autonomously. Nonetheless, this was a significant boon. Acquiring several fourth-tier skeletal minions was a remarkable gain. The pathological analysis yielded unexpected rewards. Indeed, a cunning approach maximizes one's abilities. Chen Yao silently expressed gratitude for the necromancer's gift from the shadows. Amidst the bewildered and panicked gazes of the onlookers, the previously fallen skeletal soldiers began to reassemble and rise once more. Teacher, what is happening? These skeletons are standing again. What should we do now? Are we going to die? I want to go back. Observing the resurgence of the skeletal soldiers, Teacher Sun instinctively stepped back a few paces. Her mind racing with expletives, she too longed to escape. She was merely a supervising teacher. The principal had assured that this internship would proceed without incident. Yet, the principal had not entered, and this was not a mere internship dungeon, leaving them unable to exit forcibly. Who could she turn to for solace? The inability to leave forcibly indicated that this was an entirely new dungeon. There were only two options: face death or wait for the dungeon to conclude. Perhaps the necromancer in the shadows had cast a healing spell upon the skeletal soldiers, and the students need not worry, for under Mr. Li's protection, these skeletons could not breach their defenses. Teacher Sun seemed oblivious to her own incoherent ramblings, her mind a chaotic whirlpool, as she relied solely on her instinct to comfort this group of inexperienced students. On the other side of the crowd, Chen Yao was immersed in a markedly different state, diligently experimenting with the skeletal soldiers. He began issuing commands, causing the standing skeletons to shuffle aside, lest they frighten the emotionally fragile classmates. At last, the necromancer, lurking in the shadows, could no longer restrain itself. Being a creature of lordly caliber, a mere assembly of fourth-tier skeletal soldiers posed little value to it. However, the thought of being controlled was intolerable. Emerged from its concealment, it lifted its gnarled, wooden-like arm to summon its most capable champion. The ground trembled, and a resounding thud echoed as a skeletal knight brandishing a tattered great sword clawed its way from the graveyard. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, its appearance shattered gravestones beneath its feet. Tattered rags clung to the knight's bony frame, and its rusted armor offered scant protection. All could see the blazing heart of flame nestled within its ribcage, radiating a glaring red light that signified extreme peril. The knight's eyes glimmered with an eerie blue light as it effortlessly raised the massive sword with one hand and swung it, unleashing a terrifying gust of sword wind. With a thunderous crash, as the elite-level monster manifested, Li Su crouched low and swiftly advanced. His frail figure stood resolutely before the others, arms bent in a defensive posture. shielding his head. The moment he completed his stance, a colossal shield of ethereal energy materialized before him, absorbing the force of the strike. The residual wind from the sword swing left the students reeling. The display of overwhelming strength from the skeletal knight instilled a deep sense of despair. Fourth tier, elite level. The emergence of the skeletal soldiers had already pushed the students to the brink of collapse, and now, the elite level fourth tier skeletal knight could no longer be contained. Under immense pressure, several girls succumbed to tears. The terrifying atmosphere, coupled with the physical toll of their injuries, bore heavily upon them, as they were merely at level 1. Facing such a formidable necromantic elite creature was an unbearable strain. Negative emotions are contagious. When one person falters, those already teetering on the edge of despair find it even harder to endure. Sumumu bit her lower lip, her anxiety prompting her to instinctively inch closer to Chen Yao. As another girl, she too felt fear. Upon reaching his side, she discreetly grasped the hem of his garment when he wasn't looking. Chen Yao sensed her unease and reached out, taking her small hand in his, pulling her closer with a relaxed demeanor. There's no need to panic. I have a solution. I can guide you through the hidden hell-level dungeon. It's nothing to worry about. Why do boys often take girls to watch horror films or visit haunted houses? When the atmosphere is charged just right, the instinctive reliance on one another can swiftly strengthen their bond. This intense sense of dependency, Chen Yao continually projected towards Su Mumu. Under the gentle grip of an outstretched hand, Su Mumu, surprisingly, offered no resistance and nodded earnestly, suppressing the tumultuous fear within her. At the moment the skeletal knight emerged, Teacher Sun's complexion turned ashen. A fourth-tier elite skeletal knight. Except for Chen Yao, the terror that rippled through the eyes of everyone else was palpable. His gaze gleamed with anticipation as he beheld the formidable skeletal knight engaged in battle, resembling a predator spotting new prey. Once more, the skeletal knight raised its sword with a singular hand, causing even Li Su to falter, retreating rapidly. Fall back. The malevolence controlling the skeletal knight was undoubtedly more advanced than the pathogens he had recently deciphered from the skeletal soldiers. It retained its skills from life and could autonomously execute them. A remarkable specimen, the skeletal knight itself was of no insignificant rank. Mr. Li, protect me. I believe I have a plan to confront it. You've lost your mind. Li Su, the normally docile man, could not restrain his exasperation. Yet Chen Yao was extraordinarily swift, virtually dashing forward. With no other recourse, Li Su maximized the protective level surrounding Chen Yao. After all, Su Yintian had initially urged him to safeguard these children. With a raised hand, Chen Yao, under Su Mumu's watchful gaze, swiftly donned the plague garb. In the next instant, his figure vanished, completely merging with the plague. When he reappeared, he stood behind the skeletal knight. The moment the knight sensed an approach from behind, it pivoted swiftly, wielding its colossal sword at an acute angle, preparing to strike downwards. Boom! The sword descended, but the shield bestowed upon Chen Yao by Li Su arrested its momentum mid-air. Chen Yao's hand naturally reached into the core nestled within the skeletal knight's chest. Pathological analysis. Give it to me. Necrotic pathogen. Ultra-advanced, especially applied pathogen that consumes vast amounts of magical power, attaching itself to the deceased. The corpses infused with this pathogen will awaken self-awareness, retaining most of their skills and combat prowess from life, and may even achieve level enhancements. Success. The advanced designation behind the necrotic pathogen signified triumph. Chen Yao was utterly exhilarated. This necrotic pathogen, ultra-advanced, glowed a deep crimson, indicating it was beyond his current capabilities. The reason for this limitation was likely the immense magical energy required. What a boon! Just as Li Su prepared to advance, the skeletal knight emitted a terrifying green light of healing. In the aftermath, shattered skeletal remains, weapons, and armor lay strewn about. Though he could not yet utilize the necrotic pathogen, ultra-advanced, the corpse of the fourth-tier skeletal knight held immense research value. Moreover, he might use certain special artifacts to store magical energy, accumulating enough to eventually wield the necrotic pathogen, ultra-advanced. This would enable him to resurrect the fourth-tier skeletal knight once more, thereby regaining a formidable ally in battle. He was profoundly grateful for the necromancer's generous gift. Chapter 16. Slaying the Fourth Order Necromancer once again, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Yet Chen Yao, who knelt on the ground diligently gathering the bones of the skeletal knight, appeared incongruous amidst the petrified crowd. The fragments of the skeletal knight were numerous, and with the inability to cast necrotic bacteria, advanced. He could only collect the bones one by one. The actions of Chen Yao left his peers perplexed, with their lives hanging in the balance. Why was he preoccupied with collecting bones? Though the bones of the skeletal knight held some monetary value, it seemed unnecessary when their survival was uncertain. Su Mumu glanced at her fellow classmates and then at Chen Yao, before taking action herself. Quietly, she approached and picked up a skeletal bone from the ground, cradling it in her arms to present to Chen Yao. She did not comprehend his motives, yet she felt it was right to assist him in any way she could. After the battle, Li Su lay exhausted on the ground. As a third-order individual, he found it quite taxing to confront the fourth-order skeletal knight. Just as he caught his breath, he suddenly pressed his hand to his mouth, coughing violently, his body trembling with intensity. A streak of crimson appeared in his palm. He was coughing blood. This indicated that the side effects of his white lung condition had intensified, yet it also signified an increase in his strength. He contemplated the potions at his disposal, but ultimately refrained from consuming them. Only through enduring greater physical afflictions could he enhance the likelihood of safeguarding his companions in this perilous scenario. For the moment, his coughing of blood had not escalated to a life-threatening situation. His gaze settled upon Chen Yao, a smile breaking through his pallid visage. Confronting a fourth-order elite skeletal knight was no trivial feat, even for the esteemed Su Yuntian. What had that student done to dispatch a fourth-order elite creature in a single blow? He found himself baffled. Yet, the key to their survival lay solely with this enigmatic student. A paternal smile graced Li Su's face as he observed the young lady assisting Chen Yao in gathering bones, reminiscent of a time in his youth when a girl had persistently sought to follow him. But why not lend a hand to the young lady? Life is too fleeting to harbor regrets. Miss, Li Su called out. Hearing his summons, Su Mumu turned to him after handing over the last bone to Chen Yao. The pale-faced Li Su sat on the ground. Uncle Li, Su Mumu said, hastening to his side. Your injuries. It's nothing serious, he replied, dismissing it as a mere inconvenience, grateful for Chen Yao's assistance in vanquishing the skeletal knight, albeit the side effects of his ability had worsened slightly. Li Su spoke as if discussing someone else's plight. This dungeon is fraught with peril, and we cannot escape for the time being. You are aware of this, miss. He continued. Su Mumu pursed her lips and nodded. That lad is different from what the president described. What I witnessed was bravery, fearlessness, composure, and even absolute rationality. Li Su's praise for Chen Yao caught Su Mumu off guard for a moment. Li Su, a kind-hearted individual, has a father with certain biases. As a parent, he always wishes for his daughter to excel. This time, perhaps the quest will yield unexpected outcomes. So if there is anything one wishes to express or pursue, it should be done without hesitation. Li Su paused, clearing his throat. A series of coughs escaped him, his shoulders shaking violently before he continued speaking. He is indeed a good person. Su Mumu hesitated for a moment. If this truly were the final quest, she could afford to be a bit bolder. Gaining courage, she turned around. Chen Yao had vanished. Where could he be? Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away, within a coffin, a necromancer lay dormant. I have found you. Little insect. Emerging from the miasma, Chen Yao slowly appeared before the coffin, his face alight with excitement. The necromancer, a fourth-tier being, wielded formidable magic and unparalleled control. The only drawback was its frail physique. Who would dare claim that book knowledge is of no use? Chen Yao would surely deliver a hefty blow to such a claim. Mastering the sciences allows one to traverse the world. Mastering monster lore might just save one's life in dire moments. Dressed in the garb of a plague doctor, Chen Yao raised his hand and cast a reversal of healing, clearing the surrounding necromantic pathogens, effectively severing the necromancer's means of defense. A single necromancer is akin to an entire army, primarily capable of commanding a legion of skeletons. The necromancer, startled, crawled out from the coffin. In the next instant, Chen Yao, with his gloved right hand, seized the necromancer desiccated head. A scalpel sprang forth from his sleeve. With a swift motion, the blade glimmered coldly. The surgical edge precisely penetrated the necromancer's skull, twisting the blade to make a swift incision. Half the head was severed, crashing to the ground. The bisected cranium revealed a pulsating brain within. Chen Yao made full use of the opportunity, conducting a peculiar field surgery on the necromancer. Half an hour later, the message appeared: Ritual, field surgery, successful one. You have acquired the special sequence for the necromancer's pathogenic pathways. An unexpected gain. The necromancer had nurtured the necromantic pathogens within its body using magic, allowing over time for the cultivation of higher-tier pathogens capable of controlling more powerful beings. How intriguing. Chen Yao had not anticipated that the essence of the necromancer's magic was, in fact, pathogens. No wonder it bore such a lifeless visage. Its frail body, nurturing these pathogens, ultimately deteriorated its physical foundation. If this continued, the body would nearly lose all combat capability. A fourth-tier necromancer, weaker than an ordinary person, even more so than an 80-year-old grandmother leaning on a cane. Truly pitiful, hiding within this coffin while manipulating creatures to fight on its behalf. It was scarcely different from being a corpse. After concluding the surgery, Chen Yao began to sort through the necromancer's possessions. A collection of rare crystals, a tome titled the Necromancer's Compendium, and a ring imbued with necromantic power. The necromantic ring enhances the effects of death energy by 10%. This death energy presumably refers to necrotic pathogens, which are rather unremarkable. In a state of dire poverty, I shall carry them all for now. During my last venture into the hidden hellish dungeon, I was unable to scavenge due to the rampant plague that plagued my path. This time, my resources are equally meager. Casting a glance at the sarcophagus, I resolved not to leave empty-handed. This sarcophagus, I shall claim it. The remains of the necromancer, I shall also take. After all, my storage capacity is ample. I might as well transport it all back home. The death of the necromancer did not trigger the completion notification of the dungeon, indicating that there remains at least one, if not several, more lordly creatures to vanquish before such a notification can appear. Defeating the fourth-tier necromancer was indeed a clever tactic. The plague shows no signs of abating, and within a 30-kilometer radius, I have encountered no other lordly beings aside from the necromancer. Therefore, it seems this dungeon is categorized by regional lords rather than being a narrative-driven quest. Thus, remaining within the necromancer's domain while awaiting the conclusion of the dungeon could prove to be a prudent strategy. However, I am not one to remain idle, especially with the knowledge that necrotic pathogens thrive on magical energy. Chapter 17. The Plague Body. Necromancer in the face of her timid classmates, Chen Yao. Having dealt with the necromancer, suddenly appeared behind Su Mumu. He reached out and encircled her slender waist before vanishing into the shadows. Li Su coughed a couple of times, only to find that his young lady had also disappeared. At this moment, Chen Yao led Su Mumu to a desolate area. Chen Yao, what are you planning to do? An experiment. Another experiment? The memory of the previous encounter with the plague that had nearly claimed her soul lingered in her mind. Whether they could return would depend on the success of her assumptions, as it was unrealistic to simply wait out the time in this eerie instance. Su Mumu nodded. What do you need me to do? Chen Yao produced the corpse of the necromancer, tossing it to the ground. The sight of the desiccated body made Su Mumu instinctively wrinkle her nose in disgust. She did not scream, but unconsciously tightened her grip on Chen Yao's arm. It's nothing, just a corpse. His nonchalant words transformed her grip into a pinch. The body of the necromancer was a creature of lordly caliber in this region. You killed a tier 4 lord. Su Mumu turned to Chen Yao, her eyes wide with disbelief. It was a clever kill. However, the fact that the death instance has not concluded indicates that there are still other lord-level beings present. Thus, I wish to experiment by converting him into my vessel. A vessel? Indeed. I have discerned the path of the necromantic pathogens during the dissection, and now I merely need to allow the necromancer to autonomously generate magical energy. However, that is no longer possible since he is dead. Instead, I can create a unique plague that circulates within his body, continually reproducing and accelerating the cultivation of the necromantic bacteria. If the necromantic bacteria and the plague are self-released, then perhaps I could achieve indirect control over this necromancer. Chen Yao briefly outlined these theories to Su Mumu. Theories are merely that, theories, and in practice, it is difficult to predict, as this is just my assumption. What do you need me to do? Utilize your talents to evolve the plague under the multiplier effect. I will analyze it and guide you to continue layering, but... Su Mumu gazed at Chen Yao with a puzzled expression. Chen Yao gently cradled her face in his hands. However, we cannot predict what form it will take after mutation, so he then removed the bird-beaked mask from his own face and placed it upon Su Mumu's. This mask provides immunity to the plague. It is quite a valuable item, ensuring that everything will be foolproof. Su Mumu did not refuse. She had always trusted Chen Yao's decisions. Perhaps this was what Uncle Li had meant when he advised her not to harbor regrets. After all, her unwavering faith in Chen Yao made her feel as though she truly had no regrets. I shall introduce an element and a plague simultaneously into this cadaver. You must enhance my analysis at the earliest opportunity. This way, even if complications arise, I can reverse the treatment. Chen Yao estimated that as long as he did not exceed 4 applications to reach a multiplier of 32,768, there would be no significant issues. For precautionary reasons, 3 applications would be preferable. He began to inject plague, incomplete combustion gradually into the corpse of the necromancer. Plague, incomplete combustion, is transmitted through blood, and although the necromancer resembled a desiccated husk, he still possessed blood within. The side effects of plague, incomplete combustion, are substantial. Hence, it is paired with high-temperature toxin. Previously, they had been utilized to concoct a berserk potion. Now, introducing them simultaneously into the necromancer's cadaver might yield extraordinary results. Should I enhance now? Wait a moment. Minutes passed, and the necromancer's corpse began to redden, with wisps of white vapor emanating from it. It is time. Enhance. Su Mumu raised her hand. Enhance. Chen Yao immediately unleashed his talent. Pathological analysis. Pathological analysis. Blood plague. A unique contagion transmitted through blood, simultaneously elevating the surface temperature of the infected's body. A peculiar plague indeed. Yet the emergence of a different strain indicates that the first step has been successfully traversed. Chen Yao commanded a myriad of necromantic bacteria to infiltrate the necromancer's body. Under the searing heat, the necromantic bacteria perished swiftly. However, through Chen Yao's relentless infusion, some were able to endure within that blood, subsisting on the blood plague. Continue enhancing. Su Mumu nodded and raised her hand to enhance once more. Chen Yao promptly conducted another pathological analysis. Pathological analysis. Plague entity, furnace. A contagion housed within a corpse, forsaking its transmissibility solely to thrive within the deceased form. They ignite the heart of the corpse, facilitating the flow of blood, all for the purpose of animating this colossal furnace. It generates necromantic bacteria, utilizing them as fuel for the furnace's heart. This is not quite right. This is not what I desired. The bacteria have transformed into fuel. If this continues, it seems to evolve into the precursor of a zombie. Incorrect. Yet the absence of transmissibility is a blessing, were it to possess such qualities. Transforming the living into plague entity. Furnace would spell dire consequences, a veritable zombie virus. Now, Chen Yao hesitated on whether to permit Su Mumu to continue enhancing. Are you in doubt? It is rare to witness your hesitation. Su Mumu's voice resonated. Chen Yao chuckled, realizing he had grown overly cautious. At worst, he could reverse the treatment and eliminate it. Continue enhancing. Very well. Su Mumu raised her hand once more. Chen Yao perceived the necromancer before him as a blazing sun, radiating intense heat that rapidly diminished. He promptly initiated another pathological analysis. The plague body, necromancer, this contagion, devoid of transmissibility, relies on blood for propagation and remains ensnared within the cadaver of a deceased necromancer. To ensure its survival, the plague has completely commandeered this singular entity. Chen Yao, now in control of the plague, can deftly manipulate this plague body. He can distinctly sense his consciousness merging with it, an experience that is profoundly enchanting. The plague body, necromancer behaves like a marionette, obediently following his every command. Chen Yao instructs the necrotic pathogens within to commence their operations along the previously dissected pathways. Remarkably, the necrotic bacteria successfully initiate a process of self-generation. It seems that with a bit of time, you'll be able to release necrotic bacteria, ultra-advanced, and subsequently replace the pathogens within. This way, he will not need to expend excessive magical energy to maintain control over the skeletal entity. How intriguing, although this diverges somewhat from his initial intentions. The resultant effect remains consistent. Initially, Chen Yao merely sought to utilize the necromancer's corpse as a vessel for cultivating necrotic bacteria. Now, finding it transformed into a puppet under his unrestricted command is an unexpected delight. Stand up. Chen Yao raises his hand. The lifeless body of the necromancer, which lay upon the ground, abruptly sits upright and gradually rises to its feet. You have now controlled a level 4 necromancer. Indeed, for the time being, however, it will require further time to produce the bacteria within. Chapter 18. Lord Creature, the corrupted dragon. How is it? At first, Su Mumu hesitated to disturb Chen Yao, but upon witnessing his ability to command the 4th-tier necromancer, she could no longer contain her curiosity. Can we return? Chen Yao's serious expression abruptly transformed into one of joy. It's stable now. Just give me a little time. There's a chance we can complete this dungeon. Is there a possibility of clearing a 4th-tier dungeon? Su Mumu felt as though she had misheard him. Clearing it? She cautiously reiterated. Yes, he affirmed, having discovered a method to penetrate and conquer this dungeon. The second Lord Creature was a corrupted dragon, lurking in a cavern 60 kilometers away. The plague, intestinal affliction, sensed the aura of the 4th tier. Unlike the undead, the corrupted dragon retained some animalistic essence, existing in a state of half-life. Thus, the plague, intestinal affliction, was effective against it. With just a touch of Su Mumu's control, even with thick blood, it could be effortlessly subdued under the enforced control state, regardless of whether they cleared the dungeon. The dragon's corpse would serve as a supreme summoning artifact for Chen Yao, who already possessed the plague body, necromancer. The materials needed to create a bone dragon were mentioned in texts as high-tier summoning creatures for necromancers. Acquiring this would significantly enhance Chen Yao's combat prowess, making him the principal victor of this dungeon expedition. Hold me tight. I'll take you to slay the monster. Su Mumu obediently nestled beside Chen Yao, her gaze fixed upon him as she gently wrapped her arms around his waist. Unlike her previous octopus-like embrace, this time her head rested on his chest. Even if we don't clear it, that's fine. If we can both return alive, I will honor our agreement from the last dungeon. The agreement from their previous dungeon. It was a bet about him making her his girlfriend. Everything will be all right. The more perilous the place, the greater the treasures, Chen Yao reassured. He raised his hand, vanishing into the plague once more. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself 60 kilometers away. At that moment, the corrupted dragon trembled, its decaying flesh quivering. It was evidently affected by the plague, intestinal affliction. All control skills are yours. If danger arises, I will whisk you away. Su Mumu raised her hand and unleashed her control skills. Lightning swirled, toxic vines ensnared, curse shackles, silent abyss, slowing domain. Unlike her earlier control skills, these were potent 3rd-tier spells. Clearly, Su Mumu's father had invested significantly in at least 3 skill books for her. The 5 control skills were unleashed simultaneously. A hidden passive of control magic allowing for instant casting. Upon detecting the unfamiliar presence within its lair, the corrupted dragon fell prey to all 3 control spells. Immediately, damage numbers began to erupt, displaying 9999, 99999, 99999, 99,999. In an instant, a staggering number of damage points, totaling 99,999, flashed across the screen. The decaying dragon let out a mournful cry, its massive head crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Su Mumu swallowed hard, her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed upon the lifeless form of the corrupted dragon. The explosive output had, in a mere heartbeat, dispatched a 4th-tier Lord Creature. Why are you standing there? Collect the loot. The corrupted dragon was indeed a unique species among dragons, fiercely territorial. so they had no concerns about other creatures intruding upon their space to interfere with the looting. With such a colossal corpse, we ought to. Chen Yao intended to carve up the body for parts to take back, but in the next moment, the dragon's carcass vanished from sight. Su Mumu touched the ring on her finger, then removed it and handed it to Chen Yao. This was a storage ring, which exponentially increased the basic storage capacity within the awakening card, ensuring that certain special items, such as food, would not decay. It was evident that the special items referred to the recently absorbed corpse of the corrupted dragon. Could this be considered a token of affection? What are you thinking? This is merely a reward for you. Chen Yao accepted the ring with a grin, slipping it onto his finger. Ring, 100-inch mountains and rivers crafted by a special artisan. The items stored within will be perfectly preserved. Artisan attribute, enhanced mana recovery. It was yet another item with unique properties akin to the bracelet adorning his wrist. If sold, it would fetch no less than tens of millions. This young lady was exceedingly extravagant, gifting a ring worth millions so casually. Look, what is this? Just as he was about to express his gratitude for Su Mumu's generosity, he turned around and found her crouched on the ground, sifting through the soil. Mana crystals, a vast cluster of mana crystals. Mana crystals were a rare and expensive material, essential for crafting mana recovery potions. Watching Su Mumu excavate that large expanse of mana crystals, Chen Yao realized they would return home immensely wealthy. Pack as much as you can. Fill your awakening card and ring to capacity. No worries, I also possess a storage space necklace, a pair with your ring. If we can fill both storage spaces, we will never have to worry again. Still claiming it's not a token of affection? Chen Yao's gaze lingered on Su Mumu, who blushed and lowered her head, caressing the mana crystals. Let us gather what we can. I'll fetch some help. Some help? Chen Yao departed momentarily, only to return shortly after, tossing a pile of skeletal remains onto the ground. He summoned the plague body, necromancer, commanding it to control the fourth-tier skeleton soldiers. Mining was an arduous task, but with the assistance of these hundreds of fourth-tier skeletons, they could achieve fully automated excavation. Su Mumu, using her control skill, Toxic Vines, lifted the mana crystals from the ground. Chen Yao stood by, contemplating the implications of the corrupted dragon's demise. The quest was far from finished. Just how many more Lord creatures lay ahead? Generally speaking, the presence of 2 Lord-level beings within a high-level dungeon is quite rare. The 3 Orc chieftains encountered in the previous Hidden Hell dungeon were, in fact, part of a narrative. They would engage in mutual combat, giving rise to a brand new Orc Lord. Thus, under ordinary circumstances, a dungeon would typically house only a single Lord-level creature. Where then could the 3rd lordly being be? Regardless, the plague continues to spread, and as it blankets the entire dungeon, Chen Yao is confident that the 3rd Lord-level creature will reveal itself in due course. At this moment, within the depths of the 9 Nether dungeon, an ancient tower looms 100 kilometers away. This venerable tower boasts 7 stories, yet over half of its levels lie in ruin. Only a faint purple flame flickers atop the tower's highest floor. Until the moment that purple flame comes into contact with the pervasive plague. The dim purple flame ignites as if infused with a potent accelerant, erupting into a fierce blaze, casting a brilliant violet light from the pinnacle of the tower. Suddenly, a pair of violet eyes blaze to life through the dilapidated window of the 5th floor. A deep, otherworldly whisper reverberates through the air. Captain, you have returned. Chapter 19. The Tower, the Light, the Plague, 30 years. How have I endured these 30 years? These 30 years? Captain, why have you returned only now? I am filled with rage. My bandaged arm reaches out, attempting to grasp the void, yet I find nothing. The beacon of the plague. Captain, I have remained here. I have lingered here. Chen Yao furrowed his brow. A region 100 kilometers away had succumbed to the plague, as if it had been cleansed by some unseen force. Perhaps that is where the 3rd Tier 4 Lord creature resides. The 3rd Lord creature. The identity of this 3rd enigmatic being is at most Tier 4. Its abilities and all other information remain shrouded in mystery. To err on the side of caution, it is imperative to gather as much information as possible about this 3rd Lord creature, even if it is merely to hide until the dungeon's conclusion. Chen Yao glanced at Su Mumu and beckoned her closer. Mumu, come here. Crouching on the ground like a curious child. She was watching the skeletal soldier excavate mana crystals when she heard Chen Yao's call. She sprang to her feet and trotted over. Shall I scout other areas while you continue mining mana crystals, or would you prefer to visit Uncle Li? I wish to accompany you on your exploration. Chen Yao affectionately ruffled Su Mumu's hair. He couldn't help but tease such a kind-hearted girl, beautiful in appearance and considerate of others. You promised to be my girlfriend. You should accompany me on this adventure, my dear. The dungeon is not yet concluded, so it doesn't count, she retorted playfully, yet she made no effort to push his hand away as he continued to tousle her hair. The mining skeletal soldier was unwittingly served a dose of affection. I shall return shortly. It is safer here. The skeletal soldiers are all tier 4, and I will sense any issues immediately. I'll be back in no time. Chen Yao, not allowing Su Mumu the chance to refuse, flicked his cloak and vanished into the plague. He headed toward the edge of the area, a place where the plague could not encroach 100 kilometers away. Standing at the boundary of plague, intestinal disease, Chen Yao hesitated to advance. The plague attire nearly lost its efficacy in places devoid of plague transmission. He lifted his gaze ahead. A flickering purple light barely illuminated a severely dilapidated tower. A tower? Perhaps that third lord creature resides within. Chen Yao began to circle the area, attempting to deduce useful information from any subtle clues. After a thorough inspection, he confirmed that the purple light was indeed the force-purifying plague, intestinal disease. Rather than purification, it was more akin to consumption. Throughout Chen Yao's presence, the purple light intensified at a visibly rapid pace, fueled by the plague as its energy source, the tower, and the purple light. These seemingly unrelated elements presented themselves before Chen Yao, leaving him utterly perplexed. In such circumstances, he could not approach the tower. After all, the previous 2 tier 4 lord creatures had been defeated through cunning means. Now he has only reached the first tier, even though he is on the doctor path. The plague doctor of sequence 001, Chen Yao, who was about to depart, suddenly halted his steps, gazing at the flickering purple light. Since the plague is the source of its consumption, would there be any other reactions beneath the reversal treatment? Chen Yao, possessing an expansive mindset, decided to give it a try, reasoning that reversing only part of the plague intestinal disease would incur no loss. As he raised his hand to invoke the reversal treatment, an inexplicable aura of death enveloped him, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Retreat. Run. Without the slightest hesitation, he interrupted the reversal treatment and, clutching his cloak, vanished into the plague, swiftly departing from in front of the tower. In a cave where the corrupted dragon appeared, Chen Yao dropped to his knees, supporting himself with his hands, the plague attire passive unraveling. He gasped for breath, the sensation of death akin to the moment when Su Mumu first utilized the 768-fold enhancement, that feeling of helplessness. No, it was even more desolate and oppressive than then. Upon seeing Chen Yao crouched and breathing heavily, Su Mumu immediately approached and gently patted his back. What's wrong? Did something happen? After a considerable time, Chen Yao noticed beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a towering structure and the peculiar purple light above it. These 2 entities lingered in his mind, and for a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. His speech had become peculiar. Su Mumu extended her hand and embraced his head. As she held him close, she could feel Chen Yao's body trembling, a profound despair emanating from the depths of his soul. It's all right, it's all right, it's all right, she murmured softly, repeating the phrase. Chen Yao's emotions were quickly soothed. It was the first time she had witnessed the usually calm and contemplative Chen Yao exhibit such fear. Even when faced with the terrifying 4th-tier dungeon due to a faulty teleportation, he had always managed to maintain his composure amidst the panic of others. What on earth did you see? As time passed gradually, Chen Yao's state stabilized. Now, resting against her, he had fallen asleep. Su Mumu blushed and teased. This guy really knows how to take advantage. Sitting on the ground, she gently placed Chen Yao's head on her lap, realizing it was the second time she had served as his pillow. Poking, Su Mumu feigned annoyance, lightly prodding his cheek with her finger. After a while, she couldn't help but murmur, Up close, this guy is actually quite handsome. Lost in her thoughts, a blush crept across Su Mumu's cheeks. Chen Yao slept for more than a dozen hours. When he opened his eyes, he found Su Mumu dozing nearby. He had not anticipated falling into such a deep slumber. Was it due to the immense pressure, or perhaps the aftereffects? Taking a deep breath and inhaling the fragrance of Su Mumu, he seemed to revert to his shameless self. Rising to her feet, Su Mumu also awakened, her numb legs unsteadily relying on Chen Yao's support to stand. She appeared considerably improved. It seemed the magical crystal mine had been sufficiently excavated. What should they do next? The Third Lord was currently inaccessible, leaving only hope that it was not an insurmountable entity. Chen Yao felt uncertain now. Perhaps he should check on his classmates, as they had already completed the extraction of the magical crystals. He recalled that the textbooks indicated that ordinary dungeons could not be conquered, and merely evading for 4 days would conclude the instance. However, this was an unexplored fourth-tier dungeon, fraught with uncertainties, and delaying was not a viable option. Simultaneously, he trusted that Principal Liu and Su Mumu's father would not remain idle in the external world. Let us go. Uncle Li must be anxious. Indeed, Chen Yao, adorned in his plague attire, naturally wrapped his arm around Su Mumu's slender waist, cloaked them both, and they vanished into the plague. Upon their emergence, Chen Yao frowned as he surveyed his classmates. A peculiar red glow emanated from everyone, varying in intensity. Most of the students had already collapsed, while Teacher Sun busily attended to their needs. The strange red light persisted on their bodies. Chen Yao missed, step back. There is a plague. Upon seeing Chen Yao and Su Mumu appear, a weak voice from Li Su reached them. Chapter 20. I do not wish to die, the plague. Upon hearing those words, Chen Yao instinctively raised his hand to remove his mask and offer it to Su Mumu. However, a delicate hand pressed down on his bird-like mask. Turning to look, he noticed a crimson glow emanating from Su Mumu. Do not remove it. Her voice was unusually frail. From the moment Chen Yao arrived, Su Mumu had received a special alert regarding the plague, and a countdown had begun. This alert manifested in the form of a unique skill, prompting her to prevent Chen Yao from discarding his mask at the first instance. Had it not been for Chen Yao's protective garb against the plague, he too would have fallen victim. Do not worry, I am a doctor, Chen Yao reassured her, confident in his ability to identify the plague. If it were indeed a plague, it would merely serve to enhance his own skills, wouldn't it? Su Mumu's lips had turned pale, and upon witnessing this symptom, Chen Yao sensed something was amiss. The intensity of the plague seemed alarmingly high. He dared not delay. He immediately raised his hand to perform a pathological analysis on Su Mumu. Once the plague was identified through this analysis, a reversal treatment would effortlessly resolve the issue. He needed to swiftly address this sudden outbreak. Chen Yao pondered the cause of the plague's emergence during his absence. What had transpired among his classmates? All the questions swirling in his mind were quickly suppressed. Resolving the plague was of utmost importance. An inexplicable anxiety gripped him, causing his hand to tremble as he initiated the pathological analysis. In the next moment, the red exclamation mark rendered him momentarily speechless. Pathological analysis, unable to retrieve data. Forcibly acquiring plague information. Forcibly acquiring resolution methods. Plague, blood coagulation plague, a highly contagious disease that spreads rapidly through human contact, with a radius of 10 kilometers from the infected individual, exhibiting extreme lethality and infectivity. If left untreated for a day, the blood of the infected will gradually solidify like jelly, leading to death. Any treatment derived from the doctor path can only delay the onset of the blood coagulation plague. Resolution, no solution. Eliminate the source of infection and incinerate it to prevent further transmission. Special note: as a beacon amidst the plague, you must comprehend what to relinquish, what to gain, what true guardianship entails, and what it means to be a genuine lighthouse. Make the rightful judgment befitting a plague doctor. The infallible pathological analysis had, at this moment, lost its efficacy, unable to decipher, especially the final message. What did it mean? Chen Yao's heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped. No solution. The two words echoed in his mind, nearly causing him to stumble. No solution. A plague without a cure. Eliminate the source of infection. In the face of an insurmountable plague, eradicating the source of infection truly appeared to be the only viable resolution. However, Chen Yao gazed at his classmates, including Li Shu, who sat on the ground, and Su Mumu, who leaned against him, barely managing to stand. The phrase "eliminate the source of infection" echoed in his mind, and he questioned his ability to fulfill it. Chen Yao, adorned in plague attire, was completely immune to all pestilences. Yet, his fervent desire to return to reality as the countdown for the instance expired shattered abruptly. The return of those afflicted by the plague would undoubtedly unleash a tremendous wave of contagion upon the real world. The terrifying infectiousness and lethality rendered it impossible to bring them back to reality to resolve this epidemic. It seemed that only one path lay before Chen Yao: to eliminate them, to eradicate the source of infection. What a ludicrous notion, to have a student on the doctor path turn against his own classmates. Chen Yao had always believed himself to be rational, yet in this moment, all reason was fervently denied. As he grappled with this denial, his hands began to tremble. As a doctor of the first sequence, the plague physician, he found himself powerless against the sudden emergence of this epidemic. Su Mumu felt her strength waning. She sensed the tremor in Chen Yao's hands. Was this a manifestation of illness? In truth, Su Mumu had already gleaned that the countdown seemed to signify the approach of death. The plague, but it was all right. There would be a way to resolve it. You needn't be so anxious. You are on the doctor path. After all, she reassured him. Yet deep down, Su Mumu was equally terrified, especially as the countdown to death ticked away relentlessly. Chen Yao wished to speak, but he found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps by employing healing spells to delay their return to reality, they could allow the advanced doctors in the real world to provide treatment. However, the infectiousness and lethality posed a catastrophic threat to ordinary individuals. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yao raised his hand to cast reverse healing. The surrounding plague intestinal disease was transformed into healing spells. The plague coagulation disease could not be deciphered, thus could not be reversed. With this extensive application of healing magic, the red aura surrounding everyone dimmed by a third. This immediately restored some vitality to each individual. The countdown extended to 2 days. Su Mumu, leaning against Chen Yao, spoke softly. She understood that if others were to discover that Chen Yao's attire was immune to the plague, the situation would inevitably deteriorate further in the face of human nature. Let me lean on you. You, the lecher, have fallen asleep on my lap twice before. And you slept soundly, Su Mumu gently chided, resting her head on Chen Yao's shoulder. Chen Yao raised his hand to continue the reverse healing. After a couple of casts, he found his magical energy nearly depleted, and recovery required time. 3.5 days had passed. During the third attempt, the time increase was almost negligible. No more, Su Mumu murmured, nearly collapsing against him, her strength dwindling due to the plague. Silence enveloped them, a prolonged stillness. Chen Yao had ceased to employ the reversal treatment. It had proven ineffective. What options remained for him now? Su Mumu leaned against Chen Yao's shoulder. On the side, Li Su coughed violently, and, upon finishing, he tilted his head to gaze at the dim sky, lost in thought. Each person bore an air of despondency. A profound silence enveloped them all. "Teacher, are we going to die?" A girl finally broke the silence, her voice hoarse with anxiety. "There is nothing to worry about," Mr. Sun reassured the students as always. Chen Yao clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he felt utterly powerless. The analysis had failed. The pathological solution was to eradicate the source of infection. How could he possibly bring himself to do that, witnessing the demise of these people? "I really like you." Su Mumu's voice suddenly reached Chen Yao's ears, causing him to shudder. Turning to face her, he found her large, glistening eyes filled with emotion. But I'm gonna die. I am afraid." Despite her attempts to appear strong, Su Mumu could no longer contain herself. Her hand gripped Chen Yao's firmly, tears streaming down her face as she spoke in a trembling voice. "I do not want to die." Chapter 21. The 3 deceased doctors and the Tower of Dawn. Chen Yao had become her sole confidant. Upon hearing those words, his grip tightened. "There must be a way. Let me ponder for a moment. There is still ample time." A solution? Could the plague, imperfect combustion be countered by employing poison against poison? Yet this time, the target of the plague is not the monstrous entities, but humans. Any adverse direction could lead to uncontrollable consequences. No, that won't do. The tension in Chen Yao's clenched fist gradually eased under the immense pressure. You attempted to combat the plague, but have failed. After all, your qualifications as a plague doctor are still too limited. A sudden voice pierced through the air, startling Chen Yao. Who is it? He immediately turned to scan his surroundings. The plague that cannot be resolved should be addressed with the utmost rationality. As a physician, you are woefully inadequate. Who is speaking? Su Mumu grasped Chen Yao's hand tightly, her eyes filled with compassion. No one uttered a word. Chen Yao, do not burden yourself too heavily. He could sense a connection between this sudden plague and the owner of that voice. Indeed, slaying the necromancer and the corrupted dragon requires skill. Come to the tower, and I shall enlighten you on what it truly means to be a doctor. By the way, you must eradicate the source of infection. Only then can you confront this plague and prove your worth as a competent physician. Damn it, it's indeed within the tower. The sudden mention of the tower signified its presence within. Chen Yao tightened his grip around Su Mumu's delicate hand. I have found a method. Grant me a moment. Su Mumu quickly wiped the corners of her eyes with her other hand. I believe in you. The trust placed in him, especially from this girl, weighed heavily on Chen Yao. Approached Li Su. Uncle Li, are you all right? Observing Chen Yao's demeanor, Li Su seemed drained of even the strength to stand. Can you tell me what transpired during our absence? Chen Yao intended to ascend the tower, but wished to glean insights about the events that unfolded while they were away. Understanding information regarding that third lord monster would greatly aid his journey into the tower. A creature, entirely wrapped in bandages and wearing a tattered cowboy hat, claimed to be searching for his captain. After surveying the area and finding no trace of the captain he mentioned, Chen Yao pondered, what kind of unique profession is a captain? And then, that individual brandished a scalpel and plunged it into his chest. Upon the blood's descent, the plague was sown among all present. Li Su took a deep breath. Do you realize that when that being stood before us, we were utterly powerless to resist? It was not a mere fourth-tier existence. The probability of surviving amidst the chaos of the dungeon is nearly zero. Hence, Chen Yao, do not be overly burdened. Li Su offered some comfort. It's all right, Uncle Li. I will resolve this plague. Such familiar words. Do doctors always exude such confidence? Li Su chuckled ruefully, gazing up at Chen Yao's peculiar medieval bird-beak doctor attire. A faint resemblance to a figure from 30 years past flickered in his mind. 3 decades ago, the largest plague in history erupted in Liaoning province, identified as being spread by the plague doctor of sequence 001. Yet, the 5-year-old Li Su would forever remember that strange man, eternally weary in his odd garb. You bear a striking resemblance to that doctor from 30 years ago. Indeed, but he perished, reportedly succumbing to the very plague he sought to contain. Chen Yao refrained from probing further. The events of 3 decades prior likely pertained to the previous generation of plague doctors. However, those ancient tales could not resolve the dilemmas of the present. I shall devise a solution. Firstly, the Third Lord is a humanoid entity, akin to a necromancer. Yet he spreads the plague and possesses the ability to converse with himself. Captain, a term Li Shu had mentioned, uncertain if it refers to a special title or a designation within a sequence. Either way, this captain was not among them. The owner of that voice sought something from their cohort, a vessel capable of sowing plague, exhibiting a profound self-awareness beyond the 4th tier. Particularly, one who comprehends their path and endeavors toward the tower. Is it due to his doctor pathway, or because of his sequence 001, the plague doctor? After all, he alone among his peers followed the doctor's path. Amidst intense contemplation, Chen Yao found his thoughts spiraling into confusion. He could not fathom why ascending the tower was imperative. The tower, that place steeped in despair. Enduring the agony, Chen Yao raised his hand, plunging into the plague, utilizing its swift currents to arrive before the tower in an instant. Looking up at the tower, the once dilapidated structure glowed with a vibrant purple light. Unlike before, it now illuminated the ground beneath the lighthouse. Chen Yao's pupils contracted. The ground beneath the lighthouse was littered with crumbling tombstones, each emanating a crimson glow in his eyes. Did each tombstone signify a plague? He peered ahead, the plague receding to within a meter of him. Should he take a step forward? His plague attire would be unable to meld into the plague and swiftly depart. This would mean relinquishing his most potent means of survival. However, beneath the mask, Chen Yao's gaze hardened. A doctor who cannot eradicate the plague is a mere quack. Only a quack would rely on others to resolve issues. You are unworthy of stepping into the tower. Unworthy. The voice in his ears grew increasingly shrill. Ignoring it, Chen Yao stepped onto the ground, entering the tower's realm. You have discovered a special structure, the Dawn Tower. Dawn Tower, a towering edifice at the pinnacle of the world, once a coveted destination for countless doctors. The legendary mage tower pales in comparison, serving as a beacon amidst the fog. The Dawn Tower, Doctor. These two revelations led Chen Yao to deduce that his Doctor pathway must fulfill certain unique activation conditions. The quack has sullied the tower. You ought not to tread upon the Dawn Tower. At that moment, Chen Yao discerned that the voice, devoid of substance beyond mere bluster, served no purpose. Undeterred, he continued his ascent towards the tower. As he passed by the luminous stone tablets, he noted the strange inscriptions upon them. These must be of significance. He began to scrutinize the tombstones. Most bore only names, yet 3 stood out with peculiar epitaphs, their graves vacant save for decaying coffins resting in earthen pits. Dr. Squirrel, Zhao Su. Epitaph. Having commenced his medical studies at the tender age of 3, he embarked on the path of a warrior at 15, achieving the rank of Sequence 001, Light Angel. Yet, deep within, he yearned to be a true healer, even without a sequence. His surgical prowess ranked among the finest in the world. Despite the absence of miraculous cures for certain maladies, he could still resolve them through his art. However, when a warrior cherishes his hands and shuns the shield, he becomes a pariah in the eyes of the world. He perished amid a plague, having saved 351 souls, yet he could not save himself. Dr. Ram S. Head, Luo Yong. Epitaph. The physician who discovered the plague, known as coagulopathy. He met his demise while attempting to create a special coagulant using himself as the catalyst. He was verbose and not particularly astute, easily deceived. Yet his visionary ideas marked him as a remarkable physician. Dr. Bandage, Sun Bei. Epitaph. Though he harbored no desire to save lives, he was captivated by the plague. Many deemed him a madman, for he merely conducted research on the affliction. He met his end on the path of plague study, suddenly besieged by an outbreak. He was scapegoated and set ablaze in his home by those gripped by fear, including patients he had once treated, even after he had developed the antidote for that very plague. His life was as tragic as his name suggests. Chapter 22. The goat head mask and the bandaged man, the bandaged figure. Could it be connected to the one who unleashed the plague of blood coagulation? No, it must be related. Chen Yao noticed that the epitaph recorded a doctor named Sun Bei, known as the bandaged doctor, who possessed a remedy for the plague. Moreover, the name of the plague that claimed the life of the goat-headed physician was also referred to as blood coagulation. It is plausible that all 3 succumbed to the same epidemic. Thus, the bandaged individual must indeed be Sun Bei, the so-called bandaged doctor. The antidote may very well lie with him. The crimson light emanating from the tombstones further substantiated the notion that these doctors perished in the throes of the blood coagulation plague. With this realization, Chen Yao pressed onward into the tower. Standing beneath its towering structure, a wave of oppressive emotion began to constrict his heart, causing it to ache painfully. You stand beneath the Tower of Dawn. How unfortunate. Wait, you stepped on me. Chen Yao looked down to see a mask, buried in the earth, crushed underfoot. It was an odd, goat-headed mask, and it was the source of the voice. You have stumbled upon something remarkable. This is the work of a great physician. A fragment of his soul resides within this mask, and you may acquire vast knowledge from him. Chen Yao held the mask in his hands, staring intently at it for an extended period. Was it you who spoke, guiding me here? What is your purpose? Silence ensued. On the steps leading to the tower, it was evident that one would inevitably encounter this entity if they sought to enter. Initially, Chen Yao believed this being to be the same creature that released the plague. However, it appeared to be 2 distinct entities. It seems you prefer not to engage in further conversation, so I shall remain here. With a dismissive gesture, Chen Yao tossed the goat-headed mask to the ground. The ability to converse and guide him to retrieve, it indicated that the mask possessed no real power or was severely limited in its capabilities. Therefore, he felt no apprehension regarding any unusual actions it might undertake. Indeed, after discarding the goat-headed mask, the voice returned to his ears. This mask has proposed a bargain. Assist you in overcoming the blood coagulation plague, but you must eliminate the madman within the tower. A madman? Does it refer to the bandage doctor? Is that his new moniker? It sounds rather unpleasant, yet he has indeed suffered greatly. Suddenly, the mask began to speak. Its mouth moved as if animated, though its hollow features contorted as it spoke. Engaging in such mental communication is exceedingly draining on my limited magical energy. The madman within desires to spread the plague. You must stop him because you are. The goat-headed mask paused deliberately, its voice deepening. You're a doctor. You have a duty and a mission. I merely wish to save my classmates. The transaction between us. Slay the madman within, and you shall achieve all that you desire. However, killing him may prove challenging. Perhaps it would be wiser to subdue him, considering he has lost his sanity. This mask is exceedingly verbose. Chen Yao sought to extract more valuable information from it, necessitating that he pick it up once more. The verbosity of this entity reminded him of a certain individual named Luo Yong inscribed on a tombstone. What is your name? Chen Yao inquired, wishing to confirm whether it might indeed be the Luo Yong from the second grave. Perhaps, after his demise, Luo Yong had clung to this mask. My name is easily remembered. I am Ronahaidzua, the fourth mate of the plague ship. What a ludicrous name. The creaking of the wooden stairs echoed from the tower above as they were trodden upon. Chen Yao increasingly sensed the oppressive aura intensifying around him. In the next moment, before the tower, the already dilapidated door was flung open by a gust of wind. The door creaked as it was pulled by the breeze, producing a sound as sharp and grating as that of a worn-out violin. Captain, you have finally arrived. A voice, frail to the point of weakness, emerged, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of despair. The pressure he had felt earlier before the tower emanated from this figure. Chen Yao found himself unable to even raise a finger, his body seemingly immobilized at the foot of the tower's steps, unable to retreat into the plague without the presence of plague, intestinal disease. He was utterly crushed by the sheer force of this presence, feeling like a mere ant, perpetually on the brink of death. From the darkness, a figure draped in bandages and wearing a frayed cowboy hat slowly emerged. Captain, I have awaited you for far too long. We yearn for your departure to take these people back. We no longer wish to linger in this place, which is causing my body to rot. I implore you, Captain. Captain, to return meant to revisit the instance of the trial, did it not? Did he refer to himself as Captain due to his role as a trial participant? Now, Chen Yao lacked even the strength to move, let alone engage in combat. The notion of killing the madman as per the goat-headed mask's demands was sheer folly. I will take you back, but first, tell me the solution to the blood coagulation plague. Chen Yao spoke, still hoping to ascertain whether he could discover a remedy for the affliction. According to the inscription, the bandage doctor possessed an antidote. Suddenly, the moving figure came to a halt. Blood coagulation plague. Unsolvable. Is it not what you stated? No, you're not the captain. Who are you? The bandaged man became suddenly alert. His frail body stiffened abruptly. His eyes, concealed beneath the wrappings, glinted like those of a wolf. Fixated intently upon Chen Yao, the mask he held let out a fierce roar. He is undoubtedly the captain. Just look at his attire. Examine his abilities. If he were not the captain, would the Dawn Tower be illuminated? What are you thinking? Are you questioning the captain? Are you doubting a great man? Do you wish to regard the captain with the same disdain as those others? With that outburst, the bandaged man's imposing aura diminished instantaneously. He slumped once more, speaking in a defeated tone. Yes, you are the captain. It is my fault. I cannot think clearly. Captain, I feel as though my mind is muddled with too much confusion. Standing before him, the bandaged man raised his hand to lift the frayed denim hat from his head, revealing the grotesque sight of a half-shorn skull. Decaying worms writhed within. He plunged his hand into his own mind, seizing the writhing mass with precision before extracting it. 3 enormous black worms were forcibly yanked free, their bodies snapping taut in his grip before he crushed them, their insides bursting. The presence of these creatures clouded my thoughts, yet I found myself powerless to eradicate them. With the demise of the 3 worms, the oppressive aura that suffocated Chen Yao diminished by a third. His fingers regained mobility. Communicate. Engage with him. The voice of the goat-headed mask echoed in Chen Yao's ears. He understood then that inciting the bandaged man to madness would lead to the removal of the worms festering in his mind. Tell me your name. The bandaged man hesitated, his body trembling slightly. After a prolonged silence, he knelt down, clutching his head with both hands, frantically digging and extracting handfuls of worms, each one crushed in his grip. Captain, I have forgotten my name. You once said that a name, once forgotten, signifies true death. My name? What is my name? I cannot remember. The word name resonated in Chen Yao's mind, conjuring the memory of the bandaged doctor's name inscribed on the gravestone, Sun Bei. The epitaph chronicled a life as tragic as his name. Chapter 23. The name of the bandaged man, but is he truly a doctor of bandages? The consequences of misnaming him could be dire, as one might perilously meet their demise here. You cannot even recall your own name. Madman, you are indeed a madman. You are not even worthy of being called a doctor, let alone possessing a name of your own. The ramblings of the goat-headed mass persist, growing increasingly louder with each utterance. It is evident that these 2 grotesque beings are familiar with one another. As the bandaged man pulls forth and crushes 4 or 5 black insects from his head, his sanity sharpens slightly. How could there be so many insects in his mind? This scene is utterly nauseating. Even the psychologically resilient Chen Yao feels a surge of queasiness in his stomach. After enduring the tirade from the goat-headed mask, the bandaged man surprisingly begins to repent. It's my fault. My fault. My fault. Yet I truly wish to prove that I am a doctor. Captain, take us back. Only when the plague re-emerges will they remember us. 3 great doctors perished in a plague. No, recalling the multitude of tombstones beneath the tower. They were a gathering of physicians, lost to that very plague. Now, he dares to unleash another plague, merely to be remembered. Madman, you are indeed deranged. Who would recall you, an oddity, for a plague? You're not even a doctor. What gives you the right to spread disease? Aside from the captain, were you to unleash a plague? The goat-headed mask roared in fury. The bandaged man, clutching his head, crouched down, casting his gaze upon the scalpel embedded in his chest. No, I merely wish to prevent them from being buried here. Aside from a name, no one remembers their faces. He claims it is merely a plague, yet no one desires to revisit that tragic history. No one understands the sacrifices we made. The bandaged man's emotions flared, and he began to scream in anguish. Chen Yao silently observed the unraveling bandaged man, his hands clenched tightly. Previously, due to the sequence, he had delved into the history of plagues. However, his research revealed that there had been no record of a plague in nearly a century. But recalling what Li Su mentioned about a plague occurring 30 years prior, it suggests that all information regarding that plague has been deliberately obscured. This place is named Dawn Tower, and the tower's light gradually illuminates the presence of the plague. Everything seems interconnected. Chen Yao's heart began to form a tentative hypothesis regarding the sacrifices made by this forsaken group. Zhao Su. Upon uttering those 2 characters, the bandaged man trembled violently. Everything has transpired. After Chen Yao spoke, the bandaged man slowly rose, his hands working to untangle the bandages that bound him. Yes, I am Zhao Su, having completed 331 surgeries. I saved 330 lives, yet I perished on the operating table because I failed in my own surgery. A plague has revealed my talents. I tirelessly perform surgeries around the clock, solely to save more lives. Yet those whom I strive to heal regard me with disdain, perceiving me merely as a warrior. They fail to comprehend why their loved ones are entrusted to the hands of a fighter. Nevertheless, I refuse to resign myself to an anonymous death. Had I been a physician, I could have excelled beyond measure. Why do they cast their scorn upon me? Why do they assume I am destined to be nothing but a warrior? As Zhao Su gradually recounted her plight, the bandages on her body began to unravel. A gaping wound on her chest was laid bare, revealing dark, writhing matter within. while the stench of decay assailed the senses. Her skin, akin to that of a mummified corpse, clung tightly to her bones. Half of her skull was missing, her back riddled with dark, gaping holes, rendering her a mere shadow of humanity. "Captain, you remember my name, do you not?" The figure in the goat mask fell into an unusual silence. "I remember your name. I remember the names of all. Zhao Su, Sun Bei, Luo Yong, and others. Wouldn't it be more meaningful to bring their names back than merely the plague?" Zhao Su raised her head, her murky gaze clarifying slightly. "Yes, Captain, you are right. But can a ship with a torn sail still navigate? Just as can the deceased be truly remembered again? Indeed, as long as it remains upon the sea, a ship can still sail." When Chen Yao realized that Zhao Su's extremity was merely for the sake of those long-buried bones, he found himself at a loss for words. As if recollections flooded back to him, he swiftly turned and ascended towards the upper levels of the tower. Once Zhao Su departed, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and Chen Yao regained his vigor. "Are you certain you wish to set sail?" Chen Yao was perplexed by the question. Yet he was not foolish enough to inquire about the true intentions of the goat-masked figure, which remained shrouded in mystery. He could only stammer a response. "Yes, but I must eradicate that blood coagulation plague, just as before. I do not wish to see more bones of physicians buried here." Uncharacteristically, the goat mask refrained from elaborating, offering only a succinct reply. "You're not the captain." These words tightened Chen Yao's grip, igniting a desire to tear off the goat mask at once. This creature had inadvertently revealed a critical truth before the deranged Zhao Su. He could very well perish here. Faced with a mere talking mask, what would he do to threaten it? Should he discard it or conceal it? Looking down, Chen Yao discerned a semblance of sorrow etched upon the goat mask. "But you are quite alike, truly alike. You and the captain are of the same ilk. Only a madman would fail to see it." At this juncture, Chen Yao sensed that the goat mask was not inherently hostile. The current demeanor of the goat mask bore no hint of animosity. "I can assist you, for you have indeed spoken his name. If only you could know mine as well." The tone was imbued with anticipation and sorrow. Chen Yao lamented the complexity of his own lengthy name, pondering how one could possibly remember it. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to inquire further. What did navigation signify? The ram-headed mask responded with a non-sequitur. "I shall ask you one final question. Are you willing to sacrifice everything to resolve the blood coagulation plague?" "I am willing," came the reply. The ram-headed mask sighed. Soon unable to contain its loquacious nature, began to speak at length. "The cost of navigation is steep. I hope you will not regret it. I previously deceived you. I am incapable of resolving the blood coagulation plague. Only Zhao Su can eradicate it. You must find a way to learn surgery from him. His techniques can effortlessly remedy even the most intractable of plagues. He possesses extraordinary talent. Even as a warrior, he can create such surgical interventions. Had fate not played tricks on him, he would have become a great physician." Chen Yao murmured softly. Indeed, he is still a great physician. Yet, it is true that the man he once was has now transformed entirely. Chapter 24. The defective authority, the source of the plague, the sinful. A mournful horn echoed through the air. Atop the towering spire, Zhao Su cradled a luminous source, which astonishingly took the form of a peculiar horn. As the horn resounded, the entire tower trembled violently. Chen Yao swiftly exited the tower. What on earth was he doing? Setting sail. Setting sail? What does that mean? A spectral image of a decaying ship gradually coalesced above the tower. At that moment, a series of notifications appeared. Loading authority of inheritance. Sequence 001 plague, doctor confirmed. Logging into plague laboratory, logging into plague operating table, logging into plague tavern, logging into resting room. As the notifications unfolded, the ghostly vessel began to solidify. What is that? The ram-headed mask elucidated. Clearly, it was a ship, a genuine vessel in the truest sense, a tool, known as the source of the plague, the sinful. But why would it be a ship? Chen Yao had assumed that sailing merely referred to a means of departing this instance and returning to the realm of reality. Yet, here before him loomed a true, decaying ship suspended in midair. Moreover, this ship was an authority? Wasn't he that the kind of power that could only be awakened by those who had reached the pinnacle of the Fifth Order? Authority represented the liberation of all the powers within a sequence. Some individuals possessed authority over a specific ability, while others wielded unique items as their authority. It was not a singular existence, but rather a diverse one. The reason higher sequences were often favored was that the higher the sequence, the more powerful and numerous their authorities became. Of course, not all high sequence individuals were well regarded. For instance, Chen Yao S. Plague Doctor, Su Mumu S. Control Mage, and several other peculiar high sequences. While an authority may be formidable, few were willing to partner with them, for a Fifth Order powerhouse was a rarity among thousands. To discover that his own Sequence 001 Plague Doctor had an authority represented by a ship was astonishing. The plague ship had now largely taken form, revealing itself fully to Chen Yao. A ghostly vessel floated upon the surface of the sea, its mast broken, jutting awkwardly towards the overcast sky like a skeletal remnant. The hull bore the scars of time and tempest, with decay and eerie moss clinging to its weathered exterior. Tattered sails fluttered from the broken mast, whispering mournfully in the wind, as if recounting tales of bygone glory and present desolation. The moonlight cast an eerie glow upon the ship, rendering it even more terrifying. The source of the plague, the sinful. Suddenly, a body fell heavily before Chen Yao. Zhao Su's form crashed to the ground like a lifeless cadaver. Black insects writhed in the mud, and moments later, Zhao Su's body began to rise again, slowly molded like a figure of clay. Crew, prepare the ship. Zhao Su, resembling a desiccated corpse, clung to the bones, her skin stretched taut as she forced a smile, which appeared more like a grimace of anguish. Captain, embark. Embark. Chen Yao tucked the ram's head mask into the inner lining of his clothing. He had received a peculiar notification. Fragmented authority loaded. Since ship docked, the first-level self had already acquired authority. He was uncertain whether this was a boon or a curse. Yet, he found himself with no alternatives, as if a colossal hand were propelling him forward. Since his arrival in this instance, he had been devoid of choices. Chen Yao let out a bitter smile, recalling Su Yuntian's assessment of the previous generation's plague doctor, a beast. In some respects, it appeared that his predecessor indeed embodied that very characterization. The emergence of authority signified that this instance was a test devised by the former plague doctor. Thus, he could only make the right choices to genuinely lead his classmates, Su Mumu, to safety. Regardless of the cost incurred, this was a covenant established. Chen Yao cast a glance at the tombstones surrounding the tower. As per their prior agreement, he addressed Zhao Su. I wish to take everyone away. Really? Captain, I apologize. Captain, I should not have questioned you. However, I have one condition. Chen Yao turned to Zhao Su. I wish to learn your techniques to resolve the blood coagulation plague. Then I shall lead them. On board. Zhao Su, who had just moments ago been in a frenzy, abruptly fell silent. Those murky eyes fixed intently on Chen Yao. Subsequently, the dry skin on her face twitched, as if in hesitation, but she raised her hand and lifted the horn. After a pause, she spoke. Very well, Captain. Her words were imbued with palpable weight. She then took up the horn and began to blow once more. The haunting and eerie sound of the horn resonated. Accompanied by this sound, Chen Yao felt an inexplicable pressure settle upon his shoulders. This sensation was overwhelmingly oppressive, akin to carrying a person on his back. As he took a step, the ground beneath him began to yield slightly. To bring this group aboard, he first needed to bear their weight onto the singed ship. The ram's head mask spoke. You might perish. Chen Yao gritted his teeth and replied nonchalantly, Who cares? The ram's head mask seemed momentarily stumped by his words, taking a long time before responding. You possess a certain humor, just don't die. At that moment, standing before the tower, Chen Yao realized there was no turning back. It was a matter of survival for all or demise for all. Under the sound of the horn, the dilapidated tombstones began to tremble. Ethereal blue figures gradually emerged from the gravestones. Almost translucent hands pressed down upon Chen Yao's shoulders. A memory materialized before him. A middle-aged doctor cornered at the entrance, berated by an unseen assailant. He had forcefully disregarded regulations and employed non-compliant methods to save a dying patient. Fortunately, the patient survived. However, the unfortunate consequence was the irreversible aftermath that ensued. His defiance of protocol in the realm of surgery led to the revocation of his medical license. Subsequently, a plague erupted, yet the middle-aged doctor continued to follow his inner convictions, ultimately saving 77 lives before succumbing to the very disease he sought to combat. In his final moments, he pondered that had his skills been a touch more refined, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Was this their memory? Chen Yao could sense that fervent sincerity and relentless spirit. Yet, as an observer, he could only exclaim in frustration, "How foolish." However, in that fleeting moment of thought, Chen Yao felt an intensified weight upon his body. A torrent of memories began to surge forth, harboring the souls of 17, the cost, suffering. The onslaught of memories rendered Chen Yao's consciousness somewhat disoriented. Notifications emerged, and amidst the relentless waves of deceased doctors and their lingering resentment, an overwhelming agony compelled his knees to buckle. Yet, he found himself capable of enduring such intensity. Chapter 25 exceedingly degraded. The incessant sound of fluctuating numbers echoed around, carrying 217 souls, cost, suffering, pulmonary disease. Under the immense pressure on his back, Chen Yao found his breath increasingly labored. The mounting burden began to manifest profound negative effects. His body succumbed to uncontrollable coughing, as if his lungs were aflame with discomfort. Amidst the violent spasms, his legs trembled and blood splattered from his mouth. Carrying 517 souls, cost, suffering, pulmonary disease, blindness. Following the intense coughing fit, Chen Yao's vision began to deteriorate rapidly. He could only rely on a fleeting memory to navigate his steps and direction. Carrying 956 souls, cost, suffering, pulmonary disease, blindness, hearing loss. He was plunged into complete darkness as a persistent ringing filled his ears. The ringing extended endlessly until silence enveloped him entirely. The loss of hearing was not particularly distressing. He merely groped through the darkness. At this moment, Chen Yao had no choice but to keep moving forward, even with bent knees. Carrying 1766 souls, cost, suffering, pulmonary disease, blindness, hearing loss, severed nose. The number of souls surged once more. A sharp pain struck his nose. Half of it was brutally sliced away. The agony forced a silent scream from Chen Yao, blood trickling down the edges of his avian mask. Carrying 2194 souls, cost, suffering, pulmonary disease, blindness, hearing loss, severed nose, severed tongue. With a snap, Chen Yao's tongue was severed. Swallowing became impossible, for doing so would block his trachea with the severed piece. Beneath the mask, he could not expel his tongue. Pain enveloped him. Every inch of his being was steeped in suffering. Carrying 2917 souls, cost, suffering, pulmonary disease, blindness, hearing loss, severed nose, severed tongue, cracked skin. With each step, Chen Yao relied solely on his memory. Upon reaching 2,917 souls, every inch of his skin erupted with a sensation akin to being pricked by needles, disrupting all prior awareness. The recorded path, estimated distance, and even direction became utterly disordered as he wandered in the dark. The sensation was stifling, helpless, and bewildering. He could not discern direction, nor could he confirm whether he had strayed or if he was truly progressing toward the ship of sin. Was this the price? No wonder the ram-headed mass proclaimed that such a cost was beyond his endurance. He was on the brink of collapse. Yet, he yearned to resolve the blood coagulation plague. I must return. Move to that vessel, to inherit the authority. Boom! A flicker of flame ignited ahead. Fueled by Chen Yao's unwavering conviction, he discovered direction amidst the darkness. Flames began to emerge at his sides. Upon closer inspection, these flames were individual candles, held by kneeling phantoms. Despite the obscurity, he managed to find his way through the depths of his consciousness. Meanwhile, outside, Zhao Su observed as Chen Yao, having traversed halfway, suddenly saw the souls he bore begin to descend. Gradually, he pressed forward, applying pressure along his back. Zhao Su's hands began to tremble as he bellowed in a low voice. Do you not wish to return? Do you want to remain here forever? After his shout, Zhao Su hastily boarded the ship, clutching the horn. In his consciousness, Chen Yao's steps faltered, and he sensed a lightness in his burden. Voices echoed in his ears. Those who had perished need not return. Beneath the tower, life was quite satisfactory. If my talent were but a touch greater, perhaps tragedy could have been averted. You are a born genius. Kneeling here is not your fate. Regardless of the era, plague doctors are the walking beacons of hope, irrespective of whether you embody that title. I cannot go back, but you can. After 70 years as a physician for the first time, I have become a burden to another. Whispers lingered incessantly in Chen Yao's ears. The familiar sound of the horn resounded. The souls began to instinctively move towards call. Standing upon the sinful vessel, the cadaverous Zhao Su raised the horn and blew it loudly. With each blast, Zhao Su's body deteriorated further. By the time the third blast echoed, Chen Yao had already boarded the sinful vessel. The 917 souls of the doctors who had perished there followed the horn's guidance onto the ship. Truth be told, Chen Yao was still in a daze. The onslaught of memories had left his mental state in shambles. He could scarcely recall how he had boarded, but upon doing so, all pain and suffering vanished entirely. At that moment, the souls had entered the ship's cabin. On the deck, Zhao Su's body had desiccated, resembling parched earth that had not seen water for a year, cracks sprawling across his form. To Chen Yao, it felt as though he might shatter at any moment. The horn in his hand had gradually hardened, resembling fragments of stone. Zhao Su weakly opened his eyes to gaze at Chen Yao, and then, with great effort, he raised his hand, probing into his own chest for some time. As if his body had become exceedingly desiccated, the motion of reaching into his chest accompanied by a rasping sound. After a lengthy search, he retrieved 3 rusted surgical knives. His withered palm extended the instruments toward Chen Yao. These 3 surgical knives can resolve the blood coagulation plague, and they may assist you in performing certain special surgeries, provided you possess sufficient understanding of them. Chen Yao reached out to grasp the surgical knives, but Zhao Su suddenly tightened his grip, preventing Chen Yao from taking them. "You're not the captain." Those words plunged Chen Yao into despair, instantly sapping his spirit. Yet you, like him, are a madman. Your acceptance by sin signifies his demise. The 920 souls here have always followed him. Only you can lead them back. He was the lighthouse amidst the plague, and I hope you too can become a beacon. I have long desired for the plague to return to this world. In truth, the absence of such a plague serves as the most compelling testament to our existence. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Su relinquished the surgical knife, allowing Chen Yao to take it, while his own body began to disintegrate. Is this the price of wielding the horn? The goat-headed mask within his garments began to speak. He has perished. He died because of you. You truly are a wretched being. Upon hearing this, Chen Yao offered no retort, instead painfully closing his eyes, unable to bear the repercussions of the souls he had brought aboard. I deceive you. He is not dead. Aboard this vessel, no one shall perish. Chen Yao's eyes flew open, and indeed, Zhao Su's disintegrating form began to coalesce once more. Damn it! He could not suppress his expletive. In the next moment, a realization struck him. No, he possessed the ability to sound the horn and transport these souls aboard without them meeting their demise. Why then must he bear this burden? Why not simply blow the horn directly? I did not compel you to bear it. That was your own choice. They can board only in the absence of a captain. What use is it to be aboard this vessel if it cannot sail? Chen Yao? Is he not even going to feign a little empathy in revealing such a harsh truth? Chen Yao felt that all the previous suffering he endured had been in vain. Moreover, the emotions he had just begun to cultivate were shattered entirely. His mental state deteriorated further. If he possessed a measure of rationality, it would undoubtedly have plummeted below the average threshold. Especially with this goat-headed mask upon him, Chen Yao felt that it was indeed a grievous mistake. Did you not say the cost is immense? It is. Those unrecognized by the sin horn will die on the spot. Is that not a significant price? This is true, yet it feels as though this mask is not only verbose, but also exceedingly contemptible. Chapter 26. Are you out of your mind? In all honesty, you are doing rather well, considering the terrifying side effects you bear. The fact that you have not succumbed to despair or cried out in agony is quite commendable. Oh, Right, you cannot cry out. The most notable feature of the sinister vessel lies in its unique ability to ensure that no crew member meets their demise aboard. Additionally, it can manifest in various locations and scenarios, granting you access to uncharted realms for combat, as well as the means to depart from certain instances, such as this one. Its functions are manifold. You may regard it as your clandestine sanctuary or a specialized laboratory, even a formidable machine for battle. The authority of the sinister vessel allows it to sail freely, although some specialized ship structures necessitate the expenditure of unique resources for acquisition. The ram-headed mask continued to elaborate. How do you possess such knowledge of this ship? Of course, I am well acquainted with it. I am Ronishid's left deputy helmsman and the fourth chief of the plague ship. Chen Yao chose to disregard the boastful remarks. Despite the mask's somewhat insufferable demeanor, it remained a veritable reservoir of knowledge, particularly as he was still unfamiliar with this fragmented authority. At present, his primary concern was the 3 surgical knives in his possession and how to utilize them to combat the plague. Chen Yao weighed the 3 surgical knives in his hand, each marked with a number, 1, 2, and 3. A prompt appeared. 3 surgical knives of the common man, legendary masterpieces. These knives embody the pinnacle of surgical expertise, honed through relentless practical experience. Merely grasping them, one need not possess surgical knowledge, as they may even perform operations autonomously. However, employing them incurs a certain cost. The first surgical knife can heal any external injury. The second surgical knife can mend any internal wound. The third surgical knife can extract or transfer any plague. The first surgical knife requires a sacrifice of 100 milliliters of blood. The second requires 200 milliliters. And the third demands 500 milliliters of blood, along with specific human tissue as a price. Such absurd surgical knives, with their peculiar costs. 500 milliliters of blood? A single blood donation typically yields a maximum of 400 milliliters. Is the cost of employing the third surgical knife truly so steep? Suddenly, the ram-headed mask spoke up. Will you not use another's blood? Indeed, other people's blood. How did I not think of that? You are truly a genius. I have always considered myself as such. Then how does the ship navigate? It is your authority that facilitates navigation through the cost. How should I know what your price is? Each generation of plague doctors bears a different cost. Each generation? Chen Yao fell silent, merely studying the sinister vessel. Currently, all structures aboard the vessel remained locked, and to navigate and unlock them, one needed praise and denunciation. Navigation necessitates both suffering and courage, with the two being mutually reinforcing. At this moment, Chen Yao's attributes are as follows. Name, Chen Yao Path, Doctor Sequence, 001 Plague Doctor Authority, Sinister Vessel, Damaged Authority, Rank, First Order, Level 10 constitutes the First Order. Ascending a rank requires the completion of the corresponding sequence ritual. Level, 10 Health, 18-10-10, Standard Human, 10, Speed, 9-10-10, Standard Human, 10, Mana, 200-10-10, Standard Human, 10 Skills, Plague Attire, Reverse Healing, Plague Extraction, Mystical Potion Talent, Pathological Analysis, Mastery of Plagues, Plague, Intestinal Disease, Plague, Incomplete Combustion, Equipment, Awakening Card, Bracelet, Cloud Sky, Ring, 100-inch Landscape, Ring, Necromancer, 3 surgical knives. Authority attributes, Sinister Vessel, Source of Plague, Crew, none. The horn previously held by the last crew was rendered obsolete upon boarding. A new horn must be crafted. Cabin Architecture, Plague Laboratory, unlocked. Plague Operating Table, unlocked. Plague Tavern, unlocked. Lounge, locked. Captain's Quarters, locked. Storage Room, locked. Plague Power Room, unlocked. Praise Energy, 0. Full at 100 unlocks and transforms cabin architecture. Disparagement Energy, 0. Full at 100 strengthens cabin architecture. Suffering, 100. Full at 100 allows traversal in and out of a dungeon. Courage, 50. Full at 100 permits one descend into reality. After reviewing his attributes, Chen Yao recognized that praise and disparagement are crucial for upgrading the special structures of the sinister vessel. Simultaneously, crafting the horn requires a substantial amount of materials. The horn serves to summon the sinister vessel for others besides himself. However, It remains unusable for now. Upon concluding his assessment, Chen Yao cast a glance at the entire sinister vessel, now under his dominion, allowing him to freely board and navigate the ship. He resolved to set sail, as any further delay with his classmates would lead to peril. Thus, he maneuvered the sinister vessel through the dungeon. The precarious sinister vessel creaked ominously, its swaying hull beginning to move. Meanwhile, under the influence of plague blood coagulation, Su Mumu felt an icy chill envelop her. She curled into a ball, clutching herself. The once dim sky had transformed into an abyss of darkness. With great difficulty, Su Mumu managed to open her eyes. Was this an illusion? Why was there a ship floating in the sky? A pale hand devoid of color gently tapped her forehead. Turning back, she beheld a figure standing at the prow of the colossal ship, clad in a medieval beaked doctor's attire, draped in a dark cloak with a brown leather lining. In the next moment, the familiar figure embraced Su Mumu. I have returned. Instantly, Chen Yao transported Su Mumu back aboard the sinister vessel. The antidote for blood coagulation necessitated the use of the third surgical knife. Yet all 3 knives required 500 milliliters of blood. Su Mumu's frail condition made Chen Yao reluctant to use her blood for the transaction of treatment. After placing Su Mumu on the deck, he began to busily shuttle back and forth, transporting Li Su and their classmates and teachers onto the vessel. Some of the weaker students had already succumbed to unconsciousness. For those students, a transaction involving 500 milliliters of blood would undoubtedly cost them their lives. Using their blood posed no risk. For how could one hope to survive without making a sacrifice? The goat-headed mask in his arms was still concocting sinister ideas. In the past, Chen Yao would have undoubtedly resorted to their blood. After all, life and death were their own concerns, and no one would bear the burden for them. Even a symmetrical return would have sufficed. He had always harbored disdain for such notions of altruism, for profit reigned supreme. However, he had witnessed the tragic demise of 920 nameless doctors during a plague, seen their memories, and understood their unwavering faith, especially when confronted once more with the blood coagulation plague. He found himself unable to commit inhumane acts. Perhaps it was for the best. On this ship, I cannot perish, can I? The goat-headed mask gasped in shock. What do you intend to do? Are you mad? Chapter 27, as before, help me. Are you out of your mind? 22 individuals require surgery, necessitating 11,000 milliliters of blood, whereas the human body contains a mere 5,000 milliliters at most. The ram-headed mask could not comprehend Chen Yao's actions. What are you thinking? I never suggested draining my own blood. That would be utterly foolish. Then what do you intend to do? Standing upon the deck of the sinful ship, Chen Yao gazed at his group of classmates. In retrospect, he felt he had led them into a trap. An experiment. An experiment? The ram-headed mask appeared puzzled, as the ship's cabin of the sinful ship had yet to be unlocked. Where would the experiment take place? He slowly approached Zhao Su, who lay almost lifeless on the deck. Observing Zhao Su's near catatonic state, Chen Yao recognized the urgency of the situation. If he could recruit Zhao Su as the first crew member of the sinful ship, it would be a significant boon. Possessing strength beyond the 4th tier, Warrior Sequence 001 Light Angel had achieved the pinnacle of healing through the warrior path. His perseverance, strength, and talent were exceptional, though his physical condition was far from optimal. Zhao Su's survival was due to the residual power of the previous captain. Yet with Chen Yao's inheritance of the sinful ship, Zhao Su was no longer one of its crew. Chen Yao turned his gaze to Zhao Su, prostrate on the ground, and spoke. Help me. Zhao Su slowly raised his head, resembling a desiccated corpse, his vacant eyes fixed on Chen Yao. I cannot assist you. Become my crew member. Zhao Su turned his head away, exhaling deeply. I wish to rest. I've already provided you with the scalpel, and you can resolve this plague without the need for me to join your crew. Zhao Su, weary from his prolonged endurance and in his current state, felt utterly exhausted. Though in his delirium he had unwittingly spread the plague once more, he had given Chen Yao the scalpel, which meant he could independently address the epidemic. He harbored no desire or motivation to continue living. The flicker of life was fading more swiftly than anticipated. Chen Yao shook his head. No, this blood coagulation plague remains unresolved. Your solutions from the outset have been isolation. Even those individuals who underwent surgery will face isolation. Completely severing the transmission route is your method of addressing this plague, which is why the 917 doctors are present here. Their bodies could not withstand the surgery, and their conditions could not be suppressed. Zhao Su turned his head to Chen Yao, clearly triggered by his words, and began to struggle to rise, shouting, "This is one of the methods to resolve the plague. You are not the captain. You do not understand. Necessary sacrifices are essential, and these are our voluntary choices. But I possess a better solution, one that could potentially resolve the plague entirely right here without requiring surgery for these individuals. Do you not wish to witness how I could eradicate this plague? Are you content to perish here? Or are you simply uninterested in such matters?" It is indeed extraordinary that Zhao Su could produce a legendary masterpiece, 3 surgical knives, relying solely on the methods and experiences of an ordinary individual. One might even say his talent borders on the miraculous. A flicker of spirit ignited within Zhao Su's vacant gaze, clearly indicating that this endeavor was a manifestation of his obsession. "Care for a wager?" He did not respond to Chen Yao. "Once I discover the perfect remedy for this plague, you shall become my crew member, provided you assist me." Taking a deep breath, Chen Yao reiterated earnestly, "I wish to give it a try. Help me." This statement evidently resonated deeply with Zhao Su, who slowly raised his hand. "I will assist you, but I hope you are not merely a boastful physician." Chen Yao grasped Zhao Su's gnarled hand, pulling him up. "In my current state, I cannot do much. All I require is your observation and, if necessary, your intervention." Chen Yao handed the 3 surgical knives back to Zhao Su. "Those are merely vessels of my experience. I have no need for them." Zhao Su plunged his hand into his own mind, frantically stirring, pulling out the corpses of black insects, alongside a rusted surgical knife that he extracted from his brain. Rubbing the rusted knife against the carcasses of the insects, it regained its glimmering silver sheen. "This is my old companion, with whom I have toiled until death." Witnessing Zhao Su's grotesque act of rummaging through his own head nearly made Chen Yao retch, the creaking sounds echoing uncomfortably, causing his rationality to plummet. "Very well." Stowing away the 3 surgical knives, Chen Yao waved his hand, discarding the plague attire. He stood fully exposed to the air. "You are infected with hematogenic plague." Chen Yao smiled faintly. This was a plague so elusive that even pathological analysis could not decipher it. He must thoroughly understand it aboard this vessel. Raising his hands, he felt the crimson light slowly infiltrating his body. This action piqued Zhao Su's interest, causing him to observe Chen Yao intently for quite some time. With the removal of the plague attire, the surrounding hematogenic plague rapidly infected him. As he felt the changes within his body, the sensation of his blood gradually coagulating was profoundly distressing, and his strength began to dissipate. "Is this the sensation of slow death?" You are quite imaginative. Yet recklessness is not the solution to our plight. We have experimented with our bodies far too often. Otherwise, those 917 souls would not have perished. Zhao Su recognized that Chen Yao intended to use his body as a subject for experimentation. "You cannot die aboard this ship. The hematogenic plague within you will undergo strange transformations. The fatal strain will mutate unpredictably without claiming your life. By experimenting on yourself, you may survive on the ship. But can you disembark if you become irreparably altered? Contributing your blood and concluding this with surgery is the most prudent course. With your identity, strive to evolve into a higher being, capable of making greater contributions in the future." Zhao Su felt a sense of frustration akin to that of a mentor witnessing a wayward pupil. Chen Yao smiled softly, his complexion visibly paling at an alarming rate. "You are mistaken. I am now a physician, truly walking amidst the plague in search of a remedy. This embodies the essence of authority and the role of a plague doctor. Regardless of my future, in this moment, I refuse to be subjugated by the plague. I alone shall wield dominion over it." This declaration rendered Zhao Su silent, as the goat-headed mass hidden within his garments displayed an expression of astonishment. For Chen Yao, employing the 3rd scalpel to confront the looming plague is the most prudent course of action. It is precisely due to the immortal characteristic of the sinful ship and the 3rd scalpel bestowed by Zhao Su that he dares to entertain his audacious notion. He truly believes he may have the potential to resolve this plague blood coagulation epidemic. The second-generation blood coagulation plague. Is this second mutation a blessing or a curse? The blood coagulation plague is insurmountable. I find myself engaged in an intriguing experiment from which I cannot perish. A countdown has emerged before him. 1 day's time. Too long. He must devise a means to accelerate the progression of this plague. He thought of Su Mumu. Her enhancement could serve as a catalyst for the evolution of the plague. If the direction remains controllable, perhaps reinforcement could indeed be feasible. Zhao Su is merely a safeguard. Su Mumu is the linchpin of his experiment. At that moment, Su Mumu was isolated beside Li Su. Weak and frail, she could only half sit on the deck, her gaze fixed upon Chen Yao since he had brought her here. Chen Yao, now infected with the plague, approached Su Mumu. He crouched down and offered her a smile. You're infected? Let us conduct an experiment. Just like with the senior, there is no need to be anxious. Su Mumu pressed her lips together, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Unsure whether her discomfort stemmed from recalling how he had once deceived her or from the notion of Chen Yao as a doctor, preparing to use his own body for experimentation. Chen Yao's countenance grew serious as he leaned closer to Su Mumu, once more beseeching her to speak. Mumu, I need your assistance. At this unexpected utterance from Chen Yao, Su Mumu's gaze intensified, her lovely face devoid of color due to the blood coagulation plague's effects. Although countless questions plagued Su Mumu, such as the nature of this dilapidated vessel, the whereabouts of their location, and the means to resolve their predicament, she refrained from voicing them and simply nodded, offering a faint smile. Her pale, exquisite visage bore a smile as gentle as that of Dayu gracing the mortal realm. She extended her right hand to caress Chen Yao's cheek, delicately brushing away the bloodstains that marred his face. I will always be by your side. What must I do? During this time, Su Mumu remained oblivious to the tribulations Chen Yao had endured, yet she could surmise a fraction of it from his demeanor. Chen Yao rose to his feet. If he had felt any hesitation moments ago, Su Mumu's words solidified his conviction that his decision was indeed correct. I need you to enhance the control over my body. Just like before? Just like before. Chapter 28. The captain's choice. Zhao Su, resembling a desiccated corpse, approached Chen Yao from behind. Her ghastly appearance sent a shiver down the spines of Su Mumu and the utterly powerless Li Su, inducing an instinctive urge to fight. Yet, they found themselves devoid of the strength to engage. Li Su failed to recognize the bandaged figure before him. Do not worry. He poses no threat to you. He is merely a doctor, albeit an oddly peculiar one, Chen Yao reassured them. Upon hearing this introduction, Zhao Su's hands trembled involuntarily. In a hoarse voice, she addressed Su Mumu. I shall ensure his safety. I am a doctor. With that, Zhao Su produced a scalpel and severed a portion of her left pinky finger, presenting it to Chen Yao. Consume this, and all channels of the plague will be sealed. Faced with the gruesome offering, Chen Yao hesitated, contemplating whether it could be juiced, but instinctively recognized the futility of such a notion. No, Zhao Su interjected, pinching Chen Yao's nose and forcing the severed digit into his mouth. Before he could react, it was swallowed down his throat in one swift motion. The rapidity of it left him momentarily stunned. Coughing and gagging, Chen Yao struggled with the revolting sensation. It was merely a finger, not a sausage. Yet, confronting someone capable of extracting a scalpel from his own mind rendered his complaints utterly powerless. Beside Zhao Su, he felt his rationality teetering on the brink of madness, as her actions defied all logic. Are you feeling better? Su Mumu, despite her frailty, managed to stand and gently pat Chen Yao's back. After a brief reprieve, he began to recover, suppressing the queasiness, as long as he refrained from recalling that he had ingested a piece of a finger. After a few more dry heaves, Chen Yao finally managed to speak to Su Mumu. When I mention enhancement, you shall enhance. Understood. The plague has been contained. Your own contagion will not spread. Is this what containment entails? At that moment, Chen Yao seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation. The reason for Zhao Su's survival lay in her need to utilize her own flesh and blood to enact the containment. Those doctors had perished to varying degrees during the plague. However, due to the sinful vessel, they had been resurrected, continuing their fight until the containment was buried beneath the chaotic graveyard of the Dawn Tower. The horn of the sinful vessel had been transformed into a lighthouse, with Zhao Su standing as the solitary sentinel, the last living soul atop the Dawn Tower. She had become a link to the previous generation of plague doctors who had summoned her to inherit the legacy of the sinful vessel. Chen Yao glanced back at the vast, gaping wound on Zhao Su's chest, which was hollow and filled only with the remains of dark insects. Some sacrifices far exceeded what he had anticipated. He took a deep breath and gazed at plague, incomplete combustion. This affliction spreads through the bloodstream, causing a rise in body temperature after a singular infection. Within 10 minutes, all physical attributes peak. However, if not alleviated within this time frame, one succumbs to a state of weakness. Should the affliction persist beyond 10 minutes, the individual descends into a state of frenzy, losing all rationality. After 15 minutes, bodily fluids will be completely evaporated, culminating in death by the 20th minute. This version of plague, incomplete combustion, is derived from Su Mumu's segment of plague, intestinal disorder, which operates under a factor of 32,768. When this unknown plague was initially generated, any animal it came into contact with was instantaneously transformed into blood. Even in its incomplete form, the potency of this plague remains remarkably high, making it the most viable option to combat blood coagulation plague. This was Chen Yao's initial hypothesis, though a hypothesis remains merely a conjecture until tested. Utilizing plague, incomplete combustion, his target, Chen Yao. After silently reciting the incantation, Chen Yao could distinctly feel changes beginning to manifest within his body. The fatigue that had been gradually consuming him started to dissipate, as a searing warmth coursed through his veins. Yet this sensation was fleeting. Effective. The direction was indeed correct. However, in the next instant, his legs trembled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. His body temperature began to rise rapidly. Cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough. A larger volume of blood, accompanied by bits of flesh, was expelled. Under the intense heat of the blood, there was no resistance. It began to sear his organs. Why was this plague, incomplete combustion, behaving this way? Mumu enhance. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mumu, despite the anguish in her eyes, proceeded. There were two enhancement options, blood coagulation and boiling blood. The existence of both enhancements indicated that they had not fully merged. She hesitated briefly, but ultimately uttered the enhancement. Enhance. The eightfold enhancement surged through his body in an instant, causing Chen Yao to tremble uncontrollably. Cough. Cough, cough. Goo. A thick spray of blood erupted, this time releasing a foul metallic odor. Black blood streamed from his pupils, as the blood underwent alterations. Plague. Incomplete combustion began to mount a counterattack. Where would this delicate balance emerge? Chen Yao immediately undertook a pathological analysis of his condition. Pathological analysis. Plague. Incomplete combustion remains unchanged. Pathological analysis. Plague. Blood frostbite spreads through the air, causing the blood to gradually freeze as if encased in ice, ultimately leading to death once all blood is solidified. Solution: none. The absence of a solution meant that he could not conduct a pathological analysis to acquire skills, and Su Mumu was also unable to continue enhancing. However, his physical state seemed to have improved slightly. The two plagues were now compelled to confront one another. The temperature of his body fluctuated incessantly. Dizziness, nausea, vertigo, chest tightness, shortness of breath, and visual disturbances. A myriad of complications rapidly manifested within Chen Yao's body. Is not so easily resolved. Do you require my assistance with the surgery? Chen Yao's body had curled up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In this dire state, he still gritted his teeth and spoke. No need. I have a solution. Acutely aware of the changes within his body, Chen Yao contemplated a more drastic method. If there is no solution, one must resort to extreme measures. High temperature, toxin injected. Target: Chen Yao. As the mysterious elements were infused, Chen Yao's body began to convulse violently. His skin started to ooze blood, and within less than a minute, he had transformed into a figure of blood. Su Mumu attempted to approach, but was halted by Zhao Su. The spread of the plague was contained, but only on the condition of avoiding contact with him. He can barely hold on. Can you not see? Su Mumu's pale face and ashen lips conveyed her desperation with all her strength. I understand. Zhao Su's voice faltered for a moment before continuing in a raspy tone. The Captain's Choice. Chapter 29. Plague, Hemolysis status. Boiling blood applied status. Frozen blood counteracted inside him, the terrifying two plagues engaged in a frenzied battle. Due to the sinister mark, Chen Yao could not perish. All he could do was writhe in agony on the ground. There were far too many failures. Problems cannot be resolved solely by willpower. Can you truly achieve it? The sheep's head mask nestled within his clothing inquired. Chen Yao remained silent, merely continuing to immerse himself in the sensations of his transformation. No human blood could withstand such torment. A new plague had been born. Plague. Hemolysis. This was an enhancement eightfold that stemmed from Su Mumu. Pathological analysis. Plague. Hemolysis is a counteracting plague produced by high-temperature toxins and special plagues, with exceedingly dire effects. Bloodborne transmission would cause the infected individual's blood to dissolve into water within an alarmingly brief period. Resolution: none. The plague, hemolysis resulting from the effects of blood coagulation, plague, remains unsolvable. 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 Feeling his blood rapidly dissolve within his body, only to be restored once again due to the sinister mark. Unsolvable. Have I truly exhausted all conceivable attempts? No. The sinister mark. In the midst of his suffering, Chen Yao seemed to grasp a crucial insight. He slowly rose to his feet, bloodied and contorted. His body unable to stand upright due to excruciating pain. His skin continually oozed tiny beads of blood. I understand now. The death process of the blood coagulation plague is gradual. The sinister mark only completes its transformation at the moment of death. In contrast, plague, hemolysis leads to swift demise. During this process where I do not perish, the restoration from the sinister mark will persist unceasingly. This cycle of torment conceals the key to a solution, a true method to unravel the unsolvable. Yes, that is it. Chen Yao's breath quickened, uncertain whether it was due to the agony of his body or the excitement of discovering a potential solution. His sickly form reflected determination in his eyes. In a calm tone, he declared, "Dissect me, Zhao Su." Upon hearing this, not only did Su Mumu's eyes widen with disbelief, but even Zhao Su found it hard to comprehend. Have you lost your mind? Chen Yao swayed, blood clinging to his lips, and finally managed a grim smile. A method. I have found it. The solution lies within the process of my bodily transformation. Coughing violently, he swallowed a large mouthful of blood before continuing. As my body rapidly approaches death, it simultaneously experiences swift rejuvenation, a cycle that repeats in a brief span. Therefore, dissect me and uncover the true resolution. Seeing Zhao Su's hesitation, Chen Yao stood tall with great effort, gesturing emphatically as he exclaimed, "Dr. Zhao, your medical expertise. Please allow me to witness it." Unable to sustain himself any longer, Chen Yao fell backward onto the ground. Su Mumu covered her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. He has not died. He is merely in excruciating pain. Zhao Su's tone was remarkably calm, yet his skeletal frame trembled visibly for the first time. Talent? The sensation of being acknowledged. Zhao Su raised the scalpel in his right hand and glanced at it before striding toward the fallen Chen Yao. Other students had begun to notice the commotion, yet none dared to approach. An unfamiliar environment, a deadly plague. Despair enveloped everyone as they awaited death in silence. Even Teacher Sun had ceased to comfort the students, sitting off to the side, lost in thought. Li Su gazed at the prostrate Chen Yao, then shifted his gaze to Zhao Su, who was advancing towards him, the peculiar silver scalpel clasped in his hand, evoking a familiar memory. He seemed to recall something, though it eluded him. He was too young then, trapped in a segment of history long sealed away. A wave of emotion surged within his chest. He covered his mouth and coughed violently, blood staining his pale palm. Images from the past flooded back to him. Li Su managed a bitter smile. Indeed, the phantasmagoria of memories was vivid as one approached death. Zhao Su crouched beside the bleeding Chen Yao, extending his hand to pull something from his own head. With his right hand, he grasped a handful of black worms, tearing them out and crushing them. His mind felt nearly empty. The clearer his reason became, the quicker vitality ebbed away. Surgery required a pristine state of rationality. The captain had contemplated this approach, yet the effects of the coagulation plague were not potent enough. While the mortality rate was high, the duration needed for it to merge with other plagues and mutate took time. Everything required time. With only 2 days to execute the surgery, he had but one chance. Failure would mean the demise of countless patients afflicted with the coagulation plague. By the time a solution was discovered, it was likely that all would be lost. Thus, the most brutal form of isolation had to be employed, saving as many as possible. However, this individual, his thoughts were truly unique. What a madman, Zhao Su mused. He had never considered that extracting his own flesh and blood to perform isolation on a doctor was equally mad. He fixed his gaze on the motionless Chen Yao, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He pressed the scalpel against Chen Yao's abdomen, making an incision. Concepts of sterile environments and anesthetics were rendered irrelevant aboard the Sin ship. Time was of the essence. There was no need for superfluous measures. Seconds slipped away. The sickening sound of flesh being forcibly torn echoed across the silent deck, grotesque and chilling. In that moment, the despairing students began to turn their heads towards the scene, their faces contorted with fear upon witnessing the dissection of Chen Yao. To them, this monstrous figure could very well be preparing to dissect them next. Su Mumu closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks as her fingers intertwined in silent prayer. Much like family members beseeching for a loved one's safety outside a hospital, all she could do was fervently wish for Chen Yao's well-being. Lying on the ground, Chen Yao, undergoing surgery without anesthesia, could distinctly feel his internal organs being extracted for examination. However, the excruciating pain from hemolysis nearly overshadowed all sensations. Though the horrifying experience of having his body dissected was overwhelming, he endeavored to maintain his composure and remain attuned to the transformations within him. An hour passed, then 2. He merely observed. Suddenly, Zhao Su, holding the scalpel, paused, gradually rising to his feet. His expressionless face resembled that of a mummified corpse. The scalpel trembled in his grasp. "It is done," he murmured softly, devoid of any triumphant outcry. The enigma of death that had haunted him for 3 decades was resolved at this moment. Yet there was little exhilaration, for the price had already been paid in full 30 years prior. He had successfully discovered the method. The calmness was chilling. At this juncture, case analysis, plague, hemolysis plague. Hemolysis pertains to a severe epidemic caused by high-temperature toxins and specific pathogens, resulting in dire consequences. Bloodborne infections will swiftly dissolve the infected individual's blood into water. Solution: there is an antidote. The analysis is successful. You have comprehended the principles of hemolysis. And in the context of life and death, the surgical intervention provided a solution. You have mastered the skill, plague hemolysis. Chen Yao, whose mind was once clouded, instinctively raised his right hand with great difficulty and spoke with labored breath. Reversal. Treatment. Chapter 30. Become my crew. A vibrant green healing beam enveloped Chen Yao's body. The sutured wound on his abdomen rapidly healed, while the internal plague, hemolysis, dissipated entirely. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yao's body rejuvenated itself, though the blood that stained him rendered him a terrifying sight. This healing spell had propelled him to the pinnacle of his condition. He rose to his feet and promptly approached Su Mumu, ready to address the blood coagulation plague. The blood coagulation plague was far less formidable than the plague hemolysis. Since case analysis had already deciphered the plague hemolysis, the plague coagulation could undoubtedly be analyzed directly. Before he could utter a word, as he drew near, he found Su Mumu with her hands clasped in prayer. In a playful spirit, Chen Yao tucked in his exposed intestines, watching as the wound gradually healed. All was well. He quietly crouched down, leaning closer to Su Mumu. "Are you praying for me?" At the sound of his voice, Su Mumu abruptly opened her eyes. In an instant, joy transformed into panic, swiftly followed by tenderness as she reached out to wipe Chen Yao's cheek. but the blood was too profuse to be removed. I thought you wouldn't survive. Chen Yao raised his hand, conducting a pathological analysis as he spoke. Didn't I tell you? You can always believe in me. Upon finishing this sentence, the pathological analysis revealed plague blood coagulation. This contagion spreads rapidly through humans, with a dispersal radius of 10 kilometers from the human epicenter. The blood coagulation plague possesses extreme lethality and transmissibility. If not treated within a day, the blood will gradually solidify like jelly, leading to death. Any treatment from doctors can only postpone the onset of the blood coagulation plague. Solution: there is an antidote, similar to the hemolysis condition, but highly contagious. You can easily overcome it. Skill acquired: plague coagulation. Perhaps due to the fusion of plague, incomplete combustion and high-temperature toxins, both plague, hemolysis and plague, coagulation remained as skills within Chen Yao. Everything had come to an end. A method of healing had been discovered. Reverse healing. In that moment, his magical energy was depleted. A cascade of green healing light enveloped the entirety of the sinful vessel. Chen Yao had sacrificed much for this healing. His fervent desire to perfectly resolve this plague might have stemmed from the memories of the 917 doctors, or perhaps from Zhao Su's unwavering weight in the lonely tower. Or maybe it was for the sake of acquiring this plague skill. In any case, there was a pursuit of something greater. Chen Yao himself could not pinpoint which category he belonged to. He only knew that he had succeeded. Under the reverse healing, everyone's physical condition was swiftly restored. The plague blood coagulation had entirely dissipated. After completing everything, Chen Yao stood up and surveyed his surroundings. It was time to return. This chapter had come to a close. Restored, Li Su, due to the treatment, found that his pulmonary ailment had significantly diminished. His coughing had lessened both in frequency and intensity. His gaze fell upon Zhao Su, who stood motionless to the side. Rising slowly, he ambled over, his eyes searching for confirmation in Zhao Su's demeanor. Halfway there, his steps faltered, and he hesitated, his lips parting, unsure of what to say or do. Zhao Su met his gaze for a fleeting moment before moving past him, stopping behind his side, and spoke in a weak, raspy voice. Do you recognize me? Even in this wretched state, you can still identify me. Zhao! Dr. Zhao, is that you? Just a mere corpse. Your vitality suggests that others are unharmed. How fortunate. With that, Zhao Su turned towards Chen Yao. Suddenly, Li Su spun around to watch Zhao Su's retreating figure, and in a moment of overwhelming realization, he knelt to the ground. Memories flooded back to him. The isolation of his family 30 years prior, due to a devastating plague. The initial measures taken against the first wave of infected individuals were straightforward. They were confined to a designated plague zone. Life within that quarantine was fraught with peril. No one dared to approach, for the disease was lethally potent, claiming lives within 3 days of infection. Just as despair loomed, a man clad in the garb of a plague doctor, accompanied by a lean figure and thousands of the finest physicians, arrived at the isolation zone. In his recollections, Li Su's mind merged the image of Dr. Zhao with the gleam of a special silver scalpel. No one wishes for death. Yet, the arrival of those thousands of doctors was akin to a death sentence, an act of incomprehensible bravery. Li Su lowered his forehead to the ground in profound gratitude. Dr. Zhao, thank you. Zhao Su paused momentarily, but continued toward Chen Yao, who greeted him with a cheerful grin. Are you prepared to be my crew member, Dr. Zhao? Yet, Zhao Su remained silent, his pace gradually slowing, the edges of his form beginning to smolder into ashes. This scene is amiss. Chen Yao sensed the disturbance and hurried forward. Do not approach. Zhao Su raised a hand to halt Chen Yao's advance. His parched skin twisted into a grotesque smile. I can no longer endure. I wish to rest. Truly, I am grateful for the opportunity to once again experience the essence of my medical prowess, and I have discovered its remedy myself. Zhao Su's voice dwindled into a whisper. You are an exemplary plague doctor, surpassing any of your predecessors in my eyes, for you are not alone. His gaze shifted to Su Mumu. This era belongs to you. You are formidable and exceptionally wise. As he spoke, Zhao Su's form continued to disintegrate, leaving only his right hand, right leg, and half of his head to support him. while the rest transformed into a swirling mass of pitch-black ash, scattering across the deck of the sinful ship. "Become my crew member. You promised me," Chen Yao cried out in desperation. At this moment, it is not merely Zhao Su who embodies the warrior path of Sequence 001, the Angel of Light, but more so because he believes Zhao Su deserves to survive. He ought to witness the transformative changes of the world beyond. Over the span of 30 years, the world has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, and he should see those whom he has saved. "Promise me, become a crew member. Let us venture forth and explore the world. To behold those." "I apologize, Captain." Zhao Su interrupted Chen Yao's words. "I wish I could agree, but the black worms have all been extracted from me. From the moment I assisted you in surgery, I was aware of my fate. This is my finest conclusion, perishing aboard the Sin's ship, and I am so very weary. So very weary." Chen Yao sought to step forward, attempting to forcibly transform Zhao Su into his crew member. At that moment, the goat-headed mask, which had remained silent within the folds of Chen Yao's clothing, suddenly spoke. It uttered but a few words to Chen Yao: "Allow him to rest. He is far too exhausted." As Zhao Su approached the brink of disappearance, he finally extended his right hand, offering forth the special silver surgical knife. Chen Yao caught it. In an instant, Zhao Su vanished without a trace, as if he had never graced this world at all. Chapter 31. Have you lost your mind? Can this be contagious? Zhao Su vanished before him. Chen Yao's body trembled as he gripped the surgical knife he had received from Zhao Su. Unbeknownst to him, the sharp blade had unexpectedly sliced through his palm, blood trickling down between his fingers. Su Mumu said nothing, gently cradling the hand that held the knife. Equipment name: Zhao Su's surgical knife, white, equipment story. A surgeon's most cherished instrument, it possesses no other characteristics besides its sharpness, much like its master. Although his master did not follow the doctor path, he remains an exceptional surgeon. After a moment of silence, a smile crept onto Chen Yao's face as he wiped the blood from his cheeks, tears serving as a lubricant to remove the congealed stains. Despite his tears, his smile appeared oddly out of place. "Let's go back." Su Mumu leaned closer to Chen Yao, responding without question. The sinful ship was activated. Simultaneously, he received 2,918 points of praise power. This familiar number tugged at Chen Yao's heart, reminding him that 2,917 doctors and Zhao Su had contributed their final strength. You might want to consider unlocking the Plague Tavern first. It seems that upgrading it to level 3 offers some intriguing rewards. The voice of the ram's head mask echoed solely in Chen Yao's ear through its magical properties. "I am the most knowledgeable about this vessel, for I am Ranashide, the 4th vice captain of the plague ship. Please cease mentioning that name. It's far too long to remember," Chen Yao murmured softly, yet Su Mumu still caught his words. She said nothing but tightened her embrace around his arm. Chen Yao gathered his emotions and began to unlock and enhance the cabin through the power of authority. This strength was intended to perfect the authority. "Plague Tavern," he heard the ram's head mask whisper. Unlocking the Plague Tavern, accompanied by the tremors of the sinful ship unlocking. The last dark door of the cabin below the deck suddenly swung open, emitting peculiar sounds. A purple light filtered through the crack, and a pitch-black hand emerged to open the door, hanging a special sign before the door slammed shut. The sign read, "Plague Tavern Open." Beside the sign was a curious octopus carving of a human face. 100 points of praise power. Upgrade. 600 points of praise power. Upgrade. 900 points of praise power. Upgrade. 1,400 points of praise power. Praise power remaining, 21 points. The 3 upgrades to the Plague Tavern utilized precisely the 21 remaining points. Plague Tavern, LV3, a tavern located beneath the cabin of the sinful ship, where one can discover unique items provided. One is willing to offer something of value. The initial unlocking of the cabin of the sinful ship granted Chen Yao complete control over the vessel. He could instantaneously traverse to any location aboard, and anyone who entered the ship could be manipulated at his whim. The bewildered students were oblivious to the events that had transpired. Upon witnessing the peculiar figures of Su Mumu and Chen Yao vanish, a group of students and teacher Sun hurriedly approached to inquire what had occurred. Chen Yao raised a hand, and a swirling black mist enveloped the heads of all present. In an instant, everyone, except Li Su, succumbed to unconsciousness, including Su Mumu. The running students lost all awareness, tumbling heavily onto the deck. Chen Yao paid them no mind, gently placing Su Mumu on the deck and using his coat as a pillow beneath her head. He needed to converse privately with Li Su, and it was best for the others to remain unconscious. Having completed these tasks, he approached Li Su. This time, Chen Yao wore no smile. Li Su regarded him warily. Increasingly perplexed by this young man, especially with the unconscious students and the young lady before him. "What do you intend to do?" Li Su asked. "I wish to have a discussion, Uncle Li. I seek to uncover the truth behind the plague from 30 years ago, and why this particular outbreak has been silenced by the authorities of Liaojiang province." Li Su hesitated, rubbing his temples, as the appearance of Dr. Zhao and the eerily familiar symptoms seemed to point back to that long-ago incident. He strained to recall and began to speak. "The suppression of this information may stem from its brutal nature. I cannot say for certain. They claim that the plague was a result of the plague doctor attempting to study a highly lethal strain that had leaked. At that time, I was too young to grasp much, but I knew it was a rumor. Those afflicted paid little heed to their symptoms, and only when death began to claim lives the following day did panic ensue. In the wake of this fear, the patients were treated like vermin, driven into the plague-stricken areas to await their fate. They believed that isolating all potential carriers would resolve the outbreak, yet this decision overlooked human nature. Many, in their desperation to survive, fled, fabricated reports, and even spread the contagion in hopes of receiving aid. The plague spiraled beyond effective control. Li Su's voice trembled, as if recalling a painful memory, his tone shifting dramatically. "At the age of 5, I too was infected. My recollections from that time are scant. I only remember the fear, the piles of corpses stacked high, and the singular path we could take, waiting for death." The mundane words he spoke painted a picture of the despair of those still clinging to life, waiting in futility. However, a man clad in attire akin to yours arrived in the plague zone with numerous others. I can only recall the surgical knife and the beaked mask. Dr. Zhao performed surgery on my mother, my brother, and me, ensuring our safe evacuation. That is all I know. Chen Yao found the situation somewhat absurd. "So, the news was suppressed because so many perished?" Li Su nodded in affirmation. "I believe it should be so. Such a dark chapter in history will remain unrecorded. That plague, despite the efforts of the physicians, claimed countless lives. I cannot ascertain the precise number, but for a significant time, the air was saturated with the peculiar scent of burning corpses, and the city's incinerators did not cease their function for an entire month." Unrecorded. The very thought made Chen Yao's fists clench tightly. "Uncle Li, do you know what became of the 920 doctors in the plague-stricken area?" Li Su shook his head. "I am unaware. There's been no report regarding them." "How do you know that number?" Chen Yao pointed downward, gesturing towards beneath the deck. "They are interred within this replica, their bodies isolated by Dr. Zhao's abilities. They can only lie here, quietly perishing, while the outside world conceals this dark history." The demise of Zhao Su further solidified Chen Yao's resolve to reclaim what belonged to these doctors. They died here? All of them? How could this be? They perished right here? Li Su momentarily fell into a daze. "Uncle Li, I need your assistance," Chen Yao stated calmly. "What do you propose?" "I wish to restore their rightful history. I will discuss this matter with President Su Yuntian. He possesses the capacity to assist you." "President Su? Very well. I shall await your news after you return." Although Chen Yao outwardly acquiesced, inwardly he had devised his own plan. Raising his hand, Li Su succumbed to unconsciousness upon the deck. The entire deck was left with only Chen Yao standing alone. "I have a scheme." This statement was directed towards the goat-headed mask, for he could only confide in the creature he had discovered within this replica. "I intend to unleash a plague." "No." The goat-headed mask was taken aback. "You are mad. How could the notion of spreading a plague, as that lunatic Zhao Su did, ever be considered? As a physician, one must never contemplate such actions." Chapter 32. The Plague Tavern. Zhao Su was indeed correct. The goat-head mask hastily advised. "Perhaps there are other reasons for the information blackout. I assure you, I would never propagate a plague unless absolutely necessary." As Chen Yao spoke, he descended from the cabin and made his way toward the plague tavern below the deck. In the dimly lit hold of the ship, a chilling breeze greeted him as he stepped down, evoking an atmosphere more akin to a realm of his own than a mere vessel. It was a mobile source of contagion. Chen Yao continued deeper into the ship, even though he could teleport directly to the plague tavern. He was curious to explore the depths of the hold. The unaccessed compartments were ensnared by locks emanating a dark mist, adorned with peculiar thorns that rendered any attempt to unlock them futile. As he walked on, a wooden door emblazoned with the sign, Plague Tavern, now open, came into view. This was indeed the Plague Tavern. The goat head mask within his clothing remarked, "There are numerous valuable items inside that could greatly assist you, and you may find what you seek." "What I seek?" Chen Yao pondered. "You will know once you enter," the mask replied. He pushed open the door and stepped into the Plague Tavern. Inside, the tavern was sparsely furnished, with empty tables and chairs. Save for a monstrous creature with 8 eyes and octopus-like tentacles, cleaning a bottle of liquor with its appendages. You arrived at quite the opportune moment. A volatile patron has just departed, and your presence might incite another brawl. As you know, drinking and fighting are commonplace in taverns. Chen Yao glanced at the floor, where streaks of blood trailed off, and a severed purple arm lay in a corner, dragged away by the creature's tentacles. It was evident that the bartender's claim of someone merely leaving was likely a euphemism for being dispatched. "What can I get for you, Captain?" "We have every kind of drink imaginable," the bartender said. "Release me. I wish to converse with this fellow," the goat head mask urged. Chen Yao reached into his clothing and extracted the mask. "Ah, a rare guest. It could procure many fine treasures," the bartender remarked. "Paul, I require a recent inventory." Paul's demeanor sharpened. The guest is knowledgeable. With that, a tentacle from beneath the counter waved, dropping a sticky piece of parchment. Chen Yao picked it up for inspection. The list was predominantly filled with materials of mystical elements, each commanding exorbitant prices in the outside world. Additionally, there were various pieces of equipment and some extraordinary creatures. Blackworm. This entity latches onto the dying, allowing the host to survive in a peculiar state. However, prolonged attachment leads to an inevitable decline in sanity. This was the black worm that resided in Zhao Su's mind. It originated from the Plague Tavern. "I need this," Chen Yao declared, selecting an item. Nor staff, an uncertain enhancer for low-tier magic, instantly restoring 1,000 mana, cooldown period, 24 hours. A fitting piece of equipment for Sumu Mu. Given the unpredictable nature of the transaction, Chen Yao hesitated to request too much at once. He did not believe that relying on his own money here would be of any use. "Your 400 milliliters of blood." Paul articulated the terms and retrieved the staff from beneath the wine cabinet with a tentacle. "ISNT payment possible? Must blood be demanded at the outset?" The ram-headed mask interrupted Paul's request. Very well. 30 million is indeed a modest price. 30 million is indeed inexpensive. However, Chen Yao did not possess such a sum. "Blood payment." The ram-headed mask attempted to intervene. An octopus tentacle swiftly emerged from beneath the counter. "A deal is struck. The guest is indeed brave. Raise your arm. I shall be gentle." The tentacle latched onto Chen Yao's arm, a slight sting coursing through. After a brief moment, the tentacle retreated, leaving a row of pinprick marks on his arm. The curse of Awakens, Paul, a transaction with the unfathomable entity of the deep sea. You have sacrificed 500 milliliters of blood. The wound will not heal for 7 days, and no further transactions can be made within this period. As time progresses, your sanity will diminish at an accelerated rate. Depart now. I wish to converse with you. The ram-headed mask spoke. Chen Yao returned to the deck, holding the ram-headed mask. The Plague Tavern is a unique marketplace where one can engage in trade and glean information about special quests, even encountering some amiable creatures. Among the rules is that one must never acquiesce to any transaction proposed by Paul. One must assert their own terms and negotiate resolutely. You didn't inform me in advance. I had expressed my desire to come. You hastily agreed, leaving me speechless. You behave as though you have never encountered fine equipment. I truly have not. This is only my second time participating in a quest. The ram-headed mask was momentarily at a loss for words. Cover the wound with your sleeve. It will produce pus, and eventually, The yellow discharge will rot and fall away. Endure for 7 days. The first day should pose no issues. You seem quite familiar. When I was human, I too fell victim. Were you ever human? Fell victim? Did I mention it? Was it not stated? I have never been human. Then what are you? I am Ranashidzwa, the left deputy helmsman of the plague ship, the fourth of the great deputy. With a resounding crash, the sinful ship violently shook, tearing open the quest. On the school playground, a dilapidated ancient ship plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the ground with a tremendous noise, its great hull crushing the grass and plowing deep furrows into the earth. Chen Yao hurled his classmates down one by one. He leapt off the sinful ship with Su Mumu in his arms. After their departure, the sinful ship began to gradually fade, retreating into oblivion. Chen Yao felt it was not yet time to release the souls of the 917 doctors within the ship. He would not allow them to drift alone in the real world until a suitable haven was found. Looking back at the students sprawled on the ground, Chen Yao retrieved his phone and dialed Principal Lu's number for a recovery signal. Shortly thereafter, Principal Lu hurriedly emerged. With a swift glance at all the students and the still-standing Chen Yao, he anxiously spoke. "You are all safe. How wonderful." After a prolonged gaze at Principal Lu, Chen Yao finally broke the silence. "This was a perilous ordeal. How fortunate it is that you were here." Upon hearing these words, Chen Yao's expression sharpened slightly. "It appears that only the two of us remain here, Principal Lu. Please share your thoughts. Why did you take such actions?" Principal Lu's initially panicked demeanor began to settle. "I do not quite grasp your meaning. If all is well, that is indeed great news. President Su and the others have been quite worried about you." Chapter 33. Principal Lu, what do you truly desire? Approximately 2 days have elapsed within the confines of the copy, yet upon my return, the sole voice I could reach was yours. The external rescue efforts have been utterly non-existent. You are acutely aware that our escape is either impossible or that we may yet survive. Principal Lu's expression shifted, casting a fleeting glance at the playground, marred by the scars left by some colossal entity. "You must have encountered my uncle by now, for you have acquired the authority." "Uncle?" A bitter smile crossed his lips as he inhaled deeply before speaking slowly. "My uncle, Zhao Su, is a physician. Is he well?" "Indeed, the principal, who governs this trial copy, is also enmeshed in its web. He has perished, slain aboard the sins." As Chen Yao uttered these words, his hand clenched slightly, a sense of powerlessness washing over him. He is truly gone? That stubborn man, clinging to life for 30 years, must have found it exhausting. "Reveal everything to me, Principal. What is it that you truly seek?" Chen Yao furrowed his brow, the sensation of being manipulated gnawing at him, causing his tone to chill by several degrees. Observing Chen Yao's demeanor, one would hardly expect a first-tier sequence to confront a fourth-tier warrior with such audacity. Yet, Principal Lu exhibited no sign of anger. Instead, he offered an appraisal of Chen Yao. "In merely 2 days, your demeanor has undergone a remarkable transformation. That place is indeed a crucible for growth, or perhaps you are simply a prodigy. I had intended to enter the copy alongside you, but to my surprise, 30 years have passed, and it has evolved into an abyss-level trial. Thus, I found myself lingering at the rear, unable to enter." Principal Lu continued. "Others believe that my ascension to principal is a result of my fourth-tier prowess, yet I disdain such notions. Allow me to reintroduce myself, highlighting my most cherished identity." Principal Lu stood tall, his posture exuding an entirely different aura. If he had previously appeared kind and approachable, now an undeniable pride radiated from him. He began to speak slowly. "I am Lu Wei, sailor of the Sins, the last crew member to serve aboard the Sins. 30 years ago, at the tender age of 18, I personally escorted my uncle and those 917 physicians into the mass grave, and I returned solely to await your arrival." Chen Yao gazed intently at Principal Lu, struggling to comprehend the allure that the previous generation of plague doctors possessed, compelling 917 physicians to march willingly toward their demise. What drove a nephew to personally guide his uncle into the mass grave copy, resigned to wait for death? What led a man of unparalleled medical talent to sever flesh to contain the plague, solitary in his vigil at the lonely tower. What motivated a man who has awaited for 30 years to take pride in an identity that remains unrecognized? Are these individuals mad? Principal Lu retrieved from his bosom a nearly shattered horn, a summoning device identical to that of Zhao Su, meant to call forth the sins. Upon witnessing the failure of the horn, I realized your success. Alas, my uncle has yet to return. Even if he were alive after consuming the black worm, he would merely exist as a hollow shell. Principal Lu, Chen Yao called out, refraining from further inquiries and instead imparting a momentous piece of news. Dr. Zhao has ultimately discovered the remedy for the plague, coagulation plague. What? Lu Wei, seemingly not having heard clearly, took a few steps toward Chen Yao, trembling hands grasping his shoulders. What did you just say? Chen Yao enunciated each word deliberately. Dr. Zhao, with his remarkable abilities, has unraveled the coagulation plague. Uncle has cracked the coagulation plague. He has solved it. Lu Wei incessantly murmured, laughter erupting intermixed with tears. His demeanor oscillated between mirth and sorrow, resembling someone quite unhinged, devoid of the composure expected of an elder. It's done. It's finally accomplished. I envy you, Uncle. He bellowed at the top of his lungs. I envy you. You have succeeded. Your talent, your medical prowess is indeed unparalleled. The brilliance of your abilities cannot be overshadowed by anyone, regardless of their rank. You have achieved it. I have always believed in you. Even the elder has proclaimed that your abilities are unmatched. You are a true physician. His voice dwindled to a whisper as he collapsed to the ground, his forehead pressed against the grass, succumbing to muffled sobs. The fervent shouts gradually faded, leaving behind only lamentation. Why? 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 Why must I wait 30 years? Why could you not return to see me alive? Why? Why could you not fulfill the promises you made to me? The facade of calm Lu Wei crumbled at this moment, unleashing a torrent of repressed emotions. His hands clawed at the grass, pounding it in anguish, appearing truly mad. Chen Yao found himself at a loss for words. This group had done nothing wrong. They had merely made the most righteous choice. After his catharsis, Lu Wei slowly lifted his head. The middle-aged man hastily wiped his face. Did my uncle say anything else? Chen Yao opened his palm to reveal a surgical knife belonging solely to Dr. Zhao. The white surgical knife, favored by a physician, possessed nothing but sharpness as its defining trait. Much like its master, it was not solely defined by the path of doctor, yet it remained a top-tier surgical practitioner. The specially crafted silver knife lay in Chen Yao's palm. The moment Lu Wei beheld it, he sprang to his feet, grasping the knife with one hand, not minding as the sharp blade sliced through his palm. Trembling, he cradled the surgical knife with utmost reverence. Principal Lu, accompanying me on this return are the spirits of 917 physicians, whose souls remain unvanished due to the circumstances of isolation. What are your intentions? Principal Lu positioned the scalpel against his chest and turned to Chen Yao, inquiring, what are your plans? Chen Yao raised his index finger and proclaimed, to unleash the plague. I shall become the epicenter of this infection, stepping into the fray myself. Chapter 34. The doctor ascends the ladder. Chen Yao, prepared to unleash a plague, intending to spread it to a certain extent before manifesting under unique circumstances to ultimately resolve the affliction. It was a self-directed performance. Although he would control the means of the contagion, those infected with the blood coagulation plague would merely experience dizziness, malaise, and fatigue for a few days. As for any lingering effects, they could all be eradicated through reverse treatment. How could you, my student, even entertain the notion of spreading a plague? What if someone overhears you? The resources I have fought for over the years are still insufficient. However, if you can secure Su Yuntian's assistance, I would have a 70% chance of success. It would be prudent to avoid the dissemination of disease. I understand your desire for justice for those wronged, but this matter is far from simple. For 30 years, I have endeavored, entangled in numerous complexities. Clearly, the act of spreading a plague is exceedingly detrimental. Are there further implications? Is there hidden truth behind that epidemic? I have recently gained some insights regarding this matter and will inform you when I have more information. Just as Chen Yao was about to respond, a low, buzzing sound filled his ears. The scene before him began to blur, reminiscent of the disorientation one feels when intoxicated. Strange whispers incessantly echoed around him. A sharp pain pierced his arm. Damn it! The curse of Alosis Paul was taking effect. Chen Yao grasped Principal Lu's hand with great effort and managed to utter, "Take me home." As he held onto Principal Lu, the rows of darkened puncture wounds on his arm were vividly apparent to Lu. Is this the curse of Alosis Paul? You, having just inherited such power, are quite audacious to exchange curses for items. Principal Lu sighed in resignation. His own curse of weakness and plague had also originated from the Plague Tavern, albeit with different exchanges and varying degrees of curse severity. The curse of Alosis Paul was manageable. Surely, this fellow, having inherited such authority, must possess some knowledge. Principal Lu shook his head. Wei, you have done well. The goat-headed mask in Chen Yao's embrace spoke. Principal Lu was momentarily taken aback. His lips moved slightly. The familiar voice struck a chord in his fragmented memories, rendering him speechless. Chen Yao endured a prolonged nightmare, akin to a ship tossed upon tumultuous ocean waves, struggling in a pitch-black environment. With a sudden gasp, he sat upright. Sweat poured from his forehead, and after laboring breaths, he clutched his chest in distress. Simultaneously, he noticed a series of special occupational prompts. Curse resistance increased. Initial understanding of curse plague acquired. You have mastered a low-level curse. Low-level curse. Vomiting, you have received the mark, symbol of Paul. He slowly lifted his arm. At that moment, the rows of puncture wounds had scabbed over, the remnants of wrinkled skin forming an odd octopus pattern. The ram-headed mask revealed an opening within the lining of his garment. Do not fret, this is merely a mark. Absorb these octopus patterns, and you shall randomly acquire a curse ability from Tavern Paul. To my surprise, your constitution is remarkably attuned to the curse, and you're able to absorb it. You've struck gold, my lad. The Plague Tavern will be left bereft of its essence. Who brought me back? How long has it been? What the principal? You are quite inquisitive. First, tend to your mental state, and then complete the second-tier ritual before anything else. Chen Yao felt parched and grasped a glass of water from the table, gulping it down eagerly. A handwritten letter lay at the edge of the table, and he casually opened it. Principal Lu, I have taken care of all subsequent matters. I altered the perceptions of others regarding this dungeon, but the Su family girl still requires your presence. It would be best for you to awaken and promptly guide her into the second tier. Additionally, I have credited 100 million to your card. Procure any equipment or potions you require, and I shall reimburse you later. P.S. Burn this letter after reading. 100 million? Principal Lu is indeed quite affluent. Chen Yao hesitated, contemplating whether to inform him about the side effects of the mysterious potion he had previously given him. The effects of rationality loss had largely subsided, save for the occasional burning sensation in his arm. He burned the letter, then opened his phone, only to discover that 8 days had already elapsed. The unexpected event during this dungeon had not been reported in the news, just as Principal Lu had stated. He had altered the memories of others, except for Su Mumu and himself. With a pang of longing for Su Mumu, he recalled that she had promised to honor their wager upon leaving the dungeon. He needed to devise a plan to ensure she fulfilled her commitment. Thus, he dialed her number. Mumu, are you free? Let's go for a stroll. I've been resting at home these past few days, eagerly awaiting your message. Just wait for me. I'm coming over right now. Su Mumu exclaimed excitedly before hanging up, not allowing Chen Yao to utter another word. Such enthusiasm. After the call ended, the ram-headed mask remarked enviously, You are truly fortunate to have such a devoted girlfriend. Alas, I once had a sincere love laid before me, but I failed to cherish it. Only in its absence did I come to regret my folly. If I were to assign a time limit to that love, I would wish for it to last a century. Chen Yao cursed under his breath, dismissing the mask's sentimentality, and began to contemplate his next steps. Indeed, ascending to the second tier was his foremost task. To enter the second tier, he needed to complete the doctor's ladder and 100 field surgeries. Thus far, he had only conducted the one surgery involving the necromancer. The doctor's ladder, however, could be tackled today. The doctor's ladder is an essential ritual for the doctor pathway. Upon entering the physician's tower, one must navigate through illusions to advance. Each level conquered represents an elevation in rank, with the current highest tier standing at 172 levels. Those who excel may have their names permanently inscribed upon a ladder. Chen Yao originally believed that, with his abilities, surpassing 100 levels would pose no significant challenge. In this mystical realm, the discovery of bugs within the secret dungeons leads to effortless annihilation of foes, excluding the formidable plague, blood coagulation. I have summoned a necromancer capable of incessantly producing necromantic pathogens. A legion of 4th-tier skeleton soldiers emerges, nearly invincible in their might. However, he now faces an alternative. Chen Yao unveils the artifact, 3 surgical knives of the common man, legendary masterpiece. Perhaps, instead of spreading the plague, there lies another avenue to showcase one's talents to those who will inhabit this world 30 years hence. Dr. Zhao, with your experience and skills, how many heights will you ascend? Allow me to guide you through the ascent of the medical path. This time, he resolves to eschew reliance on the power of the sequence, intending to wield only Dr. Zhao's 3 surgical knives, ensuring Zhao's name resonates at the pinnacle of the medical hierarchy. As Chen Yao contemplates the details of his plan, he is abruptly interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Without a doubt, it is that girl, Su Mu Mu, arriving with her characteristic urgency. Chen Yao opens the door to find Su Mu Mu standing there in a charming blue floral dress and pristine white shoes. Her innocent and lovely visage lighting up as she tilts her head and remarks, "You've lost quite a bit of weight since we last met. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Kulme, accompany me to the physician's tower. I shall share everything I know along the way." "All right," she replies without hesitation. There is no need for concealment with Su Mu Mu. All that has transpired has been possible with her invaluable assistance. She was the one who helped him attain plague, intestinal disease, and ascend the plague doctor sequence, as well as resolve the issues with the corrupted dragon and the blood coagulation. As they journey towards the physician's tower, Chen Yao recounts the events that transpired in the mass grave dungeon to Su Mu Mu, including the tale of 917 souls, Zhao, and Principal Lu's story. After absorbing the narrative, Su Mu Mu murmurs, "I can't believe such a story existed 30 years ago. So what do you intend to do? Will you seek to vindicate them?" "I support you." Observing Su Mu Mu's fervor, Chen Yao gently clasps her hand to temper her enthusiasm. "There is no rush. With Principal Lu present, my immediate aim is to complete the ascent at the physician's tower." "That sounds prudent. We must expedite the ritual. The matters of authority must remain concealed, and you need sufficient strength to safeguard everything. After your visit to the physician's tower today, I shall meet my mother." "Meeting your parents so soon?" Chen Yao quips, only to be taken aback when Su Mu Mu does not refute him. Her steps quicken, and her cheeks flush as she turns slightly away. Speaking in a voice barely above a whisper, I mentioned that if we survive the dungeon, you could consider me your girlfriend. Then grant me a kiss to affirm that you, miss, are not deceiving me. Not a chance. I merely agreed to be friends. You think I would kiss you? In a secluded corner, Chen Yao gently cradles Su Mu Mu's face, leaning in closer. Her attempts to push him away grow increasingly feeble, eventually turning into a grip on his shirt. Chapter 35. The Obedient Girl. Su Mu Mu, within the towering edifice known as the Physician's Tower, an array of practitioners, aptly referred to as doctors, thrived. Here, the ascent to a higher echelon was not merely a ritualistic necessity for physicians. It was also a marketplace for exclusive medical equipment and crafted potions. The Physician's Tower stood as a monument, rivaling the esteemed Mage's Tower. As Chen Yao stood before its grand fade, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe at its opulence, before taking Su Mu Mu's hand and stepping inside. Upon entering, Su Mu Mu's face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, thanks to Chen Yao's earlier assertiveness. Her striking beauty immediately drew the attention of many within the tower, with numerous gazes fixated on Chen Yao. If looks could kill, Chen Yao would have certainly imparted the lesson of guarding one's treasures. After casting a warning glance around, he pulled Su Mu Mu closer. He made his way directly to the window of the physician's tower, where the staff welcomed him with enthusiasm. "Sir, do you wish to purchase potions or other equipment services?" Ascending, Chen Yao replied, presenting his awakening card at the window. The items within the card had already been transferred to Su Mumu's storage ring on his finger. The staff, upon glancing at Chen Yao's appearance, opened the card and noted that this young man had only awakened for half a month, yet was prepared to embark on the second-tier ascent. Such prowess was unattainable for mere wealthy heirs, and with this realization, the staff's artificial smile became more genuine. "Sir, the ascent begins on the 7th floor," they informed him. Chen Yao continued his inquiries. "At what point does the synchronized recording commence?" 100 floors signify entry into the top 100, while 150 floors indicate entry into the top 70. The top 100 will be recorded, whereas the top 70 will display real-time progression. During the ascent, the use of any items is permitted, correct? Indeed. However, the effectiveness of items used during the ascent will be diminished. Other items' recovery effects will also be reduced. Yet the 3 surgical knives in my possession are entirely based on Zhao Zhen's expertise. Skills are not restricted, I presume? Correct. However, the higher the tier, the more diminished the healing effects. Very well. I would like to register for the ascent now. My name is Zhao Su. Sir, please do not jest. That is not the name on your awakening card. I wish to utilize this name for the physician's ascent. Is that feasible? Certainly, sir. We will require a fee of 1 million. A single trial costs 1 million. It seems one must possess wealth to even enter the physician's tower. With that, 1 million was swiftly deducted. Moments later, the staff had processed the awakening card and returned it to Chen Yao with both hands. Taking the card, Chen Yao turned to Su Mumu. "Mumu, please wait for me in the lobby." "All right," she nodded in agreement. Chen Yao ascended alone to the 7th floor, commencing his climb. The ascent commenced. At that moment, the display screen in the lobby indicated the ascent number as 1 alongside the tier level. Zhao Su, Tier 1. Time, 0 seconds. "Now, please attend to a patient suffering from internal bleeding," a masked doctor clad in surgical attire addressed Chen Yao. Such a degree of internal bleeding can be effortlessly resolved with a single procedure. Nonetheless, Chen Yao produced an item, 3 surgical knives belonging to an ordinary individual. A legendary masterpiece. Simultaneously, he donned his plague doctor attire. Approaching with the surgical knives in hand, Chen Yao, dressed as a medieval physician, commenced a thorough incision from head to toe on the doctor. In the grand hall, Su Mumu had been fixated on Chen Yao's name for half an hour, and had only ascended to the 3rd tier. "Is the one climbing the tiers your boyfriend?" A man dressed in a red leather jacket, adorned with a row of earrings, approached Su Mumu to flirt. Such a boyfriend is of no use. The first 30 tiers are exceedingly simple. Even the most inept individuals on the doctor route can complete it in half an hour. Your boyfriend managed to ascend merely 3 tiers in that time. Truly, he is the epitome of uselessness. His voice grew louder, seemingly reveling in the ridicule, ensuring that others took notice. "Come and witness this peculiar ascent. Anyone can conquer the first 30 tiers in half an hour, yet this fellow only managed 3. It's utterly laughable." Su Mumu's brow furrowed, her face flushed with anger. Her fingers clenched tightly. The disparaging remarks directed at Chen Yao struck a chord. For the first time, the normally obedient Su Mumu instinctively raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to the face of the insolent man. Smack! "Close your foul mouth." The commotion drew the attention of the management personnel of the physician's tower. What is going on? The slap left the earring-clad man momentarily stunned, as he covered his face and stammered. She hit me. Is that so, young lady?" The 2 staff members inquired, directing their questioning gazes at Su Mumu. Fuming with anger, Su Mumu, under normal circumstances, would have argued with the rogue, disregarding her feminine demeanor. However, she suddenly recalled the words of Chen Yao from their school days. "Whenever you feel slighted, remember that if it's not your fault, it must be someone else's. Do not squander valuable resources." Strangely, this wisdom resonated with her now. She blinked and immediately altered her expression, donning a look of feigned helplessness, her lips pouting slightly as she spoke. "Uncle, he was saying hurtful things over there, and then he started shouting strange remarks. I'm a bit frightened." Her pitiful demeanor momentarily disarmed the administrators, who hesitated to reproach her. Yet, having struck someone, the situation remained delicate. Accompanying Chen Yao had taught Su Mumu a thing or two about clever maneuvering. Seizing the moment, as the administrators faltered, she fanned the flames. "Uncle, if your daughter came to the physician's tower and was confronted by a repulsive yellow-haired man with earrings, uttering bizarre words, what would you do? Uncle, what would you do if your daughter were bullied?" The thought of a girl alone and unsupported, enduring such mistreatment. "Uncles," she implored, her voice laced with genuine distress. The surrounding crowd began to chime in. "This man is indeed harassing the young lady. Dr. Tower, you must address the atmosphere here." "Yes, indeed. I believe it's that man." He deliberately approached the girl, perhaps uttering some vile words. Indeed, the crowd rallied around Su Mumu for the man, with his ear studs and nonconformist red leather jacket, appeared to overshadow Su Mumu's delicate features in her floral dress, making it seem as though he was the aggressor. Su Mumu's feeble words pierced the hearts of the two administrators like sharp needles. Little did they know that they, too, had a daughter. Daughter, blonde hair. These two words are undoubtedly a father-esque taboo. Which family does not have a cherished daughter, a little cotton-padded jacket, who would be bullied outside? Who wouldn't lend a helping hand? Whose daughter is this? And who is this little cotton-padded jacket? As the administrators' faces flushed with indignation, the man grew anxious. After all, he was the victim. "Administrators, she struck me first, you must." Slap. A crisp sound echoed as one of the administrators struck the man sharply on the other side of his face. The resounding slap startled the previously supportive crowd into silence. "It is you who is to blame. Disturbing public order. You should consider yourself fortunate that this is merely a slap. Had it not been for the person beside him, the other administrator might have kicked him as well." Su Mumu's mouth fell slightly agape. She had been listening to Chen Yao's advice that sometimes leveraging one's strengths could effectively resolve certain matters. As the model student of the school, it was her first time acting so resolutely. The outcome was astonishingly effective, to the point of her own astonishment. The man, having received a slap, was escorted out by the security personnel. Turning back, Su Mumu, as the instigator, was comforted by the administrators. "Do not worry, young lady, in Dr. Tower. Such scum will not emerge. Should he appear again, call for an administrator. I will be the first to expel him." "Thank you, Uncle," Su Mumu replied sweetly. Her gentle voice was pleasing to the ear, causing the two administrators to glow with pride, as if they were gazing upon their own daughter. After the commotion subsided, Su Mumu's gaze fell once more on the display screen, showcasing Chen Yao's name. Zhao Su, Level 6, time taken, 1 hour. Chapter 36, The High-Speed Challenge. Utilizing a scalpel demands not only unwavering concentration, but also extraordinary physical endurance, even with the enhancements of a professional. The grueling experience of performing 6 consecutive surgeries over the span of an hour left Chen Yao feeling a chill along his spine. The meticulousness required for each operation took a toll on his body, especially given that he had only recently recovered from serious illness and was still grappling with the lingering effects of a curse. The burning sensation in his arm rendered him quite uncomfortable. After an hour, he had only managed to complete 6 levels. He couldn't help but reflect on Zhao Su's staggering achievement of completing 331 surgeries. What an astonishing feat that was. It was as if a significant portion of one's life was consumed by surgical procedures, which explains the emergence of the ordinary person's 3 surgical scalpels, legendary masterpieces. At his current snail's pace, reaching 100 levels would take him until the morrow. Chen Yao promptly rotated his wrist. The burning sensation from the curse had made it impossible for his other hand to grip the scalpel. He needed to devise a method to reduce the duration of each surgery. Plopping down onto the ground, he decided to take a moment to rest and contemplate. The ordinary person's 3 surgical scalpels, legendary masterpieces, were indeed formidable, bolstered by Zhao Su's vast experience. It was disheartening that every ailment, great or small, required surgery. These operations were invariably conducted on the surgical table. Even if he personally performed the surgeries, it would not expedite the progress of the ritual. 100 field surgeries were required. Field surgeries had to be executed under adverse conditions. Since performing them himself was exceedingly exhausting, he pondered, What if he did not have to perform the surgeries personally? He recalled the necromancer bacteria he had gathered in the graveyard, along with the skeletal soldiers. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yao summoned 3 fourth-tier skeletal soldiers. Under the influence of the necromancer bacteria, these skeletal soldiers exhibited absolute obedience. He merely needed to release the bacteria once to command their actions. The more intricate procedures would be managed by the ordinary person's 3 surgical scalpels, legendary masterpieces. The skeletons would not tire, they would not feel fatigue. He only needed a rest. Perfect. Chen Yao began to instruct the 3 skeletal soldiers in performing surgical operations. The skeletal soldiers' bones glowed with a phosphorescent hue, a sign of the necromancer bacteria's growth. As soon as they approached the surgical table, the hands of the 4th-tier skeletal soldiers moved with a frenzied grace. Unlike the control exerted over his own body, which was not only feeble but also instinctively resistant, the ordinary person's 3 surgical scalpels, legendary masterpieces, could unleash their true potential without hindrance. Watching the blades blur to the point of creating afterimages, Chen Yao slowly rose to his feet. He had merely intended to take a shortcut with the skeletal soldiers, but to his astonishment, the ordinary person's 3 surgical scalpels, legendary masterpieces, erupted with an unprecedented surgical speed. So fast, truly astonishingly fast. Incision, excision, suturing, all in one fluid motion, completed. In mere moments, a surgery had been successfully executed. In the hall, Su Mumu noticed that Chen Yao's levels were beginning to ascend in a staggered fashion. Zhao Su, level 7, time, 1 hour and 15 minutes. Zhao Su, staircase 8, duration, 1 hour 17 minutes. Zhao Su, staircase 9, duration, 1 hour 19 minutes. Zhao Su, staircase 10, duration, 1 hour 21 minutes. Zhao Su, staircase 11, duration, 1 hour 23 minutes. Zhao Su, staircase 31, duration, 2 hours 06 minutes. Zhao Su, staircase 32, duration, 2 hours 07 minutes. Zhao Su, staircase 33, duration, 2 hours 08 minutes. Zhao Su, staircase 60, duration, 2 hours 27 minutes. Zhao Su, staircase 62, duration, 2 hours 28 minutes. Zhao Su, staircase 63, duration, 2 hours 29 minutes. Zhao Su, staircase 64, duration, 2 hours 30 minutes. Initially, the ascent was a steady increase of 1 level every 2 minutes, but after reaching the 30th level, the pace quickened to almost 1 level per minute. This astonishing efficiency drew the attention of the physicians within the medical tower. Wasn't Zhao Su only able to conquer 6 levels within an hour? How could this surge in speed be explained? Astonishingly, after the 60th level, the complexity of the ailments transcended the realm of simple treatment, requiring profound pathological knowledge. How could this individual progress so swiftly? Zhao Su was an unfamiliar figure to many. The speed of ascending 1 level per minute had already surpassed the previous records established by all challengers, and this speed continued to escalate. Among the physicians ascending the staircase, 3 skeletal soldiers had already reached the 63rd level. The dexterity of the skeletal soldiers increased exponentially, moving with a blur. Even before the physician in the illusion could articulate the patient's symptoms, the skeletal soldiers had already completed the suturing. For others, the difficulty of the ailments beyond the 60th level had escalated significantly, rendering treatment spells ineffective. Yet, for the prodigious Zhao Su, whose surgical experience was amassed through ordinary means, such challenges were trivial. Under the rapid operation of the skeletal soldiers, they resembled unfeeling surgical machines, their every action streamlined. Lift hand, excise, suture. Once one skeletal soldier completed a task, another immediately filled the gap with seamless efficiency. Chen Yao quietly observed the flawless coordination of the skeletal soldiers, their forms seemingly merging with that of the ghastly, dried, corpse-like creature. He vividly recalled the moment he had undergone surgery, when Zhao Su extracted the parasites from his mind. For Zhao Su, the perfect surgery before facing death had been the most righteous choice, far superior to mere survival. Chen Yao had not understood then, but now. Witnessing the three skeletal soldiers execute surgeries with the skills Zhao Su had painstakingly accumulated, radiating brilliance in an alternative manner, he comprehended the truth. Sometimes, the unrestrained expression of talent surpasses all else. The surfaces of the three skeletal soldiers began to emanate a phosphorescent glow, deepening with intensity. Skeletal soldiers undergoing metamorphosis. Skeletal soldiers undergoing metamorphosis. Skeletal soldiers undergoing metamorphosis. A purple light appeared above the heads of the three skeletal soldiers. The reasons behind this transformation remain unknown. However, Chen Yao simply revels in the impeccable coordination of the three skeletal soldiers as they perform surgery after surgery. At 2 hours and 10 minutes, the number of tiers reached 100. On the display screen of the physician's tower, a special name was announced upon the completion of the 100th tier, Zhao Su. The number of individuals residing within the physician's tower began to increase, not merely due to the achievement of the 100th tier, but also because someone continued to ascend at a remarkable pace of nearly 1 tier per minute even beyond that point. This astonishing speed led many to recognize that the individual climbing the tower was undoubtedly a prodigy. Various consortiums also took note of the emergence of an exceptional physician within the physician's tower and began to investigate the origins of the name Zhao Su. Given the rarity of this particular name, it was unlikely for there to be many with the same designation. In the presence of a vast database, it takes scarcely 3 minutes to uncover an individual's complete information based solely on a name. Boss, we found nothing. Only a warrior from 30 years ago. Classified as Pathway Sequence 001, named Zhao Su. A pseudonym, perhaps? That would be a violation. I wonder how the physician's tower would address this. This practice shouldn't be deemed a violation. A small number of physicians within the tower often prefer to ascend using peculiar aliases. I understand, but utilizing the name of a deceased person could be problematic. Understood. Chapter 37. An unparalleled talent. Sometimes, winning over a professional does not necessitate a substantial financial investment. Rather, a few clever tactics can bind them thoroughly. I will reach out to the higher-ups of the physician tower to help me set a trap for him. We can then extend our assistance, as usual. How could we possibly let go of a talent capable of ascending a level every minute even after reaching the 100th floor? Perhaps he could even serve as a figurehead. With the backing of the physician tower's elite, the Liu family consortium has nearly half of the high-tier physician pathway professionals under its control. This is precisely why the Liu consortium has managed to carve out a piece of flesh from the Sequencer Guild. Their team possesses the capability to conquer a 100-person dungeon. They have employed various unscrupulous methods to compel a significant number of physicians to sign labor contracts, which has become a fundamental recruitment strategy. Each promising professional can yield tens of millions in revenue for the Liu consortium. It is due to the series of maneuvers executed by the new helm of the Liu consortium, Liu Qing, that the consortium has reached its pinnacle of glory. Zhao Su, Vede 139, Time, 333 IV. 130 floors already. Is this individual truly a physician? The 30-minute leap from the 100th to the 130th floor shows no signs of slowing down, and he is swiftly approaching the 150th floor. It has been ages since anyone reached the 150th floor. Another monster has emerged. Any professional in the physician pathway capable of ascending to the 150th floor is undoubtedly a prodigy. The hall of the physician tower has become crowded with people, growing increasingly congested. Su Mu stands in the corner, her eyes fixated on the numbers flickering on the display screen. He is exerting himself. Look, half a minute per level. A gasp arises from the crowd. Upon reaching the 135th floor, the numbers begin to fluctuate wildly, refreshing every half minute. Zhao Su, ladder 134. Time, 3 hours 40 minutes. Zhao Su, ladder 135. Time, 3 hours 41 minutes. Zhao Su, ladder 136. Time, 3 hours 41 minutes. Zhao Su, ladder 137. Time, 3 hours 42 minutes. Zhao Su, ladder 138. Time, 3 hours 42 minutes. Zhao Su, ladder 139. Time, 3 hours 43 minutes. Zhao Su, Ladder 140. Time, 3 hours 43 minutes. Zhao Su, Ladder 150. Time, 3 hours 48 minutes. A collective gasp reverberated throughout the entire hall of the Physician Tower. He has truly reached the 150th floor. Moreover, he achieved this in just 3 hours and 48 minutes. The scene at the 150th floor begins to be recorded in real time. Everyone is eager to see what manner of individual possesses the ability to ascend a level in half a minute. Silence suddenly envelopes the hall of the Physician Tower. All eyes are glued to the display screen above, anticipating the forthcoming imagery. Such moments of ascending beyond the 150th floor occur but once in several years. Not to mention the possibility of learning a few techniques. Merely witnessing the rise of a new star in this era is a stroke of fortune. In the next moment, the scene unfolded within the Grand Hall. Amidst it, Chen Yao, clad in a medieval beaked physician's attire, stood to one side. On the operating table, 3 skeletal soldiers, emanating an ethereal green glow, wielded surgical instruments with a flurry of activity. This spectacle swiftly dashed the hopes of those who had anticipated the event. An uproar erupted throughout the hall. Is this truly a physician's ascent? What are these summoned entities doing here? Isn't this a test of medical skill? What does this mean? What are we witnessing? Is this truly the physician's tower, or a mage's tower instead? Isn't this a form of cheating? I had expected to see a genuine display of prowess. Yet it seems this individual relies entirely on summoned beings for his ascent. Disappointment washed over the crowd, leading to a chorus of discontent. The real-time display of the 150 levels prompted everyone to feel that the contender for the physician's ascent was contributing nothing of his own. It was all summoned creatures performing the surgeries. Although his equipment's effects were diminished, he wielded legendary-grade items. It was rather underhanded indeed. Money could grease the wheels of fortune. While it was customary to utilize equipment for ascension, the sight of someone summoning entities every 30 seconds to refresh the leaderboard was something most physicians could hardly tolerate. Half an hour passed, and the cacophony of insults only grew louder. Zhao Su, 200th level, time taken, 4 hours and 13 minutes. 200 levels, the highest in decades, had barely reached 240. At this pace of ascending 1 level every 30 seconds, the record for the Physician's Tower would soon be shattered. Chen Yao stood quietly, observing the frantic surgeries performed by the 3 skeletal soldiers. 200 levels attained. He understood that ascending in this manner would invite skepticism. Yet he was untroubled by such doubts. His sole desire was to showcase Zhao Su's talent before this assembly of physicians, to demonstrate that mastery in medicine could be achieved through innate talent and passion, independent of hierarchical constraints. As for his motivations, whether driven by indignation or something else entirely, Chen Yao remained oblivious. He simply wished to proceed in this manner, and that sufficed. In the Physician's Tower, the chorus of skepticism intensified, with little attention given to the remarkable surgical skills displayed by the skeletal soldiers. To the observers, Chen Yao appeared merely to stand idly by, and they dismissed the notion that such tactics could easily lead one to the summit. The vitriol directed at him escalated in severity. Su Mumu watched as the ascent continued, climbing several more levels. Everything Chen Yao had said rang true. Zhao Su's ascent, reliant on external aid, would incite envy in anyone. Concern for Chen Yao, now at the center of this storm of public opinion, began to creep into her mind. The protests grew louder, compelling the administration of the Physician's Tower to report the situation. Upon the incident's emergence, the high-ranking officials of the Physician's Tower engaged in immediate discussions. Previously, measures had been implemented to curb any ascent achieved through deceitful means, limiting the effectiveness of equipment and diminishing healing spells. Now, however, they faced an unequivocal cheater. There are indeed some higher-ups with differing opinions. Currently, he remains within the regulations of the Physician's Tower. Any rash adjustments could significantly tarnish its reputation. His ascent must not be interrupted. Once he reaches the summit, appropriate measures can be taken. However, should this individual shatter the record, his name would be eternally enshrined within the annals of the Physician's Tower. Such alternatives are unacceptable. Meetings are not convened for the purpose of negation. A viable solution must be proposed. We should increase the difficulty of the ascent, imposing additional special requirements for each surgical procedure. This is the extent of our intervention. As long as we prevent him from exceeding 240 levels, we can manage the situation. Yes, let it be so for the time being. At this moment, after reaching the 220th level, Chen Yao found the difficulty of the surgeries had escalated dramatically. Whereas previously he could resolve a skeletal soldier in half a minute, now he required over 10 minutes to conquer a single level. It was evident that someone had tampered with the challenge. Nevertheless, even with the heightened difficulty, the skeletal soldiers continued their relentless surge towards the record of 240 levels. It appeared that nothing could thwart Zhao Su's unparalleled talent. After an hour and a half, Chen Yao finally ascended to the 240th level. In that moment, the sentiments of the onlookers transformed. With the aid of props, it seemed they were witnessing a historic event. The cacophony of jeers in the hall diminished, and every gaze was fixed upon the screen. However, Chen Yao did not immediately take action. Instead, he commanded the skeletal soldiers to halt. Having reached the pinnacle, he now sought to ensure that Zhao Su's extraordinary abilities would not be forgotten. At times, Chen Yao questioned his own sanity for standing at the physician's tower, challenging everyone for the sake of a deceased individual. Yet, recalling how Zhao Su had sacrificed his very being to save 919 lives, extracting the black worms to fulfill the final operation, he found himself with an undeniable rationale for his actions. Turning around, Chen Yao positioned himself before the screen, standing resolutely in front of all those present. Chapter 38, Captain. The identity of the ram's head mask. He tapped the cold birdbeak mask upon his face. How far do you believe an ordinary person can progress along the path of a physician? No. How could an ordinary individual, who is not even a doctor, embark on the path of medicine? He posed the question to himself, only to negate his own inquiry. It was a dialogue steeped in futility. No one could discern the true intentions of this challenger. Was he boasting, or was it arrogance? Perhaps a provocation aimed at the entire physician's tower? Only Su Mumu understood Chen Yao's purpose. Before commencing the surgery, I wish to introduce the instruments I shall employ. With an audacious demeanor, he shamelessly presented the tools of his deception, while the assembly within the grand hall of the physician's tower cursed yet listened intently. Legendary-grade instruments are no less than 80 to 90 million. Even a mere word about them is worthwhile. This particular tool originated from an individual who was neither a doctor nor an ordinary man. In truth, I had never even glimpsed his true visage. The instrument I shall wield is uniquely named the 3 surgical knives of the ordinary man, a legendary masterpiece. Legendary masterpiece. The name itself is peculiar. The 3 surgical knives of the ordinary man. You must find this tool intriguing, for it possesses the capability to accelerate one's ascent through the ranks of physicians. What manner of individual could possibly craft such an item? A murmur of whispers arose among the crowd. Each legendary masterpiece is exceedingly precious, and revealing its attributes and applications offers little advantage to the user. The creator of this instrument is known as Zhao Su, who has performed 331 surgeries in his lifetime, saving 330 lives. From the day of his awakening, his life has been marked by tragedy. He belongs to Warrior Path Sequence 001. A designation that signifies the highest echelon of warriors. Yet, he harbored no desire to become a warrior. His sole aspiration was to be a physician. To forsake the path of Sequence 001 to pursue medicine seems utterly absurd, does it not? However, everyone makes compromises in life, though he did not. With the hands of a natural-born warrior, he took up the surgical knife. The existence of the revered warrior Sequence 001, admired by all, became a curse for him, for he merely wished to be a doctor, and it was this unwavering desire that birthed the legendary masterpiece. His talent was, without a doubt, unparalleled. With experience from thousands of surgeries, he could nearly resolve any ailment, even plagues. His abilities eclipsed all others. Yet, the very essence of innate talent and the identity of a born warrior exist in a state of contradiction. Chen Yao's tone grew increasingly somber. A single plague bore testament to his gift. For him, showcasing his talent in the face of death elicited no fear. Yet, as with his life, misfortune followed him. The news of that plague was suppressed, and ultimately, no one recognized his abilities. No one knew that his medical prowess surpassed the so-called warrior path sequence 001 by hundreds of times. His choice was indeed righteous. He was a born doctor. This legendary masterpiece, devoid of any extraordinary powers, merely allows its holder to possess the terrifying surgical expertise of its former owner. Thus, the tale of this remarkable artifact unfolds. Silence enveloped the hall as all present remained mute. The life of contradictions, the existence of conflicting individuals, ultimately left them unaware of the name Zhao Su. Regardless of the outcome, I have resolved to continue my ascent. Su Mumu pursed her lips, fixating on Chen Yao's image on the screen. At that moment, Chen Yao radiated a fervent glow in her heart. Though this endeavor offered him no tangible benefit, he persevered nonetheless. To act upon one's desires, to confront the challenges ahead, would ensure he was not forgotten, no matter the cost. As an influx of management personnel emerged, whispers began to circulate. The Liu family conglomerate was likely scheming once more. This young man, wielding the legendary artifact, was in peril. It was over. Many physicians who had previously ascended had already been taken by the Liu family and the administrators. Su Mumu overheard their murmurs, igniting a surge of indignation within her. Her fingers whitened with tension, clenching her pure white teeth, without a moment's hesitation. Su Mumu retrieved her phone and dialed. "Mom," she called out. A languid voice responded from the other end. "Sweetheart, has that wretched old man been bothering you again?" "No. Mom, I need you to come to the physician tower." "The physician tower? Aren't you a controlling mage?" "Oh, I see. I happen to be nearby. I'll be there shortly." Su Mama replied with an understanding tone, promptly agreeing. After ending the call, Su Mumu dialed Principal Lu's number. "Principal, Chen Yao is facing trouble ascending the physician tower. Can you come? I'll be there immediately." After concluding the call, Su Mumu hesitated to contact her father, aware that he harbored animosity towards Chen Yao, which might complicate matters further. Meanwhile, at Chen Yao's residence, Principal Lu pushed open the door to his room, walked to the drawer, and after hanging up the phone, slowly opened it to retrieve the ram skull mask. "You finally arrived. I was about to suffocate." He sought to vindicate Zhao Su, wielding his scalpel to ascend. The features of the ram skull mask grew momentarily solemn before erupting into laughter. "Of course. He has always been this way, hasn't he? Just as your uncle desired." Listening to the mask's playful tone, Principal Lu could not restrain himself from shouting. "I don't understand how you became like this. But why are you still alive when my uncle perished there?" "Why?" The ram skull mask fell silent. "It could have survived. Was the plague you unleashed back then? My captain, Chen Qi." The moment the name Chen Qi escaped his lips, the mask's brown hues dulled slightly. Principal Lu shouted with weighty resolve, gripping the ram skull mask tightly. "Tell me the truth. You are indeed valiant. After my quest to uncover the origins of the plague, your actions have proven to be the most prudent solution, successfully isolating and preventing 920 doctors, who could not endure his surgery, from continuing to spread the contagion in this world. Coward, why did you vanish? Had you deciphered the coagulation plague, they need not have perished. Now you dare to assert that they are heroes? Why did you not utter a word before your disappearance?" "I apologize. The rambling of the ram-headed mask can only express itself in this manner. Why have you returned? To usurp my student's authority and resurrect yourself? Or perhaps to rejoin the crew and enter the realm of the undying?" Principal Lu's body trembled. For the first time in 30 years, he exhibited such impulsiveness. "I apologize." The loquacious, ram-headed mask could only repeat its words at this moment. After a prolonged silence, the ram-headed mask spoke once more. "I have my own mission. Please trust me one last time." Sailor Lu Wei. The moment the ram-headed mask uttered the name Lu Wei, its tone faltered with uncertainty. Captain Lu Wei's voice softened. "I shall trust you one final time, but you cannot remain by his side. Allow me to take you with me, just as you once rescued me from the heap of corpses." "Sailor Lu Wei, thank you for your trust." The ram-headed mask was gently tucked into Lu Wei's inner garment as they turned toward the physician's tower. Chapter 39. Who Dares to Challenge? Inside the physician's tower, Chen Yao continued his ascent. With a swift motion of his hand, the three skeletal figures behind him sprang into action with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, the vibrant green luminescence emanating from them intensified. Had they lost their sanity? The difficulty beyond the 240th level was akin to a plague, and the challenges after the 260th level were legendary in their complexity, solvable only through the use of tools and summoned entities. It was utterly absurd. The subsequent theories had never been tested. Could this individual truly reach the summit? What manner of person could conjure a legendary masterpiece solely through experience? The discussions within the hall grew increasingly fervent, predominantly filled with skepticism regarding whether this individual, relying entirely on tools, could indeed ascend to the pinnacle. As Chen Yao climbed the ladder, he suddenly received a unique notification. The skeletal soldier has completed 240 surgeries, resonating with the legendary masterpiece tool, and has evolved into a dry metacorpse. The skeletal soldiers began to exhibit a state of desiccated flesh, devoid of skin, resembling animated corpses. A peculiar cross pattern materialized on their chests, while their eye sockets were filled with crimson orbs. Astonishingly, the skeletal soldiers were undergoing metamorphosis. The necromantic bacteria within them had not transformed into advanced necromantic bacteria. This peculiar evolution was entirely influenced by the three ordinary surgical knives, legendary masterpiece. Post-transformation, their surgical movements became remarkably swift, achieving an almost seamless coordination. Chen Yao observed from the side. This synergy was effective for a single surgical operation. But what if they faced a living opponent in battle? The fourth-tier skeletal soldiers were inherently formidable in attack, yet their slow movements and fragile defenses were significant drawbacks. Now, with their enhanced coordination and the addition of desiccated flesh, these three skeletal soldiers would become a substantial force in Chen Yao's arsenal. The physician's tower comprised a total of 300 levels, and Chen Yao was confident that, given sufficient time, he could reach the apex. At this moment, the surface of the skeletal bodies began to radiate a crimson glow, indicating that further surgeries would lead to additional transformations. The newly evolved dry metacorpses demonstrated astonishing speed, surmounting the 241st level in merely 3 minutes. For decades, the rankings within the physician's tower had remained unchanged. Until now, Zhao Su, level 241, time taken, 5 hours and 23 minutes. A record-breaking ascent through the physician's ladder. In stark contrast to the previous 240-level conqueror, who required 20 hours and 32 minutes. Zhao Su's achievement was striking. Furthermore, this figure continued to evolve. A collective gasp echoed as the record was shattered. Silence enveloped the crowd. A legendary masterpiece tool had eclipsed the previous record of the physician's tower. The surgical expertise of Zhao Su must indeed be a terrifying talent. Perhaps, just as the young man clad in medieval beaked physician attire had proclaimed. The young man named Zhao Su perhaps possesses a talent more formidable than his own warrior pathway sequence 001. Setting aside the question of whether their experience can be passed down to create a legendary masterpiece, it remains uncertain if the items derived from this experience can even surpass the 10th level in the physician's tower. At this moment, Chen Yao revealed to everyone within the tower the vast chasm of innate talent that lay between him and the unseen Dr. Zhao. Just how terrifying is natural ability? What sort of extraordinary being could possess such fearsome surgical experience to forge this legendary artifact? The sentiments of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Previously, they had felt jealousy and resentment towards Chen Yao for having shattered the record in the physician's ascent merely through the use of items. However, upon learning the origins of the three surgical knives of the ordinary man, legendary masterpiece, a collective curiosity arose to witness the limits of a physician. Could the artifact, encapsulating a lifetime of surgical experience, reach the pinnacle? They were eager to see if anyone could indeed ascend to such heights through their own talents. After all, this was a moment to witness history. Zhao Su reached the 242nd level in 5 hours and 37 minutes. He spent 15 minutes on the 242nd level, half an hour on the 243rd, and 1 hour on the 244th. With this increasing pace, it became evident to all that the legendary artifact was becoming increasingly burdensome after the 241st level. Chen Yao chose not to assist the 3 medical corpses in ascending, but allowed them to continue their procedures independently. As everyone's attention was riveted on the screen within the physician's tower, a growing number of individuals clad in standard black attire began to enter. A young man in a purple coat with matching purple hair was surrounded as he advanced forward. With an air of arrogance and a disdainful gaze, he called out upon entering, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the disturbance, but an incident has occurred in the physician's tower, and we need to remove that troublemaker." Lu Qing, the current leader of the Lu family, adjusted his glasses with his index finger, the reflected gleam revealing a cunning glint as he surveyed the crowd. Those who met his gaze instinctively averted their eyes. Observing their reactions, Lu Qing smirked in amusement, before finally fixing his gaze upon Chen Yao on the screen. Clad in a beaked costume, the legendary artifact, Lu Qing desired it. He produced a piece of paper. According to the regulations of the physician's tower, Zhao Su's disruption of the coordination and specificity of the ascent necessitated a temporary suspension of his climb. Everyone, clear the way. This is an arrest warrant issued by the physician's tower. So now, the Lu Corporation is at work. Unrelated individuals, stand aside. The black-clad enforcers began to move forward, and the surrounding physicians instinctively retreated. No one dared to provoke the Lu Corporation. A path was naturally cleared for them. Lu Qing squinted, smiling as he spoke. "You're all quite perceptive. How rare, how rare." His words filled those nearby with a profound sense of shame. Suddenly, a fragile figure stood before everyone, arms outstretched in defiance. Su Mu, with her defiant little face, was brimming with fury. "Do not disturb him," she exclaimed. "Ah, how audacious!" A beautiful young girl daring to stand out. Lu Qing pointed and erupted into laughter. "This young lady, if you're unwell, seek medical attention instead of obstructing us." The staff of the medical tower hesitated, contemplating whether to assist the girl. "Young lady, how old are you to dare?" Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated. A man, towering nearly 3 meters tall and radiating a golden glow, approached Lu Qing with the force of a freight train. Lu Qing had no time to react before he felt an immense pressure on the back of his head. The man, clad in a black suit, pressed Lu Qing's head into the floor of the medical tower, shattering it effortlessly. With one hand, he lifted Lu Qing as if he were a mere chick, the golden aura diminishing. The colossal figure gradually shrank to around 1 meter 80. The familiar silhouette of Principal Lu emerged. "Principal, Mumu, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Principal Lu carelessly tossed Lu Qing aside, glancing at the record displayed on the screen. Zhao Su, level 244, duration 7 hours and 18 minutes. A slight smile played on Principal Lu's lips. He then turned and stood before Su Mumu. "Today, I stand here. Let anyone dare to challenge." The aura of a 4th-tier powerhouse erupted within the medical tower. Principal Lu, one of the top 10 4th-tier powerhouses in Jiangbei City, stood firm. Who would dare approach? Chapter 40. Sun Yuan, teased by his mother. In the face of absolute strength, all tactics proved futile. Lu Qing was cast aside. Lu Wei understood the reasons behind his curse and recognized that he could not sustain a prolonged battle. This was precisely why he opted for the most extreme measures to suppress the Lu Consortium. If his reputation bore no weight, the situation would only escalate. As for certain individuals, offending them was simply a consequence to be endured. Principal Lu stood firm, causing those Lu Qing had brought along to hesitate in approaching. The 4 high-ranking leaders of the physician tower descended leisurely from the upper floors. An atmosphere of palpable tension permeated the physician tower. The 4 elders, clad in white robes and wielding staves, adorned with resplendent and valuable artifacts, commanded a formidable presence. As they made their way down the staircase, their collective aura compelled the surrounding physicians to part for them. In unison, they addressed Principal Lu, who stood before Su Mumu. "Lu Wei, you possess quite the authority. Indeed, old man, this powerful individual has imposed his will upon my student, disrupting harmony, disturbing balance." Principal Lu picked up the arrest warrant lying on the ground. Has the physician tower forgotten that ascending the ladder is a rite of passage for the seeker? To apprehend someone who completes the ritual by any means is a first for me. If you don't provide a satisfactory explanation today, I shall take this outside. Principal Liu, in front of so many witnesses, repeatedly referred to the elder as old man, causing the 4 high-ranking leaders to experience a flush of indignation. However, the strength of a 4th-tier seeker was undeniable. Despite the 4 leaders also being at that tier, they were at a disadvantage in direct combat against Lu Wei of the Warrior Path. This was the Physician Tower, where all judgments were rendered by them. Principal Liu smiled. Well, how do I recall that once a physician reaches the pinnacle, the tower must confirm its leader? I wonder if my recollection of this rule is accurate. The 4 leaders of the Physician Tower fell silent in response to Lu Wei's words, for they knew it to be true. No one had reached the summit of the physician's ascent in decades, and thus the tower had devolved into a private enterprise for their senior council. They had even conspired with the Lu Consortium to manufacture black market physicians, profiting immensely. Now, with such truths laid bare, their dignity had suffered a further blow. What does it mean to be caught in a bind? The 4 leaders harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the unconscious Lu Qing. Why provoke anyone, only to encounter a formidable obstacle? As this concealed rule was revealed, a wave of fervent discussion erupted among the crowd. Everyone began to engage in conversation, particularly regarding the display screens in the hall, where an individual dressed in a medieval beak physician's garb was currently attempting to ascend to the summit. As the dialogue continued, his ranking surged. Zhao Su, level 246, time 7 hours 38 minutes. Zhao Su, level 247, time 7 hours 39 minutes. The escalating levels within the Physician Tower have left its higher echelons somewhat unsettled. What does this rule matter? Relying on tools to reach the summit. The Physician Tower should not fall into the hands of such individuals. The tower will not acquiesce to this, nor will the thousands of physicians from Jiangbei City. The 4 high-ranking officials of the Physician Tower, observing Zhao Su's ascent on the screen, realized that they could no longer allow Chen Yao to continue his climb, for he truly possessed the potential to reach the pinnacle. There is no need for your consent, nor theirs. This is the rule. This is precisely the principle that was integrated into the establishment of the Physician Tower. Once my student becomes the Tower Master, the first act will be to cast you 4 out. How audacious! The other physicians gazed in astonished disbelief at Lu Wei. A 4th-tier powerhouse creating a ruckus within the Physician Tower. Unheard of. Very well, today we, the 4 old bones, shall witness whether you, Lu Wei, can emerge from this encounter unscathed. The 4 approached slowly, gripping various tools, ready for conflict at any moment. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Wei's forehead. This is bad. If a fight truly ensues, he was confident in his abilities against these men, but his own curse he immediately recalled the mysterious potion that Chen Yao had given him. That potion promised a 300% enhancement in strength. Frenzied potion. Upon consumption, the user will be enveloped in immunity to toxins and a state of frenzy for 10 minutes, resulting in a 300% increase in strength. Hidden, undiscoverable side effect. After 10 minutes, there is a 90% chance that toxicity and frenzy will erupt, leading the consumer to mistakenly believe they are a distinct species. A 300% surge in power, even if only for 10 minutes, would suffice to defeat these old men with a single blow, allowing him to await his student's ascent to inherit the Physician Tower. An extreme plan rapidly formulated in Lu Wei's mind, regardless of the consequences. He trusted Chen Yao, but he had greater faith in his uncle's abilities to achieve success at the summit. Facing the approaching 4 high-ranking officials of the Physician Tower, Lu Wei silently withdrew the potion, a fierce aura of murder enveloping him. Should they take another step forward, he would strike down this group. It is not merely the Jiangbei Physician Tower that upholds such rules. This is a tenet observed in every province as Physician Tower. A languid yet dignified voice resonated. A meticulously crafted qipao appeared before all, the garment hugging her figure perfectly, accentuating her graceful silhouette, rendering her impossible to ignore. The qipao, a deep emerald green, was intricately embroidered with golden peonies, the flowers appearing almost lifelike. The woman appeared to be in her 40s, her hair elegantly styled in a high bun. adorned with a jade hairpin of vivid green. She held a delicate fan, gently swaying it as she gracefully entered the physician tower. The license plate number 0000 on the car outside drew attention. Anyone who glanced at it would recognize the visitor as someone with an intimidating background from the capital. Is the physician tower so lively today? A crowd observed, their heads spinning. On one side stood the nearly brawling fourth-tier powerhouses, and on the other emerged an individual of esteemed capital lineage. Oh dear, Su Mumu, standing behind Principal Lu, uttered softly. Upon hearing the gentle call of Su Mumu, the woman's frostbitten visage softened into a subtle smile as she took delicate steps towards Su Mumu, entirely disregarding the four esteemed physicians nearby. A middle-aged man clad in a white suit leisurely followed behind the woman, each of his strides seemingly amplifying the imposing aura that enveloped him. After 4 or 5 steps, an oppressive weight settled upon the hearts of all present, akin to a heavy stone pressing down upon them. A fifth-tier powerhouse. This individual had already awakened their authority as a practitioner. To have a fifth-tier powerhouse as an attendant, coupled with the prestigious background of the capital city, either attribute alone would suffice to command respect throughout Jiangbei City. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Sun, and I am Sun Yuan from the Sun family of the capital. This is my daughter, he proclaimed. The mere mention of the Sun family elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. The Sun family, one of the 5 prominent families of the capital, ranked 4th among them. The realization that the young girl was a daughter of the Sun family was astounding. Sun Yuan gently patted his daughter's hand, gazing at her for a moment before a hint of a resigned smile graced his features. My Mumu is now capable of feeling anger for another man, and she stands before so many without a trace of fear. Truly remarkable. Such affectionate praise, tinged with maternal teasing, left Su Mumu blushing deeply. Her ears flushed as she stammered, "And no, I didn't." Chapter 41. A long-awaited acknowledgement after 30 years, a faint smile graced Sun Yuan's face as he cast a furtive glance at the screen, where a name was steadily ascending. Zhao Su, level 248, time taken, 7 hours and 42 minutes. To reach the pinnacle using a pseudonym, and mere props was the act of either a fool or a madman. No, mother, it is because he is. Even before anything could transpire, he had already begun to defend himself. Sun Yuan turned to survey his surroundings. What do you intend to do? I shall not interfere, but first and foremost, do not bully my daughter. I am inherently soft-hearted and cannot bear to see my beloved girl suffer even the slightest grievance. Even if it means just a scrape, I will ensure that the one responsible pays dearly. Since she stands here, you shall not pass by her side. No, it cannot be. With those 2 emphatic words, Sun Yuan nodded slightly at the middle-aged man clad in a white suit. The formidable aura of a 5th-tier warrior was ruthlessly unleashed. The oppressive force compelled the 4 aged high-ranking members of the physician tower to kneel immediately. The sound of their knees striking the ground echoed clearly, accompanied by the ominous crunch of bones, which could even be discerned upon closer listening. Their legs were rendered nearly useless. The wrinkled skin of the 4 high-ranking members of the physician tower seemed to meld together, their faces contorted in expressions of agony. They could manage to deal with Principal Lu, a mere 4th tier, who, despite his slight influence in Jiangbei City, was still manageable. However, the Sun family from Shanjing, with a 5th-tier warrior in their ranks, that was an entirely different matter. All previous decorum dissipated. They spoke humbly, Madam Sun. We too are high-ranking members of the physician tower, prominent figures in Jiangbei City. Why must we be forced into such a corner? Sun Yuan appeared to disregard their pleas. His arms crossed, accentuating his perfectly sculpted physique. In a voice that brooked no dissent, he declared, "No one shall leave today. We shall witness my son-in-law ascend to the pinnacle." The word son-in-law caused Su Mumu's cheeks to flush crimson. Who would dare question the capabilities of a 5th-tier warrior? Who would have the audacity to challenge him? The 4 high-ranking members of the physician tower could do nothing but kneel in silence. Their only hope now was that the young challenger would not reach the summit. After all, the difficulty of the doctor's ascent was set to the lowest level. And thus far, no one had succeeded. They had previously adjusted the challenge to the utmost extent, and this was their sole glimmer of hope. They had lost face. Should the ascent be completed, they would lose everything. Principal Liu had not anticipated that Su Mumu's mother was Sun Yuan from the illustrious Sun family of Shanjing. After years in his position, he had only known that Su Mumu was the daughter of Su Yuntian, who had a divorced ex-wife residing in Shanjing. He could not help but marvel that Su Yuntian, a mere fourth tier, could ascend to the presidency of the Jiangbei City Sequencer Union, believing it to be mere fortune or the result of living off his ex-wife. The identity of his ex-wife was nothing short of astounding. At that moment, the numbers on the screen shifted once more. Zhao Su, level 249, time taken, 7 hours and 50 minutes. Zhao Su, level 250, time taken, 7 hours and 55 minutes. The pace of the ascent had now accelerated to mere minutes per level. It had already reached 250 levels. Chen Yao merely stood aside, observing the 3 medical corpses conducting surgery. The entire hall of the physician's tower was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear the beads of sweat cascading from the foreheads of the 4 high-ranking physicians. With each ascension that Chen Yao made, the heartbeat of the onlookers seemed to slow, each pulse echoing in the stillness. Zhao Su, ascending the 253rd step, took 8 hours and 5 minutes. The 257th step consumed 8 hours and 15 minutes, and the 260th step, 8 hours and 35 minutes. Finally, upon reaching the 280th step, the time recorded was 9 hours and 15 minutes. Only 20 steps remained until the summit. The eyes of the prostrate high-ranking physicians began to redden, as if an unseen hand were squeezing their hearts, the atmosphere growing increasingly fervent. Zhao Su continued on, clocking 9 hours and 50 minutes at the 285th step, and 11 hours and 15 minutes at the 294th step. Another hour passed, and all stood motionless, not just the formidable 5th-tier warriors, but countless others, as the number 294 loomed ever closer to 300. The pinnacle was tantalizingly within reach, a summit that Jiangbei City had never witnessed. Breaths quickened as the apex beckoned. Zhao Su scaled the 297th step in 12 hours and 15 minutes. Yet another hour slipped by, leaving only 3 steps remaining. Throughout this ordeal, Chen Yao remained steadfast, showing no inclination to intervene, even as the summit approached. As he had stated from the outset, it might not be he who reached the pinnacle, but rather the legendary masterpiece he wielded. He intended to reveal the chasm between his prowess and Zhao Su's innate talent. At the 299th step, Zhao Su recorded his time at 14 hours and 20 minutes. For 2 more hours, no one could enter or exit. Sweat began to bead on brows within the hall. The 299th step was but a heartbeat away from the summit. Su Mumu felt perspiration gather in his palms, a mixture of hope and anxiety bubbling within him. Sun Yuan, intrigued, fixated on the large screen, sensing the moment was nigh. Zhao Su reached the 300th step in 15 hours and 20 minutes. Yet within the hall, there was no eruption of cheers, only the 4 high-ranking physicians bowing their heads slowly, their faces etched with anguish. Chen Yao did not depart. Instead, he retrieved the 3 dry medical corpses back into his storage space. The screen reflected no ecstasy or jubilant cries. He approached calmly, collecting the 3 surgical instruments from the operating table. At that moment, the 3 surgical blades glowed a deep crimson, the blades beginning to show signs of fracture. Chen Yao felt no sorrow. His gaze lingered on the now unusable item description of the legendary masterpiece. Its introduction had transformed. 3 ordinary surgical knives, legendary masterpiece, extreme damage, unusable. This is a surgical knife belonging to the summit doctor, inheriting the surgical experience, skills, and partial consciousness of its master. Throughout this ascent, it fulfilled a ritual that its master could never partake in due to his identity, achieving the highest tier and realizing the ultimate accomplishment of a doctor. Eulogy. What a thoroughly invigorating surgery it was. Thank you, Captain. But I'm truly afraid this time is a final farewell. Chen Yao gazed at the last message that emerged, aware that it was a response from Zhao Su's consciousness embedded within the scalpel. With sheer human will, over 20,000 lives were reclaimed from the clutches of death. A plague was thwarted through the sacrifice of flesh and blood. 30 years of solitude were endured in anticipation of a new captain. A seemingly flawless operation was completed with a broken body, dismantling the epidemic of blood coagulation. The legacy and consciousness inherited through 3 surgical knives made waves throughout the entire medical community. "This is you, Zhao Su." Chen Yao's hand trembled slightly, and a bittersweet smile appeared beneath his mask. "In tales, emperors suppress the gifted, yet you, merely a remnant of experience and consciousness, could devastate them beyond recognition." It seemed as if the scalpel was responding to Chen Yao, beginning to fracture. It could no longer withstand the burden. Like an apology, it truly signified a farewell. All the strength that had sustained it had dissipated. Slowly, Chen Yao tightened his grip on the scalpel, listening to the sound of shattering within his palm. With a quivering voice, he murmured, "You have reached the pinnacle. Entirely through your own talent, this statement conveyed to Zhao Su that even without being a warrior, you are still a remarkable physician." A legendary artifact was wielded by Chen Yao to affirm the existence of a warrior named Zhao Su, who, through innate ability, ascended to the heights of medical prowess. The name of the long-awaited genius doctor, Zhao Su, resonated throughout Jiangbei City, a recognition delayed by 30 years. Chapter 42. The Tower Master position. Chen Yao retracted his hand, placing the fragments of the 3 surgical knives into the pocket of his inner chest lining. Taking a deep breath, he reflected upon his brief interactions with Zhao Su, which had been even shorter in moments of lucidity. Yet this time, he genuinely felt a heartfelt gratitude emanating from his soul. Next came the souls of 917 doctors. It was time to depart. The ascent had consumed so much time that Chen Yao sensed Su Mu must be anxiously waiting outside. After tidying up, he exited the doctor's tower. Dressed in the attire of a medieval plague doctor, Chen Yao descended from the 7th floor of the medical tower. As he stepped down the stairs, an unusual silence enveloped the hall, and all eyes turned towards him. What had transpired? This thought surfaced in Chen Yao's mind. Scanning the crowd, he spotted Su Mu standing beside Principal Lu, accompanied by an elegantly dressed woman in a qipao, while 4 elderly men knelt before them. These men were adorned in extravagant garments, each embellished with numerous trinkets, the least of which were worth millions. Their attire, symbolic of the upper echelons of the doctor's tower, spoke volumes about their status. This bizarre scene overwhelmed Chen Yao's mind with a deluge of information, nearly causing a mental overload. What had occurred? At that moment, he noticed a middle-aged man in a white suit exuding a terrifying aura on the opposite side. This presence surpassed the 4th tier. Chen Yao surmised it was likely 5th tier. There was not a single 5th-tier individual to be found in Jiangbei City. A 5th-tier powerhouse had appeared in the doctor's tower. All gazes were fixated on Chen Yao, and the weight of their scrutiny intensified. "Chen Yao, come here." Su Mu beckoned, waving her hand. The elegant woman beside her regarded Chen Yao with keen interest. "This is my mother." Su Mu promptly introduced the woman, identified as Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan shot a sidelong glance at her daughter. "You're being a bit too forward." She intended to tease this young man further. Chen Yao was taken aback. This woman in the qipao was Su Mu's mother. What kind of power did Su Mu possess? Her father, Su Yuntian, was the president of the Jiangbei City Sequence Association, and her mother had a 5th-tier powerhouse as a bodyguard. Such a lineage was nothing short of extraordinary. "Young lad, why disguise your appearance with your abilities? Is it not somewhat impolite to present yourself this way in front of your elders?" Chen Yao immediately waved his hand before him. The black mist of his plague doctor attire dissipating into thin air, revealing a blue casual outfit. His tousled hair, paired with a fair complexion, created a strikingly pleasant appearance, one that could easily be deemed handsome. Sun Yuan's initial impression of Chen Yao was favorable. Her daughter's gaze had not strayed from him. In fact, Su Mu leaned closer to her mother, intertwining her fingers with Sun Yuan's. At that moment, Su Mu softly reminded, "Chen Yao hasn't he greeted anyone yet?" Chen Yao nodded in acknowledgement. He immediately bent down and called out to Sun Yuan, mother-in-law. This utterance left Principal Lu gasping in astonishment. Su Mu's small mouth slightly agape, wondered why one addressed parents as aunt instead. Nearby, a fifth-tier sequence warrior stirred slightly. Sun Yuan's fierce gaze fell upon the frowning figure, causing the fifth-tier warrior to lower his head and retract his outstretched hand. Principal Liu was drenched in cold sweat, inwardly cursing Chen Yao 100 times over. Yet Sun Yuan, with a small fan shielding his face, chuckled softly. How amusing it was! Who greets someone while bowing and calls them mother-in-law? After all, Mumu's father addressed him as father-in-law, and calling him aunt would seem somewhat distant. Mentioning Su Yuntian, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Sun Yuan's eyes, and his tone softened slightly. You do maintain a balance. I shall accept that title. Ascending to the peak is indeed no easy feat. But don't you find it a pity to part with such a legendary masterpiece? As a doctor, you should comprehend the value of such a creation and the benefits it can yield. Wouldn't it be a waste if it were used merely for demonstration? Chen Yao straightened up and responded, neither servile nor arrogant. Its existence serves only to testify. He pointed toward the screen, which displayed Zhao Su, level 300. Time taken, 15 hours and 20 minutes. It is sufficient that it proves the unparalleled talent of its owner. This response took Sun Yuan by surprise, igniting his interest in the young man further. How intriguing. It had been a long time since he encountered such an engaging youth. Kneeling on the ground, a physician from the tower's upper echelons, driven by despair, shouted madly. He reached the peak using props, and the props were damaged. Even if he ascended, he lacks the qualifications to become the tower master. I will not acknowledge this. The Jiangbei Medical Tower will never recognize it. Sun Yuan's expression instantly turned frigid, his sharp gaze fixated on the speaker. In the next moment, a fifth-tier warrior seized the old man's head, followed by a scream. A fourth-tier warrior, engulfed in flames, was reduced to char in mere seconds, carelessly discarded onto the ground. Complete suppression. Ruthless methods. Sun Yuan glanced at Chen Yao, noticing his expression remained unchanged, a smile tugging at his lips. Aren't you the least bit surprised? Not surprised. The esteemed mother-in-law acts with deliberation. You are mistaken. I act entirely on my whims. Do you wish to become the tower master? The tower master of the Jiangbei Medical Tower? If you desire, I can place you upon that throne. Engaging in dialogue with Sun Yuan, Chen Yao felt an overwhelming pressure, an intensity he hadn't experienced even in the presence of Su Mumu's father, Su Yuntian. I wish to, but could you grant me an opportunity? An opportunity? Sun Yuan asked, perplexed. Chen Yao slowly approached the three old men still kneeling on the ground. Do you still believe that my method of ascending is against the rules? No one spoke. No one dared to utter a word. The recently incinerated fourth-tier sequence warrior served as their answer. Sun Yuan gazed at Chen Yao, eager to discern his intentions. That legendary masterpiece, inheriting less than 1/10 of its master's prowess, could effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle merely by its presence. In truth, I perceive no difficulty in reaching the summit. Were within my grasp, I could attain the 299th level in just an hour and a half. Would anyone here contest my claim to the position of Tower Master? Upon uttering these words, a wave of disbelief washed over the crowd. Ascending to the 299th level in an hour and a half. That translates to 5 levels per minute. Achieving 40 levels in such a time frame would already be an exceptional feat. Chen Yao's ambition was straightforward: to become the Tower Master of the Physician Tower in Jiangbei City, thereby vindicating the 917 physicians at the first opportunity. His tone brooked no argument, and his unwavering confidence even stirred something within Sun Yuan. The elderly man, kneeling on the ground, clenched his teeth and spoke. An hour and a half. The 299th level. Should you accomplish this, we shall acknowledge you as our Tower Master. Excellent. However, I do not seek your endorsement. What I require is their recognition, Chen Yao declared, gesturing towards all the physicians present in the hall. Chapter 43. It's too difficult. Impossible to accomplish. Sun Yuan found himself perplexed by the antics of this young man. The notion of ascending 299 levels in just an hour and a half seemed utterly ludicrous. Are you certain you can achieve this? Chen Yao, with his hands tucked into his pockets, remarked that some matters cannot be contemplated through conventional lenses, and certain individuals ought not to be scrutinized through a peculiar perspective. This undertaking is not insurmountable. He approached the window, and everyone instinctively parted to grant him passage. Chen Yao presented his awakening card to the attendant. Name: Chen Yao. Sequence 002, Mystic. One of the top 5 high-sequence professionals. This young fellow is indeed a mystic of sequence 002. Mystics study various enigmatic phenomena. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for him to don the protective garb reminiscent of a medieval physician. The registration completed, the attendant trembled slightly as she returned the awakening card. With the card stowed away, Chen Yao ascended the staircase. The moment his left foot touched the steps, his body became enveloped in a swirling black mist. As he ascended the second step, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing him clad in the attire of a medieval beaked physician. Su Mumu's gaze remained fixed on Chen Yao's retreating figure. Such confidence is not necessarily a virtue. Mother, he can do it, Su Mumu emphatically added. He has never broken his promises. Sun Yuan, observing his daughter displaying the early signs of infatuation, sighed inwardly. Yet, upon reflection, he too had once been in a similar state. Sun Yuan cast a sharp glance at Principal Lu, causing Lu Wei to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Sun Yuan quietly addressed his daughter, Su Mumu. A calamity is destined to unfold in Jiangbei City, as foretold by the prophet of sequence 003, the Mage Pathway. The prophet had uttered a crucial keyword. Su Mumu leaned in closer to listen. A plague shall erupt, thus. I have come to Jiangbei City partly to see you and partly to investigate whether sequence 001 plague doctor has recently been reborn. Upon hearing about the sequence 001 plague doctor, Su Mumu's face paled instantly. The plague doctor is pivotal in resolving the issue. If a plague emerges, the appearance of the plague doctor will be essential in averting disaster. Su Mumu hesitated, refraining from disclosing Chen Yao's true sequence. A wave of gasps erupted in the hall of the physician's tower. Chen Yao's name flashed upon the hall's screen as he began his ascent. The levels displayed on the screen began to change frantically in an instant. Chen Yao, Level 1, 0 hours 0 minutes. Chen Yao, Level 2, 0 hours 1 minute. Chen Yao, Level 5, 0 minutes. In just 1 minute, he had already crossed 5 levels. Chen Yao, Level 6, 0 hours 1 minute. Chen Yao, Level 7, 0 hours 1 minute. Chen Yao, Level 10, 0 hours 1 minute. Before a minute had elapsed, in the blink of an eye, he had ascended to the 10th level. At this moment, Chen Yao was in the midst of his ascent. Upon entering each level, the first action taken is to unleash the blood condensation plague, followed by a reversal of treatment. Any ailments, be it fever, discomfort, blood disorders, or cardiac illnesses, are rendered trivial beneath the shadow of the blood condensation plague. Once enveloped by the plague, the reversal treatment can restore health instantaneously. Chen Yao, Level 50, 0 hours 5 minutes. In merely 5 minutes, he ascended to the 50th level. Due to not reaching the specified tier, no one could fathom how Chen Yao accomplished this feat surely. He could not possess a legendary masterpiece artifact. Such a notion seemed implausible, as legendary items are typically rare and inaccessible. How could a novice possibly own two? Amidst their discussions, the levels experienced yet another transformation. Chen Yao, Level 70, 0 hours 8 minutes. 8 minutes for the 70th level. Such velocity. Even listening to the doctor's introduction of the patient's condition would not take less than 8 minutes to reach the 70th level. Chen Yao, Level 80, 0 hours 10 minutes. Chen Yao, Level 85, 0 hours 12 minutes. Chen Yao, Level 90, 0 hours 14 minutes. Chen Yao, Level 100, 0 hours 17 minutes. 100 levels achieved. Chen Yao's figure appeared on the screen. As the medical condition was announced, he promptly surged forward, inserting his fingers into the patient's chest. With the patient's convulsions, a surge of green light enveloped them, signifying the completion of yet another level. Each layer unfolded with this mysterious action, leaving all spectators bewildered by the proceedings. Chen Yao, Level 110, 0 hours 20 minutes. Chen Yao, Level 120, 0 hours 22 minutes. Chen Yao, Level 130, 0 hours 25 minutes. Even with Chen Yao's remarkable speed, It took 25 minutes to reach the 130th level. A mere half an hour barely touched the surface. The forthcoming challenges would only escalate, and many held reservations regarding Chen Yao's ability to complete 299 levels within 1.5 hours. Nonetheless, his speed continued to astound everyone. Chen Yao, level 140, 0 hours 27 minutes. Chen Yao, level 150, 0 hours 30 minutes. Chen Yao, level 160, 0 hours 33 minutes. 3 minutes for 10 levels is indeed swift, yet it still falls short of the claimed 1.5 hours for 299 levels. Sun Yuan genuinely felt that this young man possessed remarkable potential. His demeanor grew serious. Such a rapid ascent to the pinnacle seemed unmatched, even in the capital where prodigies abound. In truth, Sun Yuan refrained from mentioning the prophecy that hinted at the emergence of an extraordinary figure. The definition of genius provided by the prophet was succinct: absolute charisma, unparalleled talent, and unwavering dedication. Thus, Sun Yuan pondered whether Chen Yao could be the individual foretold by the prophet. At this moment, the ascent's pace began to accelerate. Chen Yao, level 170, 0 hours 38 minutes. Chen Yao, level 180, 0 hours 40 minutes. Chen Yao, level 190, 0 hours 42 minutes. Chen Yao, level 200, 0 hours 44 minutes. With only 48 minutes remaining and 119 levels to traverse, a sense of peril began to envelop the crowd. As the levels progressed, the difficulty became increasingly apparent. Chen Yao's hands began to tremble. After consecutively using the plague spell blood condensation plague on the 190th level, his magical energy was utterly depleted. He relied solely on his equipment for recovery. Raising his hand, 3 skeletal healers materialized. To the astonishment of all present, the 3 skeletal doctors unceremoniously tossed a patient to the ground, swiftly slicing open the patient's chest. Before everyone's eyes, Chen Yao commenced a field surgery. The time for the procedure had to be compressed to within 3 minutes. The primary advantage of field surgery lay in its audacity and speed. However, Chen Yao's own hand speed was wholly insufficient. Miraculously, the 3 skeletal doctors seemed to respond to some unseen influence, synchronizing their movements with Chen Yao's. 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, they broke through to the 200th level. Chen Yao, level 201, 0 hours 49 minutes. This was the longest duration spent on any level thus far. Subsequently, Chen Yao began to navigate the process with ease. The skeletal doctors moved with remarkable swiftness, tossing the patient, eviscerating, waiting for Chen Yao to excise, and seamlessly stitching up. It was a fluid operation. The entire sequence was condensed back to 2 minutes. Chen Yao, level 222, 0 hours 51 minutes. Time was insufficient. He could not complete the task. Sun Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Excessive confidence often breeds arrogance, and despite possessing great talent, such hubris could hinder growth. Clearing 77 levels in 40 minutes was an arduous feat originally. Her influence could have effortlessly elevated Chen Yao to the position of Tower Master. But if he were to fail now, she would be unable to force his ascendance. He can do it, Su Mumu interjected with unwavering conviction. Sun Yuan glanced at her daughter, shaking her head. Ah, the folly of love-struck minds. Chapter 44. The Ruthless Method of Advancement. Chen Yao. Stair 232, 0 hours 53 minutes. The speed has once again increased. Chen Yao's surgical tempo begins to ascend. With the assistance of the cadaverous surgeon, his skill in field surgery experiences a tremendous surge. The prowess of field surgery, a skill of the plague doctor, is nothing short of formidable. A single session can restore one's health. Whether it be fever, headache, or even a simple cold, surgical intervention can remedy it. Unjustified healing. Chen Yao, stair 235, 0 hours 56 minutes. The rankings shift once more. With 64 layers remaining, all present sense that the 34 minutes left may be wholly insufficient. The 3 elderly men kneeling on the ground display expressions of exhilaration. They have bet wisely. This young man is evidently susceptible to provocation. Should he fail to reach stair 299 within an hour and a half, everything will revert to them. At that moment, Chen Yao ceased his actions. He had completed 45 field surgeries. Within those 45 procedures, he finally discovered a unique method of advancement, a pivotal key to swiftly surmounting the trials of the healer. From stair 190 onward, each layer no longer presented isolated ailments, but rather specific plagues targeting organs. The next challenge commenced. Chen Yao remained motionless, slowly turning to face the cadaverous surgeon. Everyone was puzzled by his sudden stillness when the cadaverous surgeon abruptly lunged. With astonishing speed, it pierced through Chen Yao's chest. The sound of flesh and blood churning echoing in the air. The unforeseen assault caused a collective gasp from all in the hall of the healer's tower. The excruciating pain from the breach rendered Chen Yao's lips pale. This is the sensation of having one's heart excavated. The cadaverous surgeon swiftly retracted its hand, withdrawing from Chen Yao's chest while still clutching the still-beating heart. This action left everyone astounded. On the screen, all beheld as Chen Yao's own heart was extracted, still pulsating with life. The crimson veins continued to throb. Chen Yao experienced immense agony, yet this suffering paled in comparison to the burden of 917 souls embarking on the vessel. He could even feel the emptiness left by his heart's removal. The peculiar plague afflicting those beyond stair 190 stemmed from singular organs. During his surgeries, the patients' bodies had become utterly decrepit, necessitating extraordinary measures for treatment. The simplest approach would be to analyze and then reverse the affliction. However, that would be far too slow, and these plagues were too rudimentary. Chen Yao directly instructed the cadaverous surgeon to extract organ components from his own body to replace ailing patients' hearts on the operating table. Heart excavation, heart replacement. This sequence of actions rendered the individuals in the hall of the healer's tower utterly speechless. What manner of devilish treatment is this? Heart excavation and replacement. What could this possibly mean? Only Principal Lu's pupils reflected shock, for it bore a semblance to his uncle's unique ability of isolation, achieving the cessation of plagues through flesh and blood. Yet, it was merely a resemblance. In reality, there existed no connection between the two. The ability to reach such depths of extraction is truly astonishing. The transformation speed of this little fellow leaves me utterly amazed. Resonated the voice of the goat-headed mask within Principal Lu's mind. You must depart swiftly. The time is nigh for us to accomplish a significant and profoundly important task. Principal Lu cast a glance across the hall, where everyone was fixated on the screen, seizing this opportunity to make his exit. The clock had ticked to 56 minutes. Only 34 minutes remained. Chen Yao, level 234, 0 hours, 57 minutes. Chen Yao, level 235, 0 hours, 57 minutes. Chen Yao, level 244, 0 hours, 57 minutes. Chen Yao, level 253, 0 hours, 57 minutes. Taking a heart to replace the patient's, Chen Yao's own heart would inevitably end up in the hands of the corpse doctor after the next challenge. Thus, the corpse doctor merely needed to incise the patient's body, replace the heart, and stitch it up nonchalantly to complete the challenge with astonishing speed. The operation was executed with devilish skill, leaving Sun Yuan in a state of disbelief. It was the epitome of ruthlessness, a rapid exchange of hearts. Subsequently, the corpse doctor carelessly discarded Chen Yao's heart aside. From level 254 onward, hearts were no longer required. Instead, the doctor began extracting other organs from Chen Yao's chest in sequential order. Liver, spleen, stomach, and even the small intestine were forcibly removed. The layers surged within these 6 minutes. Chen Yao, level 254, 1 hour 4 minutes. Chen Yao, level 267, 1 hour 8 minutes. Chen Yao, level 278, 1 hour 18 minutes. Chen Yao, level 288, 1 hour 22 minutes. The levels increased fourfold, and the sheer velocity of this growth rendered everyone speechless. It was merciless. Only the final 11 layers remained. Chen Yao unfastened his plague attire. His hands began to tremble, and under the agonizing pain, his body responded as his spirit dulled. Slowly, his fingers reached toward his eyes, penetrating deeply until they grasped and extracted his own eyeball. The gruesome sight, with blood-streaked remnants, elicited gasps from the onlookers. As the eye was removed, the corpse doctor commenced the replacement of parts. The level surged to 299, just behind Zhao Zhen's ranking. Chen Yao, level 299, 1 hour 28 minutes. Having witnessed Chen Yao's frenzied progression through the challenges, the heartbeats of everyone in the hall slowed momentarily. Could such a rapid method of completion truly exist? Ordinary physicians, after losing their organs, could never move independently. Only a puppet like Chen Yao, proficient in surgery, could dare to attempt such extreme actions. It was far too terrifying. Upon completing level 299, Chen Yao withdrew from the illusion of the physician's ascent. The extracted organs restored themselves upon his departure, and the pain of removal dissipated. As he descended from the 7th level of the tower, the gazes of all had transformed. A young lad navigated through the 299th level in a remarkable manner. And what is even more astounding is that he achieved this feat within a mere hour and a half. As Chen Yao descended, Sun Yuan inquired, "Did you possess prior knowledge of this method of progression?" "I do not," came the reply. "Then what led you to believe you could conquer the 299 levels in such a short span?" Chen Yao shrugged his shoulders. "Because of arrogance." The instant he uttered this self-deprecating term, Sun Yuan found himself harboring an increased fondness for the young man. "You are truly impressive, at the very least. You possess remarkable audacity." Sun Yuan then turned to address the 3 elderly high-ranking physicians kneeling on the ground. "Now that the conditions have been fulfilled, do you have any objections?" The 3 elders bowed their heads, their foreheads touching the ground, uttering not a single word. They understood that what awaited them was nothing but expulsion. "You will complete the transition of the Tower Masteress authority within a week. As for the documentation, it will be synchronized over the coming days. There is no need for you to submit sluggish applications." Sun Yuan's words shattered their every illusion. The Tower Master had been confirmed as a young individual, one audacious enough to exchange hearts, livers, and organs amidst the ascent of physicians. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky entirely. Following the conclusion of this matter, the physicians began to leave the physician tower in succession. Lu Wei also exited alongside the throng. Chen Yao, noticing President Lu departing, was about to pursue him when Sun Yuan called out to him. "It is quite late. Let us dine together, courtesy of my aunt." Chen Yao promptly accepted Sun Yuan's invitation. As they emerged from the physician tower, Lu Wei turned to inquire of the goat's head nestled within the fabric of his chest pocket. "Captain, where are we headed?" "To the monument of the collective." "The monument of the collective?" Chapter 45. The goat-headed doctor, Luo Yong. The group monument is a resting place for all those who have contributed to Jiangbei City. Upon uttering the term group monument, Principal Lu felt a slight throb in his head. Listening to the demands of the goat-headed mask nestled in his arms, he began to approach the warrior monument. "Do you not wish to know how the plague unfolded 30 years ago? Perhaps it was the length of the journey, or perhaps the profound silence that enveloped him." On an empty street, the goat-headed mask suddenly broached this topic. "I have sought for 30 years yet. Is the answer not evident? Such matters yield answers if one earnestly seeks them. For I was the one who unleashed the plague." Lu Wei's steps abruptly halted, his countenance falling as if he had heard an unbearable truth. "It was truly you." The goat-headed mask hesitated for a moment before confessing. "It is I." "Why?" Silence. "Did they, apart from me, know about this?" Yes, they were aware, and they also understood their fates were sealed. Principal Lu's mind grew increasingly chaotic, and the pain intensified. "It makes no sense. How could it possibly be the captain? By what right do you condemn so many to death? All for your abhorrent research. I am sorry for them. Today, I reveal this to you only to grant you some solace." "Solace? What nonsense are you uttering?" 3 days. That is the longest you can remain in this realm. Within these 3 days, there is much to be accomplished, and should any aspect falter, Jiangbei City may once again witness the calamity of 3 decades past. "What do you intend to do, you madman?" Lu Wei, in a fit of rage, yanked the goat-headed mask from his clothing and hurled it to the ground. The throbbing in his head intensified. "No. What does it mean that I have but 3 days left? I do not comprehend." The pain escalated, rendering him nearly delirious. He began to curse. Do you wish for me to perish in your stead? Like those others? Like my uncle? Let me assure you, you are mistaken. I'm not my uncle, nor am I one of those 2,920 souls. I am no longer your crew member. I shall not heed your lies and walk willingly to my demise. In the desolate alley, Lu Wei's anguished curses echoed as he clutched his head. By what right? Lu Wei was on the brink of collapse. Because you are my crew member, you do not belong to this era. Luo Yong, have you not yet recalled? How long will you don this identity? With this exclamation, Lu Wei felt as though his head might split asunder. In the throes of agony, his expression twisted, and he crouched on the ground, cradling his head. I wish for you to continue living as Lu Wei, but alas, their era has concluded. Everything must come to an end within 3 days. It seemed a keyword had triggered a response. Slowly, Lu Wei raised his head, his pupils beginning to glow crimson. From the flesh at the back of his head, a dark beetle struggled to emerge, burrowing its way out. I am Luo Yong, the goat-head doctor. He has never taken the path of a warrior. His ability to alter the memories of others stems from the powers of the doctor path. He modified Chen Yao's existence within the memories of others, altering the facts regarding the doctor path sequence 001. He manipulated the memories of those internship counterparts. He even altered his own memories to partially obscure his doctor abilities, creating a new warrior path sequence 065, the radiant warrior, Lu Wei, in the eyes of outsiders. After all, assuming a new identity amidst a heap of corpses 30 years ago was a trivial task. The curse of weakness he bears originates from a unique item within the Plague Tavern. He has never truly been a warrior, for the potency of his concoctions can only sustain him for a limited duration, preventing him from fighting like a true warrior. Thus, the curse from the Plague Tavern serves as the perfect disguise, the best method to masquerade a doctor as a warrior. He succeeded, and everything unfolded remarkably well. Lu Wei stood once more, his gaze transformed entirely. Perhaps the one who now stands is not Lu Wei, but rather Luo Yong, the goat-head doctor among the 920 physicians. The goat-head mask on the ground exuded an aura of black particles. Luo Yong crouched down to pick up the mask, gradually donning it upon his face. As the mask conformed to his skin, it began to meld seamlessly into Luo Yong's visage. All memories intertwined, coalescing perfectly. The captain had long since perished. There had never been a living captain, for how else could power be inherited? The goat-head mask merely served as a vessel for his memories. He had even altered the memories of himself and the mask, crafting a unique identity. He established Lu Wei as the persona of his dearest friend, Zhao Suji. Living in this world for 30 years, the goat-head mask was imbued with the memories of the former play captain. This was all to ensure that when they encountered each other, the triggering keywords would awaken Luo Yong's true memories. His intention behind these machinations was simple: to survive amidst the grand purges of the plague. Luo Yong's eyes glistened with a hint of crimson. The captain Zhao Su, Sunbei, the painful memories felt as if they belonged to yesterday. It was time for him to fulfill his purpose, to ignite the candle buried 30 years ago. Luo Yong extended his hand, retrieving his phone to gaze at the wallpaper on the screen. It depicted a joyful family of 3. As the vessel of memories, Lu Wei had also crafted a perfect family over the past 30 years, with a wife and an adorable 5-year-old daughter. Had he not triggered the keywords, perhaps he would have spent a blissful life with his wife and daughter, aging gracefully as a principal. But now, everything had changed. He no longer lived as Lu Wei. Luo Yong initiated a video call to his wife. Why are you coming home so late today, dear? The dish will be ready soon. I've stewed some trotters, and our little one is clamoring to eat Zhu Beiji's feet with Daddy. The woman on the other end of the phone, clad in an apron, was engaged in culinary endeavors. Suddenly, the head of a little girl appeared, accompanied by a jolt of the screen. The child as plaintive voice echoed, "Daddy, hurry back. Don't be busy. Don't go to work." Hearing that familiar tone, a smile graced Luo Yong's face. "Daddy will be home shortly. You and Mommy can eat first. Let her take the call." "Mommy, Mommy." The phone. The little one clutched the mobile device, awkwardly placing it on the table. "What's wrong today? Your mood seems off," the woman remarked, wiping her hands on her apron. "It's nothing, my dear, I love you." With those words, Luo Yong ended the call. His eyes glistened with moisture as he hurriedly looked up. From the replica to the realm holding the souls of 917 friends, he had returned to reality. Even the ram's head mask was a scheme he devised 30 years prior. Should any part of that plan falter, he could continue to live on as Principal Lu, retaining his memories and identity. Yet, how unfortunate it was. Once scorned by the captain as a mere fledgling, every suggestion he made had proven to be the most abysmal. After a lifetime of failed schemes, he found himself inexplicably thriving during such a time, as if fate itself conspired to disrupt Principal Lu's blissful existence. Everything unfolded with extraordinary ease. He became Luo Yong, reverting to the ram-headed doctor. However, at that very moment of transformation, his life was reduced to a mere 3 days. There was no turning back. A path he had set for himself 30 years ago. The ram-headed doctor could not exist in solitude, nor could he succumb to the character born of fictitious memories. The instant the key phrase was triggered, he had already crossed the point of no return. He retrieved his phone and sent a heart emoji to his wife. His silhouette elongated beneath the streetlights, stretching further and further. Luo Yong crushed his phone in his grasp and strode towards the collective monument. The collective monument, the largest necropolis for professionals in Jiangbei City, was aptly named, as it served as a graveyard. It housed the remains of many so-called great individuals. Yet there was no space here for the doctor from 30 years past. Even his friends and teachers could only rest beneath the Tower of Dawn. Luo Yong approached the locked iron gate, effortlessly pulling it open with a single tug before stepping inside. Upon entering the collective monument, he found rows of gravestones orderly embedded in the earth. He walked steadily along the main path until he halted before one particular tombstone, the grave of the great C2 family, C2 Qingji. Upon reading the inscription and observing the multitude of flowers adorning the grave, an inexplicable fury ignited within Luo Yong's heart. C2 Qingji had been the first crew member aboard the Sinister, the Lookout, and the most favored apprentice of the Plague Doctor. Moreover, he was a doctor within the mystical sequence 002. Infuriated, Luo Yong cursed vehemently, retrieving a shovel from his tools. With a swift motion, he scattered the flowers and struck the tombstone with the shovel, breaking it. He then unearthed the coffin, pried open the lid, and seized the bones within. C2 Qingji, you never anticipated that I would still be alive, did you? Your bones shall serve as the perfect material for the gift I intend to bestow upon others. Chapter 46. The Dual Sequence Elixir. The Delusional. With tears streaming from his reddened eyes, Luo Yonghong began wrapping the excavated bones tightly in cloth. He casually picked up a moss-covered stone, knelt on one knee, and gripped the stone with both hands, bringing it down forcefully onto the bones. "You have betrayed your captain, ungrateful traitor," he cried. "Because of you, the captain had to spread the plague and become a scapegoat. For you too, 920 souls were exiled to another realm. For you, Zhaozhan severed flesh to isolate." Luo's hand rose with increased vigor, crashing down once more, accompanied by the sound of the cloth-wrapped bones shattering. "You have wronged Zhao. You have wronged Sun Bei. You have betrayed the 917 lives lost for you. You have wronged over 7 million souls in Jiangbei City." Luo vented his fury with each strike, relentlessly pulverizing the bones unearthed from the grave of C2 Qingji. Once he had reduced the bones to dust, he finally stood upright. "Your bones make for the finest offering. How fortunate that the mystery of your identity remains intact within them." He refrained from placing them in his storage ring, instead tearing and slinging the cloth bag of ashes over his shoulder as he departed from Kunbai. Downstairs in the dormitory, Chen Yao felt utterly exhausted as he emerged from the taxi. What was meant to be a simple meal turned into a missed opportunity when Sun Yuan left with Su Mumu after receiving a phone call. Regrettably, he had lost the chance to bond with his mother-in-law. Reluctantly, he took a cab back. For Chen Yao, the benefits of becoming the Tower Master were numerous. However, ascending to such a position as a first-tier doctor was not entirely advantageous. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred, focusing solely on his aspirations. Presently, He was preoccupied with devising a method to complete the remaining field surgeries and navigate the ritual with Su Mu Mu, which were of paramount importance. The unfinished ritual at the first tier rendered the experience points accumulated in dungeons ineffective. Upon reaching the upper floor, Chen Yao's hand hesitated above the doorknob, for the door was slightly ajar. "Come in, it's me," called Principal Lu from within. Chen Yao pushed the door open to find Principal Lu seated beneath the window, his features obscured by the moonlight. Instinctively, he reached to turn on the light. "Do not turn on the light. I will say a few things and then leave." Principal Lu interrupted, causing Chen Yao to falter at the sight of his crimson eyes in the dimness. Feeling that something was amiss with Principal Lu, Chen Yao complied. A mysterious vial was placed on the table by Principal Lu. "This elixir has significant side effects. It is for others to use, not for you to consume," he warned. Chen Yao recognized the vial as the berserk elixir he had previously gifted to Principal Lu. Has it been discovered? Is he here to demand money? He wondered. But Principal Lu continued, "As my student, I have little to offer you. This vial is my gift to you." A mysterious potion was once again presented by Principal Lu, who tossed it to Chen Yao. With a swift motion of his right hand, Chen Yao firmly grasped the vial, lifting it to examine closely. Listening to Principal Lu's words, he read the label, "Dual Sequence Potion. Upon consumption, you will gain an additional occupational sequence, Dr. Sequence 003, Delusional. Inheriting half of the delusional sequence's capabilities. Full mastery of the delusional sequence and its promotions will only be achieved upon the demise of another genuine delusional sequence. This delusional principle, this is far too precious." Chen Yao felt an overwhelming sense of dread regarding the potion. Its effects were nothing short of extraordinary. In monetary terms, it could easily be worth billions. A brand new sequence enhancement, allowing one to possess two sequences simultaneously. It's merely a small gift. Consume it immediately after I depart. Its efficacy is brief. The sooner it is ingested, the better the results. The primary ability of the delusional is thought. Its cognitive power surpasses any strength provided by other paths. What one envisions becomes reality, and what one believes is truth. Yet the cost is substantial. One must wield its powers with utmost caution. What has transpired with the principal? Listening to Principal Lu recount the abilities of the delusional sequence, Chen Yao felt an odd sensation, as if Principal Lu embodied the very essence of the delusional described in the potion. He quickly dismissed the thought. The principal's path was that of the warrior. Nevertheless, the sudden bestowal of such a grand gift felt akin to a last testament. "Chen Yao, you are the contemporary plague doctor, a bearer of authority. You have witnessed the 917 innocent souls and recognized Zhao Su's talents. What I wish to convey is that they must be remembered in this world." "Correct. Indeed, they must." Chen Yao was perplexed by Principal Lu's words. "If you deem me a competent principal, would you be willing to heed my counsel once?" At this, Chen Yao nodded immediately. "Do not erect a monument for the 917 doctors using your authority as Tower Master. Do not allow them to return. Let them remain aboard the sinful." After speaking, Principal Lu stood up, reiterating, "Remember my words. Do not exploit your Tower Master identity to erect monuments. Do not bring them back. 30 years, or even 3, they will not remember. Even if they return, it will be but cold gravestones." "Principal." As Principal Lu's voice grew softer, Chen Yao called out to him, "They should return. I promise Dr. Zhao." Principal Lu halted his steps. "Since you choose to disregard my advice, do as you wish. I have said all I can." Without another word, Principal Lu strode out of the room. What Chen Yao failed to notice was the empty sleeve of Principal Lu's right arm. Chen Yao was utterly bewildered, feeling as if Principal Lu had transformed into an entirely different person. As the principal departed, a wave of inexplicable loss surged within him. Chen Yao hurried after him. Yet upon exiting, he could find no trace of Principal Lu. He could only return to the room, groping along the wall to switch on the light. With a click, the moment the light illuminated the space, he beheld an astonishing sight. The entire wall, floor, and even the table were inscribed with a multitude of mysterious formulas, as if someone had been calculating something here. Were these formulas penned by the principal? Staring at these equations, Chen Yao felt a throbbing pressure in his head, a reaction stemming from the descent of his rationality. In a daze, Chen Yao seized the bottle of dual sequence potion from the table. A notification appeared in his hand, indicating its diminishing potency. Dual sequence potion. The mysterious power of this potion is waning. It will completely lose its efficacy in 3 minutes. Note, a potion that should not exist, constructed at a special cost, is now failing. Without hesitation, Chen Yao lifted the bottle of dual sequence potion and downed it in one gulp. Chapter 47. Inheritance. Dreamer. Memory. Departing from Chen Yao's abode, Principal Lu, or rather, the awakened memory of the doctor, known as Luo Yong, found himself leaning against the icy street wall, gradually sinking to the ground. His left hand reached out to grasp the empty sleeve of his right arm, which had vanished entirely. The cost of delusion is indeed substantial. It must be said that the ashes of Situ Qingji are quite unpalatable. The throbbing pain in his head stemmed primarily from the side effects of diminished rationality. As a dreamer, now designated as Sequence 002 of the Mystic Scholars, he had accelerated his transformation through the deduction of his own esoteric formula. In pursuit of a more refined realization of becoming a doctor in the pathway of Sequence 002, Luo Yong even consumed all of Situ Qingji's ashes, striving for a flawless delusion. He had successfully concocted the world's sole vial of dual sequence potion, inheriting the sequence of the dreamer. If only he could die 3 days hence. Perhaps this dreamer, combined with the plague doctor, the new captain, would venture even farther. This gift was a collective offering from Zhao Zhan and the 917 doctors to Chen Yao. Particularly, it fulfilled Zhao Zhan's lifelong aspiration of proving one's worth as he ascended the physician's tower. After a brief respite, Luo Yong wiped the sweat from his brow. Time was of the essence. He had much yet to accomplish. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Chen Yao, having consumed the vial of dual sequence potion, lay curled upon the ground, writhing in agony. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes reddened, yet he struggled to rise. Principal Lu had deceived him. He had never mentioned that the potion would be so excruciating. An overwhelming influx of strange knowledge surged into his mind in a terrifying manner. Simultaneously, unfamiliar memories began to wash over him. Chen Yao endeavored to digest these fragments of recollection, which belonged to one named Luo Yong. The term Luo Yong reminded him of the doctor known as the goat-headed man, alongside the squirrel Dr. Zhao Su and the bandaged Dr. Sun Bei. Beneath the Tower of Dawn, born in a small town at the age of 3, Luo Yong had a penchant for peculiar inventions, concocting useless trinkets with alcohol and odd tree sap, proudly calling himself a master alchemist, asserting that he was a natural-born practitioner of alchemy. At 18, he awakened the pathway of the doctor, becoming Sequence 003 Dreamer, a rising star representing the hopes of his small town. By 19, Luo Yong discovered that being a dreamer was an utterly impotent sequence. Every delusion bore a price, and even the desire to learn the healing arts required the sacrifice of his own blood. At 20, Luo Yong arrived in Jiangbei City, participating in various dungeons for training. During one such venture, he encountered 3 individuals, a warrior who only assisted from the rear, attempting to mimic a doctor's surgical techniques, and a madman obsessed with secretly studying plagues. Luo Yong felt elated, convinced that even his high sequence status as a dreamer was simply a useless facade. After all, it is far easier to find a sense of belonging among a group of misfits. The 3 of you swiftly formed a motley crew, a band no one wished to embrace, a band of warriors who would not fight, a physician obsessed with plague, and a delusional dreamer who demanded a price. To any observer, this amalgamation appeared utterly mad. Thus, you adopted even more deranged codenames: Bandage Dr. Sun Bei, Goathead Dr. Luo Yong, and Squirrel Dr. Zhao Su. However, you soon discovered that spreading plague, healing, and dreaming of battle constituted a coherent system. You were wholly self-sufficient, sparking a rhythm of rapid dungeon raids that persisted for a decade until a man clad in a medieval plague, Dr. Esgarb, appeared before you, accompanied by an 18-year-old boy who sought to join your ranks. By this point, the 3 of you had become a tight-knit team, making it difficult to incorporate a stranger. This changed when Sun Bei accidentally spilled plague medication onto a passerby, a transgression that could lead to incarceration in the real world. The medieval plague doctor took it upon himself to quell this minor outbreak and bore the brunt of the public's wrath, landing in jail for a month. Thus, you learned his name. Plague doctor Chen Yao, and the boy by his side was called Situ Qingji, given that he had taken a fall for you. The three of you reluctantly became subordinates of plague Dr. Chen Yao, expanding your group from 3 to 5. As your ranks swelled, an increasing number of peculiar doctors joined your team, drawn by Chen Yao's influence. Chen Yao even audaciously bestowed upon your motley crew a unique name, the Tower of Dawn. He proclaimed that the Tower of Dawn was a bastion amidst darkness, a guiding light through the plague. In the span of 3 years, the Tower of Dawn grew to encompass 520 members. Within 4 years, Chen Yao inexplicably inherited a dilapidated ship, which housed various research compartments and even an odd tavern. This vessel became the stronghold of the Tower of Dawn, and during this time, the number of its members, excluding Situ, Qingji, and Chen Yao, swelled to 920. Until that fateful day, Situ Qingji, the youngest and seemingly harmless member, designated as the 002 mystical scholar, was discovered to have been clandestinely conducting human experiments. Upon revelation, Situ Qingji was expelled from the Tower of Dawn, heralding a grave misfortune. Situ Qingji began to contact neighboring nations, intending to unleash an immediate death plague upon the entire Jiangbei city as a focal disaster zone. In a single day, over 100,000 souls perished in Jiangbei city. The rapid transmission and lethality of the immediate death virus were horrifying. Those infected would succumb within half a day to a day. In response, Chen Yao endeavored to analyze and create a weakened version of the immediate death virus, disseminating the blood coagulation plague as a substitute. While similarly deadly, the blood coagulation plague could be treated, extending the time until death for as long as 4 days. For days, within this brief span, they needed to treat all those afflicted by the sanguine plague, a task that seemed nearly insurmountable for a city teeming with millions. 2,920 dedicated physicians of the Dawn Tower resolutely devoted themselves to combating this affliction. In a bid to enhance their efforts, Luo Yong, utilizing his powers as a delusionist, sacrificed one of his eyes to bestow each of the 920 doctors with a surgical scalpel, an instrument that could only be wielded by drawing upon one's own blood. Thus, Luo Yong commenced the exercise of his delusionist abilities, and Zhao Zhan equipped him with the Crimson Rabbit's eyes from the realm of his replication, transforming his perception of the world into a vivid red. Yet, Luo Yong felt no regret, for without this sacrifice, the monumental feat they aspired to achieve would remain unattainable. However, societal condemnation grew increasingly fierce. The spread of the sanguine plague plunged the populace into a state of profound terror, turning the plague doctors into pariahs, vilified by all. At times, even after completing a surgical procedure, the response was not gratitude, but rather a loathsome sputum spat upon one's face. As a delusionist, Luo Yong began to grasp the futility of their plight. Something had to be done. For 73 days, the members of the Dawn Tower exhibited no complaints. To them, saving lives was paramount. Over the course of more than 2 months, despite wielding the authority granted by their roles as plague doctors, they worked tirelessly, performing operations to heal the afflicted. Yet the bodies of those they sought to save had already succumbed to ruin. They could no longer be considered human. Before them lay the choice of becoming the immortal aberrations aboard the ship or being entombed in a foreign realm. Chapter 48. The Moment of Delusion. Their fate was not one of choice, but of expulsion. This group of doctors, no longer human in form, has become incapable of surgical treatment. They are mere carriers of contagion. Like demons, they can only be isolated through Zhao Su's flesh and blood, preventing the spread of the plague within them. Once isolated, they have ceased to be human entirely. Lo Yong, Zhao Su, Sun Bei, and 917 doctors from the Tower of Dawn witnessed for the first time their leader kneeling on the ground, pleading with that group. He desperately explained the reasons behind the release of the plague. even going so far as to assure them that his companions would not infect others, revealing a pitiful demeanor. However, all was in vain. The terror of the plague had stripped them of their sanity. C2 Qingji, fanning the flames from behind the scenes, incited them to cleanse the last remnants of the contagion, leaving only the outcome of purification and exile for everyone. C2 Qingji understood that this group could not survive here. There are numerous ways to take a life, and deceit coupled with incitement is the most effective. Lo Yong observed the murmurs of the crowd, noting even those who had been healed standing among them, desperate to avoid infection and escape their suffering. In the crowd, he caught sight of C2 Qingji, her face adorned with a smile, igniting a peak of fury within him. Employing the abilities of a delusionist, Lo Yong established 2 critical memory triggers and replicated an 18-year-old youth named Lu Wei, allowing him to live anew in this world. The second trigger was an object known as the goat head mask, with the cost being that upon returning, Lo Yong could only resurrect for 3 days. Suddenly, the visage of Lo Yong shifted in the scene, as if engaging in dialogue with Chen Yao. Kill C2 Qingji. Eliminate their descendants. Purge their bloodline entirely. Yet, recalling something, Lo Yong's tone softened. Forget it. I shall handle this matter myself in due course. Within the image, Zhao Su, resembling a desiccated corpse, forced a grim smile, resting a hand on Lo Yong's shoulder. What are you mumbling about? We shall journey to another world and establish our own Tower of Dawn. I have grown weary of their disdain towards my half-human, half-ghost existence. After this casual remark, Zhao Su let out a faint sigh, lamenting that despite all he had done, his talents remained unrecognized. What a pity indeed. As if by mutual agreement, no member of the Tower of Dawn voiced any dissent. They silently turned and boarded the sinful vessel in an orderly fashion. 920 individuals ascended the sinful vessel, leaving behind Chun Chi, who was slowly rising from his kneeling position. That was a place where sunlight could not penetrate. Like the vessel itself, it would forever bear the weight of sin and expulsion, regardless of right or wrong, of sacrifice or otherwise. In the crowd, a small boy attempted to rush forward, only to be yanked back by a hand gripping his collar, tears and snot mingling as he seemed to shout something. Yet the memory began to fade, ultimately coming to a sudden halt. This is the power of the delusionist. That which is conceived is brought into existence, but it demands a significant price. Much like an alchemist, it demands a considerable cost to fulfill your delusions, allowing me to survive with my sequence. Chen Yao was roused by the sunlight. The intense jolt of memories left him still in a state of haze. He rubbed his throbbing head. You have acquired the second sequence. You have become a dual sequence practitioner. You have entered the physician pathway as sequence 003, the delusionist. The former delusionist has not perished. You have inherited some of their abilities. Delusion moment. By contemplating a specific matter, you may pay a multiplied cost to materialize a reality double. Cognition. You possess a fleeting ability to alter the perceptions of others, with each use requiring the sacrifice of some of your own memories, double. Chen Yao gazed at the myriad of mysterious symbols on the ground and realized that the delusionist was none other than Principal Lu, who was indeed Luo Yong, the true mastermind behind all, the doctor of the goddess head. Chen Yao was still struggling to fully recover from the impact of his memories. Unsteadily, he rose and made his way towards his bedroom, only to find that the goat's head mask had vanished from the drawer. The Situ family, Luo Yong, must be seeking vengeance against them. Even without inquiries, Chen Yao was aware that the Situ family controlled resources across various sectors in Jiangbei City. They were intricately woven into the fabric of ordinary lives. Particularly, they possessed a colossal edifice situated at the heart of Jiangbei City, known as the Situ Building. Casting a glance at the clock from the Situ group on his desk, Chen Yao seized it and hurled it to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Regardless of what could be accomplished, Chen Yao was determined to assist Luo Yong. The reputation of the plague doctor was already tarnished, and he was indifferent to it. After standing for a while, the side effects of the memory shock had diminished significantly. He raised his right index finger, pointing forward. Delusionist. He uttered his delusion, each syllable pronounced with deliberation. Delusion. Temporary tracking technique to locate Luo Yong. Chen Yao's complexion instantly paled. This simple, one-time delusion skill, under the double cost, drained him of 1,000 milliliters of blood. Supporting himself against the table, he unleashed the plague upon himself and reversed the treatment, regaining a modicum of vitality. A vast panoramic map materialized in his mind, with a slowly moving blue dot at its center representing the target, Luo Yong. Not far from him was the Situ building. Chen Yao was uncertain of Luo Yong's intentions and could not comprehend what actions he could undertake to retaliate against the Situ family in such a short span of time. However, Luo Yong surely required his assistance. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Chen Yao. He retrieved his phone, preparing to dial the Situ family's potion hotline. The Situ family had always maintained a dedicated hotline for mysterious potions. It appeared that these hotlines served not only to procure social mysterious potions, but perhaps also facilitated access to other illicit substances on the black market. Before dialing, Chen Yao tapped his finger on the table. His eyes were filled with a multitude of strange golden magical arrays. Delusion, the prophet in 3 minutes. Envisioning every conceivable dialogue, meticulously crafting an exchange that would guarantee his entry into the C2 mansion. A torrent of fragmented memories surged into Chen Yao's mind. In a mere 3 minutes, it represented countless dialogues. Chen Yao pressed his left hand against his head, bowing it in agony. Simultaneously, his right hand felt as though it were being lifted and straightened by an unseen force. Terrifying lacerations began to writhe upon his right hand. In an instant, his sleeve erupted, blood spraying forth, his hand a grotesque mass of flesh. All 5 fingers twisted and dislocated. The searing pain compelled him to grimace as he pressed his left hand against his right, taking deep breaths to alleviate his suffering. After several minutes of silence, Chen Yao fixated on the time displayed on his watch. 8 hours, 31 minutes, and 25 seconds. With his still-functioning left hand, he dialed the number. Hello, my sequence is 002, the occultist. I possess a brand new berserk potion for sale. One that I assure you will pique your interest. Its effects, within 10 minutes. You will become immune to toxins and succumb to a frenzy with a power increase of 300%. I'm not jesting. You wish for me to visit the C2 mansion? I am available now. Many have already contacted me regarding the potion, and today I wish to review the C2 family's offer. With that, Chen Yao ended the call. His left hand trembled as it grasped the vial of berserk potion left on the table by Principal Lu. His gaze hardened with determination. An opportunity has arisen. If Luo Yong were to witness his student wielding the delusional abilities in such a manner, he would undoubtedly be astounded. Chapter 49. The Situ Mansion. Situ, Yun Lu carefully stowed away the rage potion. Chen Yao produced a scalpel and conducted a makeshift surgery on his twisted fingers, necessitating a brutal incision into the flesh. With his left hand, he straightened each finger one by one, subsequently scraping away the bloodied remnants from his injured arm. The more excruciating the ordeal, the higher the likelihood of success for this impromptu procedure. The entire experience was excruciating. Merely fantasizing for 3 minutes about being a prophet nearly rendered his right hand useless. The cost was exorbitant. However, it must be said that the compatibility between the dreamer and the plague doctor sequences was remarkably high. As long as he was not dead and his arm remained functional, this field surgery could restore him to his former state. Half an hour later, Chen Yao donned a fresh set of clothes, though his complexion was as pale as parchment. The previously contorted right hand had regained its form post-surgery. He extended his left hand to grasp and massage his right shoulder, loosening the tension. Aside from occasional phantom pains, there were no adverse effects. These phantom pains would dissipate entirely within half a day. Having completed everything, Chen Yao strode directly out the door towards the Situ mansion. Upon his arrival, a staff member at the entrance quickly approached him after comparing his likeness to a photograph in hand. You must be Mr. Chen. Chen Yao remained impassive as he stepped out of the vehicle, his eyes subtly glancing at the photo the attendant held, which was indeed his own. Noticing Chen Yao's gaze, the staff member hastily shielded the photograph. Mr. Chen, it's the protocol at Situ Mansion to verify your identity upon your arrival via phone. Please rest assured, it's merely a photograph. During the phone conversation, he had neglected to disclose his identity. Now, they not only knew his name, but had even procured his photograph. The Situ family's influence in Jiangbei City was indeed formidable. Chen Yao speculated that everything about him since birth had likely been compiled into records, resting on the desk of a leader within the Situ mansion. The discussion regarding the potion's price was to take place on the 72nd floor. "Sir, you have brought the potion, correct?" "Yes." Just as Chen Yao was about to present the potion, the attendant promptly interjected. "Mr. Chen, I am not responsible for inspecting the potion. My role is solely to assist and guide you. Please follow me." "Lead the way," Chen Yao replied. The attendant stepped forward to close the car door with a resounding thud. Inside the Situ mansion, Situ Yunlu perused the documents in his hand. Chen Yao, sequence 002 Mystic. Furthermore, he ascended the physician's tower yesterday, setting a record for reaching the 299th tier in just an hour and a half. What talent! Is he not here yet? Situ Yunlu began to grow impatient. The secretary before him bowed his head and replied, "He has arrived and is currently in the mansion." "Very well. Instruct those underground pests to cease their experiments and come greet this mystic. It would be a pity for such talent not to enter the Situ family. If he cannot, then let him be severed." A flicker of red light flashed in Situ Yunlu's eyes. He was the path of fortune. In a peculiar realm that does not exist in our world, a mysterious elixir concocted by his grandfather, Situ Qingji, has transformed its essence into the path of fortune. The path of fortune, designated as sequence 00F, known as the Coward, has enabled the Situ family to flourish into a formidable force within a mere few decades, even constructing towering edifices. The paramount ability of the Coward is the capacity to attract good fortune while steering clear of misfortune, possessing an acute premonition regarding certain events. Initially, Situ Yunlu experienced profound unease upon receiving a phone call, yet astonishingly, that disquietude dissipated entirely. At that moment, the clock struck 8 hours, 31 minutes, and 25 seconds, a phenomenon that Situ Yunlu had never encountered, compelling him to personally answer the call. On the other end of the line was an individual who claimed to be a mystic. The mere mention of the term mystic caused his hand, clutching the phone, to tremble uncontrollably. Situ Yunlu was indifferent to the notion of a volatile elixir. His sole concern lay with the mystic sequence. The very thought of the mystic's designation sent him teetering on the brink of madness. In an unprecedented move, Situ Yunlu suppressed his inner alarms and extended an invitation to the mystic to visit the Situ Tower. He made the momentous decision to defy the instincts of the Coward. After all, his grandfather had once been a mystic of sequence 002, regardless of whether this mystic would serve his interests. Situ Yunlu possessed numerous methods to ensure the mystic's talents were fully utilized. Anxiously, he rose and began to pace the corridor. Meanwhile, Chen Yao felt an almost imperceptible chill upon entering Situ Tower. Pausing, he glanced down the hallway of the grand foyer, where a faint black miasma seeped from the staircase, stopping at the entrance of the tower before vanishing. This unseen spectacle revealed numerous clues to Chen Yao. The tower's ability to insulate against the miasma, alongside the residual presence of the plague in the staircase, indicated that something was amiss. "Mr. Chen, let's take the elevator. The staircase is seldom traversed." A staff member interrupted his thoughts. He acknowledged. Indeed, Situ Tower was uncanny. The emanating miasma from the staircase clearly indicated that the Situ family was still up to something. Everything hinged on encountering a member of the Situ family to uncover the truth. He continued onward, inadvertently raising his hand. Suddenly, a foul stench erupted from the fish tank beside the reception, as all the fish floated belly up. A pet cat in the storage room began to wail pitifully. A smile crept upon Chen Yao's lips. Upon entering the elevator, the staff member swiped a card, and the elevator ascended rapidly, arriving at the 72nd floor. As they reached the 72nd floor, a man clad in a blue suit, sporting glasses and a slick-back hairstyle, eagerly approached them, exclaiming, "Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen, you have finally arrived." The staff member raised a hand in introduction. "This is our boss, Situ Yunlu." After the waiter retreated into the elevator and departed, It seemed as though lingering on this floor for even a moment longer was unbearable. C2 Yunlu halted abruptly mid-stride, his previously exuberant demeanor abruptly frozen, as an overwhelming sense of foreboding emerged towards the enigmatic scholar before him. The coward from the path of fortune was issuing frantic warnings. C2 Yunlu was compelled to pause, maintaining a distance of 2 meters from Chen Yao. "Mr. Chen." "Greetings, Mr. C2, Chen Yao replied, his composure unwavering as he approached slowly. C2 Yunlu instinctively retreated 2 or 3 steps, then waved his hand dismissively. "Mr. Chen, please remain where you are. There's no need to come closer. We can discuss matters inside, and shortly, there will be many experts here for you to meet." "Very well," Chen Yao responded without the slightest hint of concern. Chapter 50, Skeleton Knight, Rise. C2 Yunlu walked ahead, maintaining a distance of 2 meters from Chen Yao. He guided Chen Yao into a vast conference room, exceeding 200 square meters in area, adorned with a colossal white table and an array of pristine white chairs, the very floor beneath them also a stark white. This eerie whiteness enveloped Chen Yao the moment he entered, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of mental pressure. Something is amiss. Was C2 Yunlu's inexplicable vigilance prompted by a discovery regarding himself? No. The excitement that graced C2 Yunlu's expression upon their first encounter was undeniably genuine. Upon taking their seats, C2 Yunlu positioned himself at a considerable distance from Chen Yao, maintaining a peculiar space between them. It was then that Chen Yao realized that this conference room remained untouched by the plague, intestinal affliction, he had just unleashed downstairs. The C2 building was equipped with mechanisms to isolate external plagues. Remarkably, this expansive conference room possessed its own separate device for plague containment. This was troubling. With the plague contained, his plague attire could not facilitate instantaneous movement. "Mr. Chen, please wait here for a moment. Others will arrive shortly. Have you brought the frenzied potion?" Chen Yao retrieved a vial of the potion and placed it upon the table. C2 Yunlu, seated at a distance, made no move to retrieve it, but continued speaking. "I have heard about the effects of the frenzied potion from you. It sounds promising. Mr. Chen, would you be interested in working at the C2 building? Here, every contributor earns a minimum annual salary in the millions. For you, Mr. Chen, I could even propose a salary of 100 million a year. What do you think? Are you interested?" "Absolutely. I am quite intrigued," Chen Yao replied with a beaming smile, though his fingers incessantly tapped the tabletop, a glimmer of intensity flickering in his pupils. Dreamer. Fragmented foresight. Previously, the prophet's 3 minutes and countless dialogues had nearly shattered one of Chen Yao's arms. This time, he dared to employ his foresight ability sparingly, extracting only vital information, allowing for a fragmented glimpse. The cost should be minimal. Any anomaly within the conference room could easily alert that fellow C2 Yunlu. During their brief interaction, Chen Yao discerned that C2 Yunlu was far from ordinary. He consistently maintained an absolute position, and perhaps that extraordinary vigilance was indicative of his sequential abilities. As the visions began, 3 images materialized in Chen Yao's mind. The first image depicted a group of doctors clad in white coats encircling him, each emanating a fierce red glow. The second image illustrated the conference room's entrance sealed off by iron walls, transforming it into a colossal iron box. Above, red lights flickered, casting an unsettling illumination on C2 Yunlu's exuberant face, while lying on the ground was none other than himself. The third scene unfolds within a dimly lit basement, where C2 Yunlu brandishes a scalpel in a frenzied manner, while Chen Yao finds himself bound by chains to a blood-stained wooden cross. The floor and walls are inscribed with an intricate array of esoteric symbols. As these haunting images flash through his mind, Chen Yao swiftly extracts several pieces of information. Firstly, he realizes he will be besieged by a group of individuals. Secondly, it is evident that C2 Yunlu harbors sinister intentions toward him. The arcane symbols signify a ritual, yet the incomplete vision leaves Chen Yao unable to ascertain the nature of this ceremony. From C2 Yunlu's demeanor upon entering the conference room, Chen Yao comprehends that he may already be ensnared in peril. Following these 3 visions, A clicking sound emanates from the thumb of his left hand. In that moment, Chen Yao understands that a price is to be paid. He hastily places his left hand beneath the table to avoid drawing Situ Yunlu's attention. Crack! His thumb bends backward at a 150-degree angle, twisting painfully. A surge of acute pain radiates through his fingers, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Yet outwardly, he displays no signs of distress. Merely from foreseeing those three scenes, he has sacrificed a finger. The power of the delusional one is formidable. Yet the double price means Chen Yao cannot wield this ability at will. Gripping his contorted thumb with his right hand, he forcefully realigns it while employing a simple reversal healing technique. Though his thumb will be unusable for a brief period, at the very least, it is preserved. Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen? Situ Yunlu calls out twice. I'm here. Is it hot in here? I can see sweat on your forehead. Despite the distance, Situ Yunlu has already discerned Chen Yao's unease. It is a bit. Don't worry. Our professional team will arrive shortly. Once they assess the situation, regardless of your choice, Situ Tower will always welcome you. His words are more melodious than a song. Situ Yunlu undoubtedly believes he has secured an advantage over me. Chen Yao rises slowly, a smile gracing his face as he addresses Situ Yunlu. Mr. Situ, I possess more than just this singular mysterious potion. I also have a particularly unique bone that you might find intriguing. A unique bone and a remarkably intact corpse of a necromancer. Chen Yao gradually spills the bones of the skeletal knight from his ring, the 100-inch mountains. Bones? And a corpse? The mere mention of these words amplifies Situ Yunlu's sense of foreboding, a feeling akin to that of a coward. Just as he contemplates intervening, the plague body, necromancer, is unveiled by Chen Yao from the ring. Mr. Situ, has your team arrived? These two treasures are perfect for them to examine. Situ Yunlu glances toward the door, realizing his men have yet to arrive. The sense of foreboding intensifies. With no one yet present, he cannot seal the conference room. It appears they are still absent. So, Mr. Situ, you shall be the one to behold this artifact. Chen Yao slowly raises his hand. Before him, the plague entity, necromancer, gradually rose, mimicking Chen Yao's gestures and slowly raising its right hand. The same motion. Over the past few days, the plague entity, necromancer, had successfully nurtured the advanced necromantic bacteria, signifying that fourth-tier elite skeletal knights could now be summoned and controlled. Thus, this was Chen Yao's trump card. Arise, skeletal knights, Chen Yao whispered, and more skeletal fragments on the ground began to rise slowly under the influence of the advanced necromantic bacteria. The advanced necromantic bacteria lacked contagious properties, rendering the isolation effect of the conference room ineffective against them. Within mere seconds, the skeletal knights had already risen. Situ Yunlu's complexion turned ashen, as an unprecedented death warning momentarily obliterated his capacity for judgment. Chapter 51. The Path of the Old Ones to Lali. 3 seconds later, a look of exhilaration appeared on Situ Yunlu's face, his excitement escalating into an exaggerated expression until his entire countenance began to contort grotesquely. You have discovered the proper application of the mystic arts. This corpse, this skeleton, you and our Situ family are of the same ilk. Join us. You could even adopt the Situ surname. Chen Yao remained unmoved. Do not feign innocence. A necromancer manipulating the dead is more despicable than my grandfather. Chen Yao stared at Situ Yunluo as if he were a fool for a moment. Without uttering a word, he raised his right hand and brought it down forcefully. Simultaneously, the fourth-tier skeleton knight executed the same motion, lifting its enormous single-handed sword. With a swift, downward swing, the terrifying power of the sword cleaved through the air. As a blade sliced through him, Situ Yunluo stood still, allowing the sword to split his body. Even as he was bisected, his face retained that twisted smile. Chen Yao did not approach. Instead, he sent forth a fourth-tier skeleton soldier to inspect Situ Yunluo's corpse, instructing it to sever the head and limbs if all was in order. This precaution was necessary to prevent any potential counterattack, as the hidden cards of a human were far more numerous than those of the creatures within the dungeon. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway, growing nearer. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Yao's heart sank. It must be the group of doctors clad in white coats. He understood that confronting these peculiar doctors was the most unwise choice. In the Situ building, any decision could plunge him back into peril. Once imprisoned, all actions would be in vain. Reflecting on the bisected Situ Yunluo, Chen Yao resolved to sacrifice a finger once more, utilizing the power of the dreamer to swiftly glimpse the future and ascertain a course of action. Gaining even a morsel of insight into the abilities of those doctors would suffice. Presently, he had 10 fingers. Temporarily losing 2 would not pose a significant hindrance. As the footsteps drew closer, Chen Yao immediately unleashed his imagination to acquire a transient foresight of the future. This second attempt at envisioning the future was clearer than the first. The initial image depicted the skeleton knight charging into the corridor, engaging in battle. From the vision, the so-called doctors began to sprout strange tentacles and spikes, their mouths adorned with octopus-like appendages and tattered bat wings emerging from their backs. Their distorted limbs rendered them incapable of standing upright like humans. Instead, they crawled upon the ground, twisting irregularly. This fleeting glimpse alone caused Chen Yao to experience a headache, destabilizing his mental state as the images in his mind began to blur. Were it not for the burning sensation in his arm, he might have succumbed to the vision entirely. The curse of Aloysius Paul had unexpectedly aided him. Merely gazing upon the doctor's forms felt as though his sanity was slipping away. He hastily switched to the next foresight. The second image depicts a group of individuals ensnaring themselves once more, with one hand clutching the head of Situ Yunluo, whose visage is marred by terror, while the other supports a still-beating heart. The third scene is engulfed in utter darkness. Is this death? Indeed, this is the end. Damn it! Chen Yao was certain that the man was not dead. He promptly commanded the skeletal knight to burst forth from the corridor, temporarily obstructing the peculiar doctors. To survive under the hands of those bizarre physicians, he must ascertain what those items were that resided within Situ Yunluo. This was his sole path to salvation. At that moment, Chen Yao's left pinky began to contort, twisting into an intricate spiral in an instant. Gasping sharply, he suppressed the pain with a healing spell and contemplated the strangeness of the Situ mansion. Indeed, the Situ family was not to be trifled with. As he recalled the images, those doctors morphed into inhuman entities, reminiscent of the repugnant Paul from the Plague Tavern. Yes, they bore a striking resemblance to nameless horrors from the deep sea. If Situ Qingji had once been a crew member who betrayed the captain, then that individual must have procured something from the Tavern of the Ship of Sins. Now, Situ Yunluo had become Chen Yao's only lifeline. The skeletal warrior approached, brandishing a rusted blade. With a swift stroke, crack, the battered edge of the blade failed to sever Situ Yunluo's head entirely, cleaving through flesh and bone. Then came another strike, and yet another. At last, the head was finally cleaved off by the skeletal soldier's jagged blade. Under Chen Yao's command, the skeletal soldier kicked the severed head, sending it rolling towards him, while continuing to hack at Situ Yunluo's limbs. Suddenly, the head that rolled before Chen Yao cried out, "Madman! Madman! What do you intend to do?" Situ Yunluo began to scream. Chen Yao grasped the hair of that head and lifted it up. Indeed, he was not dead. What manner of being was this, able to survive decapitation and dismemberment? The doctors outside were about to enter. It seemed his demise was imminent. Thus, in his final moments, he sought a scapegoat, and Situ Yunluo would suffice. The doctors outside heed my commands. We bear no grudges, so there is no need for total annihilation. I can offer you 100 billion. Chen Yao remained silent, knowing that without instilling sufficient terror, this man would never cooperate. Your lineage is formidable. You remain alive even after such injuries. However, my own lineage is not of the mystics. You must have heard the name of my lineage. Plague. Doctor. The words plague, doctor escaped his lips. A look of sheer terror replaced all else on Situ Yunluo's face. You are not a mystic. His voice rose sharply. I understand that this place isolates the transmission of plague from the air, which is why my released plague was hindered upon entry. But the methods of contagion are never singular. A severed hand was hurled towards him by the skeletal soldier. Chen Yao did not lift his head. He extended his left hand and seized the severed limb. Simultaneously, a dark mist began to envelop his body. In the astonished gaze of Situ Yunluo, Chen Yao had donned the attire of a medieval plague doctor. This very garb, the same as depicted in his grandfather's portrait. This individual was indeed a plague doctor. Grasping the severed hand of Situ Yunluo, he unleashed plague, hemolysis. Within mere seconds, the arm in Chen Yao's grasp began to disintegrate like melting wax. Red blood dripping onto the floor. The ominous crimson warning instilled in Situ Yunluo the grim realization that failure to act would lead to his demise. Wait, let me explain. My pathway is luck, and my sequence is coward. Those doctors are experimental products of the Situ family, a unique pathway they refer to as the eldritch, their sequence being Lalai. However, they are merely incomplete specimens. Situ Yunluo appeared genuinely terrified. The eldritch? Lalai? I speak the truth. Although these beings are unfinished, they must not be gazed upon directly. I possess the ability of coward, so they cannot harm me. You need only gouge out your own eyes and refrain from looking at them. Gouge out my eyes? We might as well perish together. Chen Yao's hand clutched Situ Yunluo's head. Wait, there's another way. Do not kill me. They belong to the eldritch sequence, yet they are merely incomplete. If one utters a specific trigger phrase, they will perish. Only I know the phrase. If you do not believe me, you can take my heart and carry my head. My heart is the key to my immortality. As long as it continues to beat, I shall not die. Once I utter those words, they will undoubtedly perish. I have divulged everything to you. Carrying my head while holding my heart? Is this not reminiscent of a scene from a second painting? This fellow is still uncooperative. As soon as Situ Yunluo spoke, the death warning grew ever more intense. He had half-heartedly revealed all, yet the killing intent from Chen Yao only seemed to intensify. Chapter 52. My mind is shattered. Do you wish to die? Chen Yao grasped Situ Yunluo's face with one hand. I truly do not wish to perish. The horrific vision of an arm transforming into blood had already instilled immense fear in Situ Yunluo, had he still possessed a body. He had never encountered a plague capable of reducing a person to mere blood in an instant. What a calamity-level plague this must be. The sounds of battle outside grew ever closer, and the skeletal knight could not endure for much longer. The skeletal knight could withstand this so-called old ones due to its very nature as a being of the undead, impervious to negative states, thus managing to hold on for a time. Such an entity was one he absolutely must avoid. Not even a single encounter was permissible. Merely the foreseen image had plunged his mental state into extreme instability. I will count down from 3. If you do not reveal a solution, I truly can only send you on your way. Not far off, a skeletal soldier had already plunged a rusted blade into Situ Yunluo's chest. With a brutish method, it violently tore out his still beating heart. The brutal ripping caused blood to spurt forth from the severed vessels, creating an utterly grotesque scene. 1, 2. Chen Yao counted twice. Finally, with eyes closed, Situ Yunluo spoke at an astonishing speed, simply uttering the words that the slumbering Lord Relay is awakening and is watching you shall bring about their demise. They are but half-formed. The name of the master beneath the old ones is not one they can comprehend. Just speaking this will lead them to self-terminate. Situ Yunluo managed to convey everything in one breath. The coward sequence granted him the uncanny ability to attract fortune and evade misfortune. Yet once he entered danger, all available resources would become his means of survival, a consequence of the sequence's influence he could not evade. Had Situ Yunluo not answered that call at the outset, the scenario would have been different. But in truth, there is no what if. At the cost of nearly losing an arm, Chen Yao foresaw that uttering the term mystic at that moment would inevitably lead Situ Yunluo to encounter such peril. From the instant he answered the phone, he had defied the coward sequence's premonition, irrevocably embarking on an irreversible path. I hope what you say is true. Only then can you survive. Chen Yao patted Situ Yunluo's cheek. The smile that had just begun to form on Situ Yunluo's face instantly froze. He had contracted the plague, hematogenic pestilence. A countdown of 1 day appeared before him. While others may be unaware of the plague, hematogenic pestilence, Situ Yunluo, as a member of the Situ family. Understood it all too well. An incurable ailment. Are you insane? I divulge everything to you, and you still intend to kill me? Under the influence of airborne contagion, with bloodborne transmission and contact spread, your sweet words and apparent cooperation almost moved me. Allow me to bestow upon you a gift. Rest assured, you shall not perish within a day, as long as I still breathe. No, Situ Yunluo's mind was fracturing. He had never before been so utterly at someone else's mercy. Now, I cast you out. Remember to articulate your secret code to navigate the unearthly entities that dwell beyond. Otherwise, your return is impossible, for the infectious plague could claim your life within a single day. Chen Yao tugged at his hair, flinging it backward as he expelled it through the conference room door. The severed head soared and collided with the wall, rebounding onto the floor, rolling twice before resting behind the skeletal knight. Inside the conference room, Chen Yao accepted the heart from the skeletal soldier's grasp, casting a glance at the rigidly standing necromancer. The necromancer, now utterly dull, resembled a puppet controlled by its master. He required a spark of self-awareness. "Come here," Chen Yao commanded the necromancer. The sluggish figure shuffled forward mechanically to stand before him. Gazing into the necromancer's proximity, Chen Yao brandished a scalpel, plunging it into the chest, creating a substantial incision. Withdrawing the blade, his right hand plunged into the necromancer's chest, stirring and probing until he successfully grasped the heart, still pulsating with the remnants of necrotic bacteria. "Let me replace your heart." The necromancer, momentarily bereft of its heart, would not immediately relinquish control over the skeletal knight. The plague-bearer, necromancer harbored a non-transmissible plague coursing through its being. As Chen Yao held the necromancer's heart, he felt its warmth pulsating. With each beat, ruptured blood vessels released dark, viscous fluid. A unique notification materialized before him. Acquired item, delusional heart. Necromancer's heart. A heart born from the plague-bearer's essence. Possessing immense value. Seemingly capable of restoring the authority of a delusional one for a moment of delirium or enduring a vast delusional cost. Could the necromancer's heart truly hold such potential? If so, might he continuously replace its heart, thereby generating a surplus of delusional items without the need to foolishly fracture his fingers or sacrifice blood? Yet, as he clutched the heart, it began to gradually fade away, ultimately vanishing before his eyes. Gone. Chen Yao clenched his fist. The sensation he had just experienced evaporated entirely. No, it was just there. He searched the vicinity, yet the heart remained elusive. Where has it gone? Outside the corridor, the ominous sound of flesh being compressed echoed loudly. Chen Yao dared not peek outside. Instead, he quietly placed Situ Yunluo's heart into the necromancer's chest. The still beating heart was grafted onto the necromancer. As the heart began to integrate, the bacteria commenced their infection of Situ Yunluo's heart. Should Situ Yunluo successfully confront the entities outside, he could bestow upon it a grand gift. The creaking of flesh being compressed grew increasingly pronounced in the hallway. Before long, the voice of Situ Yunluo echoed. "They are all dead, truly dead." Chen Yao did not hasten to exit. Instead, he turned to Situ Yunluo, whose body now consisted solely of a torso, and commenced a field surgery. As the procedure unfolded, Situ Yunluo began to cry out from the staircase. "It's over. What have you done? Why has my heart vanished? Wait, you are dissecting my body. I followed your every instruction. Do not do this. I implore you. My sequential abilities are not innate. You will uncover nothing. My grandfather traded the lives of 112,021 people 30 years ago for 7 fortuitous paths. I am but a defective product. Spare me." Chapter 53. The collapse of trust is difficult to rebuild. Chen Yao's hands, accustomed to the wildness of surgery, came to an abrupt halt. 30 years ago, he rose to his feet, not exiting the corridor, but engaging in a dialogue with Situ Yunlu from a distance. What transpired 30 years ago? Situ Yunlu paused, bewildered. 30 years ago? How could he know? When he had yet to be born? I am unaware. I merely overheard my grandfather casually mention that the materials for creating fortune cost the lives of 110,000 individuals during my journey through the fortunate path. However, my elder brother knows. He is the heir. I can take you to find him. He resides 300 floors underground in the Situ Tower. Underground 300 floors? The Situ Tower has 300 subterranean levels? In his struggle for survival, Situ Yunlu had sold nearly everything. This was the passive consequence of being a coward, utterly unavoidable. Yet, Chen Yao could not fully trust the truth of his words. It is over outside. I assent it? Yes. Chen Yao kicked the congealed blood that had once been Situ Yunlu's arm towards the exit. Shortly thereafter, the skeletal knight returned to the conference room, brandishing Situ Yunlu's head. A fourth-tier elite skeletal knight, its body almost devoid of intact bones, bore severe battle damage. This demonstrated that even these experimental subjects, though incomplete, possessed considerable power. After determining the skeletal knight was no longer necessary, Chen Yao relinquished his control, storing the bones within his ring, the 100-inch mountains. My heart. Something has infected my heart. Situ Yunlu began to screech in disarray. Chen Yao grasped his hair firmly. Cease your yapping. Speak of the 7 types of fortune and their abilities. I do not know. The fortunes do not communicate with one another. These are the very foundation upon which each member of the Situ family stands, the key to their inheritance. Then tell me about the 300 underground levels of the Situ family. What are you researching? I do not know. How can you know nothing at all? What use are you to me? I genuinely do not know. I only handle the superficial tasks of the Situ family. I am the lowest fortune, and they ridicule me. What can I do? The ancient paths are your new research. How many of these monstrous doctors remain? I do not know. I only possess the rights to use those monsters. Ugh. Chen Yao was tempted to eliminate Situ Yunlu right then and there. This worthless individual knew nothing and was of no use whatsoever. How can you know nothing? Of course, I know nothing, but I am aware that you are doomed. I am not the foolish Situ Yunlu. Suddenly, the head of Situ Yunlu, being held aloft, contorted into a grotesque grin, its expression morphing into a sinister snarl. Await your demise. The entire conference room began to flicker with a crimson light, the iron walls crashing down. The room was sealed. Ha, what a fool. He cannot even distinguish between me and my brother. The head of Situ Yunlu in Chen Yao's grasp began to dissolve into a viscous liquid. A bizarre gray octopus writhed within the thick substance. In the instant Chen Yao regained his senses, he seized the still unborn octopus, pressing it to the ground and plunging his scalpel into it with fervor. Accompanied by a ghastly screech, the creature expelled a viscous fluid. Chen Yao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as rationality began to wane. He had been deceived. With closed eyes, he wildly raised the scalpel, stabbing repeatedly. Thrust, thrust, thrust. After dozens of strikes, sensing the octopus's stillness beneath him, he gradually opened his eyes. The searing sensation in his arm jolted Chen Yao back to a semblance of clarity. Amidst the corpses strewn in the corridor, one of the octopus's tentacles was lifting Situ Yunluo's head. Finally free from that devil. Now, he must hasten to escape this place. Lingering here was perilous. That vile creature had employed a blood coagulation plague, an utter nuisance. Silence. From the heaps of dismembered bodies, a young man, resembling Situ Yunluo by 7 parts, emerged, his body enveloped in slime. He clutched at his hair. Had I not sensed the death of these test subjects? Do you think I would come to rescue you, you worthless fool? Fourth brother, you are the best. My trickster ability can only last a short while. Staff will arrive shortly, and my body is on the verge of collapse. Let us hide for now. Fourth brother, there is no need. The iron walls of the conference room have sealed tightly. Can he still emerge? Situ Yunluo's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils trembling violently. He has come out. Chen Yao appeared abruptly behind him, grasping the man's head. In the blink of an eye, Situ Yunluo witnessed his fourth brother's temporary body rapidly decay, disintegrating into a pool of blood within mere seconds. Chen Yao extended his other hand to seize what remained of Situ Yunluo, lifting him by his hair to bring him closer. I warned you before. Your conference room isolates the air transmission route, but you cannot prevent bloodborne transmission. At that moment, C2 Yinluo noticed a large splatter of blood staining the corridor, a remnant of the blood containing the plague hemolysis that Chen Yao had previously kicked out. The blood seeped through the gaps of the iron wall into the corridor. I never believed you would obediently leave yourself an escape route. The moment I entered this conference room, you had already sealed my fate. Chen Yao had overheard their entire conversation. C2 Yinluo's fourth brother also possessed the lucky ability named Trickster. A doppelganger ability, perhaps? Chen Yao had just slain that doppelganger using the plague hemolysis. The plague attire was immune to the infection, hence his left palm was smeared with the blood that previously contained plague hemolysis. This was how he achieved such swift action. Utilizing plague within the C2 mansion truly required some wit, as everything was isolated. Brother, you are my brother. Do not kill me. I will tell you everything. I will. I recount to you the events of 30 years, sharing the sequence of their so-called fortuitous paths. Chen Yao shook his head, expressing regret. I apologize. Once trust crumbles, it is exceedingly arduous to re-establish. Do you comprehend? Chapter 54. The Path of Calamity. I had given you a chance. C2 Yinluo was truly in a state of panic. I can lead you to the 300th floor. Access requires a card. Without me, you cannot succeed. No need. I will find my own way to discover what I wish to know. Chen Yao seized C2 Yinluo's head and brought it before the necromancer. Your heart has been absorbed, infected by advanced necrotic bacteria. Soon, your head will serve to propagate this contagion. I sincerely hope fortune favors you. C2 Yinluo emitted a piercing scream. Don't do this. Please. I know more. I could deceive my elder brother into coming here. You can kill him. Do it. My brother is about to emerge, and he has grand plans. At this moment, C2 Yinluo felt as if he were truly doomed. However, Chen Yao had ceased to trust his words. He pressed the necromancer down, and with a swift motion, removed its head and affixed C2 Yinluo's south head in its place. Pinned to the unfamiliar body, C2 Yinluo began to scream in madness. His complexion paled gradually as spiderweb-like black streaks spread across his face, marking the process of necrotic infection. Unleash your fortune. Let me witness what you will become. As the necrotic bacteria continued to infect him, C2 Yinluo's screams diminished. The entire ordeal lasted less than 10 minutes. A prompt appeared. Plague entity. Necromancer has acquired a special path. Fortune. Fortune generates a paradox with Necromancer. Plague entity. Necromancer has entered a brand new path. Calamity. Behind Fortune lies a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The essence of death has awakened the negative aspect of Fortune, transforming it into a calamity that opposes its nature. Path of Calamity. Sequence 00D. Malicious Wraith. The malicious wraith exists in a dual state, with its corporeal form and spirit existing independently. Its body can serve as a vessel for cultivating special bacteria, while its spirit is bound within the shadow. The spirit cannot betray. It can only survive by relying on the bacteria within the body, yet it can traverse without regard for physical constraints. It cannot attack nor be attacked. You have devised the plague entity, malicious wraith. Plague entity, malicious wraith. Absorbs calamity, absorbs suffering, and it shall grow stronger. Chen Yao discovered that his control over the plague entity, malicious wraith, had bifurcated into two units. One was the body of the malicious wraith, and the other was its spirit residing within the shadow. The spirit could move freely within a certain range and even provide vision. Wherever the spirit reached, the body of the malicious wraith could follow suit. This was indeed terrifying. Paired with the plague, it was akin to an unlimited toxic nuclear explosion device. The current agility of the body of the plague entity, malicious wraith, was still quite low. However, its advantage lay in its potential for further metamorphosis. Such a transformation caught Chen Yao by surprise. This head swapping was merely an attempt to see if the influence of advanced necrotic bacteria would turn C2 Yinluo into a necrotic organism, thereby placing him under Chen Yao's control. Now, the plague entity, Necromancer, has transformed into the plague entity, evil spirit, concurrently giving rise to the calamity pathway. These pathways are utterly unprecedented. Remarkably, Situ Yunlu's fortune can astonishingly be amassed through the sacrifice of lives. He slowly raised his left hand, his previously twisted thumb and little finger now able to move ever so slightly. Even the dreamer could inherit this. However, why is the dreamer associated with the physician's pathway? Shouldn't such an ethereal ability belong to a mage? What is it that you hear most frequently within a hospital? Luo Yang's voice suddenly echoed. Principal. Chen Yao swiftly turned to look around, only to realize that the voice emanated solely from within his mind. What one hears most in a hospital is prayer, and the most common occurrence is delusion. Patients often fantasize that their suffering is merely a dream. Doctors imagine that no ailment can challenge them, while family members delude themselves into believing that their loved one's conditions are misdiagnosed. Hence, the dreamer is indeed aligned with the physician's pathway. Principal, where are you? Yet, the voice in his mind merely elucidated, offering no reply. Repeated inquiries yielded no response. The earlier delusional tracking had not yet dissipated, and the principal's blue dot overlapping with his own indicated that he too had entered this building. The pressing concern now was not the remaining 6 fortune pathways of the Situ family, but rather the half-formed eldritch sequence. A mere glance would cause one's sanity to plummet, rendering them incapable of combat. He must devise a strategy to confront this. Chen Yao glanced at the mark upon his arm, then grasped the scattered remnants of corpses littering the corridor. He needed to inquire aboard the Sin vessel about the nature of these entities. Accessing the Sin vessel required delving into the plague, although his daily entries were not limitless. Given Chen Yao's current first-stage status, entering the Sin vessel once per day was already at the limit. This was his most formidable escape method, to be employed only in dire circumstances. However, today he must enter the plague tavern to seek answers regarding these matters. Stepping upon the ground stained with plague, hemolysis blood, his body swiftly transformed into black mist, vanishing into the plague. Meanwhile, in the highest conference room of Jiangbei City, a heated discussion regarding the Situ mansion was unfolding. The news surrounding the Situ family's illicit experiments could not serve as a viable key piece of evidence. Sun Yuan, I know you hail from the capital. You have a prophet of Pathway 003 among you. However, the Situ family is the cornerstone of Jiangbei City. Without evidence, I cannot take action against them. Relying solely on your so-called prophet for investigative limitations is utterly futile. Within the conference room, Sun Yuan sat with prominent figures capable of swaying Jiangbei City. At that moment, Su Yuntian suddenly stood up. I believe we should deliberate this matter further. The leader is correct. There are too many entanglements to resolve in just a few words. Upon hearing Su Yuntian, the ex-husband, unexpectedly defending others, Sun Yuan felt as though he had become a powder keg ready to ignite. Very well. Excellent indeed. Su Yuntian, do you find yourself rendered foolish by remaining here? Have you lost the ability to discern loyalty from treachery? Before Su Yuntian, Sun Yuan displayed not a trace of feminine grace. Let me known today that I have brought with me 4 fifth-tier practitioners. Regardless of your consent or dissent, I shall conduct an investigation. I fear not the insidious traitors among you aiding the Situ family. My great-grandfather proclaimed that the Situ family must be eradicated. He has awaited this day for 30 years, and now, as his time draws near, your pitiful rules will not confine me. With that, Sun Yuan departed the conference room without a backward glance. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Su Yuntian hesitated for a moment before pursuing him. Sun Yuan, do not act so recklessly. But just as he caught up, Sun Yuan struck him across the face. Su Yuntian, are you even a man? If it weren't for your intervention a decade ago, the Situ family would have been vanquished long ago. Yuan, matters are not as simple as you perceive. Even with 4 fifth-tier practitioners, you cannot contend with the Situ family. They are far too formidable. This is not a task that can be accomplished with just these few individuals. Heed my words and wait a day or two longer. I promise you a resolution within that time frame. Bah, I have waited for 10 years, and you still have the audacity to ask me to wait. This time, whether it succeeds or fails, Mumu must return to the Sun family. How could my daughter achieve anything by remaining with a spineless coward like you? You are worthless. I must have been blind to have chosen you. With that, Sun Yuan left without a second glance. Su Yuntian watched as Sun Yuan's figure receded, his fists clenched tightly, then gradually relaxed, as if deflated. He murmured to himself, "One more day, at most one more day." Chapter 55. The errant one. The phone within Su Yuntian's pocket vibrated incessantly, prompting him to answer. City Yunluo is dead. Dead. The news struck Su Yuntian with profound astonishment. There could be no mistake. They had been monitoring the vital signs of the Sidhu family, and just 3 minutes prior, his life signs had abruptly vanished. Had the chairman taken action? With that individual gone, the probability of success in all endeavors would surge by at least 30%. City Yunluo's uncanny ability to avert misfortune was terrifying. Any adverse move against him would be countered at minimal cost. Yet, no matter how formidable one's abilities, they ultimately proved futile in the face of greed. After a decade, Su Yuntian had grown somewhat numb to the situation. He felt utterly powerless against City Yunluo's remarkable talent for dodging calamity. After a moment of silence, Su Yuntian inhaled deeply. He remained uncertain whether the sudden disappearance of City Yunluo's life signs truly indicated his demise, or if it was an elaborate trap. Nonetheless, he could not afford to wait any longer. Even if it were a trap, he felt compelled to take the risk. Everyone prepared to act. Upon entering the sinful vessel, Chen Yao made his way directly to the Pestilence Tavern. As he stepped inside, he found Paul, the bartender, diligently polishing a glass behind the counter. At last, a customer. "It's the captain. We haven't tea, had new patrons in days." "Captain, are you not participating in the dungeons?" Paul's octopus-like appendages set down the glass, and his 2 eyes fixed upon Chen Yao. "Captain, you carry an unusual scent." Unfazed, Chen Yao settled onto a stool at the bar. "Indeed, I've just acquired some intriguing information. Would you care to know?" "The information of humans holds no value for me. I merely find your aura somewhat familiar," Paul replied, continuing to polish the glass. "Would you like a drink?" "No, the information I possess pertains to that very aura." "You must have heard the term eldritch before." Paul's demeanor upon entering indicated that Chen Yao had come to the right place. The ram-headed mask had previously suggested that Paul could negotiate. Perhaps piquing his interest might yield unexpected rewards. At the mention of eldritch, Paul's tentacles twitched with curiosity. "Eldritch, such an obscure term. What did you hear it?" "Mr. Paul, may I assume you are inquiring about it? What does the captain desire? I can procure an item for you." As he spoke, one of Paul's tentacles reached beneath the counter to retrieve a list. "Those creatures beneath the eldritch realm render me nearly immobile upon sight. They bear a striking resemblance to you, Mr. Paul, yet lack your amiable nature. Is that so? In that case, I believe this item will pique your interest." With that, another tentacle produced a slimy pair of goggles and presented them to Chen Yao. The rational goggles, the equipment of an observer who sought to study an indescribable entity named Alosis Paul, only to meet his demise at its hands. Wearing protective goggles can avert any form of mental pollution, preserving one's rationality. It is indeed a remarkable asset. Are you satisfied with this item? Chen Yao smiled faintly as he retrieved a fragment of a corpse from his ring, one that originated from the Sidhu mansion. These half-finished products are referred to as La La Yi by them. To call these remnants La La Yi is an insult. Not even a single tentacle could be compared to it. Let us strike a bargain. Procure for me 100 of these corpses, and I shall provide you with a unique potion, a genuine path of the ancients. Chen Yao grasped the rationality goggles resting on the table, claiming it without any monetary exchange. "You have conducted business with Situ Qingji, haven't you?" "Indeed." He inquired about the recipe for a fortune potion. "You are familiar with potions, I presume, those that allow one to alter their path and embark on a new journey. So what do you desire?" "I seek the list of fortune, 7 parts fortune, encompassing all its names. In return, I can offer you 4 of these corpses." Aside from the one that Chen Yao melted with plague in the corridor, there are 7 corpses in total. 4 is insufficient. 5, still not enough. At most, I can concede 6. Still inadequate. You possess 7, and these are utterly useless to you as the captain. Chen Yao's eyes narrowed. How did he know there were 7 corpses? "You are the captain. As a bartender, I have no intention of harming you. It is precisely because you are the captain that we can communicate. While all my tools carry a certain degree of contamination, their effects depend on the user. Zhao Su has thrived for 30 years using the black insect, while Sidu Qingji has wreaked havoc upon thousands with fortune. Each individual's choices differ, so Captain, do not hold back from me. 7 corpses for the 7 paths of fortune, along with their abilities and names. He cast the 7 dismembered limbs upon the bar counter. Paul's tendrils extended to drag the bodies beneath the counter. Before long, a yellow parchment was handed to Chen Yao. This document contained the names and abilities of the fortune paths. One cannot help but remark on the madness of Situ Qingji for having truly accomplished this. Captain, allow me to offer a word of caution. If this fortune is not managed properly, it may incite far greater calamities. Chen Yao took the parchment, which bore 9 lines of text. Fortune is not constant. Its reverse is calamity. Only by generating sufficient misfortune can one uncover the ultimate path of fortune beneath that calamity. Similarly, amidst vast amounts of fortune, misfortune and even disaster are often concealed. 0G Weaver of Good Fortune creates specific events, with luck enhanced by personal suffering. 00 A Fortunate Wealth achieves the pinnacle of financial fortune and blessings. 00C Luck Thief steals the fortune of others for personal gain. 00J Mischief Maker can attach to any unfortunate individual and manipulate events at will. 00P Destiny Reversal transforms misfortune into fortune, wielding formidable control over fate. 00H the Errant among the 7 fortunate. The one marked by calamity must endure for the other 6 to fully harness the powers of the fortunate sequence. 00F the Coward, a harbinger of fortune, steering clear of misfortune. The Errant. Everything comes at a cost. Fortune is a constant. Hence, the Errant is the key to your breakthrough. Slaying it will render all fortune ineffective. They can conceive of such things, and so can the Sidu family. They must have safeguarded the Errant quite thoroughly. Captain, the familiar scent I mentioned is not of the past, nor of these corpses, but of calamity. Calamity eludes the perception of fortune. At this moment, Chen Yao realized that the aura Paul spoke of was indeed that of the plague entity malevolent wraith. I believe I know what I must do. Just as Chen Yao was about to depart, Paul called out to him. Captain, a single corpse is worth 5 million. One can return at any time for money or equipment. The scent of this corpse is quite rich, and I am quite fond of it. Chen Yao disregarded Paul's final words, shut the door of the plague tavern, and donned his rational goggles. Chapter 56, A Daring Scheme. The goggles were diminutive, scarcely larger than 2 thumbs, and once donned, they clung tightly to the eye sockets. Apart from the tightening sensation that threatened to dislodge his eyes, exacerbated by the viscous substance obscuring his vision, they bore no other flaws. Their compact design allowed them to fit seamlessly beneath the beak-like mask. Departing from the Sin's vessel, Chen Yao returned to the corridor of the Siddha mansion, surrounded on all sides by white-coated doctors. Were they merely waiting for me here? The moment they laid eyes on Chen Yao, their forms began to contort, swiftly transforming into those indescribable entities once again. Yet this time, the rational goggles preserved Chen Yao's sanity. He promptly recited the triggering phrase that Situ Yunlu had uttered in his plea for mercy. The slumbering lord of Lalai awakens. It is gazing upon you. Upon uttering these words, the horde of monsters hesitated but did not resort to self-destruction. That rascal has indeed deceived me. Eliminating him was undoubtedly the right choice. While there existed a trigger for suicide, this particular phrase was not it, and there were other key words involved. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Let them all perish. Chen Yao stepped upon the blood-soaked ground, unleashing plague, hemolysis. Blood splattered as he tread upon it. Extending his right hand, the plague doctor's glove absorbed the blood tainted with plague, hemolysis. As the monsters charged, Chen Yao's form dissipated into a black mist, only to reappear behind them. One hand seized a monster's head, and before it could even struggle, it convulsed twice, melting away like a candle into a pool of blood upon the ground. Under plague, hemolysis, any monster that became tainted was doomed. The remaining creatures surged forward. They all had to be eradicated. This time, Chen Yao traversed the plague without reservation. 3 minutes later, The walls and ceiling of the 70th floor corridor of the Sita mansion were splattered with blood. Not a single part of Chen Yao remained untainted. These monsters would surely feel the urgency of their demise and seek to retaliate. However, I must take the initiative to hunt down the one among them who is the aberration and eliminate it. Chen Yao's murderous intent reached its zenith. Although the rational goggles prevented his sanity from waning, the act of slaughtering so many monsters of the old ones had nonetheless left an emotional impact. He retrieved the plague entity, malevolent spirit. Beneath the shadow of the plague entity, malevolent spirit, a translucent specter began to manifest, barely discernible to the untrained eye. He hastened to locate the anomaly within the mansion. As the aberration, it would surely be well guarded. Chen Yao surmised it would be situated at the very depths of the building. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the mansion trembled slightly. Chen Yao slowly sensed the plague. Intestinal affliction he had set in motion on the first floor beginning to flow outward. Someone had breached the entrance to the Sita mansion. The corridor's lights flickered momentarily. Simultaneously, the iron walls of the conference room began to open slowly. And Chen Yao could sense that the mechanism controlling the flow of the plague within the building had been compromised. The blood coagulation plague in the conference room commenced its rapid spread. Yet this time, Chen Yao refrained from eliminating it. Aside from hemolysis, the other plagues were not particularly lethal. In particular, the plague, intestinal disease, was solely targeted at animals, yet it spread through the air. Given a little time, it could permeate every corner of the Situ building. Subsequently, Chen Yao would be able to appear anywhere within the edifice at will, albeit once again causing suffering to the animals of Jiangbei City. Chen Yao moved his fingers and discovered that two of them could now shift. Thus, he attempted to use his delusion once more. "Do not," a familiar voice interjected. This time, he truly encountered the principle. In an instant, Chen Yao reversed the plague, hemolysis throughout the entire corridor. Meanwhile, downstairs, Sun Yuan charged into the Situ building with 4 fifth-tier professionals. This event stirred turmoil throughout Jiangbei City. At the same time, 300 floors beneath the Situ building sit along as the Fortune Pathway Sequence 0G Fortune Fabricator found himself in a special chamber. He abruptly opened his eyes, his face alight with manic laughter, and eagerly dialed a number. "After 2 years and 7 months, I have finally completed the fabrication. Once this incident unfolds, the Situ family will be entirely exonerated. In my plan, that woman should have already breached the defenses. Is that correct?" However, the other end of the line greeted him with an unsettling silence. "Boss, the woman indeed infiltrated, but 7th. He is dead." Situ Long's expression stiffened, and his eyes began to redden. "I have woven this for 2 years and 7 months. You tell me 7th is dead. Wasn't I clear about watching over him? What were you doing? Do you realize this could lead to the downfall of the Situ family?" I understand. But a man dressed in a plague Dr.'s attire instantly turned those half-finished products into blood. "Brother, what should I do? A plague Dr.'s attire? Never mind. We shall continue as planned. The overall content has been woven. I can only pray there are no further mishaps. 7th is dead. And now I have merely a 50% chance of success. What the other side? I have dispatched many there. Do not send anyone. No one knows the errant, nor will anyone care about her. Sending people deliberately will only raise suspicion." "Understood, boss. What should I do next?" "Release the instant death plague and unleash all the half-finished products of the Olden Pathway. As long as enough people perish, their replicas will emerge. My grandfather has schemed for so long. Our generation must succeed. And the plague doctor, do you believe the new doctor can unravel the instant death plague, given that the previous generation fell to our grandfather? Thus, there is no need for excessive contemplation. We have irrevocably crossed the point of no return. The only path forward is to forge ahead relentlessly." After ending the call, Situ Long slowly rose, a manic smile spreading across his face. Weaving fortune, orchestrating monumental events. This time, should the death toll reach a mere 100,000, his designation as the Weaver of Fortune could very well ascend to the 6th tier. Should 1,000,000 perish, ascending to the 7th tier would pose no challenge. If a plague were to arise and spread across the globe, he could singularly attain the status of a true deity in the 10th tier of fortune. As for aiding the entire Sidhu family in clearing their name, such concerns are trivial. What Sidhu long desires is to become the god of fortune. Chapter 57. Delusions. Foolish Fantasies Principle. At this moment, Luo Yong leaned against the corridor wall, his eyes covered with blood-soaked white cloth, fresh blood trickling down his cheeks. His entire body trembled. Chen Yao, the cost of a delusionist's use accumulates. You cannot use it more than 3 times in a day before awakening your authority, or the consequences will be dire. Chen Yao rushed forward, grasping Luo Yong's hand. Principal, your eyes. Luo Yong slowly turned his face towards Chen Yao's voice, a pale smile stretching across his face as he uttered 2 words, cost. Rest assured, I won't die just yet. As he spoke, Luo Yong extracted a slip of paper from his pocket, inscribed with 3 time points and 3 locations. This contains the key to resolving this matter. Remember, it is the only key. The 3 time and place combinations were time, 11:32 a.m. Location, Physician's Tower. Time, 11:42 a.m. Location, 200th floor medical room, Situ building. Time, 1:10 p.m. Location, Jiangbei City Square. Evidently, these were 3 time and location points earned at the cost of Luo Yong's own eyes. Luo Yong shook his head, a wretched smile appearing on his face. Principal, let me take you back. In the next moment, Luo Yong's expression shifted, his pale face contorting in anguish. It hurts so much. I am the 4th mate of the plague ship, Jan. Why can't I see? What is this cursed place? I must sail. I, the 4th mate of the plague ship, must sail. Luo Yong trembled, one hand gripping his hair as he shouted, Principal, Principal, Principal. After calling out thrice, he finally calmed down, though he became increasingly restless. It hurts. My head hurts so much. He extended his sole left hand, helplessly reaching forward. Chen Yao, is it you, Chen Yao? I can't see. I followed the captain. Did you see the captain? The ram-headed mask. The ram-headed mask is the captain. He returned and told me that he released the plague 30 years ago. He deserves to die. I should have told you sooner, but I got lost. I lost my way in the alley. What else is he planning to do? Principal, I am here. Chen Yao understood that the ram-headed mask represented Luo Yong, who was also Principal Lu Wei. Yet, from another perspective, they were independent, each possessing their own memories. Chen Yao shed his plague attire, firmly grasping Luo Yong's outstretched hand. As if struck by a realization, Luo Yong lowered his head, his body beginning to tremble. Blood tears flowed more swiftly down his cheeks. Chen Yao, you are a good child. He opened his mouth, his lips quivering. I long to return home. I do not wish to perish. I miss little Do Ding and Qian. I did not want to become Luo Yong. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yao could not discern whether the current Luo Yong was Principal Lu or the masked figure. Principal, let me assist you in returning home. Chen Yao prepared to rise and support Luo Yong. At that instant, Luo Yong trembled. As the 3rd day approached, the memories of Luo Yong began to clash increasingly with those of Lu Wei and the masked figure. His mental state began to waver. Chen Yao, did I just utter something peculiar? Hearing the confusion in Luo Yong's voice, Chen Yao shook his head in denial. He was aware that it was once again Luo Yong. No, you did not say anything strange. But why are you still here? What purpose do you serve? Time, location, not a single detail must falter. You know this is the only outcome I can conceive of. Do you understand? There is hope. 30 years ago, I could not envision a single path to save them. Any possibility at all. I cannot save them, but I yearn to rescue them. Luo Yong's mental state once again descended into instability. Tears mingling with blood flowed even faster. He let out a self-deprecating laugh and turned to Chen Yao with a question. All right, Chen Yao, I ask you, if you were the captain 30 years ago, what would you do? Would you choose to save them or not? Tell me, Chen Yao. You must tell me. Luo Yong's emotions surged with intensity. Having witnessed the memories, Chen Yao hesitated. If he were the captain, knowing the future's dire circumstances, would he choose to unleash the plague, hemorrhagic fever to save lives? The answer is, I would not. Bearing such a burden is too heavy for him, especially when faced with a group of healed individuals undergoing cleansing, watching his colleagues perish, even to die with their eyes open. Chen Yao questioned his own capacity to endure. Luo Yong's manic laughter intensified. Good, good, good. This is my excellent student. This truly is my excellent student. Uh-huh. He repeated it thrice. Luo Yong's state grew increasingly erratic. He forcefully shoved Chen Yao aside, staggering to lean against the wall before slowly sinking to the ground. If you were the captain, everyone in the Tower of Dawn would not need to die. If you were Captain Zhao, then Zhao Su would not have to become a creature neither human nor ghost. Alas, you are not the captain, and I cannot return. His words were laden with anguish. His memories began to conflict chaotically. Why are you still here? I cannot die. Time. Location. I have stated it. Time and location. This is your sole opportunity. You can strive to save it all. You have a chance. I do not. I do not. I am lost in delusions. Ha ha ha. Luo Yong screamed with all his might, a cacophony of laughter and tears. Chen Yao gritted his teeth and glanced at him. Leaving behind the plague-infested, malevolent spirit and the skeletal knight, he turned and shattered the window with a kick, leaping from his 70 floors. The entire vicinity of the Sidhu building was enveloped in plague, intestinal disease, the air thickening into black mist. Once again, he found himself standing below. At that moment, the entrance of the Sidhu mansion was dismantled by 4 fifth-tier sequencers. Just as Chen Yao was about to depart, his steps faltered as he beheld a terrifying crimson light emanating from the mansion. It was the plague. A pathological analysis revealed instant death plague, a highly lethal contagion that spreads biologically with a remarkably high transmission rate. Ordinary individuals exposed to it would succumb instantaneously, while those with abilities might delay death for no more than an hour. The solution: release a lower-tier contagion, the hemorrhagic plague, to replace the instant death plague. Once the hemorrhagic plague has fully disseminated, treatment could be reversed. The instant death plague. Did the Sidhu family wish to reenact the events of 30 years ago? Were they intent on birthing a new fortuity? Chen Yao raised his hand, poised to release the hemorrhagic plague when a question posed by Luo Yong resonated in his mind. If he had been the captain 30 years prior, would he have unleashed the hemorrhagic plague and become the scapegoat? He inhaled deeply. This time was different. He possessed the antidote for the hemorrhagic plague, ensuring that no one need perish. Everyone could survive. Moreover, he had no one behind him. It was solely his own burden to bear. Even if he became the scapegoat, it would be a solitary plight, which posed no issue. For there were still those he wished to protect in this city. A graceful figure lingered in his thoughts. To be honest, if faced with the reality, did he truly have a choice? Ultimately, Chen Yao chose to release the hemorrhagic plague. After completing this act, he donned a medieval bird-beak attire and vanished into the plague, intestinal disease, making his way towards the physician's tower. Chapter 58. The Plague Doctor. Chaos. The physician's tower was in a state of frenzied activity. 2 distinct plagues had suddenly erupted in Jiangbei City. One was the previous plague that drove animals into a frenzy of diarrhea, while the other was the blood coagulation plague released by the plague doctor 30 years ago. The blood coagulation plague from 3 decades past. What does that mean? Some newcomers were perplexed by the explanations surrounding the coagulation plague provided by the physician's tower. The blood coagulation plague. That fiend is still alive. Some middle-aged physicians were aware of the dark secrets surrounding the plague from 30 years ago and began to recount the tale. 3 decades prior, Jiangbei City experienced the most catastrophic plague, claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands. The source of that plague was the infamous plague doctor, designated as Sequence 001, who had disseminated it. It was said that a team of over 2,000 individuals responsible for creating the blood coagulation plague was apprehended, but ultimately, they were all eradicated and fled. Why would they do such a thing? It was rumored to be merely for amusement. Amusement? They were a cadre of lunatics, madmen obsessed with the study of plagues. I can scarcely recall the term. What was it called? The Tower of Dawn? In any case, that plague doctor was a veritable demon, to slay so many for mere entertainment. What else could these people be but monsters? The leading plague doctor was no exception. He was ultimately brought to his knees, begging for mercy. How was the plague from 30 years ago resolved? No one knows. It vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Could there be some hidden truth behind it? The plague disappeared after the plague doctor did. What more could there be? What does the plague doctor look like? No one has ever seen him. His most distinctive feature is the bird-beaked mask he wears. Is he the one donned in a bird-beaked mask, clad in the garb of a medieval physician with a dark cloak? I cannot say if he still has the cloak, but his attire is indeed reminiscent of the medieval era. You know this well, yet you still ask me. One person trembled, pointing towards the entrance of the physician's tower. Because, hey, he stands at the door. A commotion erupted within the physician's tower as all the physicians turned their gaze toward the entrance. Chen Yao stood there, not having removed his plague attire. He heard every word clearly. He stood at the grand entrance, motionless. The plague doctor. The plague doctor. I told you, he returned to unleash the plague again. What does this fellow intend to do? Chen Yao stepped into the physician's tower. With that singular action, every physician instinctively took a step back, a wave of terror surging through them as if they had encountered a ghost. They could boast and brag, but facing the legendary figure in person instilled genuine fear. Everyone felt a suffocating pressure. The psychological strain was overwhelming. The legendary plague doctor from 30 years ago, this entire physician's tower would not suffice for him to exact his vengeance. That demon has returned. Some of the more timid individuals began to tremble. What? What do you want? Are you here to unleash the plague again? What do you intend to do? A bolder physician pointed a trembling finger at Chen Yao, demanding answers. However, his fingers trembled incessantly. Chen Yao offered no explanation, but merely glanced at the time. It was now 11:32. Location: the physician tower. He needed to proceed to his next destination, fully aware of the purpose behind his arrival at the physician tower. Slowly, Chen Yao turned around, casually tilting his head as he spoke. The plague is of my own unleashing. If you wish to prevent the entire Jiangbei city from descending into chaos, then you must save the people. The source of the plague lies within the city building. Whether you can contain it depends on the capabilities of your physician tower. Chen Yao refrained from elaborating on the release of the blood coagulation plague. Intended to overshadow the instant death plague, he had neither the time nor the assurance that they would believe him, for people only trust what they can see. He needed to once again race against time towards the building. The situation had escalated to this point, and Chen Yao could only act according to Luo Yang's foresight. The spread of the plague was becoming increasingly dire. Not only was the blood coagulation plague akin to a nuclear bomb within the city, but the intestinal plague was also rapidly proliferating. He calculated that within 3 hours, all of Jiangbei City would be completely engulfed in a frenzy of plague. As the plague doctor, he would bear the same ignominy as the previous generation. Yet, at this juncture, he no longer cared. Just as he stepped forward, preparing to vanish into the black mist, a call from Su Mumu came through. Chen Yao answered the phone. Chen Yao, is there a problem at the city building? Moreover, there is a nationwide manhunt for you. All the physicians are rushing towards the city building. Did you release the blood coagulation plague? Chen Yao was taken aback. Had the news spread so swiftly? He quickly came to terms with it, knowing it was the physician tower. He openly admitted, it was I. Wait. I understand you may have your reasons, but I must say this. Please be extremely careful. Call me if you need assistance. I will come immediately. Chen Yao had expected Su Mumu to persuade him to turn back, yet the call turned out to be one of concern. Truth be told, at this stage, he felt like a grain of sand amid a great wave, compelled to go with the flow. Silly girl, should anything arise, I will surely trouble you. He hung up the phone. Looking into the distance, Chen Yao perceived the plague as a shadowy cloud obscuring the sun, beginning to spread across the entirety of Jiangbei City. His form melded into black mist, slipping into the heart of the plague. The Sidu building. The 5 brothers of the Sidu family stood at the entrance of the building. The eldest, Sidu Long, the creator of fortune. The second, Sidu Shiqin, the bearer of wealth. The third, Sidu Jun, the usurper of luck. The fourth, Sidu Fengzhao, the mischief maker. And the sixth, Sidu Huaifeng, the twister of fate. They watched as tens of thousands of old-era sequences, half-finished, burst forth from the building like a dam breaking. Smiles spread across the faces of the 5 brothers. Sidu Fengzhao excitedly spread his arms and exclaimed, "What are the 5th-level sequencers? They are merely a horde of hastily trained warriors, lacking any true authority. This time, the Sidu family shall achieve great things." The 5th-level sequencers found themselves embroiled in a struggle. The plague is but a fraction of the terror. While the incomprehensible Alea remains a harrowing abomination, wielding a far greater lethality against humanity than any epidemic. Any individual of the third rank or lower, upon encountering these abominable creations, is invariably plunged into a state of mental corruption, spiraling into madness. Sun Yuan had initially believed that with the force of 4 individuals forcibly elevated to the 5th rank, the annihilation of the Situ clan was a foregone conclusion. Yet, she could not have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. How could this be? Witnessing the monstrous entities scattering and flooding into the city, a profound sense of impotence enveloped her. For a fleeting moment, she questioned whether she had truly erred, as Su Yuntian had suggested. Simultaneously, she succumbed to the blood coagulation plague, her condition deteriorating swiftly. As a third-rank individual, she was already utterly exhausted. In a moment of distraction, a creature lunged towards her. Suddenly, a powerful hand reached out, seizing the monster's head mid-leap, under the tremendous force of 5 fingers. The creature's skull was crushed as easily as a watermelon. Another hand caught the faltering Sun Yuan, preventing her from collapsing. Chapter 59. The frightening moment I have told you to wait. Why do you always disregard my words? Even if you must wait for another half a day, it would suffice. Despite the reproachful tone, Su Yuntian spoke to Sun Yuan with the utmost gentleness. Why should I care? Sun Yuan looked at Su Yuntian with a sense of grievance, resembling a petulant child as she exclaimed. It was at this moment that she noticed Su Yuntian was covered in blood, a massive wound gaping at his chest, with stark white bones visible beneath. The words she intended to utter were stifled in her throat. Unable to contain her concern, she inquired, "What has happened to you?" Trembling, Sun Yuan reached out to touch the gaping wound on Su Yuntian's chest. "I rushed through 3 dungeons just to reach the 5th tier to assist you. I'm sorry for making you wait. I should have arrived sooner." Su Yuntian turned his head, a foolish grin revealing his blood-stained teeth. Even at this moment, he was filled with self-reproach, which made Sun Yuan lose her composure. "Are you foolish? Can't you treat yourself?" He gently set Sun Yuan down. "There is no time. Let me handle this. 10 years ago, it was my fault, but this time I have arrived just in time." Su Yuntian stepped forward, his formidable figure looming over Sun Yuan, resembling a bear. With a bent right arm raised, he bellowed, "Heavy crossbow! Fire!" His hand swung downwards. The sound was thunderous, and a terrifying gust of wind emanated from Su Yuntian's center. At that moment, centering on the Situ building, hundreds of massive crossbows were deployed, launching thousands of giant arrows, each as tall as a person. The fearsome projectiles soared through the air, obliterating the monsters still rushing forward. Sita Long maintained a smile, as all arrows missed the Situ 5 brothers at extremely cunning angles, rendering them unharmed by the onslaught. "President Su." Situ Fengzhao laughed maniacally from afar, calling out loudly, "President Su, it must have been quite challenging to endure all these years, hasn't it? You have summoned all the equipment from countless guilds to conquer large dungeons. Do you truly consider us of the Situ family as mere monsters within a dungeon, ready to be slaughtered? We have tens of thousands of these half-formed creatures. Can you truly eliminate them all?" Situ Long remained unfazed, knowing that without any unexpected turns, the Situ family would emerge as the greatest victors in Jiangbei City. With a press of his left hand against his right arm, a burst of golden light erupted. 5th tier. His power surged. He had completed the dungeons solely for the purpose of reaching the 5th tier. Inheriting the authority of the warrior path, he embraced the power of the 059th sequence. The Knight of Soya, the shadow of a knight clad in black armor, riding a black steed, gradually solidified behind Su Yuntian, a fully realized 5th tier warrior. The Knight of Soya. The knight gripped the reins with his right hand, leaning forward as he brandished a massive lance with his left. The dark, tempestueux a swiftly radiated du toit. Under the weight of this ominous presence, it directly overturned the surrounding hundreds of grotesque creatures, neither human nor ghost. Upon witnessing the colossal shadow of the knight, Situ Fengzhao experienced his first pangs of fear. He took a step back, casting a worried glance at his elder brother. "Brother, this is quite overwhelming. President Su has been the leader of the Sequence Association for many years. He possesses considerable strength, his brother replied. Let me handle this. Situ Yun, the trickster, stepped forward. However, Sita long halted him. This matter, fourth brother, you shall resolve. Brother, do not jest. That is a fifth-tier entity. I have yet to unlock my authority. I did not imply for you to confront it head-on. Some matters require contemplation and strategy. A spark of excitement flickered across Situ Fengzhao's face. The trickster's ability could latch onto the misfortunes of others. What constitutes misfortune? His gaze shifted to Sun Yuan, a twisted expression gradually forming on his face. My dear third-tier plague, such an array of negative statuses. This truly is an opportunity. Su Yuntian, a Sisen fourth-tier second, had inherited authority upon his ascension to fifth tier. Alone, he had rendered the Situ mansion nearly unapproachable, unable to breach the city, coupled with the incessant firing of massive arrows. Slaying the monsters, a formidable pincer movement emerged. Behind, the previously exhausted Sun Yuan slowly rose, her face pale, her eyes vacant. She picked up a dagger from the ground and plunged it directly into her chest. Suddenly, Chen Yao emerged from the black mist. A hand seized Sun Yuan's dagger as it aimed for her heart. Sun Yuan trembled, relinquishing the dagger, while one hand continued its motion, fingers slicing toward her own throat like blades. In the distance, Situ Jun glanced at Chen Yao, who felt an icy chill, causing his movements to momentarily falter. Yet he grasped at emptiness. The sharp fingers grazed the throat, severing Sun Yuan's windpipe. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto Chen Yao's bird-masked visage, rendering his vision a crimson hue. Witnessing the mother of Su Mumu take her own life by slitting her throat before him ignited a fiery rage within Chen Yao. With all his might, he bellowed, Situ. He swiftly pressed down on Sun Yuan's body, his right hand's scalpel flickering out with remarkable speed. A swift field surgery commenced. Simultaneously, hundreds of fourth-tier skeletal soldiers and 3 mutated medical corpses were unleashed from his storage ring. Situ Fengzhao awoke, trembling as he pointed at Chen Yao, who had subdued Sun Yuan. Be brother, the plague doctor. He is the plague doctor. Su Yuntian rampaged like a war god, blood erupting from his mouth. Severely injured from the dungeon's trials, his organs were displaced, compounded by the effects of plague blood, causing his combat efficacy to plummet. Chen Yao's call of Situ alerted him to Sun Yuan's condition. In a wretched cry, he exclaimed, Yuaner. Chen Yao was still engaged in surgery, but time was slipping away, second by second. With less than 2 minutes remaining until the appointed hour of 11:42 set by Luo Yong, a critical decision loomed. He faced the agonizing choice of either relinquishing the chance to save his mother-in-law or sacrificing the precious time and location granted by Luo Yong's piercing gaze. In a moment of forced compromise, he opted for a middle ground, to perform a field surgery in a bid to preserve Sun Yuan's life. The task of operating on the corpse continued, while he himself had to make his departure. As for the 5 brothers, even with the fortuitous protection they enjoyed, relying on the plague hemolysis might not guarantee a swift annihilation. They stood brazenly at the entrance of Situ building, emboldened by that very fortunate path. Time was of the essence. Chen Yao's body transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing from the spot. The medic took over Chen Yao's surgical responsibilities, arriving at the 200th floor medical room in a remarkable haste, just before the clock struck 11:41. Chapter 60. The artful elimination of one in the medical chamber on the 200th floor of the Situ building. The malevolent specter had surveyed the area through shared vision. Chen Yao discovered that aside from an elderly woman, her body riddled with tubes, there was nothing else present. There were no guards, nor even a medical attendant. At that moment, within the medical chamber, a thick black mist swirled. Chen Yao emerged anxiously from the darkness, his gaze fixed upon the woman lying on the hospital bed. This elderly woman must possess something extraordinary. Immediately, he seized the medical records from the bedside and began to peruse them. The records detailed symptoms of atrophy, necessitating a daily intake of specific hydration. Her lungs were weakened, sustained by a mechanical ventilator. She suffered from gastric cancer, lung cancer, esophageal cancer, a multitude of malignancies accompanied by over 30 distinct ailments, all manifesting in one frail woman. Closing the medical file, Chen Yao noted the meticulous documentation of each condition. along with precise prescriptions and observations. It was akin to a desperate attempt to prolong life. The existence of such a multitude of ailments within a single individual was nearly unfathomable. The odds of this occurrence were exceedingly slim. Thus, only one conclusion remained. Chen Yao comprehended why Luo Yong had summoned him to this place. This elderly woman was the errant one. The errant one was not among their brothers. Previously, Chen Yao had assumed that Situ referred to one of the 7 brothers, but now it was clear. It was her. For an elderly woman to be subjected to such torment, to endure for the sake of the Situ brothers, she could not possibly be without familial ties. Given the nature of the Situ family, it was highly probable that this woman was their mother. It was indeed monstrous for a close relative to bear such calamity. This was also the reason Luo Yong had come here himself. But why at this particular moment? Time, 11:42. Location, medical chamber, 200th floor, Situ building. The elderly woman slowly opened her eyes for the first time in decades, beholding an unfamiliar visage. She struggled to articulate something, but the respiratory mask and the tube lodged in her throat rendered her speechless. Her trembling fingers lifted, directing her gaze towards Chen Yao. The elderly woman's quivering fingers rose and fell, yet Chen Yao remained motionless, fixated on her. The errant one, and only a mother would endure such misfortunes for her sons, bearing the burdens of fate's cruel whims. The woman on the bed was only lucid for a few fleeting moments each day, and even during those brief intervals, she endured excruciating torment, having sustained this for decades. Tears began to well in the corners of her eyes. Her trembling hand traced a vague shape on the bed, forming the character for death. Chen Yao withdrew a surgical knife. To nullify the fortune of the Situ brothers, the errant one must be resolved. Yet, the knife he had raised did not descend. Such profound compassion. No, a different thought emerged. The pestilent entity, malignant specter, had exchanged its corporeal form with the ethereal. Arriving in the medical chamber, calamity is your sustenance. Consume her, piece by piece, from her feet to her head. The ominous figure of the pestilence entity, evil spirit, drew nearer to the elderly woman. The frail figure in the sickbed began to struggle violently, yearning for death yet refusing to succumb to a fate of being devoured. At that moment, the 5 brothers of the Situ family sensed something amiss, particularly Situ Long, whose pupils dilated in alarm. With a commanding gesture, he exclaimed, "Return. Someone has gone to the medical room. Mother, we must hurry. Here, what does it matter? If mother is dead, what use is there for us?" Chen Yao observed the elderly woman's desperate struggles and removed his pestilence attire. With his left hand, he drew a surgical knife, gripping it tightly with his right. As the blade emerged, crimson droplets cascaded from his palm onto the floor, staining the ceiling of the medical room in blood. After completing this grim task, he donned a bird-beaked mask and the garb of a medieval physician, unleashing the pestilence, hemolysis before slowly sinking to the ground. At this juncture, the only thing that could awaken the elderly woman was his presence. The act of eliminating the erroneous could be executed at any moment, even without her consciousness. Inquiring whether she wished for death was superfluous. Yet, it was evident that Luo Yong had compelled him to arrive at this precise moment for reasons beyond mere assassination. Thus, the only plausible explanation was to lure back that unruly mob. True to form, within 3 minutes, the medical room's door swung open once more. Upon seeing Chen Yao seated on the floor, Situ Long instinctively retreated 2 steps, positioning himself behind his brothers. The second brother, Situ Shiqin, whose fortune was bountiful, narrowed his gaze sharply. "Pestilence doctor, how did you come here? What do you intend to do?" The third brother, Situ Jun, fixated his eyes on Chen Yao, attempting to pilfer his luck. The fourth brother, Situ Fengzhao, appeared utterly bewildered, while the sixth brother, Situ Huaifeng, crossed his arms, contemplatively staring at Chen Yao. The brothers each exhibited varied reactions. Situ Long could not fathom why the fate he had woven was diverging so greatly. Under the auspices of luck, their sequences were as follows: Good Fortune Weaver, 00A, Bountiful Wealth, 00C, Luck Thief, 00J, Mischief Maker, 00P, Destiny Turner, 00H, Erroneous One, 00F, Coward, 0G. These sequences were indeed remarkable. Chen Yao articulated each brother's sequence name and even their code names, resulting in simultaneous astonishment from the 5 brothers. How could he possibly possess such knowledge? Not only do I know all your sequence names and abilities, but even your grandfather, that wretched scoundrel, would have to call me father upon seeing me. No, wait, I cannot sire such wretches. My fertility is not in question, Chen Yao mused to himself. The Sidhu brothers were left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing his words. If you step forward, we can offer you a position as a priest of the Sidhu family. You will be the first to benefit from the research achievements of the old sequence, they proposed. Chen Yao merely smiled and shook his head. The tactics employed by your brethren are strikingly similar. Even that coward, Situ Yunluo, resorted to this very method during his demise. The second brother, Situ Shiqin, known for his fortune and prosperity, advanced without a hint of awareness, as droplets of blood hung from the ceiling, falling gradually. The blood, tainted with plague, hemolysis, landed upon Situ Shiqin's visage, prompting him to slowly raise his gaze. He wiped the blood from his face. A sense of unease washing over me. Sensing something amiss, Situ Shiqin swiftly turned to flee. Yet, his movements grew increasingly sluggish. His form gradually dissolving like a candle melting away. His hand reached outward, desperately beseeching his 4 brothers for salvation. The remaining 4 brothers of the Situ family recoiled in fear, especially Situ Fengzhao, the prankster, who fled with utmost haste, gripped by terror. For he had experienced this affliction firsthand. Chapter 61, Captain, Return, Bang. In front of the medical room, Chen Yao's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, a sharp stabbing sensation surged through Situ Fengzhao's back. He barely managed to turn around before the familiar grip seized the back of his head. A whisper, like that of a demon, echoed behind him. This time, it was not a mere substitute. Chen Yao's hands were smeared with blood containing the plague hemolysis. The moment Situ Fengzhao's scalp made contact with the blood, the terrifying plague swiftly invaded his body. His body convulsed violently. This time, he truly experienced the insidious invasion of the plague. Witnessing this, Situ Long turned and fled without a moment's hesitation, disappearing like a gust of wind. Situ Huaifeng raised his hand, attempting to unleash his power, but an enormous sword suddenly sliced through the air. The massive blade whistled as it cleaved the bodies of Situ Huaifeng and Situ Jun in half. A 4th-tier skeletal knight emerged in its dilapidated form, wielding the great sword that severed the 2 brothers. Blood and entrails splattered across the ground like ruptured water bags. No one is leaving. You shall perish here, the skeletal knight declared, stomping down heavily. After being bisected, Situ Huaifeng, still gasping for breath, had his head explode like a watermelon. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds. Compared to slaying the wrongdoers, did you not realize that your fortunate abilities could not manifest in the presence of the guilty? Indeed, you merely wished to revel in the sight of your mother enduring calamity while relishing your own luck. Chen Yao spoke calmly, his initial aim being the annihilation of the Situ clan. The plague trap, enabling Situ Fengzhao's infection and demise, along with the unexpected decapitation by the skeletal knight, were all part of Chen Yao's meticulously calculated plan. All of this transpired in the span of mere seconds. Behind the towering figure of the skeletal knight, Chen Yao slowly turned his gaze, fixing it intently on Situ Long, who had abandoned his brothers. Beneath the lenses, his eyes glowed increasingly red. Whether from the pressure of the protective goggles or Chen Yao's wrath, one could not tell. Situ Long's body abruptly halted. Chen Yao's gaze locked onto him. Only you remain. Situ Long gradually turned, his body beginning to tremble before erupting into wild laughter. They're all finally dead. All of them dead. This feeling is exquisite. Situ Long spread his arms wide, inhaling deeply, greedily savoring the surreal moment. He exclaimed, "Do you know how many years I have waited for this day? The effort I expended when I heard you killed Situ Yunlu. Do you know how much excitement I had to suppress? I even had to speak to those fools." Situ Long seemed to genuinely reminisce about the moment he received the dreadful news of his 7th brother's death from Situ Huifengzhao. A pained expression crossed his face, as if he were truly mourning a brother. Situ Yunlu, the seventh brother, was dead. His demise reduced the success rate of my plan by 30%. How could my brother? How could he have died? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The expression on Situ Long's face suddenly morphed into a frenzied countenance. I could no longer contain myself. You see, the moment I concoct even the slightest fabrication detrimental to these individuals, that worthless being perceives it as if he were a pest detecting a foul odor. His luck, the weakest yet most troublesome, is ever so palpable. Truly, I am grateful to you. It is your presence that has inspired my fabrication. Fortune indeed favors me. I stand on the brink of becoming the true deity of luck beneath the old days. In the midst of my words, Situ Long produced a syringe, unhesitatingly plunging it into the artery of his neck. The potent potion of the old days coursed through him. The elderly woman on the medical bed convulsed violently. Her heartbeat monitor flatlined, emitting a prolonged, distressing beep. The one who erred has perished. This man has lost all semblance of sanity. Chen Yao observed Situ Long's reaction. The very fact that he could articulate all this indicated he had already ensnared himself within his own web. Luck, favor me. Grant me the genuine power beneath the old days. This half-finished injection would spell certain death for an ordinary person, or at best, transform them into something neither human nor ghost. Yet Situ Long was different. Thus far, everything lay within his intricate design. Every element of this grand scheme was meticulously planned, and he intended to seize an abundance of luck from this monumental event. As the potion coursed through him, Situ Long's voice deepened ominously. Great Lord Lalai, your servant beseeches you for luck amidst calamity. I willingly offer my eternal servitude, ready to sacrifice the souls of an entire city for the fortune of many amidst disaster. Situ Long's body began to transform. His mouth erupted, blood and flesh mingling as rows of sharp barbs protruded from the gaping wounds. Twisted, writhing tendrils akin to an octopus emerged from his face. His hair gradually fell away, scales burgeoning from beneath his skin. Massive bat-like wings unfurled abruptly. Unlike the previous half-formed creations of the old days, this transformation shattered the rational lenses of my goggles, a fine crack appearing upon the surface. Chen Yao swiftly retreated from the Situ building, hastily disappearing into the plague. He found himself once more in the square. At this moment, before the plaza of Situ building, all the half-formed experiments of the old days lay dead. In the center of the square, the solid form of Knight Suya knelt upon the ground, while Su Yuntian cradled the motionless Sun Yuan in his arms. The surrounding stench of blood made Chen Yao's head spin. They are dead. All of them. What have I done? If I hadn't stayed, they might still be alive. How could it have come to this? Chen Yao's mental state began to unravel. Not just Su Yuntian, but even Su Mumu's mother had perished. In the distance, thousands of professionals were ensnared by strange tendrils, the ground quaking beneath them. Chen Yao's body trembled uncontrollably. No, this cannot be. How could this happen? Chen Yao, save me. A piercing scream erupted from Su Mumu. As he turned around, he beheld Su Mumu's lifeless body suspended high above. The entire Situ Tower had vanished, and beneath a sea of corpses and blood loomed a colossal head. It was a grotesque octopus-like creature, with crimson eyes and a face adorned with writhing tentacles. Chen Yao looked down and discovered that his legs were ensnared in blood, his entire being thrashing in desperation. No, 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 this cannot be real. A searing sensation radiated from his right arm. Captain! The utterance jolted Chen Yao into partial awareness. Captain! Zhao Su's voice suddenly resonated. His figure stood just behind Chen Yao. Chen Yao spun around abruptly. A striking young man stood before him. Though his appearance had completely transformed, on a subconscious level, Chen Yao slowly uttered his name. Zhao! Faosu? Captain, are you rushing over to learn surgery from me? I have nothing to teach you. This is not where you belong, Captain. They need you. Captain, go back. A profound sensation of drowning enveloped him. Struggling to breathe, Chen Yao's eyes shot open, revealing a fiery crimson hue. You have broken free from the mental corruption imposed by the Lord of Lalai. Chapter 62. The Tower of Dawn. The The final lesson, when Chen Yao opened his eyes once more, his rationality-preserving glasses emitted a series of crackling sounds, with fissures spreading across their surface. He instinctively grasped the glasses and tore them from his face, shattering them in his hands. Was everything that had just transpired an illusion? No, it was a contamination, mental pollution. What manner of being had that fellow sit along become? That injection was undoubtedly not something mere, half-finished monstrosities could rival. Even the rationality glasses could not withstand it. Chen Yao lifted his gaze to his surroundings, realizing he was no longer near the City Tower, but had instead found himself close to the center of Jiangbei City. It must have been his retreat into the plague-infested malaise that left him susceptible to such mental corruption, leading to his current predicament. A series of ominous notifications appeared before him. The ritual is in progress. From the depths of calamity, countless misfortunes shall descend. Madness and reason shall be thoroughly tainted. All skills and talents have been temporarily sealed. You are immune to the mental pollution from the Lord of Lalea. Death toll, 21. 379. The death toll continued to rise rapidly. 32, 479, 33, 195, 34, 873. The numbers climbed each second, an alarming rate. A ritual. He recalled Sid Oolong's words after administering the potion. Chen Yao felt a realization dawning upon him, but before he could contemplate it further, the plague attire enveloping him dissipated into black mist. With skills rendered useless and his glasses shattered, he was shielded from mental pollution. Yet, based on the escalating death toll, it was evident that within an hour, Jiangbei City would transform into a city of the dead. His mind raced as he contemplated all that he could do. Think. At last, a thought sparked within him. Time. He immediately looked down at his watch. Time, 12:43. So much time had already passed. Recalling the last known time and location of Luo Yong, he noted, time, 1:10, location, Jiangbei City Square. Only 27 minutes remained. Time and place. He could make it if he ran. There had to be a solution left by the principal at Jiangbei City Square. Chen Yao began to sprint towards the square. At 1 p.m., he arrived at Jiangbei City Square. To his dismay, the square was utterly deserted, and he swiftly searched for his target. Finally, he noticed a familiar figure seated beside the fountain in the city center. He dashed over. Luo Yong sat there, missing a leg. Had he done something reckless again? Now, he was left with only one leg and one hand, the solitary hand trembling as it clutched a stick to keep his body upright. The principal, hearing the familiar voice, Luo Yong abruptly raised his head towards the source. You are quite punctual, he said. Principal, the situation, it cannot be salvaged. The death toll has risen to 73, 197. Chen Yao dared not contemplate whether among them were those who succumbed to psychological pollution, perhaps Su Mumu, or even classmates he recognized. He found himself unable to think deeply, his mind a muddled mess, seemingly incapable of action. Chen Yao, you must remain composed. Do not allow the staggering number of deaths to cloud your judgment. You are a plague doctor. Luo Yong's grave tone bore an air of admonition. You are the tower amidst the epidemic, a beacon whose purpose is to discover solutions, to identify every possible means of salvation. I do not know. I truly do not know how to proceed. Principal. For the first time, Chen Yao found himself in such a dismal mental state, unable to conceive a resolution. You performed admirably in the previous two instances, yet it has not altered the layout of the Sidhu family. Luo Yong slowly rose, leaning on a wooden staff. Chen Yao managed to regain his composure. He wished to assist, but Luo Yong gestured for him to refrain and spoke on his own accord. Time always passes swiftly. Half of the 3 days had already elapsed, and for Luo Yong, those events from 30 years prior felt as recent as yesterday. For Principal Lu, however, those 30 years of joy were profoundly tangible. As for the sheep-headed mask, it had waited for 30 years to be triggered. Indeed, they all existed in reality. The solution to this predicament was remarkably simple. Every situation has a turning point, and that turning point requires a bridge to connect it. Principal, what must I do? I told you, you need only to witness. For you, remembering is sufficient. Memory is the most authentic existence. Thus, there is no need for us to prove anything. We. The word. Upon Luo Yong's rising, Chen Yao suddenly grasped something. He swiftly turned his head. The Jiangbei city square was no longer the desolate expanse it once was. Instead, thousands of figures emerged, clad in medical attire. Their transparent forms gradually shifted closer to reality. Golden specks of light cascaded from the heavens, solidifying them. 917 doctors. The presence of 917 doctors. At that moment, it was 1:10 p.m., and the location was Jiangbei City Square. As he surveyed his surroundings, a voice rang out. Captain, a familiar address, the sole one who would call him thus. Chen Yao, my student, this is my final lesson for you. It is now, the moment of delusion. Luo Yong slowly released his grip on the wooden staff. Yet he did not fall. Hands on either side steadied his form. Sun Bei Zhao Su. Under the golden light, their bodies began to materialize. And it was the first time Chen Yao truly beheld the three of them. In that moment, he clearly saw their appearances, youthful and handsome. It was Zhao Su's visage when psychological pollution had drawn him back. Chen Yao wished to utter something, his mouth slightly agape, yet he could not find his voice. How have you returned? I'm still ensnared in psychological pollution, am I not? Luo Yong's right hand extended, his left hand gradually restoring its form, as a pulsating heart slowly emerged in his palm. Chen Yao, I must express my gratitude to you. Without you, I may not have been able to complete this final lesson. That was a thing of the past. The heart of a necromancer. Luo Yong extended his hand to retrieve it, covering his eyes with a blood-stained white cloth. The hand he had lost, the foot that was missing, and the eyes that had been taken from him, all were restored. In this moment of delusion, the power that belongs solely to the dominion of illusion allowed me to bear this singular cost. Luo Yong raised the heart of the necromancer high above his head. Join me, everyone, for one last glimpse of Jiangbei City, destined to become a beacon. In the square, 2,917 gazes were fixed upon Luo Yong. Beneath the Tower of Dawn, I will. Beneath the Tower of Dawn, I will. Beneath the Tower of Dawn, I will. The resounding voices echoed in Luo Yong's ears. His crimson eyes, shedding tears, slowly closed as he tightened his grip, crushing the heart in his palm. The moment of delusion has descended. Time has arrived at 11:42, outside the Situ building. Chapter 63, The Arrival of the Dawn Tower. At precisely 11:42, Chen Yao adhered to his pact and relinquished the treatment of Sun Yuan. Venturing alone into the medical chamber located 200 levels beneath the Situ building. Meanwhile, outside the Situ building, the life force of Sun Yuan was gradually dissipating. While in the distance, Su Yun Tian lay battered and on the brink of death. Thousands of exhausted warriors from the Sequence Guild, their vitality nearly depleted, faced imminent demise. Time was of the essence, yet the 234 physicians from the Physician Tower were still en route to the Situ building. The outcome was grim. Beneath the Situ building, Sun Yuan perished, Su Yun Tian fell in battle, and the multitude of Sequence warriors met their end. The arriving physicians could offer no assistance. Succumbing to the onslaught of the monsters, it was as if everything was too late, merely lacking a bridge among them. As the physicians desperately sought to save Sun Yuan, a beam of golden light descended. A figure gradually knelt down, performing the surgery while softly speaking, seemingly to avoid disturbing Sun Yuan. I am here to perform your operation. The dying Sun Yuan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if the name Zhao Su resonated with a sense of familiarity. In a moment of delusion, streams of golden light cascaded through time, each one casting its glow. Under the projection, voices echoed. Dawn Tower, Physician Zhang Chenxi. Dawn Tower, Isisian Li Youran. Dawn Tower, Physician Lu Xian. Dawn Tower, Physician Huang Haoran. Dawn Tower, Physician Sun Yu. Dawn Tower, Physician Luo Wenhao. Dawn Tower, Physician Tang Jia. Dawn Tower, Physician Yuan Xiaojun. Dawn Tower, Physician Ko Yijuan. All 920 physicians materialized in that place. Chen Yao also appeared, gazing at the golden light that floated down from afar. Finally comprehending the magnitude of the delusion moment. The true delusion moment, the authentic authority and power belonging to the delusionist. Rewinding time. Bridging connections. All 920 individuals from the Dawn Tower, 30 years hence. At this very moment, with the arrival of Luo Yang's delusion moment, they returned to the city they knew yet felt estranged from, back to this cherished city. Dawn Tower, physician Sun Bei. Sun Bei looked upon Sun Yuan lying on the ground. After a fleeting glance, he rushed to Su Yuntian's side to administer treatment. Observing the 920 individuals returning to this pivotal moment, Chen Yao finally grasped the significance of Luo Yang's 3 time points. Everything coalesced into a closed loop at this instant. He truly bore witness to it all. Chen Yao slowly raised his hand. Reverse treatment. A deluge of healing cascaded over Jiangbei City. In that moment, all plagues were eradicated. The instant death plague would no longer be unleashed due to the departure of the Sidu Long brothers. In this war, no one would perish for. The Dawn Tower had arrived. Chen Yao stood at the end, watching the silhouettes turned away from him. Beneath the radiance of gold, they resolutely returned, undeterred by the specter of their previous demise, to the city that had forsaken them. They immersed themselves once again as fervently as before, adhering to the glory bestowed from beneath the Tower of Dawn. A figure clad in a bird-beaked physician's garb lingered in the distant shadows, quietly observing the 920 individuals. Hesitant to approach, he murmured softly, "The Tower of Dawn. Captain Chen Qi." With the arrival of 920 physicians from the Tower of Dawn, effective treatment was rendered to all. Su Yuntian's body was likewise undergoing simultaneous healing, while the knight Soa wielded his authority with unparalleled might. Tens of thousands of half-formed monsters were subdued. At this moment, all the physicians from the tower reached the scene, witnessing a multitude of unfamiliar healers joining the fray. How had such an influx of physicians emerged in Jiangbei City? Perhaps assistance from other cities. The plague had vanished. Forget about that. Look over there. The battle has commenced. Now that we are here, let us hasten to provide them with treatment. Yes, swiftly now. The bridging of the connection was successful. The demise of these half-formed creatures signified that the potion administered by Sidu Long would yield no effect. There was no fortune, no offerings, no death. Sidu Long would not prevail. His weaving had spiraled out of control. Deep within the 200th level, Sidu Long had injected that vial of potion, exulting in his transformation into an unspeakable entity. At that moment, Chen Yao slipped away amidst the plague. Sidu Long erupted into maniacal laughter. His weaving had succeeded. Outside, thousands must have perished, countless fortunes at stake. Even without the errant one's blessing, he had flawlessly consumed the half-formed sorcery of the ancient path. Yet, in the next instant, Sidu Long's countenance, now adorned with octopus-like appendages, contorted grotesquely, his form twisting violently. The bat wings that had unfurled behind him were torn asunder in that moment. Sidu Long began to shriek frantically, consumed by terror. What is happening? It is impossible. How could this be? The death toll must be in the tens of thousands. Where has their fortune gone? How could there be an error? He could not fathom who had stolen his fortune. Could it be that Situ Jun still lived? Impossible. They were all dead. I am the sole survivor. I will not err. I cannot be wrong. I will not be wrong. Amidst his frantic declarations of infallibility, Situ Long's body began to contort into a grotesque mass. Ultimately, his voice transformed into something peculiar as he began to repent. I was wrong. I was wrong. He did not merely acknowledge his mistake. He truly realized that this time he was doomed. In the end, that mass of flesh continued to shrink, diminishing until it completely vanished from sight. Chapter 64. Witness everything. In front of the C2 mansion, Zhao Su, who was in the midst of surgery, treated Sun Bei, while other doctors from the Dawn Tower busily bandaged and treated the wounded. Their bodies emanated particles that floated around them, as if an invisible hand was tugging at their very essence. Zhao Su continued to wield the scalpel, attending to Sun Yuan, who had regained a semblance of consciousness and fixed her gaze upon Zhao Su. A beautiful girl, she thought. That scar on my throat must not remain. Give me some time. Luo Yong. Did you hear that, Luo Yong? I'm not finished yet, Luo Yong. Luo Yong. I still have one more person. Bandage them for me. Grant me some time. Let me save one more. At that moment, Luo Yong, the subject of the pleas from all the doctors of the Dawn Tower, slowly knelt on the ground, his pupils dilating and contracting in frantic rhythm. The limits of his delusional state had been reached, and he strained to hold on, his body beginning to tremble. His mental state deteriorated further, his right hand gradually disintegrating and rotting until bone was exposed, falling to the ground. His eyes began to wither, dark crimson blood trickling down his cheeks. He yearned for the delusional moment to persist just a little longer, listening to the final request from the doctors of the Dawn Tower. Grinding his teeth, Luo Yong endeavored to pay any price to sustain the delusion. Yet, every effort bore a cost that escalated with each passing moment. Observing Luo Yong's progressively decaying leg, Chen Yao could no longer contain himself. Principal, it's over. It's all over, stop holding on. I am not Luo Yong. I am Lu Wei. I do not wish to die. Luo Yong even began to lose his memories. Principal, Chen Yao murmured. And with that utterance, Luo Yong's movements ceased. Principal, do not let them look down on you. I am Lu Wei. I am Ranashide, the fourth mate of the pestilence ship. I am also Luo Yong. I am a dead man, lost in delusion. I cannot hold on any longer. I truly cannot. A figure clad in a beaked doctor's attire stood beside Chen Yao and approached Luo Yong, placing a hand firmly upon his shoulder. Luo Yong, you have always been the finest first mate. The moment the voice emerged, Luo Yong's body trembled slightly. Blind and uncertain, he called out, Captain. Chen Qi's figure appeared. The actions of all the Dawn doctors quickened. Those who had completed their treatments began to rise one by one. The 919 doctors gradually stood up, their gazes directed towards the figure behind Luo Yong, clad in the beaked doctor's attire. The cost should not rest upon your shoulders alone. I am sorry. I have truly arrived too late. As the plague attire on Chen Qi began to dissipate, he prepared to bear the cost in place of Luo Yong. You are mistaken, Chen Yao interjected. The error lies in your apology. Chen Qi turned back, incredulous, locking eyes with Chen Yao. Since your arrival in this city once more speaks volumes, your apologies are utterly superfluous. Chen Yao gestured forward. At this moment, Zhao Su, Sun Bei, and the 2017 doctors of the Dawn Tower stood watching Chen Qi. They bore no resentment or blame. This time you walk alongside them. You are their captain. You coward. And the principal, I refuse to be the sole witness. You once mentioned that one should not indulge in delusions more than thrice a day, yet this compulsion is truly addictive. I find it impossible to refrain from it. As you said during your last lesson, Chen Yao inhaled deeply and spoke softly. Help me ascertain whether my actions are just. Chen Yao, roaring in agony. Luo Yong knelt and called out Chen Yao's name, seeming to grasp something profound. Chen Yao, there is no need. Truly, it is unnecessary. This time, Chen Yao declined. Principal, I do not wish for this burden to rest solely upon my shoulders. You have proclaimed that memories are paramount. I am so wretched that I genuinely fear that one day I may pass away prematurely, unable to share your stories. Hence I wish to indulge this once. As Chen Yao spoke, his pupils began to emit a golden glow. Delusional architect. In that moment, the entirety of the Sita mansion scenes was projected into the minds of millions throughout the city. The cost of multiple overloads of delusions within a single day multiplied tenfold. Thus, Chen Yao sacrificed one of his arms as the price. His left hand twisted in the air before exploding, the flesh and skin of his hand dissolving instantaneously amidst the turbulence of blood. The excruciating pain did not deter him from continuing his delusions. The sky darkened, and the surroundings grew increasingly obscured, while all the individuals of the Dawn Tower radiated golden light like beacons. The ascending flames were ignited. An ever-growing number of physicians from the tower were drawn here. At that moment, millions in the city felt a distinct surge of emotion. They witnessed the sacrifices of the Dawn Tower, perceiving a true lighthouse belonging to this world. Perhaps they glimpsed the existence of the Dawn Tower across the span of 30 years. Gazing upward, the price of delusion became apparent. Yet, the sacrifice of merely one hand was insufficient. Without hesitation, Chen Yao raised his right hand, poised to employ his second arm. At this juncture, 3 withered physicians stepped forth, their desiccated forms exploding. Emotions surged forth. The sky darkened further, Yet the lights of countless households illuminated the city. As more and more residents raised their lanterns to behold this spectacle, converging towards the lighthouse. Beneath the golden light, the silhouettes of the 3 dry corpses began to dissipate. However, this cost was swiftly curtailed. The scene of the 3 dry corpses exploding reversed like a tide. Chen Yao's shattered left hand, now reduced to mere bone, began to regenerate with veins and flesh. At that moment, the price of the delusional architect was annulled. In the darkness before Chen Yao, sparks ignited, and thousands of doctors from the tower stood resolutely, separated from the Dawn Tower of 30 years ago by mere dozens of meters. The burden of the delusion was willingly shouldered by the millions behind him in the city. Luo Yong's physical suffering began to diminish, leaving him in a state of daze. In this moment, the burden of delusion was no longer borne solely by Luo Yong. Millions, alongside the physicians from the Tower of Doctors, now shared the weight of this delusional epic. Beneath the myriad lights, the consciousness of the towering structure flickered to life like a firefly in the darkness, spreading its illumination. Everything obscured by delusional memories was laid bare before this new generation of physicians, who had emerged 30 years hence. All grievances were unveiled to the world. Qin Shi seemed to grasp something profound. As the half of his plague attire dissipated, his face became partially discernible, resembling that of Chen Yao by about 70%. He extended his hand to remove the beaked mask of the doctor. Exposed was the other half of his visage, marred by burns. "You are truly mad. Do you not realize? Fate has conspired to bring us together, to bear witness to all that transpires. Chen Yao, your arrival in this world was preordained. As fate would have it, I perceive more. Remember, you must seek out your rightful crew. Your first crew member is a rather ill fellow, though my vision of him is hazy. Perhaps our paths shall cross again." The blurred yet familiar countenance of Chen Qi was indelibly etched in Chen Yao's mind. Chapter 65. The air of the delusional Chen Qi gradually retreated, denying Chen Yao the opportunity to inquire further. He turned to face the assembly of physicians gathered at the Tower of Dawn, spreading his arms wide. With the mightiest voice, he proclaimed his title. "I am Chen Qi, the plague doctor of the Tower of Dawn. The glory of the Tower of Dawn shall endure forever." In this moment, he stood before all the physicians of the Tower of Dawn. The voices of the members behind him resonated. The Tower of Dawn, Physician Zhang Chenxi. The Tower of Dawn, Physician Li Yuran. The Tower of Dawn, Physician Lu Xian. The Tower of Dawn, Physician Huang Haoran. The Tower of Dawn, Physician Sun Yu. The Tower of Dawn, Physician Luo Wenhao. The Tower of Dawn, Physician Tang Jia. One by one, the members of the tower stepped forward, unreservedly shouting their names with unparalleled pride. This time, they exuded an exuberance like never before. Each member of the Tower of Dawn who proclaimed their name began to shimmer with transparency, calling out their identities in the waning light. Luo Yong also slowly rose to his feet. Zhao Su and Sun Bei approached. The Tower of Dawn, Sun Bei. The Tower of Dawn, Zhao Su. The Tower of Dawn, Luo Yong. Their forms began to dissolve even more intensely, and Zhao Su shouted, "Captain, it's time to go." Chen Qi turned, discarding the unique cloak of the plague doctor, and clasped Zhao Su and Luo Yong by the shoulders with his left arm. In that moment, the remaining individuals turned in unison. Zhao Su grinned, turning her head. "Captain, I truly am leaving." Watching the 4 gradually fade away, Chen Yao could not help but exclaim. Luo nodded, the left first mate of the plague ship. "You see, I still remember such a long name, right? Principal, Luo Yong." Luo Yong paused, but did not turn around, raising his right hand high in a wave without glancing back. The silhouettes of 920 doctors and the previous generation of plague doctors grew increasingly transparent and indistinct, until they completely vanished. The delusional has perished. You have inherited the path of the doctor, sequence 003 delusional. Your delusional cost has decreased, and you can now clearly see the cost of delusion. You have fully inherited the delusional sequence. Your plague doctor has received blessings from the previous generation. You have acquired the plague, black light, and gained the skill, death extraction. You have received the blessings of 920 doctors, enhancing all your healing effects by 200. You have earned the title beneath the Tower of Dawn. The previous title, Butcher, has lost its effects. The title beneath the Tower of Dawn signifies a tower of 921 souls. whose experiences are sufficient for you to learn for a lifetime. Any challenging affliction before you shall automatically decrease in severity by 1 level, and your healing abilities shall be further enhanced by an additional 200. You have received 921 accolades. Countless notifications flooded the screen. Chen Yao gazed at the desolate doorway. The moment of delusion had come to an end, and they had truly departed. Have they truly departed? Were they indeed the doctors from 30 years ago? The Tower of Dawn, event from 30 years past. I must return and unleash my frustration upon my father. I will disturb my grandfather's grave. Such an act is unnecessary. Among the crowd, the young physicians began to murmur. Suddenly, a young physician raised his right hand and shouted, "The Tower of Dawn." The entire square fell into an abrupt silence. "The Tower of Dawn," the young physician called out once more. The surrounding young doctors also raised their hands and joined in the chant. "The Tower of Dawn, the Tower of Dawn." An increasing number of voices rose in fervor. "The Tower of Dawn, the Tower of Dawn, the Tower of Dawn." Their resounding voices echoed throughout this city that has witnessed life and death. In that moment, they truly remembered. The spirit of the Tower of Dawn was indelibly etched in their hearts, and they would forever recall the day when 920 physicians returned as a miracle to save all. Chen Yao listened as the fervent cries grew louder, his fists clenched. He was not the only witness. He had genuinely sent them home. Why hasn't father returned yet? That uncle who bore such a resemblance to him just left. Has father also departed? No, father hasn't. He merely did what he was meant to do. The woman clutched her little girl, weeping uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. "Mama, please don't cry. Daddy will come back, right?" The little one gently wiped her mother's tears with her tiny hand. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. The woman wiped her tears and took several deep breaths. Rising, she opened the door. Upon opening it, she beheld the most astonishing sight. A familiar figure, Lu Wei, stood at the threshold. "I'm sorry, I was incredibly busy yesterday and couldn't celebrate your birthday. I just returned today, but I must leave again shortly." "Husband, you're not." Lu Wei stepped into the room. Daddy has indeed come back." The little one was so excited she nearly leapt up, darting around the room before suddenly throwing herself into Lu Wei's embrace. Lu Wei twirled the little girl around. "Darling, wait for me to heat up some food for you." "Little one, why don't you lend a hand to your mother?" "Okay, just a moment." Lu Wei called out, a smile illuminating his face. "Wife, little one, I love you both. How sentimental. Close the door. I'll go warm the dishes." "All right." As the wife turned, Lu Wei, standing still, completely vanished. He was merely a figment of her imagination. This was Luo Yang's final message to Lu Wei, a complete reckoning of memories conveyed through the sacrifice of his own leg. Awakened, Sun Yuan discovered a peculiar letter. A letter addressed to Sun Qianwan with the envelope inscribed, "Unfilial son, mad grandson sorrow." His great-grandfather was named Sun Qianwan. Sun Bei, the Tower of Dawn, and Bo Gong. Is this the reason why his great-grandfather has always sought to eliminate the Sidu family? Is this the ideal you have been pursuing all along? Sun Yuan did not open the envelope, but carefully tucked it away. Su Yuntian, covered in blood, cautiously approached Sun Yuan's side. "Yuan, are you all right?" Sun Yuan cast a fierce, sidelong glance at Su Yuntian, observing the sight of this clumsy giant drenched in blood. His gaze suddenly softened. "You, look at yourself." Sun Yuan's tone softened. "Do not act so recklessly next time. I shall refrain from scolding you as well. You see how foolish you appear." Su Yuntian discreetly wrapped his hand around Sun Yuan's slender waist. She did not resist. "You, prepare to return to the capital with me." "Me? Of course. And bring along my son-in-law." "Son-in-law?" Su Yuntian followed the direction of Sun Yuan's finger, and his face flushed instantly. The figure of Chen Yao emerged. "Not that kid. Hey. Yuan, don't tug at my ear. I know. He is indeed my son Yuan's son-in-law, and you bark like a dog." "I did not bark." "You say it is so." Chapter 66. The first crew member in moments of delusion, traversing through time, bridging over water, burning one's self, and forging a new dawn. This group of individuals has returned, hastily departing once more, just as they did 30 years prior. However, unlike before, this time, the entire populace of Jiangbei City has rekindled their memories of them. The brilliance that belongs solely to the Dawn Tower has been indelibly etched into the minds of all. The term Dawn Tower shall, for considerable time, serve as a proud emblem among the young physicians of Jiangbei City. For this alone, any sacrifice made is deemed worthwhile. Chen Yao found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether he felt sorrow or heartbreak. He had personally partaken in averting a calamity. Yet all of this had been set in motion many years ago by a group of physicians. He could merely act as a catalyst, standing upon the shoulders of giants, shamelessly reaping the fruits of their labor. The tension that had gripped him began to ease. Once all was said and done, Chen Yao retreated to his chamber and collapsed into a deep slumber. He slept for 2 days and 2 nights, during which he was plagued by a series of bizarre nightmares. In his dreams, he found himself traversing a dimly lit dungeon, its walls, floors, and even ceiling encrusted with filth. Various insects scuttled about, while rats, smeared with excrement, darted across the ground. He pressed deeper into the dungeon, and at its end, he encountered a grotesque mass of flesh, for which an assortment of weapons, staffs, and even jewels protruded. The mass seemed to writhe as if imbued with life. Just as he was about to approach, he jolted awake, his eyes flying open. Perhaps due to the prior mental strain, he remained disoriented, slipping back into slumber. When Chen Yao awoke once more, he opened his eyes to find a familiar figure seated at his desk, folding paper cranes. Upon hearing a sound, Su Mumu immediately halted her activity, rising to support Chen Yao as he propped himself up. "How long have I been asleep?" Su Mumu, ever considerate, poured him a glass of cool water and handed it over. "It's been 2 days. I thought you might sleep as long as last time. And you've been running a high fever. It's rather surprising for a physician to fall ill. The age-old truth remains. A healer cannot heal themselves." Su Mumu remarked softly, her teasing tone evident. Chen Yao's gaze fell upon 3 or 4 jars filled with paper cranes on the table. "Have you been here all along? My mother asked me to wait for you here. She has something to discuss when you wake. You made these? With nothing to do, I folded a few paper cranes for you, to offer protection. I certainly hope nothing befalls you. We are bound together." The hint of pride in her voice was unmistakable. Feigning distress, Chen Yao exclaimed, "Oh dear, my chest hurts." In a flurry, Su Mumu reached out to massage Chen Yao's chest, her anxious expression evident. Yet, as she did so, sensing something amiss, she looked up to see Chen Yao's mischievous grin. "How clever of you. You tricked me. I'm getting angry." Attempting to withdraw her hand, she found it firmly grasped by Chen Yao. "I'm sorry for worrying you again." With her small hand tightly grasped, Su Mumu felt her heart race as she pursed her lips and spoke. "I actually saw everything. I witnessed your every action. Although I couldn't assist this time, I wish to become your crew member, if that's all right." "Become my crew member?" "Yes, I want to be your crew member." Chen Yao nodded in affirmation. "All right." Memories flooded Chen Yao's mind as he recalled Chun Chi mentioning that his first crew member was an ill person. In retrospect, it seemed that fellow was merely spouting nonsense. A deceased individual, consumed by delusions of imminent return, could hardly possess foresight of future events. He decided against dwelling further on that thought. Chen Yao slowly sat up and took a deep breath, turning back to gaze at the paper crane on the table. He felt a swell of emotion. This little girl was indeed the one who treated him the best, without exception. He began to attempt communication with the Sin's ship. As soon as he established contact, the Sin's ship transmitted a brand new dungeon coordinate. Special World Dungeon. Dance of the Exorcists. Fragmented Divine Authority. Set sail? Set sail? Special World Dungeon? Noticing Chen Yao's momentary daze, Su Mumu inquired with increasing concern. A new dungeon prompt had indeed appeared aboard the Sin's ship. Dungeons were commonplace in this world. Collecting materials and battling monsters was a routine affair. The Sin's ship possessed the innate ability to traverse between reality and dungeons. Upon noticing the mention of divine authority within the dungeon prompt, Chen Yao felt a flicker of surprise. The term authority was particularly sensitive for someone of his standing. Another dungeon? Could it resemble the previous internship dungeon? He dismissed the thought, believing it unlikely. For now, let us focus on your desire to become a crew member. The last internship dungeon had been an anomaly, and he recognized that 99% of the circumstances leading to that situation were due to his own actions. Engaging with the Tower of Dawn was inherently tied to the fate of the Plague Doctor. Chen Yao closed the prompt. "Give me your hand." The notion of Su Mumu binding herself to him as his crew member had crossed Chen Yao's mind countless times. He had always been at a loss for words. But now that she had broached the subject, he felt an overwhelming urge to take her aboard the singed ship immediately. Su Mumu grasped Chen Yao's hand, and with a gentle pull, he embraced her. Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red as her gaze met Chen Yao, who had donned a bird-beaked mask, now clad in the garb of a medieval physician. The attire of the plague doctor, a seamless transition into the realm of pestilence, aimed to dispel the affliction. The process was executed with alarming proficiency, a stark reminder of the grim fate that had befallen the previous city. Once more, as Su Mumu opened her eyes, she found herself on the deck of the singed ship. "Let us go to the tavern, Mumu." With small, eager steps, Su Mumu followed Chen Yao as they made their way toward the plague tavern located below deck. Following the conclusion of their earlier battle, Chen Yao had amassed nearly 10,000 monster corpses. The disposal of these remains posed a significant dilemma for Jiangbei City, a sight that could lead to mental contamination if one were to witness it too often. For Chen Yao, these corpses were treasures. Paul, within the confines of the plague tavern, had offered substantial sums for them. At that time, Chen Yao's rationality had already shattered. Yet having previously dispelled the spiritual corruption of the Lord of Lalai, he found himself temporarily immune to the mental taint of those corpses. After the battle, he collected the remains of thousands of monsters. Thus, this time, Chen Yao anticipated that these corpses would yield numerous valuable items in exchange from Paul. This was the first occasion Su Mumu had accompanied Chen Yao to the lower deck, her nervous little hand instinctively grasping his. The environment was dark and damp, with decrepit wooden doors. Sounds emanated from within the tavern. Just as Chen Yao stood at the entrance, he overheard a conversation inside. "Mr. Paul, you truly are a magnificent dark deity. May I capture your likeness and sing your praises each night upon my return? Of course, provided you pay for your drinks. Your mask isn't worth much. Your blood will suffice. 2,000 cubic centimeters will do. 2000 centimetri cubi. Isn't that asking for my life? I only had a sip of alcohol." As Chen Yao pushed open the tavern door, Paul quickly withdrew his outstretched form beneath the counter. "Captain, you have arrived." Chen Yao observed a lean man with a pale complexion, his head wrapped in a red scarf, clutching a mask resembling a fierce spirit, the so-called Nuon mask. "Paul, what transpired here?" With the storage ring containing thousands of monster corpses, Chen Yao felt emboldened in conversing with Paul. "A freeloader, Captain. What should I do about someone dining and dashing?" The man interjected defiantly. "I've already stated that I will pay with my Nuon mask. It is indeed a genuine treasure." Chen Yao casually retorted, "You could simply take advantage of him." Paul extended a tentacle, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea! Wait, this is no jest. I am not appetizing." The man immediately stood, retreating nervously. Previously, during his interactions aboard the sinful ship with Paul, he had gleaned that the tavern admitted outsiders. The method or reason behind their presence remained a mystery. However, the term Nuon mask seemed reminiscent of the quest title Nuon dance to exorcise evil that the sinful ship had hinted at. Perhaps this individual hailed from another world's quest. Su Mumu curiously gazed at Paul's octopus-like form. "Charming lady, I have prepared a special tequila for you. Do sample it, no charge." Paul retracted his tentacle, his attention shifting to Su Mumu. After a brief maneuver, a glass of vibrant red liquid was slid towards her on the counter. Su Mumu glanced at Chen Yao, hesitating to take the glass, her eyes seeking his approval. "My dear lady, do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. This drink will be beneficial for you. Mumu, Paul's intentions are harmless. You need not worry. My captain truly understands me." Paul continued to nudge the glass of wine, prompting Su Mumu to take a small sip. After finishing, she felt a warmth enveloping her entire body. Paul, undeterred, leaned closer to Chen Yao, his limbs shifting with an almost serpentine grace. "I have caught a whiff of the captain. I can sense the vast multitude of corpses within your storage ring. Are you seeking to exchange something? Perhaps props, intelligence strategies, or even the recruitment of crew members?" "Recruit crew members?" "Indeed, Captain, I am situated in the Pestilence Tavern, where crew members can certainly be recruited, though I cannot guarantee their humanity." However, Paul's octopus-like eyes subtly shifted to the man who had just indulged without cost. That fellow might serve as a commendable lookout. Chapter 67. A strategy bought with lives. Chen Yao did not heed Paul's advice, but continued to inquire. I wish to know all information regarding the sinful ship, including the Plague Tavern. How many corpses are required? Are you asking how to recruit others as your crew? Paul's gaze fell upon Sumumu. That is but one aspect. I have come to the Plague Tavern to glean knowledge about the sinful ship from you, Paul. After all, aside from this vessel, the only other entity of considerable age is you, clinging to the sides of the ship like seaweed. You cannot possibly be ignorant of everything. This ship is a token of the plague doctor's authority, albeit a fractured one. 1,000 corpses will grant you all the hidden information and the true manner of utilizing this authority. 1,000 corpses? That is equivalent to 5 billion. Quite exorbitant. I must say, I shall offer no more than 500, provided your information is truly worth such a price. Such a miserly captain. Those corpses bear no value to you. Nonetheless, I shall accept your counteroffer. After all, this information holds little merit for me. Let us settle on 500 corpses. Chen Yao felt slightly shortchanged, sensing he could negotiate further. Smack! Sumumu's hand slammed onto the table. Her cheeks flushed, evidently intoxicated. 100 corpses. Take it or leave it. Her voice rang out, swaying unsteadily. She grasped Paul's tentacle. Paul, is 100 acceptable? Chen Yao reached out to steady Sumumu. For the lady's sake, let it be 100 corpses. Thus, he had bargained down by 1/5. Was Sumumu's drunken folly sufficient? The girl, supported by Chen Yao, wore a foolish grin, playfully stroking his cheek before, with a soft thud, she succumbed to slumber. Paul withdrew his tentacle and began to speak. I shall provide you with a piece of special information. The origins of that individual stem from the copy of the coordinates you received. Paul referred to the man who feasted without labor. He hails from that copy, the dance of the exorcist. Indeed, he is a being recognized by both the authority and me, which is why he appears in the tavern. Anyone who enters possesses the qualifications of a cultist of the malevolent deity, their mental fortitude being quite poor. By the way, you may also pay a price, and I will assist you in selecting suitable crew members from various copies. Copies? Do they not reset periodically? Who informed you that copies reset at intervals? Those are genuine worlds. Only when the essence of a world is stolen and absorbed by the authority can they reset. Are you not a sequent? Do you not know this? He genuinely did not know. When you sequence complete a copy, stealing its essence to make it your own, you transform them into your worlds. Do not humans engage in such practices? Creating so-called safe copies. At last, Chen Yao comprehended why undeveloped copies could not be exited and resulted in death, while ordinary copies permitted exit at any time without consequence, even leading to death. Paul felt a sense of loss. Increase the payment. 100 corpses, and you are utterly oblivious to this. Continue. Paul, we shall discuss the corpses later. This particular piece of information was indeed unknown to him. Humans, in this regard, seem to excel beyond the malevolent deities. Do you not typically transform these realms into trial grounds, allowing others to enter and collect fees? A terrifying thought took root in Chen Yao's mind. The notion of reconstructing the Dawn Tower blossomed within him. How to seize the essence. Completing the dungeon and obtaining the primordial artifacts within it was feasible, yet you are merely at the first tier. Relying on authority, you could absorb only one dungeon for personal use, but this would become a significant burden. The world's power would gradually taint your mental fortitude, leading to a decline in your condition. You must expend considerable effort managing the dungeon, which is exceedingly challenging for you at this stage, as your rank is too low and even your authority is incomplete. Chen Yao pondered how to transform the 9 hells into his exclusive dungeon. Could the 920 doctors of the Dawn Tower, who perished within, also be resurrected? Do not entertain such thoughts. The 9 hells is a tier 7 dungeon, and its primordial power is beyond your grasp. Even if you could seize it, your first tier mental strength cannot withstand it. You must at least wait until you reach the 5th tier to renew your authority, the power of the sinful vessel. Paul's voice took on a peculiar tone. So, do you wonder why the previous plague doctor did not accompany them there? Why he perished alone in the real world? Because the 9 hells dungeon was a gift prepared for you, as well as their final opportunity. In that moment, Chen Yao understood. Chen Shi had been waiting for him all along. The 920 doctors of the Dawn Tower had succumbed within the 9 hells dungeon. It was his duty to carry their legacy and witness the spirit of the Dawn Tower. Thus he would reclaim the 9 hells as his dungeon and reconstruct the Dawn Tower. The previous Plague Doctor was truly formidable. It seemed he had anticipated everything. A spark of clarity ignited in Chen Yao's mind. Was the lucky sequence also orchestrated by Chen Shi for Situqingji? Certainly not. That fellow merely stumbled upon the instant death plague and inquired of me. I shared the ritual of fortune with him. He is profoundly shrewd. He even contemplated the ritual 30 years hence. He even foresaw Luo Yang's delusional moments. Thus, he provided everyone a path to survival, using his own life to design the next generation of plague doctors, namely yourself. He crafted all of this with his own life. For as long as he lives, a new plague doctor shall not emerge. Once a new plague doctor appears, everything will unfold according to his design. No wonder Chen Yao felt as though a great hand was pulling him from behind all along. He is a magnificent captain. Surely, you too shall become such a person. As for the sinful vessel, I recommend unlocking the captain's quarters. Therein lies all the information you seek. Just this one sentence, and you demand 100 corpses from me. Certainly, the captain's quarters are imbued with the insights of generations of plague doctors, detailing how to embrace the crew and navigate the labyrinthine passages. I shall refrain from elaborating excessively on that. Moreover, would you be inclined to cover that man's tab? It amounts to 100 corpses. Chen Yao was taken aback. Why? Because he is on the brink of death. Should you decline, I shall dispose of him. Chen Yao turned to gaze back. The man adorned with a red scarf was beginning to develop dark spots upon his visage. He clutched the mask in his hand with unwavering tenacity. I. Chen Yao approached and discerned his name. Name, Shiluo. Sequence, Evil God Pathway 0732 Masked Dancer Status. Invasion by the Evil God, Sanity Lost. Remark, he has been tainted by a whisper of fate, rendering him more susceptible to the favor of the Evil God. His gaze is quite commendable, suitable for a lookout. Recalling what Shen Shi had mentioned about his first crew member being a patient, he felt a twinge of compassion. Captain, do you still desire him? If not, I shall drag him away, and should he perish in the tavern, I will have to deal with the aftermath. I want him, and additionally, cure him. Very well. That totals 200 corpses. Chen Yao retrieved 200 corpses from his storage ring. Paul's tendrils swiftly ensnared the corpses and dragged them beneath the cabinet, emitting an eerie, creaking sound. With each corpse that was enveloped, the minute hand of the already halted clock behind Paul would advance a notch. However, in the dimly lit tavern, Chen Yao failed to notice the insignificant clock. With 200 corpses secured, do you require any additional items? I possess many suitable trinkets for this lady. With a gentle tap from Paul's tendrils, the inebriated Su Mumu blinked awake in bewilderment. Her small eyes were filled with confusion, seemingly asking, who am I? Where am I? At that moment, Chen Yao recalled that he had yet to find an opportunity to present the staff he had purchased earlier to Su Mumu. Lady, please peruse the list for anything you desire. Paul's tendril unfurled from beneath the counter, revealing a list smeared with a viscous substance. Chapter 68. The plague artifacts. Su Mumu gazed at the list before her. It was not extensive. Artifacts, black blood, a peculiar spider's blood, which upon injection would enhance one's abilities, albeit with a chance of transforming into a spider, leading one down the path of the malevolent deity. A remarkable and mysterious material. Purple sandworms, extraordinary insects extracted from the corpses of the deceased, usable both as medicine and as sustenance when hunger strikes. Another intriguing and enigmatic material. Equipment, bloodstained boots. These boots facilitate flawless movement, serving as an essential tool for escape. Note, ultimate speed. Their owner is left with naught but 2 legs. Su Mumu shook her head. I have no immediate need for these. Paul's tentacle flailed against the counter. Madam, embracing the darkness to gain power is paramount. You must recognize your own nature. Though these items possess their own histories, they are valuable, perhaps even life-saving. Then I shall choose this. Su Mumu appeared to have acclimatized somewhat, her fingers resting upon a piece of equipment. Equipment, the cooing gun. Quality, malevolent masterpiece. The cooing gun, when filled with special materials, unleashes unique attacks. Note, this weapon is constructed from the bones of 1,000 cooing creatures. It can utilize blood, potions, and even water as ammunition. However, it has a particular preference for the saliva of pure maidens. Though this artifact is indeed quite bizarre, it is the only one among all that seems somewhat reasonable. A malevolent masterpiece, it is a mischievous little trinket, yet its power is formidable. Paul's tentacle moved about for quite some time, as if searching beneath the counter. Apologies for the delay. This item is rather elusive. With a thud, the last gun, assembled from bones, was placed upon the counter. Oh, madam, I apologize. It has a bit of residue. Allow me to clean it. Paul adeptly began to wipe it down. I take great pride in my merchandise. He even boasted after finishing the task. The polished cooing gun was then set upon the table. With a discount for 1,000 corpses, I shall gift you another item. The bloodstained boots were tossed onto the table by Paul. This is complimentary, and that fellow consumed my curse. He shall likely remain unconscious for a while longer. Captain, that individual is now yours to take at your leisure. With 1,000 corpses being exchanged, acquiring 2 highly valuable artifacts in return seemed quite advantageous. However, with Paul's insatiable appetite for corpses, 10,000 would hardly suffice for multiple transactions. This fellow subtly reminded her of her expenditure, leading her into his consumption trap. By the way, Captain, you must have seen the authority of the exorcising dance dungeon, which belongs to the Sin's ship. The Sin's ship's severed mast, its worn hull, and other areas represent lost authority. Collecting the complete authority will amplify your strength. The sinful vessel can capture instances best accessed within a span of 7 days. Moreover, I recommend that you enter the instance in the guise of an evil deity, for that individual is a devoted follower of the malevolent god. And this information is freely given. Paul has provided Chen Yao with a wealth of intelligence. The emergence of instances is not without purpose. Special instances can also collect powers. Thus, venturing into the evil exorcism dance instance has become an established course of action. With 7 days remaining, there are few remaining opportunities for the ritual of wilderness surgery. It is imperative to attain the 2nd tier before entering evil exorcism dance. Chen Yao glanced at the motionless figure slumped in the tavern and approached to retrieve the mask of the exorcist that lay on the ground. Exorcist mask, evil spirit. Note, a low-level depiction of a faith in an evil deity. The exorcist dance can communicate with evil spirits, thereby acquiring their powers. Evil spirit, an entity born of the void, possessing feeble combat abilities, lacking any means of defense save for vanishing into oblivion. Evil spirits relish the consumption of tender corpses. Summoning them requires a certain sacrifice. Paul's voice echoed from behind. I mentioned it was worthless, did I not? Even selling it here feels like a burden. Dispose of it. Chen Yao chuckled softly. Mr. Paul, are you certain that your wares do not originate from the remains of the deceased? Wouldn't this item reappear on your list should you eliminate its former owner? With his motives laid bare, Paul refrained from retorting, merely producing a creaking sound. I'll dispose of this. I shall visit the captain's quarters. I've settled my dues, so please keep an eye on him and ensure his recovery. Welcome back, Captain, Paul continued, using his octopus tentacles to wipe the wine glass. Chen Yao turned to head towards the captain's quarters, while Su Mumu found a table to sit down with the 2 pieces of equipment and began to test them. Currently, Chen Yao possessed 2932 praise points, sufficient to unlock the captain's quarters. He intended to unlock 3 areas: plague surgery table, captain's quarters, and storage room. Unlocking the storage room required 700 points, the captain's quarters 1,000, and the plague surgery table 1,100. After unlocking all 3 cabins, Chen Yao was left with only 132 praise points. As the unlocking notification appeared, the sinful vessel trembled. The locks on the doors at either end of the cabin were released. The emblem of the captain's wheel emerged in the captain's quarters, while the storage room displayed a wooden sign bearing a food package. Click, click, click. The plague surgery table unlocked in the lower level of the cabin. Captain's quarters, a resting place for generations of captains, where one may acquire unique knowledge. Remember, is knowledge. Plague surgery table, a dedicated operating room for extracting the artifacts of evil deities. You may even forge some extraordinary plague equipment. Storage room, an expansive dimensional space capable of storing anything, even living evil gods or creatures. Oh, and it resembles a dungeon. Each of the 3 unlocked cabins serves a distinct purpose. The descriptions of 2 of them pertain to one entity, the evil deity. Is this evil deity akin to the monstrous Paul? It is reminiscent of the half-finished products encountered at the Siddha mansion. Is it merely a presence that, upon closer inspection, may lead to psychological contamination? In any case, it is hardly commendable, Paul being the exception. The vessel, ominously dubbed the Ship of Sin, increasingly resembles a place for the dissection of malevolent deities. Chen Yao approached the captain's quarters, eager to ascertain the prerequisites for becoming a crew member of the Ship of Sin. The chilling atmosphere of the lower deck sent a shiver down his spine. The dim lighting barely illuminated his path. At last, he arrived. At the end of the lower deck, the captain's quarters awaited him. The door, already unlocked, stood ajar. As Chen Yao turned the doorknob, a pungent odor of seawater assaulted his senses. Upon entering the captain's quarters, he found only a rickety bed and a table. Most strikingly, 3 peculiar black portraits adorned the walls, and atop the table rested 3 strange boxes. Chen Yao approached and touched one of the boxes, opening it with a flick of his fingers. Inside lay a piece of parchment. He picked it up. This parchment, an artifact of plague, was composed of the skin of a truth-telling lamb, a servant of the malevolent deity. Its purpose was to store and impart knowledge, promising answers to any query, albeit the veracity of those answers remained uncertain. At the very least, it would not deceive. A note read, "Knowledge does not lie." Words began to materialize on the once blank parchment. Pose your question. Was this plague artifact unique to the Ship of Sin? Observing the parchment's emerging request, Chen Yao inquired about the process of becoming a crew member. Craft a horn. The materials required must be something from each crew member, given sincerely. The specifics vary for each individual. Sometimes a strand of hair, other times a nail, and occasionally even a drop of blood. How then? Would one discern what the required materials were? As Chen Yao continued to pose questions, a series of hints unfolded before him. Chapter 69. Paul's request. You have acquired the method to forge the Horn of Plague. Subsequent inquiries into the parchment yielded no further text. Attempts to open the subsequent chests proved futile. The parchment and the plague artifact reminded Chen Yao of the recently unlocked plague surgical table, which contained notes indicating the creation of plague artifacts using dark divinities. The captain's quarters were rather small, and after a thorough search, no useful items were discovered. According to the parchment's stipulations, the crafting of the horn necessitated something of genuine sincerity from the other party. Chen Yao returned to the tavern and quietly posed a question to Su Mumu, who had suddenly leaned closer, her wide eyes gazing at him in innocent curiosity before she gently closed them, as if awaiting something. If I required a token of your sincerity, what would you offer me? Huh? Not a kiss. Su Mumu felt a flicker of disappointment. Yet upon contemplating Chen Yao's words, her confusion deepened. She understood each word. Yet the arrangement felt peculiarly strange. Su Mumu's dazed expression prompted Chen Yao to reach out and lightly press his finger against her forehead. Never mind, let us go. He dismissed the matter, believing such things must adhere to certain patterns. Suddenly, the entire ship, the Sinful, trembled violently. At that moment, on the deck of the Sinful, Shi Luo moved as if manipulated by strings, his complexion pale and his gaze vacant. In a state of stupor, he murmured, "Murderer, believer of the malevolent spirit, Shi Luo, burdened with sin, unworthy of life, perishing through the dance of the spirits." He slowly donned the mask of the spirit dancer. Once the mask was fully in place, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. A terrifying aura of malevolence emanated from him. His body tensed, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. Seemingly possessed, Shi Luo intoned spirit dance. Summon the souls. Murderer, Shi Luo. Unrepentant. Unworthy of life. Murderer, Shi Luo. Unrepentant. His voice ascended in pitch, his eyes instantly turning crimson. Abruptly, his tone shifted, and in a frenzied state, he gripped the mask on his face with both hands, as if attempting to tear it away. In a furious roar, he shouted, "Murderer, Shi Luo. Unchanged. 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 I shall not change. Even in death, I shall not change. Murderer. No mistake." Beneath the mask, Shi Luo's pupils glowed a fierce red, and he thrashed wildly. Under the influence of the spirit dance, his legs buckled heavily to the ground. Yet he continued to scream. Behind, the phantom of the malevolent spirit is emanating. However, before the apparition could fully materialize, A massive tentacle of an octopus shot forth from the deck's exit, striking the phantom of the malevolent spirit with ferocious precision. In an instant, sharp claws materialized, and the phantom was violently torn asunder. As Shi Luo knelt upon the ground, cracks began to form on the mask adorning his face. And then, crack, it shattered. Shi Luo's body fell heavily onto the deck, only to be ensnared once more by the tentacles of an octopus, dragging him back beneath the deck. Chen Yao discerned the massive tentacles of Paul's octopus as they reclaimed Shi Luo to the plague tavern. He made no attempt to intervene, for he had already paid. Paul appeared to be a competent trading deity, and the one named Shi Luo harbored many secrets. Although Paul claimed him to be an adept lookout, Chen Yao still needed to deliberate carefully on the selection of crew members. Moo, we are departing. It is no longer the time to linger aboard the sinful. It would be best to ascend to the second tier and within 7 days embark on the side quest to eradicate the wicked through the dance of the mask. However, the next moment, a red prompt box appeared. Chen Yao realized he could not escape the sinful. The sinful has been drawn by the wicked spirit and is now heading to the dance of the mask quest. Chen Yao was taken aback and turned to shout at Paul behind the bar. Paul, this entire affair is undoubtedly connected to that fellow named Shi Luo. Paul continued to wipe the counter, unfazed, while Shi Luo lay on the tavern floor, covered in slime. Paul, tell me what transpired. Paul set down the cup in his hand and spoke calmly. Captain, this fellow performed the dance of the mask. You must proceed to the quest immediately. I'm only at the first tier. That fellow emerged from your tavern. I entrusted you with watching over him. Paul replied, I know, Captain, this is my oversight. I did not anticipate that little creature would possess such prowess. You may select an item from the list, and I shall bestow upon you the blessing of the wicked deity. You have received the blessing of Alosis, Paul. You temporarily become a walking wicked deity. Simultaneously, a new list emerged, entirely distinct from the previous one, showcasing various paths: Eldritch, Archmage, Ranger, Wicked Deity, Fortune. Chen Yao was astonished that Paul, merely in response to his casual remark, had granted the option of choosing an item and a blessing. As the saying goes, extraordinary occurrences herald ominous tidings. And indeed, Paul continued, I have recalled some rather unsettling memories, and I seek your assistance, Captain. A pained expression unexpectedly crossed the face of the octopus. It was peculiar. Paul, a wicked deity within the plague tavern, was requesting assistance. Chen Yao inquired, what assistance? Paul's tone took on an unusual quality, imbued with a deeper emotion. I cannot recall clearly, but one name resonates with me, Tiger Leap Ravine. I implore you, Captain, to venture into that quest and locate that place to obtain something. I cannot specify what it is, but you will recognize it upon discovery. These potion formulas. I have provided you with a dual sequence recipe. If you wish to enhance this lady's combat prowess, the path of the Archmage is undoubtedly the most advantageous. Although the paths of the Archmage and the Mage may appear similar, they possess significant differences. Moreover, the dual sequence achieves its most perfect inheritance solely at the first tier. Captain, you stand to gain immensely. With your strength, what distinction exists between the first tier and the fourth? Paul spoke truthfully. His current combat strength primarily relies on the skeletal soldiers and knights generated by the necrotic bacteria. Suddenly, the entire Sin vessel began to tremble once more. Time is of the essence. Take this individual with you, Captain. Although his memories are fragmented, he can serve as an admirable guide within that dungeon. As Paul spoke, he handed a potion formula to Chen Yao. Captain, those individuals are already calling for you. Remember, you are a walking embodiment of the malevolent deity. There is no need for courtesy towards them. Paul's voice grew increasingly faint. Finally, the octopus sprang into action, swiftly enveloping Chen Yao, Su Mumu, and Shi Luo, propelling them onto the deck of the Sin. Bang! The door to the plague tavern slammed shut. The ship continued to sway, the motion intensifying. Glasses clinked within the cabinet behind the bar. Amidst the cacophony, a bottle from the shelf behind Paul slipped down, securely ensnared by the octopus's tentacle. In a fleeting moment when the glass fell, a mask painted with a purple octopus could be glimpsed behind the cabinet, its pupils emitting a fleeting, ominous glow. Chapter 70. The engraving of the mask. Chen Yao still found himself perplexed by Paul's cryptic reference to entering the instance with the posture of a malevolent deity. As the Sin ship swayed, the immense curtain of the world was drawn back, and the prompt to enter the instance appeared. Logging into instance. Dance of the Mask. Extermination of evil, divine authority. You have received the malevolent protection of Paul of Aloysius, rendering you immune to the unseeable mental corruption. Such notifications were also received by Sumumu. However, Chen Yao noticed that the symbol of Paul on his arm began to glow red, suggesting that his body had acquired some form of extraordinary enhancement. The colossal Sin ship crashed onto the ground, crushing the trees of the jungle as it advanced, carving a deep ravine into the earth, causing the vessel to tremble violently. Once it steadied, Chen Yao glanced at the unconscious Shi Luo lying at his feet. This individual from the instance remained oblivious, truly a peculiar little nuisance. He raised his hand and unceremoniously tossed Shi Luo off the ship. The dual-sequence potion formula traversed by the great mage was an invaluable item bestowed upon him by Paul, one he could not refuse. Chen Yao grasped the terrifying plagues of hemolysis and blacklight. With such a move, it was nearly certain to result in death or severe injury. Thus, there was little to fear in this instance. The primary objective of this venture was to uncover the divine authority and the clues regarding the Tiger Leap Gorge that Paul sought. Upon landing, Chen Yao summoned a skeleton knight and 30 skeletal soldiers. Since the last battle had left the skeleton knight damaged, the necrotic bacteria had worked wonders, restoring its broken bones to their former glory. Under the influence of necrotic bacteria, Chen Yao could easily assume the role of a necromancer, commanding powerful skeletal warriors without expending much mana himself. As the corpses of necromancers nurtured the bacteria, he was merely a hands-off manager. The plague entity, malevolent spirit, was also dispatched by Chen Yao to survey the surroundings. After completing these tasks, he kicked Shi Luo at his feet twice. "Stop playing dead. I know you're awake." Shi Luo, having endured Chen Yao's kicks to his side, painfully opened his eyes, slowly sitting up with an expression of bewilderment. His gaze vacant as he murmured, "I should be dead." "You're not dead. Answer my questions. Why were you at the tavern?" "I don't know. I only remember being in the village." "No. My mother. I need to find my mother." Suddenly, Shi Luo struggled to rise, intent on departing swiftly. Chen Yao extended his foot, causing him to stumble and fall face first into the ground. "I can help you." "I don't need help. I must find my mother. I must find my mother." "Mumu." Chen Yao raised his hand. Their gazes met, and in an instant, they understood each other. Su Mumu nodded in agreement and raised her hand, unleashing 10 distinct and unbroken control spells upon Shi Luo. This individual was indeed troublesome, uncooperative, resistant to communication, and utterly obstinate. Never had he encountered someone so stubborn. "Can we talk now?" A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Yao's eyes as his body was enveloped in dark mist, transforming him into a figure clad in the garb of a medieval physician with a bird-like beak. At that moment, Shi Luo truly regarded Chen Yao for the first time. In his gaze, Chen Yao radiated a terrifying crimson light, his bizarre form contorting in an unsettling manner. You're the evil god." "I am indeed the evil god." Chen Yao's tone grew grave, and in an instant his aura shifted. He readily acknowledged his identity and casually fabricated a name for this malevolent deity. The father of plague, the evil god of filth, a being that walks among mortals. As he spoke, he placed his hand upon a grand tree, and in that fleeting moment of contact, the tree withered instantly, a horrific aura of death pervading the air. Shi Luo, who had never encountered such sights, was left in sheer astonishment. The tree, drained of all vitality in an instant, was indeed the work of an evil god. "I have just arrived in this world. Tell me everything about it. Offer your honesty to the evil god, and you shall receive his aid, such as helping you find your mother." Under this display of formidable power, Shi Luo fell silent, his previous confusion replaced by exhilaration. The presence before him, capable of such feats, was undoubtedly an evil god. It was no wonder that the repulsive octopus showed him such deference. That octopus, capable of effortlessly tearing apart evil spirits, was but one of his subordinates. Shi Luo trembled, struggling to kneel. After a moment of hesitation, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Great evil god, my name is Shi Luo, a water dweller of the Luo River. We worship the deities, carving mass for the Nuo dance, and performing the Nuo dance itself. Such a powerful evil god. Please allow me to carve a mask for you. As he spoke, he digressed. Do not stray from the topic. Continue to explain this world. I need to understand in order to assist you, child. I understand. Understand. We, the people of Luo River, have sought the deities to enter our masks for generations, battling with the Nuo dance and awakening spirits through it. Do you remember where your home is? I do not remember. My head aches terribly. The mention of home brought a pained expression to Shiluo's face, one that appeared genuine. Paul had also mentioned that this individual had some memory issues. Child, it is difficult for me to assist you in this manner. You cannot even locate your home. I know of a place whose name has been calling out to me. What place? Tiger Leap Gorge. Chen Yao raised his hand, and without needing to say a word, Su Mumu immediately understood and released her control over Shiluo. Take me there. Tiger Leap Gorge. The place where Paul had instructed me to seek any clues. This was indeed a lead, and it seemed this quest would be expedited. Please, allow me to carve a mask for the great evil god first, Shiluo implored. Once freed from control, he knelt on the ground, crawling swiftly towards Chen Yao's feet. Hands raised in supplication, his forehead pressed against the earth, humbled to the very soil. The people of Luo River require masks, my mask. It was damaged previously. I beseech you, great evil god, let me carve your likeness, I implore you. Shiluo opened his mouth, recalling that mentioning the existence of another evil deity in the presence of one was a grave taboo, causing him to falter in his speech. Chen Yao too was eager to behold what the so-called Nuo mask would resemble, particularly the visage he would carve for himself. How long would it take? Not long. I merely require half an hour. My lord, please wait as I gather my materials. In a frenzy, Shiluo sprang to his feet, racing off to collect the necessary items for the Nuo mask. His erratic behavior led Chen Yao to suspect that it was not merely a lapse in memory, but perhaps a slight disturbance in his mental state. However, since he was aware of the Tiger Leap Gorge, it indicated that there was some connection between what Paul wished to uncover in himself. Under the blessing of Aloysius Paul, Chen Yao too yearned to glimpse what his own malevolent form might be. Half an hour slipped by, and Shiluo sat on the ground, brimming with excitement. Clutching a piece of wood, with a carving knife in hand, he bowed his head and commenced the creation of the Nuo mask. In a near-manic state, his carving motions quickened. Within that half hour, Shiluo had crafted an unusual Nuo mask featuring 3 faces. One face bore a visage of a person adorned with drooping flesh, flanked by swords and peculiar ornaments. Another resembled an octopus, while the third took the form of a crow. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Yao felt as though the back of his head had been struck forcefully. A wave of nausea washed over him, nearly prompting him to vomit. Were it not for the blessing of Aloysius, he might have succumbed to a state of mental corruption. Su Mumu also averted her gaze in discomfort. Beneath the 3 faces, a potent aura of corruption emanated from the Nuo mask. The grotesqueness of Shiluo's creation was overwhelming. A fleeting glance revealed that the central face bore an uncanny resemblance to the monstrous entities from his nightmares, the octopus akin to Aloysius Paul, and the crow symbolizing his identity as a plague doctor. Chen Yao was perplexed as to why the elements from his dreams manifested in this carving. Once the carving was complete, Shiluo mixed various plant juices to create paint, applying it to the Nuo mask. In that moment, Chen Yao felt a subtle connection with the mask. Chapter 71. The second indigenous being, O great evil god. The mask of the Nuo is ready. Indeed, you are a formidable deity, possessing 3 distinct, diverse shadows. You are truly powerful. As Shiluo spoke, he adorned his face with a grotesque Nuo mask he had carved. Great evil god, you exhibit 3 forms, yet I could only chisel the most handsome visage among them. Chen Yao glanced at the carved mask from the corner of his eye. The mask was exceptionally lifelike, yet at first sight, Chen Yao felt a wave of nausea. He dared to call this handsome? The 3 eerie Nuo masks were thus worn upon Shiluo's face. Remove it, and take me to the Tiger Leap Gorge. Wearing the mask, Shiluo leaped up excitedly, shouting, Memory, memory, great evil god, your power has unveiled more of my memories. I am a warrior of Nuo drama. Shiluo gazed blankly at his hands. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Numerous terrifying arrows rain down like storm. Plague, intestinal disease has been unleashed. Chen Yao, using the tips of his toes to propel himself, seized Su Mumu's hand and swiftly retreated into the plague. Within the plague, Chen Yao watched as arrows fell. Shilua's body twisted in an uncanny manner. With his right hand pressed against the ground and his legs contorted, he evaded the arrows in an extraordinarily acrobatic fashion. Shilua, you are doomed. With a piercing female roar, even more powerful arrows were shot forth. This time, Shilua turned slightly, tilting his head as the arrows grazed past the Nuo mask, leaving a long scratch on the still-drying, colorful surface of the mask. The slender figure darted swiftly among the trees of the jungle, and in an instant, 3 more arrows were launched. Shilua planted his feet on the ground, twisting and leaping in Nuo dance, deflecting the incoming arrows with the grace of his movements. Shilua, you are cursed. The shadow loomed before Shilua, delivering a kick to his chest, pinning him down with 1 foot. The archer drew back their longbow, the arrowhead trembling, poised to be released. The assailant wore a colorful Rakshasa Nuo mask. Shilua, why do you still live? Do you have any idea how many lives you've claimed? Who are you? Shilua's voice was filled with confusion. The figure behind the Rakshasa mask evoked a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. You, what pretense are you putting on now? Go to hell and repent to your evil god. Chen Yao strolled leisurely out from the plague. Evil god, are you referring to me? The sudden voice caused the assailant to raise their bow, aiming at Chen Yao, but in the next moment, a 4th-tier skeleton soldier swung its longsword. The archer's bow was shattered in an instant. The arrows flew forth. The skeletal knight stood firm before Chen Yao, intercepting the arrow with a solid block. Shilua, you are communicating with the evil god again. You scoundrel. The woman who had fallen struggled to rise. Yet the recent heavy blow from the skeleton soldier had left her considerably injured. In the next moment, Chen Yao emerged from the plague, grasping the face of the Rakshasa mask. Upon removing the mask, a strikingly beautiful girl with a high-nose bridge appeared. Chen Yao did not linger on her visage, but instead focused on the mask in his hand. The Rakshasa mask. Rakshasa, note, Rakshasas are the most inferior deities, capable of bestowing upon their summoners extraordinary agility and warrior genes. They are not evil gods, but divine beings. Before Chen Yao could fully examine the Rakshasa mask, a plume of black smoke emanated from his hand. The mask instantly petrified and then exploded. You have stolen a fragment of divine power. The protection of Erosis Bolo has been enhanced. Is divine and evil deity the metric of power in this realm? You, the girl, who was about to voice her thoughts upon witnessing Chen Yao destroy his mask, fell silent once more. In her eyes, Chen Yao's demeanor was a bizarre amalgamation of 3 distinct evil deities. A high-ranking evil god. What is her name? Chen Yao felt compelled to apologize for the destruction of her mask. However, the words morphed into an inquiry. I am. I remember now. Yam tu igreke. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in the Tiger Leap Gorge? No, it's impossible for you to leave the Tiger Leap Gorge. Shiluo seemed to recall something, clutching her head in anguish. In that fleeting moment, Tu Ye's gaze turned ferocious. Biting his lip, he unsheathed a dagger from his waist and lunged at Shiluo. Su Mumu, swift as lightning, exerted her control, swiftly immobilizing Tu Ye's body. Tu Yi hurled the dagger aside, thrashing and screaming in a frenzy. The lives of over 3,000 souls from the Luo River have perished because of you. You wretched scoundrel. How dare you mention the Tiger Leap Gorge? You beast. Over 3,000 lives that nurtured you. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. This woman also hailed from the Tiger Leap Gorge. It appeared that leads concerning the gorge would be easier to pursue. Do not be too hasty. He has died once, and his memories are somewhat muddled. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding between you two. Chen Yao's conciliatory words transformed into a palpable threat in Tu Ye's eyes. If you wish to kill, then do so. There is no misunderstanding. He has already allied himself with evil gods. Tu Yi, biting his lip, assumed a demeanor of noble sacrifice. Chen Yao glanced back at Shiluo, crouching on the ground. What exactly had this individual done? Not all evil gods are malevolent. For instance, I am a benevolent evil deity. The application of power depends on the individual. Unbeknownst to Chen Yao, His image in the eyes of others had shifted from that of a beaked physician to a grotesque conglomeration of three evil gods. Tu-yi merely glanced about, searching for the source of benevolence, when he, under restraint, retched. Ugh! Su-mu-mu was somewhat astonished. Chen Yao had made him vomit. Chen Yao was equally perplexed. Clad in the garb of a beaked physician, albeit peculiar, it seemed excessive to induce vomiting. The two individuals on the verge of confrontation. Knight, take her away. Commanding the skeletal knight to toil, Su-mu-mu observed as Chen Yao could not possibly take matters into his own hands to seize her. The skeletal knight effortlessly hoisted Tu-yi upon his shoulder. However, regarding Shi Luo, there were numerous issues surrounding his presence. Firstly, why did he appear within the tavern at all? Those who typically cause disturbances without settling their tab had long been dealt with by Paul. This individual not only created a significant mess, but also bestowed upon Paul a potion formula for a grand sorcerer dual sequence pathway. Although their encounters have been limited to no more than 3, it was evident that such actions were uncharacteristic of Paul. Could it be that this fellow shared some connection with him? Or perhaps the malevolent deity Paul, present in the tavern, was once a participant of this narrative. Having become the sinister bartender of the Plague Tavern for reasons unknown, it seems that the search for clues regarding the Tiger Leap Gorge is inextricably linked to Shi Luo. Chapter 72. Mother, prepare a pancake for me, my dear girl. I have come here with a singular purpose, to assist you. Would you be inclined to create a mask for me, considering that your original has been reduced to fragments in my possession? This shall serve as my compensation to you. Tu-yi slowly closed his eyes, as if the mere act of looking further would induce nausea. Soft words would bear no fruit. It was time to speak with a measure of severity. Do you know what delights a malevolent deity the most? I take great pleasure in extracting the bones of defiant trophies, piece by piece, to fashion them into skeletons, revealing that they were once the mightiest of warriors. The remaining flesh and blood are repurposed for unique material research. Of course, should a trophy possess utility, I might even offer a modicum of assistance if it were to willingly submit to me. Tu-yi trembled slightly. Chen Yao observed that Tu-yi's reaction was not sufficiently intense. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Shi Luo appeared to wrestle with the urge to speak, but refrained. A reflection of intrigue. This fellow has indeed recalled certain matters. Chen Yao realized that, as a walking embodiment of evil, he would not elicit heartfelt confessions from him here. Tu-yi, you are a promising seed. Should you require my aid, summon me. I am known as the Father of Plague, the accursed god. The skeletal knight, Shi Luo, shall serve as your ally here. I must take my leave. With that, Chen Yao gathered the remaining skeletal soldiers and the plague entity, malevolent spirit, grasping Su-mu-mu's hand as they vanished into the miasma of plague. Chen Yao had now mastered the art of spreading and controlling the plague, a skill bestowed by the hidden effects of the tidal beneath the Tower of Dawn. Once enveloped by the plague, Chen Yao silently trailed behind the two. Go, foul servant of the dark deity. Tu-yi exclaimed, Are they still safe? Within the plague, Chen Yao's eyes gleamed with clarity. This individual indeed possessed knowledge. Safe? The gates of Tiger Leap Gorge have already been flung open. The beasts have emerged. Speak. If you cannot elucidate the matter of Luo Jiangwater, I shall assuredly end your life. Shi Luo continued onward, shaking his head and rhythmically tapping his temples. I remember I was seeking my mother. She awaits me. His demeanor betrayed profound anguish. I longed to return to Luo Jiangwater and see. Tu-yi fell silent, allowing the skeletal knight to carry him. The two appeared to share familiarity, and it seemed to Chen Yao that Luo Jiangwater and Tiger Leap Gorge were interconnected. Su-mu-mu interjected, I believe they are indeed linked. Chen Yao nodded in agreement. The two locations mentioned by the duo likely referenced their birthplace, while Tiger Leap Gorge served as their confinement. Chen Yao followed them closely, and within the span of 2 hours, a tumultuous river came into view, with tendrils of smoke rising from a distant village, indicating the presence of activity. Tu-yi gazed at the distant village, where figures could be discerned moving about, her expression one of bewilderment. No, that cannot be. Wasn't there no one alive at Luo Jiangwater? Shi Luo's eyes brightened. As he removed his mask and concealed it against his chest, his entire being erupting into a frenzied sprint. Mother, 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 mother. While running, Shi Luo called out. The woman slowly turned around and caught sight of her son. In that moment, A smile of pure joy, as if long awaited, blossomed on her face. Elfea, Shi Luo rushed into the embrace of the woman. In the midst of the plague, Su Mu Mu and Chen Yao's pupils constricted. Vit Su Mu Mu Kinenching had feast tightly. Mom, I missed you. The woman held her son tightly. I have been waiting for you. I have always been waiting for you, and you have finally returned. Tears streamed down her face as she embraced Shi Luo. Mom, I truly missed you. I had a terrible nightmare. Upon hearing this, the woman gently patted Shi Luo's back. Do not dwell on it, my child. Dreams are merely dreams. Today, I shall make you pancakes. Will you return to Tiger Leap Gorge this time? I will not go. I will stay here with you. I miss you so much. Shi Luo, like a spoiled child, clung to the woman as they slowly made their way into the village. Meanwhile, outside the village, the skeletal knight halted, astonished at the sight of Tu Yi slung over his shoulder. I clearly saw everyone perish. Why does the village still exist? Why? Does it still appear? Chen Yao emerged from the plague, having contained the plague, intestinal disease, within a minimal range for mobility. The scene he beheld differed from that of Tu Yi and Shi Luo. A familiar sensation washed over him. Instead of explaining, he instructed the skeletal knight to set Tu Yi down. You two have been nurtured by the waters of Luo River. Perhaps you should take a look. There may be someone you long to see. No, they have all perished. Chen Yao replied. Perhaps that is merely a dream of your own. A dream? After speaking, Chen Yao disappeared once more into the plague. He needed only to observe for clues, and they would naturally manifest. Tu Yi, witnessing the vanishing figures of Chen Yao and Su Mu Mu, instinctively thought to flee. Yet, turning back toward the village of Luo River, she found the villagers, whom she believed to be dead, still living, flesh and blood. Doubts began to creep into her mind. Was she truly merely experiencing a strange dream? After a moment's hesitation, she ventured into the village. Upon entering, Tu Yi sensed an inexplicable dissonance in her surroundings. Old Lu paused, glanced at Tu Yi, shook his head, and continued on his way. This feels so strange. Mom, don't fuss. I'm back for a long time this time and will stay home, Shi Luo exclaimed. No, should you leave, you must take enough pancakes with you. Mom knows nothing but how to make pancakes, so let me prepare some for you to take. You must eat well. Excitement radiated from Shi Luo's face as he sat at home. He turned his head to look around, suddenly noticing a painting on the wall. A sharp pain coursed through his mind as memories began to resurface. Flashbacks of blood-soaked remnants began to invade his consciousness. All right, here's a piece. You eat first. Just as Shi Luo reached for the pancake, his mind was once again flooded with tumultuous images. His hands suddenly became stained with blood. Shi Luo took a few steps back, surveying the ruins and the corpses scattered all around. What has happened to you, my child? I am fine. Before Shi Luo stood his mother, now a grotesque figure, her body a mangled mass, ears and nose severed from her head. Mother, my child, I shall go prepare some pancakes. Mother, Shi Luo called out twice. It seemed as if his mother could not hear him as she turned away. Mother! With a cry filled with anguish, her steps came to a halt. I shall go make pancakes. Chapter 73, A Transaction. Shi Luo painfully gazed at his mother's silhouette, feeling an unsettling strangeness enveloping him. He could not recall how it had come to this point. One hand clutched at his hair, while the other rhythmically struck his temple. With each resounding slap, he wished fervently that what he beheld was merely an illusion. After several forceful blows, a fleeting flashback occurred, and the surroundings momentarily regained their former appearance, as if an old relic had been revived with a few taps. He was perplexed by the turmoil within him, questioning why he had witnessed the recent scene. What was real? Why had that moment occurred? Memories flickered back in fragments. The scene before him morphed, rendering everything ephemeral. The clash between hazy recollections and reality left Shi Luo disoriented. False. Everything is false. No, it is false. Shi Luo tightly shut his eyes before reopening them, fearful that the desolation would return. Tentatively, he spoke. Mother, you are unharmed, right? You are still alive, correct? I will go make a pancake. His mother's footsteps resumed, repeating those very words. Mother, tell me, you are alive, right? You are still alive. I will go make you pancakes. Just wait a moment, please, just wait. False. It is false. Shi Luo's mind felt like a quagmire, swirling in confusion. The woman's eerie figure stood before him, and as she beheld her son crouched on the ground, she sorrowfully reached out and pressed her finger against her own right eyeball. Blood splattered as she gouged out her eye, consuming it without hesitation. The desolate scene shifted once more. She gazed at her bloodied hands, wiping them on her apron, before slowly kneeling to caress her son's head. In a soft, soothing tone, she spoke, "Silly child, mother is alive, truly alive. What are you thinking? Look around you. Are you having a nightmare?" Trembling yet comforting words enveloped him. This time, when Shi Luo opened his eyes, the world around him had returned to normalcy. It seemed he had truly misperceived the situation. He reassured himself internally. Perhaps there was indeed something amiss. Mother is alive, has always been alive. Meanwhile, Chen Yao wandered through the plague-ridden land, witnessing the utter devastation of the village, where grotesque corpses roamed aimlessly. The villagers existed in an eerie manner, lingering in this realm. Would they not harm the living? Chen Yao observed the familiar curse glow. Surely you feel this aura is familiar, do you not? Sumumu had been scrutinizing the village for a considerable time, and, at last, she discerned the underlying issue. "This is Mr. Paul's protection," she exclaimed. "Indeed, that is why I did not prevent them from entering the village. Paul's protection envelopes the entire area." Chen Yao slowly raised his arm, the curse mark of Alois emanating a searing pain. Upon entering the village, he was met with the horrific sight of a blood-soaked corpse, its features obliterated, cradling Shi Luo. Even more terrifying was the fact that the skin had been completely flayed from the body. Shi Luo clung to the corpse, alternating between laughter and tears, as if driven mad. Meanwhile, Tu Yi wandered aimlessly through the village, engulfed in confusion. Were they truly safe? Under Paul's protection, they would not be harmed. The villagers had perished. Yet they remained alive due to Paul's influence, though Paul was no philanthropist. In Chen Yao's eyes, the mercurial Paul would not bestow his protection upon this village without reason, maintaining the fade of life in the eyes of the living. It was akin to a peculiar hallucinogen, creating an illusion of survival, while in reality, the inhabitants were as dead as could be. However, sustaining this charade always exacted a price. But what was that price? Chen Yao murmured, surveying his surroundings. The protection was faltering on the brink of vanishing. "Son, stop overthinking. Your mother is still alive, and I'll make you pancakes. When you return to Huyue Gorge, bring some for them as well." "Mother, I cannot return. I have come to worship an evil deity." The masks could channel divine spirits, yet the malevolent gods were the most loathsome and corrupt beings. In the waters of Luojiang, the evil deities were taboo, and the villagers harbored a deep-seated hatred for them, allowing no association with such entities. Shi Luo understood that the secret of his allegiance to the evil god must never be revealed. Should the villagers discover it, they would not spare him or his mother. Upon hearing Shi Luo's confession, the woman exhibited no shock or reproach. Rather, she smiled warmly. "It matters not if you do not stay in Huyue Gorge or if you worship an evil deity, as long as you continue to do what you believe is right." Shi Luo's head throbbed anew, as if fragments of his memory were resurfacing. Everything felt unsettling, wrong. The mask upon his chest began to glow with a crimson light. The woman released Shi Luo's hand, hastily moving towards the exit, only to pause mid-step. It was already a tremendous feat for her to have endured thus far. Why run now? Watching over her son was enough. The woman retracted her foot, slowly turning around, her gaze filled with affection for Shi Luo. At that moment, distant birds took flight in the forest, the cacophony of crows echoing through the air. Chen Yao gathered his resolve and gazed into the distance. Tu Yi, who had felt the oddity in the village, turned his head. Shi Luo too looked up. A terrifying blue flame erupted into the sky, surging forth from the mountains. This sudden inferno shattered the tranquility, cleaving the forest and river asunder. A chaotic, dark aura surged forth from within. Beneath the flickering flames, terrifying phantoms danced ominously. Countless bizarre third-tier creatures surged forth from the abyss. Shi Luo hesitated. "Go on. Mother is still alive. She hasn't perished. You needn't worry about me like a child. Mother, I am no longer the Tiger Leap Gorge." They regard themselves as divine dancers, But what do they truly slay? Please, enlighten me on what they protect. As long as we continue to vanquish these monsters, it is just. As long as we remain vigilant. Mother awaits you at home. You should go. After a moment of hesitation, Shiluo turned and walked towards the village's edge. Tui hurriedly followed suit. Once everyone had departed, Chen Yao emerged slowly from the plague, casting his gaze upon the elderly woman standing before the house. As Chen Yao fully stepped out of the affliction, the entirety of this realm transformed. The dilapidated village and the sluggishly moving corpses bore witness to the change. Chen Yao did not intend to confront the third-tier creatures himself. Instead, he dispatched the plague entity, malignant spirit, to accompany him. He regarded the elderly woman before him and slowly spoke. May we converse? Paul. Chen Yao's eyes fixed upon the corpse, which gradually sprouted octopus-like tentacles, contorting until it bore an uncanny resemblance to Paul from the Plague Tavern. Captain, how was my performance? I have embodied the essence of a mother. Why? It is but a transaction. Chapter 74. The Ghost Mountain's Spiritual Fire. The Rise of the Masked Battle. A transaction. In this world, some besiege the malevolent deities, and thus I consented to the exchange. On the 3rd of April, precisely 3 months ago, the inhabitants here have been engaging in exchanges with the dark gods through the bodies of the elderly. This ritual has persisted for a full 30 years. The motive behind their actions is solely to broker a pact with the malevolent deity, ensuring that children born in the waters of Luojing possess exceptional talents, particularly in the art of crafting the masks. A child endowed with the gift of mask crafting can command 70 gold pieces in the Tiger Leap Gorge, a sum sufficient for a village to thrive without labor for an entire year. However, on that fateful day, the ritual was initiated by a woman whose age fell short of the required standard, as the village was devoid of the elderly. Thus, she was forcibly chosen to be sacrificed to the dark god, given the stakes involved in securing the village's harvest for the coming year. The prospect of laboring diligently pales in comparison to the allure of trading with a deity. Her son, who has yet to return from the Tiger Leap Gorge, is also a beneficiary of this practice, having been born with extraordinary gifts. It goes without saying that the child Paul spoke of is none other than Shiluo. Chen Yao added, the old woman reversed the ritual and struck a deal with you? Paul squirmed. Incorrect. It was Shiluo. He fortuitously returned and annihilated the villagers, completing the transaction with my mother-esque corpse and his own life. This was his desire. Chen Yao was perplexed. If Paul could manifest here, why must he venture into the Tiger Leap Gorge to seek clues? Thus, all of this was merely a transaction. So why do you wish for me to investigate the Tiger Leap Gorge using the potion formula of the Great Mage? Paul gradually glided into the room. I am not entirely playing a role. I embody both Paul and that woman, her memories influencing me, often leaving me unaware of why I engage in such inequitable exchanges. To be frank, I harbor some regret. The potion formula from the Great Mage is indeed a steep price to pay. The matter is straightforward. Shiluo slaughtered the entire village and forged a pact with the malevolent deity, the very deity being Paul of the Plague Tavern. This explains his subsequent arrival at the tavern. As for matters of power, do you have a direction? Captain, have you not already discovered it? You possess all the carved divine masks, 37,128 masks, granting you the ability to trade freely with them as a dark god, or to traverse this world as a harbinger of plague, extinguishing all that exists here. Paul's octopus-like appendage reached out to grasp the doorknob, slowly closing the door. You are correct. The plague doctor can both heal and kill. The mask of Tu Yi is the key. Chen Yao discerned the direction. No longer suppressing plague, intestinal disease, he initiated the rapid dissemination of the plague, intertwining plague, intestinal disease with plague, blood coagulation to spread through the air. However, Chen Yao never lacked time. Let the plague permeate the entire instance. Walk amidst the plague to acquire 37,128 masks, gaining complete divine authority and perfecting the sinister vessel. Su Mumu pursed her lips, observing Chen Yao, who was spreading pestilence nearby. She refrained from intervening, sensing that Chen Yao had his own plans. Her role was simply to assist him when necessary. Were you pondering? Noticing Su Mumu's silence, Chen Yao could not help but inquire. Nothing much. The dissemination of pestilence serves to explore this world. Only through the emergence of calamity can one witness the unseen truths. The blood condensation plague is a chronic affliction, yet under reverse treatment, as long as one does not perish, it can replenish life force. It is a double-edged sword. At this moment, Tiger Leap Gorge. Tiger Leap Gorge is formed by two towering mountains that create a sheer cliff. The cliff's face is adorned with countless statues depicting ghostly dances and divine leaps. The 1,000-meter precipice features no fewer than 10,000 intricately carved sculptures. Atop the largest statue, a frail figure moves with agility, holding aloft a horn of colossal proportions. In an extraordinary pose, he stands firmly within the palm of the immense deity statue. Raising the horn to sound, a resounding blast from the horn reverberates. From the cliff cave, a group of warriors donning ghostly masks slowly emerges. All those over 20. Follow me. Those under 15 and the women stay in Tiger Leap Gorge. Old Pan, what's happening? The Ghost Mountain's divine fire. The horde of monsters is emerging again. The horde has appeared atop the mountain. Are all the people in the gorge going? Indeed, quite the spectacle. After sounding the horn, the frail old Pan removed the ghost mask from his waist and donned it. The moment he wore it, he raised his right hand high. Proclaim, divine spirits, divine protection. His rallying cry echoed throughout the gorge. The young man inquiring before him immediately took off his mask and put it on. The individuals emerging from the cliff cave donned masks of various expressions, raising their weapons in unison, shouting, "We believe in the divine. Divine protection." As the chants reverberated, Old Pan leaped. Everyone acted simultaneously. Over 1,000 masked warriors surged through the gorge, leaping toward the mountain. Tuye, you don't even have a mask. What are you doing here? Recalling the girl who had pursued him, Shiluo could not help but call out to stop her. Without a mask, fighting monsters is akin to courting death. The Ghost Mountain's divine fire not only spawns relentless monsters, but that flame's intense heat can consume one in an instant. Even without a mask, I want to follow your path. I don't worship the evil god. The young girl, Tu Yi, frowned, unable to restrain herself from retorting. My faith in the evil god is of no concern to you. Do not meddle in my affairs. Pouting, Tu Yi could not help but respond. I apologize for misunderstanding you. I always thought you had killed everyone from Luo Jiangshui. Do not speak. Shi Luo dashed behind Tu Yi, embracing her tightly as they rapidly retreated. Surrounding them, the Ghost Mountain's divine fire surged like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf all. Amidst the flickering flames, 3 humanoid red wolf monstrosities surged forth, their bony spikes poised to pierce the chest of Tu Yi. Shi Luo, adorned with a mask of the Nuo, exuded an aura of dense, inky smoke. In his palm, he wielded a pitch-black spear, its presence palpable in the charged air. In a moment of intense concentration, Shi Luo summoned his strength with a single arm, casting the spear with a force that shattered the approaching spike. Following this decisive action, he clasped Tu Yi tightly, retreating with rapid urgency. The third tier, how formidable! Tu Yi felt a flush of warmth as he was enveloped in Shi Luo's embrace. Put me down. I could draw my bow. He protested. Silence. We cannot escape. Unbeknownst to them, a swirling mass of fiery serpents had ensnared their surroundings within a radius of several meters. An unrelenting stream of monsters emerged from the inferno, seeking to attack. Chapter 75. Have you forgotten? An increasing horde of monsters surged forth. Relentless assault struck from all directions. Shaw, with one hand cradling Tu Yi and the other wielding a hefty spear, managed for a brief period, but as time wore on, even with the blessings of the malevolent deity's mask, she began to falter. The scorching flames intensified the temperature around her, leaving her feeling lightheaded. Put me down. Tu Yi struggled momentarily, and Shiluo, already exerting herself, instinctively lost her grip. Upon landing, she swiftly drew a bow and arrow, knocking it and firing. One arrow pierced through a monster's skull. Without the mask's power, Tu Yi's archery prowess diminished by over 70%. Yet, her accuracy remained unwavering. With several rapid shots, she managed to repel the monsters emerging from the flames momentarily. This provoked a furious roar from the inferno. Massive creatures writhed and surged forth. Amidst the monstrous tide, Shiloah did not consider retreating. She stood her ground. With both hands supporting the spear, she danced it beneath the mask's influence, exerting her strength. The spear tip quivered, stirring the air and igniting the flames. With a thrust, the fire erupted. In the blaze, yet another monster was impaled by the spear. The black weapon, entwined with the essence of death, caused the monster's form to wither. The mask on her face became increasingly vivid. With each thrust, Shiloah's breath quickened. The most terrifying aspect of the Ghost Mountain's spiritual fire was its unending flames and the monsters that leapt forth from them. After 3 or 4 thrusts, the mask on Shiloah's face was strikingly pronounced, but her garments had been completely consumed by the flames. Meanwhile, Tuyi, without the mask, blushed and struggled to draw the bowstring. "Don't waste your strength. I will cleave a path through the flames. You must charge out and escape." "I refuse." Like a disobedient teammate, Tuyi remained obstinate. The next moment, her words startled Shiloah. She declared, "I still have the strength to draw the bow. Even if I perish, I shall die with purpose." This is the code of the Tiger Leap Gorge. When confronted by the Ghost Mountain's spiritual fire, one must face death here. This reasoning was incomprehensible. You do not even possess the mask, and yet you worship the malevolent deity. Shiloah's black spear quivered, dispatching another monster. Worshipping the malevolent deity is not inherently wrong. We must slay them. What is right and what is wrong? Do you still not understand? Tuyi hesitated, falling silent. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and stubbornly drew the bow, targeting the monsters that emerged from the flames. Realizing that reasoning was futile, Shiloah focused solely on exterminating the creatures. However, the flames grew increasingly ferocious, surpassing her ability to withstand them alone. Under the oppressive heat, the surrounding air thinned, making it difficult for Tuyi to breathe. Aware that her continued presence was a liability, she finally spoke. "If I perish, I can stand as a monument within the Tiger Leap Gorge. Should you worship the malevolent deity and die, you will lose everything. Therefore, you must not die." She was nearing her limit, blood oozing from her fingertips. Even warriors adorned with a mask faced near certain death in the Ghost Mountain's spiritual fire. How much more perilous was it for a girl without the mask? From the very beginning, she understood that the emergence of the Ghost Mountain's spiritual flame was her opportunity. Without the mask of the shaman, returning to the Tiger Leap Gorge and becoming a warrior was no longer possible. She faced a choice: to remain forever in the gorge as a teacher guiding her students, or to embrace the dark deity and reforge her shaman mask. Yet, neither path appealed to her. To perish in the Ghost Mountain's spiritual flame would allow her to die with the identity of a shaman warrior. This, indeed, was a most genuine thought occupying Tuyi's mind at present. When she could no longer draw her bow, death would be the closest companion to her. A barrage of beams surged forth. Thousands of warriors donned in shaman masks appeared in a tumultuous wave. They were far too slow. Just as Tuyi lamented this, her strength was waning. In the blink of an eye, she felt her collar being tugged. In that instant, she opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Shiluo, you scoundrel!" Before her voice could fully escape, her body soared into the air. Shiluo had hurled her away with a forceful flick. After executing this maneuver, Shiluo unleashed dark energy from his black gun, thrusting it forward. It plunged into the flames. Within the inferno, Shiluo concentrated his strength, causing the gun's tip to tremble with intensity. With a mighty roar, he commanded fire. A path was ruthlessly carved through the flames. As Tuyi flew away, Shiluo took a deep breath, inhaling the searing air, murmuring to himself, "Death? No, survival is paramount." A memory flickered in his mind once more, and he seemed to recall something. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, severed limbs and broken arms. The long spear pierced throats, as countless villagers were nailed to the ground in grotesque postures, engaging in a bizarre ritual that appeared to be a transaction with the dark deity. Overcome with distress, Shiluo released his grip on the black gun, staring blankly at his bloodied hands. A flashback surged in his vision, beneath his gaze. His hands appeared to be drenched in blood. Was he the perpetrator of such brutal slaughter? He could not restrain his anguished screams. What have I done? The flames surged violently, a tidal wave of fire rushing toward Shi Luo, who had relinquished his black gun. With a thunderous crash, an elderly man wearing a pink shaman mask descended from the heavens, wielding a pink wolf-tooth club that cleaved through the flames, engulfing Shi Luo. The creature within the fire was pulverized by this blow. The old man, Pan Long, stood about 1.30 meters tall, effortlessly lifting the oversized pink club above his head. With a downward swing, his frail frame revealed bulging muscles, a testament to inhuman strength. The sheer force rippled through his robust arms, crashing forward with ferocity. The pink wolf-tooth club descended, whipping up a tempest that effortlessly tore through the flames. There was no finesse, only raw power. Pan Long, slightly turning to glance at the dazed Shi Luo, instantly recognized the shaman mask of the dark deity. Yet, he slowly pivoted, presenting his back to Shi Luo, his voice resonating with age and vigor. Shi Luo, pick up your gun. I have taught you for 15 years. You haven't forgotten, have you? Shi Luo gazed at his blood-stained hands, awakened by the weight of those words. A sudden jolt passed through him as he instinctively hooked the black gun from the ground with his toes. Grasping it firmly with both hands, a menacing aura emanated from him, and beneath the mask his eyes gleamed with an extraordinary sharpness. Pan Long erupted in wild laughter, raising the pink wolf fang club high once more. The scene of Shi Luo rescuing Tu Yi played vividly in his mind, and he perceived that this rascal was still worth saving. With a downward swing, a creature that had just surfaced was mercilessly crushed into a pulp by the club. He shouted with exhilaration, "Excellent! Excellent! You will perish here. I shall grant you my place on the steel, provided you slay enough. Enough! More than enough!" A terrifying strength radiated from Pan Long. Shi Luo gripped the black gun, feeling an explosive surge of power. With his waist and horse in perfect harmony, he thrust the gun forward, unleashing a powerful sweep. Chapter 76. The pink morning star. The figure of Master Pan appeared strikingly familiar. That mask, is it the malevolent mask of the evil god? What brings the warriors of the evil god here to slay monsters? Slaying monsters? Have you lost your minds to gossip about Master Pan? A single shout broke through the din, and over 1,000 individuals began earnestly charging into the flames to confront the monsters. Old Pan, one must not engage with such malevolence. Do not make the wrong choice. After murmuring this, the lean elder plunged into the inferno. The pink morning star struck with increasing ferocity. Pan Long wielded the pink weapon with one hand, cutting a path through the fiery chaos single-handedly. Although Shilaw did not possess the same ferocity as Pan Long, his agile black spear allowed him to strike down any monster that appeared. Together, they unleashed an unparalleled synergy, tearing through the flames to create a clear route, which would serve as the path for the subsequent warriors of the evil god. The throng began to spread out, relentlessly slaying monsters. In an instant, the intensity of the ghostly mountain's spiritual flames diminished by a third. Yet, like a relentless tide, the flames surged, voraciously consuming all forest flora as nourishment, rampaging forth. As long as the core of the flames remained fueled by the vegetation in the central area, the ghostly mountain's spiritual fire would never cease. A multitude of monsters continued to roar amidst the flames. Night had fallen. The fire illuminated the mountains, and now, under the blockade of the 1,000 warriors, the spread of the flames had significantly lessened. However, without extinguishing the core, the ghostly mountain's spiritual fire could not be conclusively quelled. After several hours of relentless battle, most of the warriors bore deep wounds. Their combat effectiveness against the flames had waned considerably. The struggle had devolved into a war of attrition. The outcome was all but certain. Either the warriors would be exhausted to death, or the core of the ghostly mountain's spiritual fire would continue to burn, fueled by the remaining vegetation. Chen Yao observed all of this unfold. He too faced a dilemma: to await the demise of these warriors and then collect the mask, gradually amassing divine authority, or to unleash a plague to reverse the situation and offer them aid. Chen Yao found himself deeply conflicted. The task of completing the instance clashed with his fundamental sense of morality. This choice left Su Mumu unable to offer any counsel. High above in the forest, Chen Yao and Su Mumu witnessed two distinct figures charging through the flames. A black spear and a pink morning star, Pan Long and Shiluo, armed with their uniquely characteristic weapons. They forged a twisted path directly toward the core of the ghostly mountain's spiritual fire. Yet, even as Pan Long led the way, they found themselves isolated and unsupported. The 1,000 warriors had reached their limit in halting the spread of the ghostly mountain's flames. Shiluo and Pan Long had penetrated deep into the heart of the inferno. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and the flames roared like a tumultuous wave. With one swing of the morning star, Pan Long carved a path, but within moments, the flames surged back to reclaim it. The intensity of the flames and the monsters emerging from them had escalated beyond measure. The two, fighting valiantly alone, had become frenzied in their onslaught. By the heavens, how relentless! The slaughter seems endless. Those youngsters have yet to catch up. Alas, it appears they are beyond reach now. Unlike Shiluo, Pan Long was incessantly grumbling. His breath grew increasingly rapid, and his right hand began to tremble. Grasping the pink wolf fawn club with his left hand, he felt fresh blood seep through his fingers. The muscles in his right arm started to quiver, reaching the limit of his one-handed strength. Shiluo's breath was equally labored. Wielding his black gun to combat the monsters, he relied solely on his bodily strength, his legs feeling unsteady and blood seeping from his fingertips. Beneath the mask of the evil god, his condition was considerably better than Pan Long's, for the mask possessed 3 faces, each bestowing unique enhancements. It seemed Pan Long noticed that Shiluo still had reserves to draw upon. "Hey, go chop down trees. I will clear the mountain," Pan Long shouted. They had now penetrated deep into the core, and only by shattering the fiery plants that thrived amidst the flames could they hope to end this ordeal. Taking a deep breath, the scorching air filled his lungs, akin to a slumbering dragon. Instantly, the muscles in his left arm engorged with blood and with a ferocious roar. Beneath the pink demon mask, Pan Long's eyes turned crimson. He raised the wolf fawn club and swung it down with ferocity. Bang, 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 with 3 resounding blows. An area ahead cleared. Shiluo advanced, brandishing his black gun, his body leaning forward, leaving a dark shadow as he sliced through a swath of trees at a terrifying speed. Yet, after a single step, he sensed something amiss. The flames reignited behind him. Shiluo halted his steps, hesitating for 3 seconds before turning his black gun around. He cleaved through the flames, just as Pan Long crouched on the ground, propped up by the wolf fawn club, breathing heavily. Shiluo's gaze sharpened. Amidst the flames, a monster wielding a bone knife descended. Shiluo's body darted forward, positioning himself behind Pan Long. With both hands raised, he held the black gun above his head as a colossal monster swung down with its knife. Clang! This strike was firmly blocked by Shiluo. Finally, he spoke, "Old Pan." Recognizing the familiar voice, Pan Long opened his eyes, swinging the wolf fawn club with his left hand, smashing the monster that erupted from the flames. Gradually straightening his body, he weakly remarked, "I'm so exhausted, I nearly dozed off. Didn't I tell you to chop down trees? We're already here. If it comes to it, you guard me while I go chop." Shiluo remained silent, fixated on Pan Long. In the next moment, Pan Long's body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Old Pan." "Teacher, I know you too well. Do you truly have the strength to fight back?" Pan Long exhaled, sitting down as he struggled to breathe, the searing air assaulting his lungs. "Is it possible that I, Old Pan, do not wish to relinquish my position to you, you scoundrel?" Shiluo said nothing, continuing to pierce through a monster emerging from the flames with his black gun before it fully materialized. "You rest. I will keep watch. Don't waste your strength. I'll carve a path for you to strike at the core to end this. You've always been overly sentimental. The matters concerning Luojiang Water Village have long been known to me." The mere mention of Luojiang Water causes a tremor in Shiluo's steps. Some truths, if left unspoken, may never find the opportunity to be revealed. Pan Long gradually rose to his feet, wielding a pink spiked club, and with a single strike he obliterated a monstrous foe. The warriors of Huyue Gorge have perished in droves, and those gifted with the talent of the carved Nuon mask are lamentably few. Thus, we were already aware of their dealings with the malevolent deity. However, In the interest of preserving Huyue Gorge, we have established a certain equilibrium. As Pan Long spoke, the force with which he swung the spiked club intensified. Cease your words, Shi Luo commanded in a low voice. With a flick of his dark gun, blood began to trickle from his hands, staining the weapon. Chapter 77. Is it not good to be alive? Is it not good? I shall break free. Even if I cannot extinguish the Ghost Mountain's spiritual flames, I can still ensure your survival. With a tremor of the dark gun in Shi Luo's hand, he spoke solemnly. I will take you away. Pan Long silently removed the mask from his face and hung it at his waist. If I perish, you may take the mask. Do not invoke the dark deity again. Teacher, do you still not understand? Shi Luo brandished his long spear, tearing a monster asunder. My pursuit has never wavered. Whether divine or malevolent, I remain indifferent. The black gun in Shi Luo's hand was thrust into the ground. The surrounding flames roared. Monsters surged forth. In my moment of despair, it was not the gods who answered me, but the dark deity. With a sweep of his spear, Shi Luo dispatched a multitude of newly emerged monsters in one fell stroke. Do you think the gods will respond to your pleas? Do you believe they will resolve the calamity before you? Do you expect their assistance? No, they offer nothing but a meager power to the faithful. They will not respond. For a moment, Pan Long was rendered speechless, his hands too weak to lift the wolf-toothed club. Having failed at the core, he was destined to die here. Yet, his greatest concern was for Shi Luo, the disciple he once taught, a disciple who had strayed down a dark path. He knew he could no longer persuade him. He only wished for his survival. At that moment, the dark aura emanating from Shi Luo intensified, the three-faced mask of the dark deity shimmering even more vibrantly. The flames grew larger, and the proximity to death did not instill fear in Shi Luo. When he became a warrior of the mask in the Tiger Leap Gorge, he had already accepted that dying in battle was the highest honor. He glanced at Pan Long, whose breath was becoming erratic, his gaze flickering. You may attempt to beseech your dark deity to extinguish this fire. We are willing to bear any cost. You may try. Pan Long's voice resonated. Pray then. Shi Luo roared, brandishing his gun. I, Shi Luo, throughout my life, have killed and taken lives. My sins are unforgivable. Shi Luo's footsteps began to move, accompanied by a dance of shadows, the black gun swirling in his grasp, to fall into hell after death, without regret, only to seek a response from the revered dark deity. Extinguish this calamity. Save my compatriots from the Tiger Leap Gorge. I beseech the dark deity. Extinguish this disaster. Shi Luo's voice rang out loudly, yet still there was no response. Pan Long's weak voice, tinged with sarcasm, emerged. The dark deity you seek is equally unreliable, is it not? No, you do not understand. The dark deity has always been watching over me. As Shi Luo swung his weapon, he shouted continually, Extinguish this calamity. Extinguish this disaster. With each cry, there was still no reply. On the hilltop, Chen Yao could sense Shi Luo's calls, yet he did not respond. A man willing to barter his life at any moment is not yet worthy to be considered a member of Paul's crew. Should this misfortune allow him to grow, perhaps he might have a chance. Otherwise, Chen Yao has no intention of contemplating him as a potential comrade. Neither his character nor his abilities are particularly remarkable. This time, he stands merely as a thorough observer. Chen Yao's gaze sharpened as he witnessed the extraordinary. Thousands of masked warriors, initially tasked with holding back the advancing flames, suddenly surged into the inferno. Chen Yao tapped his fingers, and beneath the bird-beaked mask, his eyes shimmered with golden light. The flames suddenly twisted violently. The cries of the warriors yielded an unexpected reaction. Figures emerged from the fire. They tore away their charred garments. One among them bellowed, Shi Luo, do you consider yourselves warriors? Pursuing this half-hearted endeavor to beseech the dark gods, your pitiful state is truly nauseating. Yet, it is your voice that has guided us toward the right path. With a derisive laugh, he added, your dark gods possess some modicum of utility. 10 masked warriors, supporting one another, made their way forward. Increasing numbers of masked warriors charged from the flames, relying solely on their bodies rather than weapons, pushing through the fire. They faced an unending onslaught of monsters. Only by delaying death could they reach the core. Shi Luo thrust his black gun into the ground, watching helplessly as those around him veered off, racing toward the core. In his eyes, such suicidal actions were merely an endeavor to die for the sake of dying. There was no purpose. You are insane. You are the cowards content with your fate. Your deaths hold no significance. Is it your honor to perish here? I tell you, you are all mistaken. Mistaken. Shi Luo felt the searing heat of the air around him. He hesitated for just a moment, and the flames encircled him, blocking his path. The masked warriors who had not yet caught up behind him were instantly pierced through by monsters emerging from the flames. After their demise, the remaining masked warriors trod over their fallen comrades to advance. Thus, thousands maintained their formation, conserving as much strength as possible, fiercely protecting over 100 individuals who had made it this far. Their physical limits had already been reached outside. Should they linger in battle, only annihilation awaited them. They understood this was a battle they could not win. They could not outlast the enemy. Hence, they resolved to make a final desperate push. There remained a chance to extinguish the core. Prolonging the fight would yield no opportunity. Over 100 masked warriors exchanged glances with Shi Luo, then with Pan Long on Shi Luo's back. Without uttering a word, they charged forward. The surrounding temperature continued to rise. Shi Luo turned, deciding to follow. He cleaved through the flames with his gun, unveiling a shocking scene. Just a moment too late, dozens of corpses lay upon the ground, victims of the flames, their bodies ravaged by monsters. The other masked warriors paid no heed and continued to advance deeper. Shi Luo was never afraid of death. What terrified him was the prospect of meaningless sacrifice. Old Pan, this is what you have witnessed. They have perished. Without purpose, they have perished. The warriors of Tiger Leap Gorge are destined to be annihilated. This is fated to be a battle without resolution. The dragon on Pan's back remained silent. Slowly closing his eyes, Shi Luo questioned once more, is living not preferable? Is living not preferable? The clamor of battle erupted. Shi Luo steeled himself and pressed on. Hundreds of masked warriors surged into the heart of the fray, cleaving through trees. They paid no mind to the monsters that erupted from the flames. They allowed the multitude of creatures to burst forth, tearing at their bodies, severing their heads, feasting upon their flesh and blood. As long as they possessed the slightest strength, they were determined to chop down those trees to fulfill the destruction of the core. Chapter 78. Trade. Trade. You only know trade. The ferocity of the battle left Shaw momentarily stunned. He understood that the masked warriors should not fear death. Yet, why do they act this way? He could not comprehend. Slay the monsters. Vanquish them. You must kill the monsters. Shi Luo's eyes burned with fury as he roared, his dark gun thrashing wildly in his grasp. Have you lost your minds? What are you doing? Old Pan had closed his eyes, his body rendered immobile, leaning against Shi Luo's back. He uttered no words. The outcome was glaringly evident, rendering explanation unnecessary. The ranks were dwindling. Each time Shi Luo felled a monster, 3 more would surge forth from the flames. After a prolonged struggle with this futile endeavor, he finally grasped why these warriors refrained from engaging the monsters. They were inexhaustible, at least with the diminishing strength they possessed. It would be more pragmatic to strike at the core. The muscles in Shi Luo's arms began to ache and tremble, his bodily functions rapidly declining. The effectiveness of the mask was waning, and his own power plummeted. The monsters were endless. Endless. More and more lives were being lost here. Instinctively, Shi Luo glanced towards the core of the trees, observing the group. Casualties had exceeded half. His dark gun quivered once more. If I cannot slay them all, I must still fight. This time, an eerie black aura emanated from his mask, and the dark gun in his hand exuded a fierce energy. A long spear was thrust forth, releasing a torrent of vitality, enveloping the area in a crimson mist. In a single thrust, the flames 100 meters away were instantly subdued. The terrifying momentum compelled even the weakened Old Pan to instinctively open his eyes. A thunderous roar. What is right? What is wrong? What I do is just. Even if I cannot finish them, I shall fight on. Shi Luo bit down on his tongue. the release of vitality, signifying a swift depletion of his strength. Yet, he retracted the spear, sweeping it once more. This time, 100 meters were cleared anew. Hundreds of masked warriors seized the opportunity to catch their breath, launching a frenzied assault on the core trees. Though the paths of perseverance vary, I shall tread this path to the end. Turn back? There is no path of retreat. I shall not look back. I'm not wrong. A fierce determination radiated from Chen Yao as his spear danced with fervor. It seemed he was commenting on the current situation, while also reflecting on his past. He had always believed he was in the right. The terrifying aura momentarily reduced the number of monsters emerging from the flames. Some masked warriors were equally astonished. At such a juncture, in such a place, to maintain such combat prowess. The dreadful flames continued to retaliate. This time, thousands of masked warriors suffered grievously. The ranks of reinforcements dwindled, until no more masked warriors could join from behind. The trees were nearly cleared, the core flames no longer able to burn. The monsters within the flames began to dissipate. The temperature of the flames started to drop, and the emergence of monsters became increasingly scarce. Like a deflating torrent, the flames diminished, until the 1,000-mile blaze vanished completely from sight. Chen Yao found himself utterly drained, kneeling heavily upon the scorching earth. As he descended to the ground, he realized that no living souls remained around him. Even the elderly Pan, whose mask had been removed, had succumbed to the flames. This war appeared to harbor no victors. Chen Yao's vitality had dissipated, and he clung to life solely through the mask. The sight of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood seemed to awaken fragments of memory within him. He felt as if he were recalling something significant, yet it no longer mattered. Everything was devoid of meaning. The surroundings emitted a creaking sound, the crackling of charred wood echoing in his ears, growing ever fainter. It was over. He simply would not see his mother again. Chen Yao was perplexed by his persistent thoughts of her, a sentiment he had never harbored before. Though his memories were somewhat fragmented, he seemed to recollect certain events. When had his devotion to the dark deity begun? The details eluded him. Never mind. Like a revolving lantern, Chen Yao's figure gradually emerged from the plague, appearing before Chen Yao. At that moment, Chen Yao bore severe burns. His tattered garments fused with flesh, rendering it impossible to distinguish between skin and cloth. Your resilience is remarkable, even in such a state. You persist in living. In Chen Yao's dimming eyes, Chen Yao appeared as a deity of darkness. Upon his arrival, he collected all the masks, totaling 1,232. Yet, they were still far from the 37,128 divine masks required. However, upon absorbing those masks, Chen Yao sensed a peculiar connection forming between this realm and himself. The instant Chen Yao beheld Chen Yao, he struggled to muster the strength to utter something. His feeble voice emerged, Lord of the Dark Deity. You have heard my plea, have you not? You are aiding me, correct? Chen Yao remained silent, merely gazing at Chen Yao. You are on the brink of death, yet you still hope that the Dark Deity will assist you? I have not intervened in any of this. Had you chosen to surrender from the outset, perhaps this war would not have concluded in such a manner, and you would not have become what you are now. Chen Yao raised his hand, reversing the plague and initiating healing. Chen Yao's body began to mend at an observable rate. This dual enhancement beneath such a talent and title provided a powerful healing, swiftly restoring Chen Yao. Once healed, Chen Yao immediately knelt and began to pray. Lord of the Dark Deity, you possess the means, do you not? We can strike a bargain. They can live. I wish to bring them back to life. Is that possible? Bargain, bargain, always a bargain. What else could this fellow do besides worship the Dark Deity? Chen Yao felt a surge of anger welling up within him. He had initially resolved not to interfere in this conflict, yet now it had escalated beyond his control. Even though he had laid the groundwork with the dreamer from the very beginning, the cost of that dreamer was too horrific for this group of deceased souls. Bargain, bargain, bargain. You have been immersed solely in the realm of trade until now. Had you relinquished that old man amidst the flames at the first opportunity, upon his emergence from the inferno, you would have been consumed at the core, resulting in your current predicament. You have perpetually dwelled within your own isolated existence. While you are not entirely at fault, your actions demand a greater price for redemption. In truth, Shilua has committed no error. It is merely that Chen Yao now perceives this individual as ill-suited for the role of lookout aboard the sinister vessel. Chen Yao gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the masked warriors surrounding him. This was yet another inexplicable conflict. As the last remaining masked warrior, he was also a devotee of a malevolent deity. I can facilitate his resurrection, but the cost must be borne by you alone. Chen Yao extended a finger toward Shilua's back, where Pan Long was carried. I am willing. I am willing. I am willing to give anything. Any price is acceptable. Chen Yao furrowed his brow. Shilua resembled a gambler, unconcerned about what he could stake in exchange. This demeanor filled Chen Yao with profound disdain. Chapter 79. Believe in me. The delusional abilities manifested within this group of individuals, as Chen Yao had instilled a state reset from the very beginning. Thus, the cost was not as severe as the resurrection of the deceased. Rather, it was a mere regression of one's state. Comparatively, the price was considerably lower. The cost was minimal, yet the outcome might not be favorable. Are you willing? I can offer everything. Just half a palm. Prepare yourself, for the ensuing pain will be excruciating. The reason why the cost of the delusionist ability could be borne by Shilua lay in the mask of the ritualistic spirit that adorned his face, belonging to Chen Yao. This mask served as a tether connecting the two, establishing a hierarchical bond. Chen Yao's golden pupil spun. Suddenly, Shilua's recently restored body felt a horrifying crack as his right hand began to fracture. The sound of splintering echoed as his palm bent backward at a 180-degree angle. The back of his fingers pressed against the back of his hand. The intense agony caused Shilua's complexion to pale, yet he refrained from uttering a sound. The breaking of his palm was merely the beginning. Soon, all fingers except for the thumb began to contort, twisting into a shape reminiscent of a twisted pastry. This was merely the price for resetting a single individual's state. If it were for over 1,000 souls, the cost would likely claim Shilua's life. As his fingers twisted into grotesque forms, each one began to melt away like wax. Drip, drip. Shilua watched in horror as his palm transformed, the searing pain causing his lips to turn white, yet he remained silent. In this dire circumstance, Chen Yao's perception of him shifted slightly. At the very least, in terms of willpower, Shilua was impeccable. 4 of his fingers melted before his eyes into a pool of crimson, with their complete disappearance. Even if Chen Yao wished to heal him, he would be powerless. He could not regenerate severed limbs. This indicated that Shilua would no longer be able to wield his weapon, that black gun. Once the conditions for the delusion were triggered, the state of Pan Long, whom Shilua carried on his back, began to restore. In that moment, the heart that had ceased to beat was infused with vitality, resuming its rhythm. Within a few breaths, all of Pan Long's states reverted to their original form, inclusive of memories. His sharp eyes suddenly snapped open. Struggling, he descended from Shilua's back, and the first visage he beheld was that of Chen Yao. The bizarre appearance of the 3-faced evil deity heightened Pan Long's wariness to its zenith. An evil deity! Instinctively, Pan Long reached for his waist, but to his astonishment, he found nothing there. His mask had vanished. When did this happen? Wait, Pan Long sensed an anomaly. He was not gathering 1,000 warriors from Tiger Leap Gorge to ambush the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire. Were they? What happened to the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire? How'd I end up here? At that moment, Pan Long's attention was drawn to a familiar silhouette. Shilua. Pan Long noticed the evil deity mask that Shilua wore, its intricate carvings identical to those of Chen Yao before him. Shilua, what have you done? No, this is wrong. Pan Long observed with astonishment that the ghostly mountain's spiritual fire had indeed extinguished, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of the slain masked warriors. What transpired? Beneath the severed palm of Shilua, any trace of color had vanished from his face, leaving him devoid of even the strength to speak, only able to utter a single exclamation. Old Pan, what do you call me? Do you have any shame? It's you again, Shilua. You annihilated the village. And now you are responsible again, aren't you? I have always intended to counsel you. Pan Long shut his eyes in torment. You were the one who killed them, weren't you? Shilua shook his head, attempting to respond. Chen Yao took a step forward, introducing himself. Hello. Allow me to introduce myself. the walking evil god, the father of pestilence, Nagua. He relished the name. Nagua, the father. Yes, from this moment forth. That is how he shall be known in this world. Pan Long took a step back, his expression a bizarre mixture of incredulity. A living, walking evil god. You worship an evil god and have summoned such a repulsive entity? Old Pan raised his hand to draw forth a pink wolf-toothed club. It was hard to believe that the very person who had fought alongside him and even begged Chen Yao for life was now wielding a weapon to fight. We value harmony. Our evil gods are never malevolent. We prioritize trade, special traits. Your very presence here is a loss for him. He resurrected you at the cost of his half-palm. Huh, an evil god. Pan Long was utterly unconvinced. To him, evil gods had always relied on deceitful lies to swindle others, thus causing chaos and calamity. Do you truly believe I would accept that? He gazed at the fallen masked warriors on the ground, his grip tightening around the pink wolf-toothed club. I had always believed you could be saved, that if you were willing to stand by our side, even if you worshipped an evil god, I would not mind. At worst, I would have let you inherit my divine mask. I may not live for long, but how you have disappointed me. Shiluo clutched his wrist, the intense pain still overwhelming him, rendering him incapable of explanation. He could only anxiously stammer, "No, do you wish to worship an evil god?" The sudden query interrupted the unfolding drama. Chen Yao regarded Pan Long and spoke, "To worship an evil god? These individuals could survive with merely a small cost, just as your disciple did when I assisted in your revival. Not a chance. Their lives are in my hands. The longer they remain here, the slimmer their chances of survival become. Do you truly wish for your warriors, so young, to lie here, only to be taken back and interred in a grave?" Chen Yao felt a distinct aptitude for embodying the evil god, and he held a favorable view of this old man. His friend was astute and formidable, especially with that pink wolf-toothed club, which was quite distinctive. Upon hearing Chen Yao's words, Pan Long fell into an unusual silence. Instead of cursing, he genuinely contemplated Chen Yao's proposition. "If I worship you, will they live?" "They can live," Chen Yao replied, "but if only one can survive, I shall reclaim that. However, one can simply delve deeper into the layers, albeit these individuals may bear some cost, akin to Shiluo who sacrificed half a hand. Henceforth, firearms shall no longer be an option. The cost remains unpredictable. Can one truly survive?" This question was posed twice, revealing Pan Long's hesitation. "Shiluo, as your mentor, can you genuinely survive?" Shiluo raised his left hand, folding it at the midpoint, with the blood from his disintegrated fingers cascading over the entirety of his hand surface. This gesture conveyed everything. At that moment, Pan Long appeared to concede to the reality. That severed hand symbolizes the so-called cost. Pan Long's steps faltered, stumbling momentarily, yet managing to regain his balance. "So, I have truly perished, and you have resurrected me?" "One could say so. Therefore, if one truly believes in you, can you save this group of children?" "Indeed, that is correct." The phrase "only one can be saved" echoed softly within Chen Yao's mind. Chapter 80. 35,805 masks of the Xie believe in me. Be loyal to me. After uttering these words, Pan Long hesitated, gazing upon the countless corpses strewn across the landscape. Ultimately, he cast a lingering glance at the divine mask that had long since vanished from his waist. Faith held immense significance for them. It was the source of their strength and the unwavering principle of their existence. Yet now he thought, "I have grown old. Faith in anything is inconsequential, as long as they can survive." Taking a deep breath, Pan Long let the pink wolf fawn club slip from his grasp and fall to the ground, hesitating as he stared at the malevolent deity before him. With a hand pressed to his chest, he slowly knelt. "I believe in you, malevolent deity. Naku." Upon uttering the word Nagu, Chen Yao felt an intangible surge of power coursing through him, more potent than the energy derived from the divine masks. "I accept your faith, but the cost of resurrection is—" Chen Yao extended his hand. The price of delusion was exacted. Pan Long's right eye rapidly shriveled, as if a plump grape had been drained of its essence in an instant. A profound fear of death enveloped Pan Long's heart. A fallen warrior among the masks was resurrected, and Pan Long beheld a small warrior rising to his feet. He spoke, somewhat dazed. Isn't it possible to resurrect everyone? I never mentioned the word everyone, Chen Yao replied. What about the others? I still have my left eye. I have my hands. Pan Long's emotions flared, feeling deceived. Yet, under the weight of faith, he could not voice his discontent. Chen Yao addressed the newly resurrected small mask warrior. The cost of resurrection is steep. Only through the sacrifice of all can one survive. Are you willing to pay the price and believe in me for the sake of the deceased? Before this group of valiant mask warriors, one's own life may seem insignificant, but when it comes to the lives of others, they would readily consider altering their faith. Sacrifice bore a unique quality within them. Pan Long, having faith in himself, could not utter disparaging words. Here, faith was not merely a matter of words. Gazing upon the corpses of his former companions scattered across the landscape, the masked warriors found themselves unable to resist Chen Yao's temptation, leading them to change their beliefs. Thus, the cycle continued indefinitely. Each masked warrior, to varying extents, resurrected despite their injuries. Once the number of those who believed in him reached 1,323, Chen Yao sensed a peculiar energy within him transforming into a distinct essence. He had successfully acquired a contingent of disabled masked warriors who held something extraordinary. Faith of the Masked Warriors, 1323. This number of believers could grant entry into the plague ship to forge pestilence tools. This group seemed quite promising. Simultaneously, the divine statue within the Tiger Leap Gorge began to show signs of cracking. Chen Yao commenced his acceptance of the world's power, and he realized what he truly needed: 37,128 masks. This group of believers has inscribed the masks upon themselves, which is also significant. The remaining 35,805 masks must be collected, culminating in a total of 37,128 masks, thereby granting true dominion over this world. However, this realm is not solely inhabited by masks. It is also fraught with monsters and other malevolent deities. Upon grasping this reality, Chen Yao addressed all the masked warriors. I require 35,805 masks to be inscribed with my likeness. This is the singular task you must undertake. Pan Long and the other masked warriors gazed somberly at Chen Yao. Pan Long spoke first. O Lord of the Dark Deities, the number 35,805 is overwhelmingly vast. We will need ample time, and the limit is 1 mask per person. To engrave a greater quantity demands considerable strength. Chen Yao, comprehended their needs instinctively. This world is populated by masks, deities, malevolent gods, and monsters. The essence of the malevolent gods and deities is intrinsically linked to the masks. What he requires now is to assist these impaired masked warriors in their engraving. With a sigh, Chen Yao declared, I shall devise a plan. You simply need to engrave. Remember my visage, and when you require my presence, call upon my name. My children, I shall protect you. Having uttered these words, Chen Yao turned and vanished into the plague. At that moment, everyone, including Pan Long, exchanged glances. What should we do, old Pan? We have sworn our faith to the malevolent god. Pan Long's response was succinct: engrave. Chen Yao, accompanied by Su Mumu, entered the village. He swiftly rushed into Paul's abode, harboring a peculiar hypothesis within his mind. Paul, the creaking wooden door, was leisurely opened. Paul, contorted and peeling away layers of human skin, appeared before Chen Yao. Captain, it seems you have successfully tamed that batch of individuals. You truly are a genius. Was the Ghost Mountain's spiritual fire unleashed by you? Could such a coincidence occur? Captain, if you have deduced it, there is no need to inquire further. I am merely assisting you in seizing control of this world. I recall now. What I have always desired is the deity of Tiger Leap Gorge, to eradicate those hypocritical gods. Paul's voice escalated into a roar, his body expanding and contracting like liquid. Tiger Leap Gorge possesses what you need to accomplish this. At last, Paul grasped the wooden door once more and, with a sharp click, closed it. Su Mumu and Chen Yao watched as Paul departed. Chen Yao stared at the shut door, recognizing that Paul shared a unique connection with this world. What shall we do next, Chen Yao? Su Mumu felt utterly helpless. I will journey to Tiger Leap Gorge. Could you oversee the engraving of those masked warriors? All right. Su Mumu acquiesced. This upcoming endeavor appeared straightforward. Paul's involvement rendered everything remarkably simple. Simple to the extent that following the established trajectory would suffice. This time, it was entirely a matter of beneficence. Yet, Paul's profound hatred for those gods undoubtedly hinted at a special relationship. After escorting Su Mumu to the group of masked warriors, Chen Yao stood alone beside a hillside. Although he could conclude this world by following Paul's method and gathering the necessary energy for the sinful vessel, he yearned to uncover the truth behind the entangled threads. He utilized his moment of delusion to explore his own abilities, peering into the unknown. To ensure minimal cost, Chen Yao focused solely on 3 of Paul's visions. However, at this minimal expense, his arm began to contort. The toll was immense. Chen Yao promptly initiated healing. As long as his entire arm did not sever and vanish, he could reclaim it through his healing arts. Simultaneously, the delusional images began to materialize within Chen Yao's mind. Chapter 81. The Purgatory of Transience. Blood sacrifice to the deities. The first scene reveals a colossal statue of a man, beneath which stands a throng of dancers adorned in ritualistic masks. The second scene depicts the statue's collapse, amidst a backdrop of flames, where people embrace one another, their faces betraying fear and a myriad of other emotions. The third image portrays a battlefield, not one of monstrous beasts, but humans clashing against one another, various masks engaged in combat. The information conveyed by these 3 scenes is scant, verging on non-existent, leaving Chen Yao to speculate. The presence of the statue leads him to conjecture that the man it represents is the human form of Paul. The statue's fall may indeed signify the transformation of Paul into a malevolent deity. As for the war, it seems disconnected from Paul, yet peering into the past. The only possible link to this conflict is the spark that ignited it. The Tiger Leap Gorge, the statue, and Paul. Chen Yao tended to his arm and questioned Paul, who remained silent, compelling him to seek answers on his own. Having yet to complete even a second-tier ritual, he found himself cast in the role of a dark god within this narrative. Chen Yao, feeling helpless, shook his hand until the pain in his arm subsided, then spoke. The cost of this endeavor was truly unjustifiable, yielding nothing but futile information, and the pain was unbearable. He massaged his arm and gradually faded into the miasma of plague, disappearing from sight. In the heart of the jungle, amidst Chen Yao's demands, a mask inscribed with the faith of the malevolent deity lay before him. Only Shiluo stood apart, leaning against a grand tree, observing the others with a sense of detachment. Even now, they were all coerced into venerating the vile deity Negu. He felt utterly alienated from this group. Shiluo cast a glance at his severed hand. He could never wield a gun again and could only resort to swinging his fists in a gun-like manner, despite the significant loss of power. Yet, this was the only method remaining to retain his combat prowess. Sacrificing half his hand to save Old Pan's life had left him with no other choices, especially since the old man had once given his life for him. At that moment, within the crowd, the young girl Tu Yi rose hesitantly, clutching a half-formed mask. She approached Shiluo. "You possess the greatest talent for inscription. Would you assist me?" Her tone carried a hint of supplication. This was Tu Yi offering Shiluo a means to integrate with the warriors around them. "I have no time to inscribe it myself." Shiluo retorted, "Humph. I merely pursued you for a brief moment, and you hold a grudge?" At this, all the others halted their inscribing, their ears perked up to listen. Even Pan Long feigned a shift in position, eager for gossip. "I do not hold a grudge. Do you not? Then teach me to inscribe. I know you were forced into worshipping the malevolent deity from the outset, and you saved me once. Furthermore," Tu Yi grasped Shiluo's arm, revealing his severed hand. "You too have paid a price, have you not? Would it not be better to join our family of the disabled?" The family of the disabled cast a pall over everyone present. Shiluo glanced at Tu Yi, sensing the oppressive silence that enveloped them, the creaking of the wood halting abruptly. It was an eerie stillness. Su Mumu cradled her face in her hands, also observing from the side. "I." Shiluo yearned to decline. "You teach me." Tu Yi approached Shiluo, bending slightly, his head tilted as he gazed at the downcast Shiluo. After a moment of locked eyes, they found themselves united in purpose. Ultimately, Shiluo could no longer avert his gaze, until he moved closer once more, prompting Shiluo to reluctantly speak. I will assist you. That is more fitting, for our beliefs have converged once again. Upon uttering this, a profound silence enveloped the group. They were all acolytes of the dark deity. The sound of carving resumed. Shiluo, my senior, I too require your aid, for you possess the finest carving talent among us. Shiluo, I too need. A smile crept across Panlong's lips. Having pledged allegiance to the dark deity, all other matters faded into insignificance. Nothing was insurmountable. Panlong completed the final stroke on the mask he was crafting, a grotesque visage dedicated to the dark deity. At that moment, he felt an intense heaviness in his chest. This sensation grew increasingly potent. One by one, the warriors completed their first masks. Yet, Panlong's heartache intensified. His eyes narrowed. He gradually rose and secured the dark deity's mask to his waist, then approached Su Mumu. Messenger, I have finished the carving, but I feel an unsettling premonition. It seems something ominous is afoot. If you permit, after we complete the first mask, could we return to Hygiene to gather some pigments? Panlong and the other warriors believed that the girl accompanying the dark deity must surely be its messenger. Thus they spoke with utmost reverence. Hygiene? That is acceptable. Su Mumu acquiesced, for Hygiene was a place of significant concern for Paul. A group of warriors, all adorned with red masks, traveled in droves. After a stretch of their journey, they paused within the jungle to regroup. The resting warriors curiously inquired of the leading elder. Elder Song, the number of believers in the deity of Hygiene has diminished drastically. What has transpired? It is said that the Ghost Mountain's spiritual fire has emerged, and their deity is the weakest. However, those individuals were the most fervent, and by all calculations, they should have perished. Perished entirely. Hygiene is akin to our own divine warrior encampment. Elder Song remained silent. A younger warrior beside him spoke up. Hygiene has never been a favorable place. A decline in believers means the deity must manifest. Should we encounter a repeat of the events from decades past, the consequences would be dire. We have come here to resolve this. Elder Song, could you enlighten us on our course of action? Elder Song did not respond. Another young warrior, Yun Xiong, interjected. What else can be done? Before this moment, those who still resided within the Tiger Leap Gorge had become devotees of the deities, striving to suppress its resurgence. If their numbers proved insufficient, blood would be required to maintain the restraint. In this fleeting existence, a purgatory of blood sacrifices to the gods ensues. Newcomer, what astonishes you? Places like the Tiger Leap Gorge have faced obliteration more than once. Death is simply a part of existence. We have ensured the stability of this world, and you must understand that this embodies righteousness. Furthermore, should all perish, it suffices to cultivate a few seeds and cast them into the void. The purgatory of fleeting life is indeed most favored by those who judge the deities. Enough of this discourse. Let us prepare to continue our journey. Elder Song appeared reluctant to delve further into this subject, silently rising to his feet. Yun Xiong cast a disdainful glance at Elder Song. With the conclusion of this affair, he would ascend to the position of leading elder. He grasped the weapon in his hand, raising it above his head as he proclaimed, "Onward, our destination, Tiger Leap Gorge. We shall arrive within half an hour. For the deities! For the deities! For the deities! For the deities!" A chorus of shouts erupted in unison. Elder Song said nothing, quietly leading the way ahead. Chapter 82. Fate and time. The divine statue at Tiger Leap Gorge began to show cracks, and the entire ravine trembled. Fragments of stone fell incessantly. The children and elderly left behind in the gorge hurriedly emerged from their caves. Some of the elders seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. The emergence of fissures in the divine statue signified a loss of faith, a possibility that could only mean their demise. The elders sighed deeply. The deity had shattered. They would not return. Would old Pan also not return? The children. This was their destiny. The elderly stroked the heads of the young ones, their wrinkled faces marked by eyes reddened with sorrow. It was their fate. No, old Pan is so strong, and the other brothers are formidable as well. Yes, how could they die? They will not perish. A A group of children clung to the old man's clothes, unwilling to accept such bleak words. The elder sighed in resignation. But in the next moment, his pupils constricted. Above the gorge, rows of red figures stood, each adorned with the patterned masks of the divine warriors. For the deity, Yin Xiong shouted. Everyone plunged into a frenzied descent, chanting in unison. For the deity, for the deity. Elder Song, possessing remarkable agility, used the fallen stones in the gorge to propel himself forward. In the midst of this clamorous uproar, the residents remaining in Tiger Leap Gorge began to emerge one by one. The elders held children in their arms, gazing at the advancing red-masked warriors. Elder Song stood atop the highest statue of the deity, looking down upon all. This statue represented the faith of everyone in Tiger Leap Gorge. After scanning the crowd, he spoke calmly. The number of believers is insufficient. We can only forge a purgatory of existence and offer a blood sacrifice to the deity. Elder Song raised his hand, issuing a command. In the next moment, all the red-masked warriors sprang into action. Screams and cries echoed throughout the gorge. Those remaining in Tiger Leap Gorge were primarily the elderly with diminished combat prowess or children yet to be marked with the divine masks. The slaughter commenced. Bodies fell one by one, blood flowing through the crevices of the cliffs. Kill! 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 You wretched scoundrels, I am old, not dead. Children, stand behind me. The elders gathered, clutching the still-living children, shielding them behind their frail bodies, donning their tattered masks once more. Armed with their last weapons, they assembled before the cave. What they had anticipated to be a one-sided massacre unexpectedly encountered formidable resistance. Yin Xiong scoffed, blocking the other masked warriors. Elder Song, handle these old warriors. Elder Song approached silently, gradually grasping the weapon at his waist during his advance. A blade was drawn. In the next moment, Elder Song's figure flickered. With a swift swing, he severed the group of elders shielding the children. Gazing at the three trembling children huddled together, Elder Song slowly turned away. In the following instant, his blade was sheathed. He refrained from striking again. Elder, are you once again indulging in pity? Allow me to assist you. Yin Xiong's mask twisted as he effortlessly lifted a 100-pound iron rod, bringing it down upon the child with relentless force. Again and again, the sound of flesh being pulverized echoed behind him. Elder Song tightened his grip on the hilt of his dagger, then released it, departing in silence. He turned, leaning against a nearby wall, settling into a meditative posture as he began to mutter incantations. Yin Xiong's smile grew increasingly sinister. How truly compassionate of Elder Song. Are you commencing that tedious act of exorcism once more? It is quite amusing. Words such as living hell and blood sacrifice to the gods were merely commands you had just issued, perhaps spurred by the scent of blood. Yin Xiong's crimson mask took on an otherworldly quality. Yin Xiong, upon your return, you shall inherit my command. There is no need for this display. Isha la quiesce. Go capture some monsters. The blood sacrifice is insufficient. Upon hearing Elder Song's words, Yin Xiong's expression shifted dramatically. Then I shall not disturb Elder Song's exorcism. Everyone, depart. With a raised hand, all the warriors adorned in red masks obeyed, vacating the Tiger Leap Gorge. Only Elder Song remained, seated in contemplation and recitation, such as fate. Above the ravine, Pan Long felt an intensifying sense of foreboding. Their pace quickened as they rushed towards the Tiger Leap Gorge. Even before entering, the acrid stench of blood assaulted their senses. In that instant, Pan Long's eyes blazed red. His movements slowed as he cautiously approached the edge of the gorge. The overwhelming scent of blood was unmistakable, yet he dared not look. His hands trembled, and his quivering lips murmured, "Nothing must go wrong. It will be fine. It will be fine." Pan Long halted at the gorge's edge, his pupils constricting. His fists clenched tightly, teeth biting in his lip until blood dripped down into his throat. Behind him, the masked warriors stood at the ravine's brink, their eyes reddened by the brutal scene. Within the gorge, the elderly left behind were all but dismembered. Blood stained the entirety of Tiger Leap Gorge. Shattered flesh and corpses littered the landscape. As Shi Luo beheld this horrifying sight, fragmented memories began to resurface, piecing together once more. Chen Yao stood at a distance, arriving too late. In truth, his prior efforts to contain the plague had prevented the plague intestinal disease from spreading throughout Tiger Leap Gorge. By the time he arrived, the tragedy had already unfolded. At this moment, below the gorge, Elder Song, seated and reciting his incantations, paused. Slowly, he opened his eyes and gazed upward. In that fleeting moment, Panlong's gaze traversed the expanse of the gorge, their eyes meeting, one atop the mountain, the other below. One was ablaze with fury, the other tranquil as still waters. A flicker of expression finally graced Elder Song's face as he rose to his feet. Panlong grasped the cursed mask at his waist with his right hand and spoke in a low, gravelly voice. All who are willing to don the tainted mask, join me. Panlong slowly donned the sinister mask of the malevolent deity, and in that fleeting moment, a terrifying aura began to emanate from him. If it could be said that the previous deities were reluctant to bestow power upon Panlong, he, possessing immense strength, had only managed to unleash a fraction of his potential. It is noteworthy that even Shiluo, when donning the mask of the vile deity, exhibited combat prowess that could rival that of old Pan. At this moment, Panlong's presence was sevenfold stronger than when he had worn the divine mask in his youth. Simultaneously, the warriors behind him grasped the vile masks hanging at their waists, donning them without hesitation. Shiluo and Tu Yi followed suit, each wearing the masks with resolve. No one was left behind. The terrifying aura of the malevolent deity enveloped them all. A chorus of voices erupted, chanting, "All evils retreat! All evils retreat! All evils retreat!" Under this overwhelming pressure, Elder Song slowly grasped the hilt of his blade, gazing at the dreadful aura that had nearly solidified. With a resigned whisper, he uttered, "Such is fate, such is destiny." Chapter 83. Death, Death, Death. Yin Xiong felt an immense sense of elation. The conclusion of their mission at Tiger Leap Gorge signified the ascendance of their power, potentially allowing him to acquire a portion of the divine strength associated with the gorge. Observing Elder Song's recent feeble demeanor, he knew that his era had arrived. Yin Xiong's ambition extended far beyond that of merely becoming the leading elder. While Elder Song was formidable, he was merely a pitiable figure. "Brother Yun, I can't shake off this chill," a voice interrupted, causing Yin Xiong to feel a twinge of annoyance. Just as he was about to respond, the warrior beside him halted abruptly. Cough! Before he could utter a word, a warrior adorned with a red mask removed it and violently expelled a mouthful of black blood. The suddenness of the act startled Yin Xiong. Turning to look, he saw that all the warriors behind him had succumbed to a similar fate. They ceased their movements, grasping their masks as torrents of blood erupted from their mouths. In the next moment, Yin Xiong found himself unable to escape this grim fate. He coughed up a stream of black blood, though he did not remove his mask, resulting in his eyes becoming stained with the dark liquid. Cough! As the blood left his body, he felt as if his strength had been siphoned away. In that instant, a singular word echoed in his mind: plague. Yin Xiong sensed his blood beginning to congeal, his vitality drained in an instant. A countdown to death materialized before his eyes. The surrounding trees swiftly withered. A figure, grotesque and shrouded in a black aura, materialized out of thin air. A terrifying and despair-inducing presence enveloped the air. Yin Xiong and the masked warriors felt their pupils constrict in unison. This aura, this creature that caused their mental state to plummet with a mere glance, could only be described as a malevolent deity. A malevolent deity. How could it have fixated upon them? Yin Xiong rapidly deduced that their current plight was the work of this malevolent entity. Their divine masks held no power against such a plague, rendering them nearly impotent in battle. And Master Malevolent Deity, what is it that you desire? Yin Xiong, feeling like a spineless wretch, endeavored to maintain his composure and plead for mercy. One simply could not provoke a malevolent deity. Chen Yao regarded the group with cold indifference. He had arrived too late. These ruffians had already slaughtered the remaining inhabitants of Tiger Leap Gorge, sparing neither the elderly nor the infirm. The fury swelling within him compelled Chen Yao to utter his icy proclamation once more. "I seek but one thing, your lives. Master Malevolent Deity, I shall grant you anything you desire. The deity I worship is Sukai, a god of slaughter." Should we perish, his emergence would undoubtedly pose a dilemma for you. Yin Xiong implored desperately. Sukai? Chen Yao mused, contemplating the names inscribed upon their divine figures. Should they die, Sukai would arise. The relationship between worshippers and their deities seemed perplexing to him. Very well, I require your faith. Yin Xiong was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with hope. There might be a chance. In the next instant, Chen Yao's raspy voice broke the silence. You hesitated. I regret to inform you that you must now meet your end. Yin Xiong was bewildered. He had not hesitated. He wished to live. Wait. The dark god, I may place my faith in you. Plague blacklight. Chen Yao materialized before Yin Xiong, grasping his face with one hand. The plague, blacklight, was disseminated through contact, infecting Yin Xiong instantaneously. His body began to convulse. Within mere seconds, tiny black spots began to creep across Yin Xiong's skin, spreading like ink on parchment. He attempted to utter a sound, yet his throat felt as though it were constricted. The mask held by Chen Yao emitted a series of cracking noises. The mask disintegrated into ash-gray particles, revealing Yin Xiong's face, which was as dull as dead ash. In that same instant, the black spots on his body began to fester, oozing a bizarrely scented black pus. Under the black light, the terrifying speed of infection caused all those afflicted by the coagulation plague to exhibit identical symptoms. Such transformations occurred within the span of merely 3 breaths. However, the horror of the black light was not confined to mere physical affliction. Those affected were tormented by extreme mental anguish. The torture of the mind was another aspect altogether. Under this mental torment, every breath felt infinitely prolonged. To describe the mental suffering as time stretching into years would not be an exaggeration. Yin Xiong and all other infected individuals felt their mental states begin to unravel. The pain surged within them like a tidal wave, as if countless ants were gnawing at their bones and nerves. Their vision gradually blurred, shrouded by a veil of black mist, distorting the world into something unrecognizable. The black light consumed their very souls. Plague doctors never discriminated by rank. Their lethal methods relied solely on the plague. They moved through the plague, killing invisibly. He was the harbinger of disease, the embodiment of death. In that moment, Chen Yao appeared as a true dark deity, claiming the lives of over 100 masked warriors in an instant. Death spread, and the black light began to extend. Chen Yao lifted his foot and then brought it down. The remaining black light around him began to reverse and dissipate, centered around Chen Yao. Your lives are too tainted. I no longer desire your faith. Gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground, Chen Yao murmured, his cloak swirling as his figure transformed into black mist. Meanwhile, Pan Long leaped forward, the dense crowd behind him also vaulting down, plummeting into the chasm of several thousand meters without any means of cushioning their fall. In mere seconds, the throng descended like black raindrops, crashing heavily before Elder Song. Pan Long extended his robust right arm, gripping a crimson wolf-toothed club in his hand. He raised it. Whoosh! His figure vanished. From several meters away, Elder Song drew his sword. Clang! Sparks erupted, donning the mask of the dark god. Pan Long struck Elder Song back with a single swing. Old Pan, it has been a while. I shall send you to your demise. A masked warrior stood behind Pan Long, pressing a hand on his shoulder for leverage, drawing a blade to slash at Elder Song's neck. Clang! Following closely, another descending masked warrior, with dual blades angled cunningly, crossed them in a strike aimed at Elder Song's lower body. Clang! With a deft twist of his wrist, Elder Song deftly deflected the blade once more, evading the lethal strike. In an instant, the menacing aura re-emerged. From the side, a sleek black spear lunged towards his throat, expertly wielded with a single hand. Clang! The blade recoiled just in time, narrowly intercepting the deadly assault. The seamless coordination, coupled with overwhelming pressure, was unrelenting. Behind him, thousands of masked warriors commenced their synchronized onslaught, following Pan Long's relentless lead as they swung their weapons with fervor. Clang! 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 With each resounding clash, Elder Song was forced to retreat, his breath growing increasingly labored. After enduring for several agonizing seconds, a spray of blood erupted from his shoulder, glaring vulnerabilities exposed. A torrential barrage of strikes rained down upon him, first to his chest, then his arms, shoulders, and finally his ankles fell victim to the relentless assault. His knees buckled beneath him. Elder Song faltered, collapsing to the ground, a veritable specter of blood. The terrifying synergy of his assailants was overwhelming. Before him stood thousands of warriors, their faces adorned with the sinister masks of the plague god. The oppressive specter of death loomed ominously over Elder Song's heart. The mask upon his face shattered, revealing a serene resignation etched upon his features. His arms fell limply to his sides as he murmured weakly, "You have all chosen to worship the malevolent deity. Why, in the beginning, did you not join me in venerating Sukai? What worth was your initial restraint? You have condemned them to their demise. Am I not correct?" Old Pan, Chapter 84. The costless moment of delusion. Pan Long stood before Elder Song, one hand gripping the malevolent mask of the evil deity. He removed it and said, "Song Hu, you are unlike us. I have never questioned your pursuits, but..." Pan Long closed his eyes in torment. "Why did you kill them? Among them were elders you knew, teachers who once guided you." Elder Song abruptly lifted his head, fixing a fierce gaze upon Pan Long, cursing with all his might. "Do not question. Do not interfere. I ask you, what is your faith now? Or is your faith something that can be casually discarded? Faith is interchangeable. Thus, you ultimately view it as a source of power, just as I do. I am here waiting for you, wagering that you would forsake your faith and yet survive. I have won that bet. So, Old Pan, I await you in hell. Like me, are a traitor." Elder Song erupted into maniacal laughter. Beneath his madness, his eyes were bloodshot as he cried out in agony, "I believe in the deities." With that exclamation, Elder Song's essence flickered like a candle flame in a tempest before extinguishing. As he gazed upon the kneeling, lifeless form of Elder Song, his words plunged all the masked warriors into a profound silence. What is faith? Is it truly merely a source of power? Pan Long stared in bewilderment at the malevolent mask in his hand, then at the shattered statue of the deity atop the Tiger Leap Gorge. What is his faith? Truly? Is faith merely a reservoir of power for them? The deities he had believed in since childhood seemed indifferent, offering no communion. Simple power encapsulated the entirety of faith, leading him to seek greater strength, to betray his beliefs. No, that is not right. What is faith? He had betrayed the divine for the sake of these children, becoming a follower of the evil deity. But is that truly a justification? He had never harbored a shred of doubt before. He had never questioned his faith from the outset. At this moment of substitution, he was uncertain about the very essence of his belief. In this instant, Pan Long was engulfed in confusion. The malevolent mask in his hand seemed to come alive, as octopus tentacles began to entwine around his arm, piercing his heart. A sense of despair radiated from Pan Long. He has begun to doubt the faith in the evil deity. The spirit of your followers has been tainted. Fortify their faith. Chen Yao rushed to the scene without delay. Spiritual pollution is no trivial matter. Observing the devastation at Tiger Leap Gorge, he also noted the confusion among the masked warriors. Spiritual pollution is not easily remedied. If he cannot incite fervor among these warriors, they may be lost. Su Mumu stood atop the gorge, a mage powerless to act. At a height of over 1,000 meters, she could not leap down. At that moment, Chen Yao appeared beside her. Chen Yao. Upon first encountering Chen Yao, Su Mumu felt a pang of guilt, as if she had erred in allowing them to venture into Huyue Gorge. Observing her remorse, Chen Yao reached out and gently pinched her cheek. "Silly girl, why the self-reproach? Why are you lacking in conviction now? I recall you as the perennial champion of the school debate competitions. Now, this motley crew is grappling with their beliefs, and I require your assistance. Are you capable of persuading them?" Chen Yao patiently guided Sumumu. "All right," Sumumu replied emphatically, accepting the challenge. With a flourish of his cloak, Chen Yao summoned the plague, intestinal disorder, and, cradling Sumumu, descended to the ravine of Huyue Gorge. They appeared before the assembled warriors, who stood in a stupor. Sumumu glanced nervously at Chen Yao, who, donning a bird-beaked mask, nodded encouragingly. To Chen Yao, Sumumu simply lacked the ability to perceive her own strength accurately. He believed her potential was vast, perhaps clouded by her experiences at the Dawn Tower, which had stirred unusual emotions within her. Taking a deep breath, Su Mumu turned to address the bewildered warriors. "What is the mask?" she inquired, and upon realizing she had not captured their attention, she continued. "It may symbolize faith, it may represent ideals, or perhaps it serves as a weapon. Yet, faith is not the mask." With this assertion, she negated her prior doubts. At this, Pan Long and the other warriors slowly lifted their gazes towards Su Mumu. In a state of confusion, Pan Long asked, "The mask is not faith? But then, what of the dark deity I worship? Why do we carve the masks if they do not constitute faith?" Su Mumu pressed on. "What is essential is the perseverance of your true self. Whether you believe in a deity or a dark god is inconsequential. What matters is understanding the essence of your existence. If you're destined to worship a deity, then betrayal would be unforgivable. However, you are not born solely for that purpose. You possess the ability to carve these masks, which grant you strength through ritual. Can this truly be called faith? What you need is protection. You must guard everything, the living, the helpless souls beneath the ghostly mountain flames, and that which you wish to protect. Faith is an ideal, a weapon, a means to safeguard what you cherish. Therefore, I implore you to embrace the dark god, allowing it to aid you in your protection and in reclaiming what has been lost." As her words resonated, the expressions of Pan Long and the other masked warriors transformed. It seemed as if a profound fire ignited within their hearts. Chen Yao emerged from the plague, surveying the devastation around him. The ability to conjure delusions may be activated, yet the cost is exorbitant. The mere notion of resurrecting the deceased was beyond Chen Yao's capacity to bear. In other words, the dreamer had yet to attain such a feat. However, he discovered that after embracing the faith of over 1,000 masked warriors, he felt an altered connection to this world. Notably, he could now choose to let others bear the burden of delusions. He could even sense the presence of a monster lurking within the walls of the canyon. This creature was what one might refer to as a deity. Its vitality was formidable, so potent that Chen Yao could invoke the moment of delusion. Indeed, in this realm, slaying this monster would grant him a single, cost-free moment of delusion, allowing for the resurrection of all. Thus, Chen Yao addressed Pan Long and the assembly of masked warriors. "Do you wish to reclaim everything? Do you long to bring back the departed?" At that instant, all eyes turned to Chen Yao, gazing upon him as though he were the polluted visage of an accursed god. "Do you yearn to behold them once more?" Chapter 85. The awakening of the divine Sukai upon the utterance of these words. An unprecedented fervor ignited in the eyes of all the warriors adorned with the mask of the malevolent deity. Pan Long swallowed hard, repositioning the mask upon his face, beneath which his eyes shimmered with an uncontrollable zeal that surpassed that of his companions. "My lord, the resurrection from death is indeed possible." Beside him, Shiluo shook his head, clenched his fists, and struck his temples. Fragmented memories began to resurface, evoking a sense of recognition that slipped away almost instantaneously. He seemed to perceive whispers at the edges of his consciousness, growing increasingly agitated. "Let me out! Let me out! Why do you defy the pact? Why do you betray the faith? You are the chosen one! You are the chosen one!" The cacophony of voices multiplied and grew chaotic, rendering Shiluo unable to discern the latter sentiments. Simultaneously, the mask of the malevolent deity upon his face began to diverge from that of the others. The visage of the malevolent entity contorted into a disquieting grin, and the carved figure on the mask started to writhe. The discordant sounds faded away, and Chen Yao cast a glance at the peculiar Shiluo before addressing the assembly. "Death is not the conclusion. The past illuminates the future. In this resurgence, I can merely grant you a fleeting encounter, yet the price remains steep." The mention of a fleeting encounter acted as a potent elixir for the assembled crowd, igniting their fervor to the brink of eruption. Their breaths intensified, their faith burgeoned with unprecedented strength. Pan Long was the first to voice his eagerness. "Any price, whatever it may be," the others echoed in unison. "Indeed, great lord of the malevolent deity, any price will suffice, if we could merely have the chance to meet." Chen Yao remained silent, his gaze directed toward the fractured divine statue atop the cliff. Various deities were intricately carved into the rock face, yet to Chen Yao, beneath those divine effigies lurked writhing monsters, ensnared by golden chains. However, those chains had crumbled, replaced by crimson shackles that began to absorb the blood essence emanating from the monsters. The chains thinned, and the bodies of dozens of monstrosities underwent subtle transformations. The divine faith had manifested as a multitude of monsters, and with the infusion of blood, they grew ever stronger. Ultimately, Chen Yao refrained from voicing his thoughts. Some truths are more compelling when witnessed firsthand. He estimated that it would take the monsters less than a day to depart from this place. Renowned alongside Tiger Leap Gorge, Dragon's Lair Cliff boasts a nearly 1,000-meter-high statue carved into its face. The statue depicts a serpent-headed figure with a human body, draped in robes, holding a stone staff, the tip of which is adorned with a gem radiating a crimson hue. This statue stands in stark contrast to the myriad of divine figures that embellish Tiger Leap Gorge. The statue at Longwo Cliff is singular and remarkably grand. However, at this moment, minuscule fissures began to appear on the gemstone atop the statue's scepter. The cracks swiftly spread along the orb, the staff, the figure, and even the serpent's head, their rapid advance accompanied by a creaking sound. Master of the Cliff, something dreadful has occurred. The statue of the deity Sukha has begun to crack. As the crowd began to disperse from Longwo Cliff, an elderly man clad in white robes fixed his sharp gaze upon the marred statue. Without any hint of sorrow, his voice bore a tinge of excitement as he spoke. These cracks signify that Song who has perished, along with Yin Xiong and the others. What shall we do, Master of the Cliff? They merely went to Tiger Leap Gorge. How could it have come to this? The elder, referred to as the Master of the Cliff, allowed a subtle smirk to grace his lips as he replied leisurely. It is likely that the monster has emerged. How unfortunate that I had wished for a bit more time to accumulate strength. Nevertheless, it is well. A horde of warriors is indeed formidable, but since they're already dead, we may as well proceed to the next step. What do you mean, Master? I do not comprehend your words. The elder regarded the bewildered young warrior beside him, a gentle smile gracing his face as he ruffled the boy's hair. In a tone befitting that of a senior speaking to a junior, he said, "Young one, you have been with me for 3 or 4 years now. I know your fondness for sweets, and I shall prepare more for you." As his words ended, within the astonished gaze of the young warrior, the kind elder who had accompanied him for 4 years, the most dignified figure of Longwo Cliff, felt his pupils constrict into slits, mirroring the eyes of the serpent's head on the statue. In the next instant, the young warrior's neck was pierced as easily as a brittle twig by the elder's gnarled hand. Blood flowed, staining the elder's garments. I do not know which fool was chosen for Tiger Leap Gorge, yet matters not. It yields the same effect. Now, we shall welcome the arrival of my master. Sukha is the true faith. Faith in the divine. The blood pooling on the ground began to materialize, transforming into spears that lunged toward all those behind. A cacophony of screams erupted beneath Longwo Cliff as the statue of the deity Sukha fractured further. The cracks proliferated rapidly until they ceased their expansion. The elder, known as the Master of the Cliff, slowly placed his hand upon his shoulder, kneeling on one knee, his head bowed. Faith in the divine. In the next moment, the elder's body began to swell rapidly. As the chosen one, he rose, extending his arms, reveling in the sensation of his being gradually overtaken by the deity he revered. Amidst the anguish of this faith, his countenance displayed a blend of ecstatic joy and torment. The sensations intertwined, and the pain dissipated. He felt the surge of vitality coursing through him, an overwhelming power. The elder was exhilarated. This was strength. A smile crept upon his lips. Bang! The elder's head exploded like a watermelon. The surge of vitality was merely the prelude to the explosion of his head. The headless corpse swayed momentarily. The flesh tumors on the neck blossomed like radiant flowers. Within mere seconds, they contorted and intertwined, transforming into the head of a serpent. Eyes opened wide, revealing slit pupils, and a crimson token was expelled. The elderly man had been utterly replaced. The statue upon the dragon's precipice began to fracture rapidly. Fragments tumbled down like raindrops. I have emerged, can you truly confine me? I was the first to break free. Damn it. Wasn't it said that one should appear last? The early bird gets the worm. I have no desire to be that unfortunate creature. Beneath the piercing sound, Sakai raised his hand. The blood upon the ground began to envelop, and the corpses behind him started to rise one by one. How could there be so few powers left? No, the powers have been consumed. The serpent head of Sakai let out a pained cry. Chapter 86. The Cost. Retrospection. Chen Yao gazed upon the lifeless form of Elder Song sprawled on the ground. How is he different from you? Why must there be such fratricidal conflict? Song, who had perished on his knees, succumbed for faith. They were warriors of Longwo Cliff, just as we are of Huyue Gorge. This world harbors others who inscribed the masks of faith, namely Longwo and Baoxing. We all revere our own deities. Our former divine belief was known as the Pantheon, as evidenced by the statues that stand before us, each a representation of that collective. The deity of Longwo is Sakai, while Baoxing venerates Wawaxian. Indeed, the term pantheon suits them well, for they are not merely gods, but a horde of monsters. Chen Yao cast one last glance at Pan Long and the assembly of masked warriors. Continue your inscriptions here. Carve the masks, awaiting the moment when the statues shatter, revealing the truth of their former faith. The shattering shall not take long. At that moment, as if stirred by some unseen force, the mask on Shilua's face emitted a piercing laughter. Simultaneously, he began to clutch at the mask in torment. Other malevolent deities are attempting to forcibly occupy the bodies of your followers. The blessing of Alos's Paul takes effect. Shilua suddenly sank to his knees. Grasping the ground with both hands, his body arched, forehead pressed against the earth, trembling in agony. He kept murmuring, "I remember, I remember, I remember." His memories seemed to have returned in large part. I remember. These deities are monsters. Shilua, what has happened to you? Tuyi rushed forward, while the other masked warriors approached with concern. Shilua gasped heavily, his reddened eyes visible through the mask, his mental state evidently frayed. He spoke rapidly. Evil spirits, Wang Zhua Linyo Baihan. They are not deities, we have been deceived. We must leave this place. They wish to emerge. Shilua seized Tuyi's arm, struggling to rise, repeatedly urging everyone to flee. I was controlled. The deity among the pantheon targeted me. No, they are not deities. They are monsters. The faith suppresses the monsters. They are about to break free. Shilua was in a state of utter turmoil. What is wrong with you? How can deities be monsters? Crack. The crumbling statue shattered once more. At the sound, everyone instinctively turned to look. Beneath the fragments lay the distorted visage of a monstrous creature. Almost immediately, the carved deities etched upon the cliff began to tremble for some inexplicable reason. A torrent of debris cascaded down as the fissures in the statues expanded rapidly. Crack. Shatter. Beneath the successive disintegrating divine effigies lurked similarly twisted monsters. This scene perfectly validated Shilua's assertions. These deities are indeed monstrosities, perhaps born from the depths of memory and the soul's deepest fears. Shilua, with his eyes closed, uttered these words in a state of numbness. Run, 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 run. He cried out in anguish, subconsciously urging everyone to flee swiftly. He could not bear the thought of losing these comrades. Witnessing Shilua's distress, Tuyi felt an overwhelming sorrow. He crouched down, embracing Shilua's trembling form. Do not be afraid. We are all here, and we shall not leave, he reassured. Pan Long stood before Shilua, casting a glance before speaking. Tuyi, take care of him. With that, Pan Long turned, brandishing his mace. His muscles tensed, and he positioned himself in front of everyone, gripping the red spiked club with the tip pressed against the ground. Confronted by what was once a revered belief now transformed into a monster, Pan Long felt no confusion. Their entire lives had been manipulated. Deities and evil gods were inconsequential. As the former messenger of the evil god had articulated, what mattered to them was protection, and the abomination before them was merely the first step. I have long yearned to shatter these beliefs with my own hands. Will you let this opportunity pass? The seemingly jesting words were met with a response from the warriors behind him. their masked faces lifting their weapons in affirmation. Of course not. For these masked warriors, a monster would forever remain a monster. Their duty was to safeguard, even as they became adherents of the malevolent deity, innocent and pure in their purpose. Chen Yao gazed at the creatures emerging from the cliff, all of them above level 5. The plague held no power over these beasts. They were either immune to such negative conditions or simply beyond the threshold of plague intestinal affliction. Even the deadliest plagues, such as those that engulf in black light and coagulate blood, would be difficult to control without collateral damage. This battle was unavoidable. They could only rely on this band of faithful warriors to vanquish the monsters. Previously, you inquired about the price I would demand. I can now reveal it to you. The cost entails the bodies of these monsters, and I shall offer you my assistance. Chen Yao grasped his right hand with his left. Then, his pupils shimmered with a golden light. In the next moment, a dark aura began to envelop all those standing before him. The power of the Dreamweaver was unleashed. Panlong's missing eye began to regenerate, while Shila, seated on the ground, felt his severed hand miraculously reform. 1 hour. This is the limit I can grant you. The dream, a brief rewind. This fleeting rewind restores all to a state of wholeness. 1 hour represents the apex of reversible sacrifice. Should it exceed this duration, one might lose a hand, a foot, or even a vital organ. Everything is contingent upon this threshold, the limit of this dream's cost. Panlong and all the masked warriors reached an almost transcendental state. A pitch-black aura pulsated wildly around them, their twisted power surging as each individual's strength escalated. With these words, coupled with the infusion of this state, the fervor in Panlong's gaze threatened to overflow. All the masked warriors were on the brink of becoming fervent devotees, because this malevolent deity truly wishes to bestow upon them the power to engage in battle. Thousands of eyes fixate upon the monstrous figure emerging from the statue of the deity. Roar! Panlong emits a resounding cry, akin to a string being plucked. All warriors spring into motion, leaping in an uncanny manner, their combat techniques infused with the essence of the ritual dance. The malevolent mask of the deity radiates fervor. Their combat prowess remains uncertain. Over 1,000 warriors adorned with masks confront this assembly of once revered divine monstrosities in their most formidable state. Chen Yao comprehends that a fierce struggle lies ahead. He inhales deeply and removes his bird-faced mask. 4. In the next moment, Chen Yao's hands begin to contort. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing reverberates. Su Mumu gazes at Chen Yao in horror. Before her, his hands twist like a helix. She steps forward, yearning to approach. Yet fearing that her impulsive action may inflict further harm upon Chen Yao, she retracts her outstretched hand once more. Chapter 87. Is delusion your plaything? Chen Yao's complexion was ashen. The pain he felt this time was intense. His lips trembled as he gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It's nothing, merely a trifling cost, he explained laboriously, glancing at the worried Su Mumu. Su Mumu pouted slightly, her eyes reddening with concern. Is this truly just a trifling cost? Help me sit down. After taking several deep breaths, Chen Yao began to prepare for treatment. This time, his hands twisted into a helix, causing some discomfort. This little pain is nothing to worry about. Indeed, Chen Yao had grown somewhat accustomed to it. However, the sudden onset of pain was a bit jarring, though he had developed a degree of immunity to the lingering ache. Observing Su Mumu's tears, he could see her emotions were barely contained. She cautiously approached him, lending her support. I'll help you. Once seated, Chen Yao, with a hint of resignation, remarked, just use the vines to twist my hands back like you would braid dough. Su Mumu hesitated for a moment before beginning to manipulate the vines to straighten his arms. The dual series delusionist possessed remarkable prowess. Especially under the influence of delusion, he could nearly pair with any ability, as long as the cost could be afforded. Compared to the plague doctor, the delusionist was indeed the strongest means bestowed upon him by the principal. In this battle, he found himself unable to contribute. The pain of his bones being twisted drew his gaze forward, a distraction from the ongoing conflict. Faith unto death, unyielding in battle. This was the creed of the troop of masked warriors. The sky darkened, and visibility began to diminish. Over a dozen formidable monsters perched upon the rocky cliffs. Gazing down upon this once believing congregation, an aura of authority emanated from these beings. You have done well, O evil spirits. Yet our strength is but a fraction of what it once was. One of the most humanoid-like monsters spoke, cloaked in darkness. It stood upright with rhino horns atop its head and red eyes glaring. Devout believers, I permit your betrayal. Nothing is absolute. For a century, we, the gods, have been constrained by your faith, but now we emerge. Revere us anew, and the stage of the world shall be set for you. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air as a crimson object hurtled towards the monstrous eyes. Boom! A tremendous explosion échoued. The creature sidestepped, raising its right hand to deflect the metallic impact. Damn it! The red spike club spiraled through the air. A short, robust figure scaled the cliff, leaping to the opposite side, firmly grasping the descending red club during the fall. I am Pan Long, but you may call me Coach Pan. Remember, I will smash your name to pieces. Swarm upon swarm of warriors landed upon the cliff. Even the tiniest of stones could serve as footholds. Though the conditions for battle were dire, a black spear struck above Pan Long's head. At the very bottom of the cliff, the stream cascades gracefully, the right arm curving as if to hurl, and once again a black lance materializes in hand, ready to be cast. A series of ebony spears embed themselves into the cliff face, providing footholds for all the warriors. What a clever disciple, with these black lances as their anchors. Everyone begins to leap upon the cliffside. The battle unfolds in an instant. The conflict is brutal. Even though much of the authority has been absorbed by Chen Yao, these 10 monsters are not easily swayed. Some possess wings upon their backs, others have arms like apes, and some can even tread upon emptiness. The cliff is the sole means for this band of masked warriors to approach the monstrous horde. Thousands surge forth like ants, leaping and dancing upon the rocky surface. Clang, clang, clang. As visibility diminishes, Chen Yao can no longer discern the situation of the battle. He can only hear the incessant sounds of metal clashing and the thuds of heavy bodies falling. This continued on for an indeterminate duration. Chen Yao's arms finally straightened. Your follower has perished. Your follower has perished. Your follower has perished. The relentless notifications prompted Chen Yao to rise in haste. With each wave of death messages, he felt compelled to take action. There is still one more use of the delusion ability today. 3 delusions. He was uncertain whether to question himself or to consult Su Mumu. This will be one, right? They need my assistance, do they not? Now, Chen Yao could summon the skeletal knight and skeletal soldiers, but he knew their combat prowess would be futile. The skeletal soldiers and knights would not even have the chance to touch those monsters. From the very beginning, this war was inevitable. Beside him, Paul's contorted form began to materialize. Under the grip of the octopus's tentacles, Paul settled beside Chen Yao. Captain, you're lost in thought again. The world is merely the world. You need only to embody the essence of a malevolent deity. Observe everything with the same indifference I do, and provide them with whatever assistance you can. Your emotions will not yield any positive outcomes. Any impulsiveness could lead to ruin in future endeavors within this realm. Paul seemed to be imparting wisdom. Your delusionist has glimpsed much. You must be close to uncovering the true clues, right? Oh, by the way, Captain, you and T truly consider using the delusion moment for this group, would you? The cost of that ability, even with these monsters as support, is not something at your level that you could bear. Moreover, the delusion moment has a limited number of uses. You wouldn't T squander here, would you? Oh, perhaps, Captain, you are simply deceiving them, offering hope before the fight, and then reaping the rewards. As a bartender, I merely offer you this small, kind reminder. Chen Yao longed to retort Paul, yet he found himself momentarily speechless, for he only understood that slaying these monsters aligned with the use of the delusion moment. He and T considered anything beyond that. He and T contemplated the consequences of the delusion moment. He had witnessed the principal Luo Yong demonstrate the delusion moment. In that fleeting moment, he found himself yearning to immerse in that instant. He fancied himself possessing that moment. He had regarded it as his greatest trump card, arrogantly believing he could bestow promises upon these warriors. Now, upon reflection, he seemed to be nothing more than a complete scoundrel. I. It felt as though something was lodged in his throat, rendering Chen Yao speechless. Every action necessitates weighing the pros and cons, Captain. You have hesitated over matters that were unnecessary. They may not all perish in battle. As long as you continue to offer them a glimmer of hope, they will fight tirelessly for you, for they are inherently machines of combat. No, I shall not act in such a manner. Chen Yao's voice faltered. His words came out particularly feeble. Su Mumu turned to Chen Yao, her brow furrowed with concern. Chen Yao, whom are you speaking to? Paul, the bartender. Cannot you see him? Chen Yao replied, somewhat bewildered. Su Mumu, who had entered the instance alongside him, could see Paul because they were both under the protection of Alozi's Paul's blessing. When he turned back, Paul had vanished, and in his stead stood the blood-soaked figure of Luo Yong. Luo Yong suddenly bellowed, Chen Yao, is this how the power of a delusional mind is wielded? Is it merely your toy? I have risked my life for your inherited legacy. Is it your plaything, is it? Tell me. Chapter 88. What I have done is right. With each reprimand, Luo Yong's visage grew increasingly grotesque. This delusional legacy was Luo Yong's life. Now, Chen Yao relied on it for everything. The unfettered use of delusions, as long as he adhered to his own bottom line of sacrifice, seemed to Chen Yao to bear no cost at all. After all, physical pain was hardly a price to pay. He could either endure it or heal from it, peering into the past, seeking clues, reviving others. Everything was a means to an end, even the desire to wield delusions to assist those warriors in seeing the deceased. Was what he did justified? Chen Yao felt adrift. Am I mistaken? He lowered his gaze to his hands, which seemed stained with blood. The sequence inherited through sacrifice was wielded like a mere plaything in his grasp, promises made, and genuine intent to use it. The bloodied inheritance was being so carelessly employed by him. No, that is not it. I have merely deceived them. Deceived them all. As the words left his lips, the surroundings trembled. Whispers echoed in Chen Yao's ears. Turning around, he beheld not a battlefield, but thousands of blood-soaked, grotesquely disfigured warriors, their voices low and rumbling, drawing ever closer to him. Why did you deceive us? We truly believed in you. We fought for you. Why did you betray our trust? In Su Mumu's eyes, Chen Yao's pupils began to quiver. His entire body trembled, collapsing in agony, cold sweat pouring from him, uttering incomprehensible words. I deceived you, no. I didn't deceive you, delusions. Delusions are skills to be used at will. Sorry. Principle. Sorry. Falsu. I'm so sorry. A sense of helplessness began to spread rapidly through Chen Yao. His mental state began to unravel. The powers of the delusionist sequence were extraordinary. Departed souls could return. Even time could be reset. But was this all merely the surface of the price Chen Yao perceived? Luo Yong suppressed his three personas, maintaining a semblance of rationality amidst his chaotic state of mind. The underlying costs were unfathomably great. Luo Yong's life, decades of intricate planning, and even sacrificial offerings, these were all part of the price. Chen Yao had underestimated the delusionist. A double-edged sword, when wielded carelessly, one side would inevitably inflict harm upon oneself. The mental state of the delusionist had always been a significant concern. The former Luo Yong faced a similar dilemma. What truly is a delusion? Is it the fulfillment of an unattainable obsession or the realization of the impossible? Or perhaps, in the end, it is merely a figment of imagination? Gazing at the bloodied figure of Luo Yong before him, Chen Yao finally comprehended that the Paul who had recently appeared and the Luo Yong now confronting him were both manifestations of his own delusions. The true cost of delusions lay in the descent into a painful mental state. Without the ability to anchor his mind, he easily succumbed to confusion. Chen Yao's breath began to quicken. I'm at a loss. I truly do not know. If I continue to remain in this state of confusion, Chen Yao's mental fortitude will undoubtedly collapse. He struggles, engulfed in pain, guilt, anguish, and regret. A tumultuous blend of emotions intertwining within him. Gradually, he becomes lost within the abyss of negativity. It feels as though an invisible hand is methodically tugging at his memories. Chen Yao, Chen Yao, Chen Yao. Various voices echo around him. Chen Yao, Chen Yao, Chen Yao. Captain. A familiar voice resonates in his ears. Countless white phantoms begin to materialize behind him. Crouched on the ground, Chen Yao resembles a helpless child. A pair of translucent hands gently caresses his head, clad in a white coat adorned with the emblem of the Tower of Dawn. Then, more hands emerge. The blessing of the Tower of Dawn is activated. You have perceived the will of the Tower of Dawn. A great physician who interprets the essence of coagulation disease cannot succumb to such negative emotions. Awaken, Captain. Zhao Su's boisterous voice rings out. Immediately following is Luo Yang's voice. Chen Yao, the abilities of a delusional are formidable. One's professional capabilities cannot merely be compared by serial numbers. Under the power of the delusional, you can rectify all the regrets. I leave you this fragment of ability not solely because you are my student, but also because I wish for your life to mirror mine, where even in the presence of regrets, you can still find completion. This is the essence of the delusional's power. Thus, the utilization of abilities is not determined by how much you possess, but rather by your ability to affirm that you have acted rightly. Anchor yourself and steadfastly believe in your choices. In that moment, as 921 white figures materialize behind him, Chen Yao's suffering is subdued. The negative emotions are instantly eradicated. Slowly, he lifts his gaze, catching sight of Luo Yong and the other shadows. He cannot help but question if this is yet another figment of his imagination. After all, they have passed on. Are you not already dead? The essence of death lies in the conclusion of life. However, you must understand that all lives inevitably reach an end, the only distinction being whether they depart in alignment with their true selves. Among the white crowd, the shadow of Chen Shi, donned in a black beak mask, raises a hand. Chen Yao, the Tower of Dawn stands behind you. You have witnessed its brilliance. Thus your will now embodies that of the Tower of Dawn. Strive to grow and resurrect them. They await you within the tower. As Chen Shi's counsel concludes, his phantom begins to dissipate. The shadows behind also gradually fade away. The blessing of the Tower of Dawn has concluded. Cooldown period of 20,000,000 days. Chen Yao gazes at the prompt that appears before him. It is the belief left within the title of the Tower of Dawn. The physician beneath the tower has aided him countless times. He truly wishes to slap himself. He remains ensnared in confusion, a fool indeed, with the dispersal of the delusional's negative emotions. Chen Yao seems to have gained a clearer understanding of how to wield the delusional's abilities. He slowly rose to his feet, extending his hand as a birdbeak mask materialized within his palm. Then he donned it. What I'm doing is righteous. The ships navigating through the plague heed the captain's command, appearing where they ought to be. Chen Yao pointed his finger forward. The sinful ship, cleanse thy sins. Obey the captain. Set sail. The ability to summon the sinful ship at any time was inherently Chen Yao's gift. Yet, he augmented this aspiration with the powers of the delusional, intensifying his intent. The cost of this enhancement manifested as Chen Yao's finger began to twist grotesquely. However, in the face of such agony, he remained silent, allowing his index finger to contort and bleed. The sight pained Su Mumu deeply. In a low, resonant voice, Chen Yao spoke, "I'm doing what is right. Take the cost." The use of the delusional is not limited by frequency. The price of 3 times is but a fleeting moment for Luo Yong, a precaution against Chen Yao's potential attachment to delusion, which could revert him to his previous state. A true delusional can achieve anything, provided one is willing to pay the requisite price. Chapter 89. The moment of delusion activation. With a thunderous roar, the sky was violently torn asunder, revealing a colossal, decrepit vessel that emerged from the depths. The creaking sounds, coupled with an aura of dread, enveloped the entirety of Tiger Leap Gorge. All surviving masked warriors intensified their assaults, ensnaring the horde of grotesque creatures. As the ship made its entrance, an immense gravitational force propelled it forward with astonishing speed. Boom! The vessel, known as the Sins, ground against the stone cliffs, crushing the already wounded monsters as it advanced 100 meters. The tremendous impact stirred up clouds of dust. Chen Yao remained steadfast, his hand raised, though his outstretched fingers were grotesquely contorted. Unfazed by his own injury, he gazed ahead, fixated on the strategy he had conceived to assist these warriors in vanquishing the monstrous adversaries. From a purely combat perspective, they would incur greater costs in their efforts to eliminate these fiends. How many of these abominations could still be alive? The force of the collision had severely injured 5 creatures, while 4 others were crushed under the weight. One remaining monster thrashed desperately to escape, but Chen Yao would not permit their flight. Pan Long, too, was determined that these creatures would not leave Tiger Leap Gorge alive. The warrior training ground, a sanctuary for generations, had been sullied by the presence of these beasts, a disgrace to Pan Long. With a mighty leap, he brandished his Crimson Wolf Fawn Club. Shadows of fellow warriors began to materialize behind the surviving fighters. In an instant, everyone felt invigorated, as if infused with newfound strength. Each warrior began to draw upon their remaining reserves. The souls of 421 fallen masked warriors were offered as a sacrifice, their shattered visages dissipating into the air as dark tendrils of energy. This potent essence began to influence the remaining fighters, and Pan Long's power surged dramatically. His crimson eyes alight, he wielded the Red Wolf Fawn Club, his visage transformed into a sinister mask of a malevolent deity. With a resounding crack, he swung the club down upon the last living monster. Shaw, with a swift motion, hurled his black spear, though he was already spent. 3 warrior silhouettes supported him from behind. The spear pierced through the creature's body. One after another, he unleashed a barrage of strikes. Shilua's shoulder blade began to creak under the strain, but he forged on, gathering the strength to conjure another black spear and cast it forth. The mask upon his face writhed in agony. He understood that with each throw, he was channeling the strength bestowed upon him by the fallen warriors. Each shot was a tribute to their sacrifice. His consciousness blurred, and he discerned an odd whisper. "Help me throw a spear. Help me slay a monster." Crack! The sound of bones shattering resonated, mingling with the grotesque squelch of flesh. The final spear pierced the monster's skull. Its massive form crumpled to the ground, the thud echoing through the gorge. Tiger Leap Gorge fell into a long-awaited tranquility. Scattered rocks, the fallen sins, and the remains of masked warriors lay strewn about. All the monsters lay slain, completely vanquished. Yet there were no jubilant cheers. All the warriors were nearly exhausted. The more than 100 who still stood bore not a single unscathed part upon their bodies. The shadows behind them slowly faded against the cliffs. A wave of fatigue surged through them. Many had already perished. Yet in war, death is an inevitable companion. Death has always been a soldier's honor, particularly when confronted by this horde of monsters. However, for those who remain alive, accepting death is the most arduous task. Shilao, a warrior, kneeling on the ground, his body drenched in blood, raised his head with the last vestiges of his strength and cried out to the heavens. Shilao immediately turned his head, catching sight of Tu Yi, her body pierced through. Suppressing the ache and weariness coursing through his muscles, blood surged within him as he rushed forward, his eyes ablaze with fury. What does this mean? What does this mean? Shilao, Tu Yi does not have much time left. She wishes to speak with you. These words are the final whispers of that warrior. Shilao dashed over and embraced Tu Yi tightly. She seemed to want to say something, but as she opened her mouth, torrents of blood poured forth. Shilao knelt on the ground, pressing his hands against her gushing wounds, shaking his head incessantly. "It's all right. You're going to be fine. The Dark God can heal you." Tu Yi attempted to speak, but her words failed her. Her gaze began to shift, and she forced a smile, reaching out to touch Shilao's painted face. Yet, her hand did not make contact. In the next moment, another hand grasped Tu Yi's arm. It was Chen Yao. His presence instilled a glimmer of hope in Shilao. In this abyss of despair, he spoke with a trembling voice, "Great Dark God, I beseech you." Without a word, Chen Yao raised his hand, activating the plague release to initiate reverse healing. A rich green light enveloped Shilao's body. Simultaneously, a resounding boom echoed as the surrounding green light ascended. However, Pan Long reached out, sensing not a trace of healing. The same was true for the other warriors. Shiluo stared in bewilderment at Tu Yi, whose breath was gradually waning. No, no, no. Why can't she be healed? She can live. Shiluo turned to Chen Yao. The dark god, I know you desire my organs, a part of my body to save her, don't you? I can give anything, my heart, my liver, my spleen. Please, save her. But Chen Yao paid no heed to Shiluo's desperate cries. He surveyed those who remained unchanged, seemingly grasping something profound. Taking a deep breath to quell his emotions, he slowly stood up. He could only address Shiluo, say your goodbyes properly. With that, Chen Yao departed without a backward glance. Shiluo yearned to pursue him, but he had no strength left, cradling Tu Yi in his arms. Why? After Chen Yao left, Su Mumu stood beside him, hesitating for a moment before succumbing to her curiosity. Why does the healing spell work only for Shiluo? Chen Yao removed his bird-beaked mask, his face etched with a bitter smile. Su Mumu exchanged a glance, seemingly comprehending something profound. Thus, from the very beginning, they were incapable of resurrection, were they not? When employing the healing technique, Chen Yao discovered that this group of warriors, driven by delusions of reanimation, could not accept treatment. Chen Yao initially believed that the delusionist's ability to revert them to their prior state would allow these warriors to return to life. However, in truth, the delusionist regression could not persist indefinitely, which elucidated why Chen Yao would succumb to a frenzied state during battle. Simultaneously, the healing technique proved ineffective on these individuals. Chen Yao murmured, delusion. Delusionist, so that is the meaning. Even when one believes they are in the right, doubt still creeps in. He gazed at the multitude of monstrous corpses strewn about, extending his finger. Taking a deep breath, he thought, it matters not, as long as I believe I am correct. Even delusions provide them with an opportunity, and that chance is sufficient. Chen Yao, Su Mumu sensed the intense aura emanating from him beginning to spread. Delusional moment. Activate. The cost. The corpses of the myriad deities. With a snap of his fingers, the surrounding environment began to shatter like a mirror. Chapter 90, at last. The faith in the malevolent deity. With a snap of the fingers, it symbolizes the true dispersal of power. The moment of delusion. The genuine capabilities of the delusional thinker are unveiled at this instant. The moment of delusion unfurls. The entire Tiger Leap Gorge resembles a crushed two-dimensional tableau. This two-dimensional image begins to exhibit a myriad of cracks. The shatter mirror is the most fitting description. The fragmented imagery is severed at various locations, transforming into disparate segments. Each location brutally cleaved apart. Each divided scene commenced